Chapter 1. My Second Chance, Chapter 1 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Darkness. All around me was nothing but darkness. I couldn't see anything, hear anything, or even feel anything. It was like I was floating in a dark void. How long has it been? How did I even get here? Oh, right. Now I remember. Ring. The sound of a bell ringing throughout the school could be heard. That will be all. Class dismissed. Yes! Woohoo! Finally! The sounds of a teacher eager to leave and reach home and students even more eager to enjoy their holidays came. Almost all the students chatted amongst each other in groups, excitedly discussing their plans to spend their vacation. Amidst all the students enthusiastically chatting, almost no one paid attention to the lone student quietly gathering his things and leaving the class. His name was Thomas Kane. He was the son of a wealthy industrialist, shipped off to boarding school at a young age, and with two older brothers, who outshined in everything they did and deemed as prodigies by everyone, Thomas didn't have the motivation to excel in anything. Even though he was above average in IQ and could easily attain top marks in all subjects, his scores in studies were average due to his lack of motivation. During the first few months of boarding school, he tried to make friends. He managed to make a few, but after a short while he figured out they only became friends, mostly due to the fact that he came from a wealthy family. He cut ties with them and then found the task of making friends tedious and tiresome. He was smart enough to not make himself a social outcast. He made neither friends nor enemies. He maintained an average score. He had an everyday, ordinary life. But there were two things in life he loved: chess and comics. He was very good at chess. Predicting his opponent's moves from the start and outsmarting them by a wide margin was one of his favorite ways to win the game. As he played more and more, he got really good at it. He also played poker with his brothers whenever they would come to visit. He couldn't beat them, but each time they played, he learned a couple of his tells that would give him away. So with each game, he got a little bit better at trying to control his emotions from showing on his face. He wanted to learn to make the perfect poker face. The second thing in life he loved was comics, manga, and anime. He loved them, the stories they tell, the characters they portray. It brought him endless joy reading and watching their adventures. He was a hardcore fan. He spent his days in his apartment alone, reading all kinds of comics and mangas he could get his hands on. He fell in love with them from a young age. He enjoyed reading about the different adventures, and he often imagined what it would be like if he were in that world. He left the school and reached his apartment building after about a 15-minute walk. His apartment was situated on the 3rd floor. The apartment was a modest one, comfortable for a single person. He started climbing the stairs, and as he reached the 2nd floor, he suddenly began to feel dizzy. His hands suddenly grabbed onto the side rails to steady himself. He felt like the world was spinning around him. Wow, what the hell? After a few moments, the vertigo he was feeling slowly disappeared. Oh man, I must be more tired and hungry than I thought. He slowly started to walk and he reached his apartment doors. Hey, Tommy. Thomas heard the voice of his neighbor. He turned around and saw an old man with a white beard wearing round glasses and a deerstalker hat standing behind him. Hey, Mr. Mark, how you doing? Fine, kid. Was just gonna go out for groceries. Oh, and I got a package delivered with your name. Thomas's eyes widened excitedly. It's finally here. Yeah, it's something I ordered from overseas. It's a new comic book series that's recently released. I can't wait to read it. His eager anticipation could be heard in his voice. You really love those books, don't you? Old Man Mark said with a good-humored voice. Hold on, I'll get them for you. The old man turned around and walked back to his apartment, and Thomas took out his keys and opened the doors to his home. The old man came back holding a brown package box. Thomas was about to grab the package box when the vertigo he was feeling earlier came back. The feeling was more intense this time. As Thomas was falling down and blacking out, the last thing he heard was the scared shouts of Old Man Mark. When Thomas regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he realized he was in a hospital room. He saw the hospital gown he was wearing, and he could smell the antiseptics lingering in the air. He tilted his head to the side and saw Old Man Mark sitting beside him in a chair, slowly nodding off. Mr. Mark, Thomas's voice woke up the old man with a startle, and he looked at the boy lying on the bed. "Oh my God. Tommy, you woke up. Hold on, I'll get the doctor." He rushed outside to find the doctor. He returned shortly afterward, and behind him came a man in his late 40s wearing a doctor's coat. "Hello, Thomas. I'm Dr. Phillips." The man introduced himself. Thomas nodded to him. "You were brought in unconscious, and we did a workup of your blood and did an MRI, and it isn't good. Son, you have stage 3 brain cancer, and it's progressing quickly. We need to start treatment right away." Thomas couldn't hear anything else. His whole body went numb. He felt as if his whole world was breaking apart. "How bad is it?" he asked with a low voice. "It's really serious. Even with treatment, I am afraid you won't have much time." The doctor replied with a serious tone. Seeing the distraught look on the boy, the doctor decided to give him some time to digest the news. "I'll give you too some time. I'll be in my office if you need me," said the doctor, and he left the room. "Tommy, I called your parents. They're flying over. They'll be here tomorrow. You're going to get through this," Old Man Mark said, holding Tommy's hand. "I don't." Thomas didn't know what to say or even think. He felt like he was suffocating. All he could hear was the heart that was pounding in his chest. "I need some air," he said while slowly getting up. "Tommy, Mr. Mark, I need a moment. I'd like some time alone now. Please." Old Man Mark looked at him with concern and then nodded. "I'll wait outside." He slowly left the room. Thomas went to a window and looked outside. It was nighttime, and yet the outside was still buzzing with activity. Tears slowly fell down from his eyes, but he didn't make a single sound. He spent the next few minutes just standing there and looking outside with tears running down his face. He then slowly looked at himself and then around the room. He saw his school uniform folded on a nearby table. "Screw this. I'm not staying here." He felt angry and ripped off the gown he was wearing. "I gotta get out of here." He quickly put on his school uniform and left the room. When Mark saw him leaving in his uniform, he was bewildered. "Tommy, where are you going?" he asked. "Out for a walk." That was the only reply he got. Mark got up from his chair. "It's too dangerous. You need to stay here." Thomas didn't reply and took off running. He reached the entrance of the hospital and quickly left the place. He didn't know where he was running to. After a few minutes, he reached what looked like a park. He slowed down and came near a bench. Thomas sat down and felt his whole body quivering. Since it was nighttime, there wasn't anybody around. He started whimpering and cried again. This time, small sobs started coming out. Thomas sat there crying for some time. He was in denial, but it soon turned to anger. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, Thomas! Get a grip. Don't let this be your end," he shouted to himself. He quieted down soon after and slowly calmed himself. He was startled when he felt water drops slowly falling on his face. He realized it was starting to rain. Just as he was about to get up from his bench, he saw a shadow moving in between the 2 trees in front of him. In any other circumstances, he wouldn't have cared, but this time, curiosity got the better of him, and he started walking slowly towards the 2 trees. He looked down and saw a fat black cat with golden eyes. Thomas felt as if the eyes of the cat were shining in the dark night. Strong winds started blowing and the rain was getting heavier and heavier by the second. It was as if a giant storm had engulfed the city. Both the boy and cat were staring at each other as the rain continued to pour down on them. Thomas didn't know why or for what reason, but he decided to pick up the black cat and go home. He didn't know why, but when he looked into its eyes, he felt as if he was being judged by something far more intelligent than him. He went near the chubby black cat and gently picked it up and slowly started walking and went to the nearest street to call a cab. As he was standing there by the side of the road, soaked in the heavy rain, he suddenly heard a small explosion. He looked and saw scraps of a tire flying everywhere and a car out of control speeding toward him. Oh no! His eyes widened, and before he could even move to get out of the way, the car was right in front of him. The cat in his arms jumped away right before the car sent him flying. He flew back a good 10 feet in the air before touching the pavement. He tumbled a few times on the ground and came to a stop. He could feel the blood flowing out of him and his consciousness slowly fading away. The last thing he saw was the black cat coming towards him and touching his hand with its paw and its golden eyes peering into his own. Am I alive or dead? What is this place? How long have I been here? Then I heard a voice in my head. You have obtained the right to become a player. Do you accept? Become a player? Accept? What's happening to me? What does it matter? I'll be dead soon anyway. Your time remaining is limited. Should you refuse, your heart will stop in 3 seconds. Do you accept? Whether or not this was a hallucination, Thomas was certain of one thing: his impending death. At this point, Thomas gave himself up to resignation. He wanted to live, to have a second chance at the life that was taken from him. I want to live. I accept. He couldn't move his lips and utter those words, but he screamed them in his mind. And then a voice answered, "Welcome." Suddenly something started to change. Wait a minute. What's this feeling? It's as if I'm in a dream and trying desperately to open my eyes. Come on, wake up. Damn it, wake up. Suddenly my eyes opened in a snap. The first thing I saw was a blue box floating in front of me. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, and SP have been fully restored. What the fuck? I looked around in a daze and found that I was lying on a bed in a room that was definitely not mine. When I saw a window at the end of the room, I stood up from my bed and went to look. The view that greeted me was something I couldn't prepare for. 4 majestic faces adorned a mountain with the sun slowly rising from behind. I quickly realized that what I was looking at was in fact the Hokage mountain. I did a double take and then... What the FCK? That was my first reaction after realizing that I was in the Naruto universe. Author's notes. Okay, a few things first. English is my second language, so please forgive any minute grammatical mistakes you might see. Second, I plan on completing this story. I will see it to the end. Reading a good story and then seeing it not be updated is disheartening. The next thing is, I haven't decided on a pairing for the main character. And even if I do decide, it won't be for a long while. And before you ask, no, this story won't have a harem. Your reviews, ideas, criticism, and thoughts are welcome. They will be a great motivator for me to keep going and improve my writing. Disclaimer: all credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Donors may suggest a novel for narration. If it meets our restrictions/policy, we will consider posting the first 100 chapters. Chapter 2. Waking Up as Daichi Hikima. Chapter 2 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Thomas POV. This can't be real. I have to be dreaming or something. As I looked at the Hokage mountain and then to the rest of the Leaf Village, I could hear my breathing quicken. My heart started pounding in my chest. My hands trembling from the realization that I had somehow been reborn into a fictional world. A world filled with dangers as well as opportunities. What the hell? Why? How? Who? Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself. Okay, calm down, Thomas. No need to panic. And then I remembered all the threats that would plague the world. Orochimaru, Akatsuki, Madara, Zetsu, Kaguya, and beyond. Okay, small reason to panic. As I was standing there near the window freaking out, a calmness suddenly washed over me. I felt as if everything would be all right. Wow, what was that? I brought my hand to my chest and felt my beating heart. The heart that was rapidly beating earlier was now in a calm state. Okay, man, pull yourself together. Think this through. What's the last thing you remember? I asked myself. I went through my memories searching for answers. I remember now. Old Man Mark, hospital. My incurable disease. The park. The cat, and then the car that rammed into me. As the memories of my death flashed in my mind, I couldn't help becoming a little sad. Okay, if I was in an accident, shouldn't I be in the hospital right now? Or am I hallucinating and I'm really in a coma, and this is my brain's way of helping me cope? Okay, think. What else happened? Then the memories of the black void rushed to the forefront of my mind. I sucked in a deep, cold breath of air as I recalled the moments I spent in the darkness, and of the voice that spoke to me. I remember someone saying I was selected, and to accept. What was the last thing they said? Then I suddenly recalled the last words spoken by that mysterious voice. Welcome, player. Those words quietly left my lips. I suddenly looked towards the bed, and then remembered the blue box notification that was in front of me. It had disappeared, but I could clearly recall what was written inside the box. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, and SP have been fully restored. I quietly said to myself, that's definitely what I saw. I've only seen that happen to one person. And that too, in a comic. The gamer. Wait a minute, if that notification appeared in front of me, does that make me a gamer? That can't be. It's impossible. I suddenly stopped and looked outside. I saw the village that woke up and the increasingly bustling street, and then I looked to the Hokage mountain. My eyes carefully observing every inch of the four faces. I put my hands on the windowsill and felt the texture of the worn-out wood against my skin. Then I pinched my cheeks with both hands. Ow. I definitely feel pain. Feels all too real. I recalled everything that happened to me a second time. After letting out a deep breath, I came to a conclusion. This is either a hallucination and I'm in a coma, or this is my second chance. All the evidence points me to the latter, and I want to believe it as such. Then the calmness that washed over me earlier must be the ability, gamer's mind, the skill to keep calm in all situations. Then is it possible that I have the gamer's body as well? Need to confirm later. After coming to the realization that this was most probably my second chance, a smile slowly bloomed on my face. In the Naruto world with a gamer ability, this will definitely be interesting. But what should be my goal? As I pondered on this question, an image of Naruto and Sasuke fighting in the final valley at their strongest appeared. It excited me to know that someone with the right tools could become that strong in this world. But at the same time, I also remembered the dangers and threats hiding in the shadows. Both threats from inside the village and outside. My first and most important priority is to survive this kill or be killed world. If anyone finds out about my origin, or memories, or my gamer's body, then I'll end up in prison, dead or worse, on an experiment table. Definitely can't let that happen. Alright, I need information first, then training and increasing my strength. When I'm ready, I'll stand at the top of this era, and make the whole world know my name. That's going to be another of my goals. And I definitely have the best tool with me. I'm going to give it my all and reach the top. Sorry, Naruto Sasuke, but I'll be taking the spot of the world's strongest from you guys. I was excited and was going to open the gamer status page, but before I could, I heard a voice and several knocks on the door to my room. Daichi, are you awake in there? Since I'm the only one in the room, then that means Daichi must be my name in this world. Yes, I'm awake, I quickly answered. The door opened and a brown-haired boy in his late teens came to a stop in front of me. He had a round face, slim build, and light brown eyes, and was wearing a smile on his face. Have you only gotten up just now? You haven't even changed. Don't you know how special today is? He asked me in a teasing voice. Suddenly, without warning, a blue box appeared in front of me. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuous observation, a skill to find target's information, Observe has been created. I was taken aback and dumbly said, What? Is there something special about today? Damn it, I have no idea what's going on. I just got here. Although I was keeping a relatively calm face, I was slightly panicking on the inside. Having just gotten the Observe skill, I decided the teen in front of me would be my first target. Observe. Gozu Kenta. He helps at the orphanage from time to help out Miss Aiko. He is fond of you. Putting a bewildered look on my face, which wasn't that difficult considering the whole situation, I replied, new? He could clearly see the confusion that was evident on my face. Don't tell me you forgot your own birthday. Or are you just playing with me? He asked me with a mock suspicious look on his face. Come on, you need to get ready. The head matron wants to see you. I think she has a surprise for you, he said with a smirk. Quest created. Report to the head matron. The matron of the orphanage wants to see you for something important. Freshen up and get to her office before time runs out. 10 mins. Rewards. Rep increases with Matron Aiko 150. XP first quest completion bonus. XP new title failure. Rep decreases with Matron Aiko. New title accept. I was startled by the quest box that appeared, but quickly got a hold of myself and read through the contents. After reading it thoroughly, I accepted the quest immediately. Putting a smile on my face, I replied, "Yeah, I'll be ready in a few minutes. Tell her I'll be down shortly." "All right, be quick." He turned around and started walking. "Oh, and by the way, happy birthday, Daichi." That was the last thing he said before closing the door. The moment the door closed, the smile left my face. Oh man, that was close. Who am I? Where am I? I need info on who I am and what year of the timeline I'm in. Just as I was fretting over these questions, a system message appeared in a blue box. Memories of the previous life of your soul, which were locked, have now been unlocked. Memories of your current life and your unlocked ones are being merged. Merging complete. Good luck, player. New memories came to the forefront of my mind. These must be the memories of this body before I inhabited it. No, based on what I understand from the system message, my soul is the same as that of my previous life, and the memories of that life were just temporarily sealed. I'm the same person as before, or at least my soul is. Well, it's a good thing to know I'm not some soul parasite that just took over an innocent kid's body. So my name's Daichi Hekima. I am now 5 years old. My parents died in the Nine Tails attack. That's a bummer. Currently living in an orphanage, and today is my birthday, March 28th, and the kid who just came was called Jozu, a genin who helps out here, and the matron is a woman in her late 50s named Aiko. Okay, guess that's the when and where, and I've already deduced the how. Guess that will have to do for now. Better get ready and get down there before the timer runs out. Having the gamer's mind definitely comes in handy, otherwise I'd be freaking out right now. As I freshened up and was getting out of my sleepwear, my mind pondered on why the matron would call me so early in the morning today. Whatever it is, I have to be ready, I thought to myself. Putting on some fresh clothes, I stepped out of the room and headed for the office. As I went to the office, I experienced a sense of déjà vu. I was walking down the hall for the first time, but it felt as if I've walked them my whole life. A surreal experience. As I reached the door to the matron's office, I prepared myself for what's to come. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, I knocked on the door 3 times. "Come in," the old voice of the matron. My new memories told me. Opening the door, I entered the room and saw Matron Aiko sitting behind a desk with a calm and gentle face. I saw an old man sitting opposite to her with an equally calm but serious face looking me over. I walked a few steps, stopped, and looked around the room. It was a modest one with a shelf half filled with books and some scrolls and a few trinkets. I saw several photos of the kids and staff that were here at the orphanage. I stopped looking around and looked directly at Aiko. "You wanted to see me, Miss Aiko?" "Yes, little Daichi. I'm glad you came quickly. There is someone here I'd like you to meet. This is Kensei Yasagi. He's interested in adopting you." Hearing those words, I looked toward the man and scrutinized him. He had shaggy black hair, a small scar on his left cheek, and another running vertically across his right eye. He had a strong build for someone his age, but I can see the cane he uses to walk. The most noticeable feature about him was his left leg, or lack thereof. He uses a peg leg as a prosthesis to walk around. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 3, New Beginnings. Chapter 3 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Normal POV. Suddenly, several notification boxes appeared, startling Daichi. Quest report to the head matron completed. Rewards, rep increases with matron Aiko. 150 XP. First quest completion bonus XP. 500 XP. New title, Capable Child. This title will boost XP rewards by 15%. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Skill observe. Level has risen by 1. For the second time that day, Daichi was taken aback and dumbly said, "What?" I knew he'd be surprised, but I didn't think he'd be this surprised. Aiko thought to herself, looking at Daichi's shocked face. The old man Kensei Yasagi was looking at the boy, and a slight upward curl of his lips could be seen. Thanks to the gamer's mind skill, Daichi regained his calm face quickly and looked at the old man and then at the matron. He used the observe skill on the old man but didn't get any new information. He turned to look at the matron and he saw the level and a small description about her. LV. She is a Chunin who served the Leaf Village for 11 years and then served as a medic in the hospital for 7 more. After retiring, she used her funds to build the orphanage where she currently resides as its head matron. She loves kids and cares deeply for them. She thinks you're a sweet kid and wants the best for you. Daichi quickly read through the description, and he felt he had a better understanding of the woman. So Daichi, what do you say? When he heard Miss Aiko's question, he looked back at the old man. I could see Miss Aiko's level and some info on her, but I don't have anything on the old man. That means he's definitely above level 47, and definitely a shinobi. But what kind of a man is he? Someone laid back or serious? Or is he someone ruthless and manipulative and with less than kind intentions? The last one seemed less likely since Aiko's allowing this guy to adopt me. Well, only one way to find out. What I'm about to do is stupid and has risks, but at least it'll give me an idea as to who I'm dealing with. All of these thoughts flashed through Daichi's mind in a couple of seconds. Stealing his heart, he made a choice. You know, old man, with that peg leg, if you wear an eye patch, you'd make a scary-looking pirate, he said with a smile on his face. Let's see how this guy responds. Will he take my words as an insult or laugh it off? Or maybe neither and stay expressionless? He noticed Aiko's face sporting a shocked expression out of the corner of his eye. Daichi, that was very rude. Apologize, she exclaimed. Daichi was still looking at the old man's face with a small smile. Suddenly, the old man's face had a large grin and he burst out laughing. Boy, you're not the first person to tell me that. Even I think I'd make a decent pirate with my face. In fact, the ladies would definitely fall for my ruggedly handsome looks, he said in a merry tone. Aiko was taken aback, and then slowly a small smile bloomed on her face. For a moment, I thought Kensei would be offended, but I'm happy to be proven wrong in this instance. So kid, what do you say? Want to come live with me? Kensei asked me with a wide grin. Sure, Daichi replied with an equally wide grin on his face. Well, I am glad you two are happy. Daichi, why don't you go upstairs and grab your things? Kensei-san and I will be waiting here. Okay, he nodded and left the room. You were right. He's smart, Kensei said after Daichi left the room. Yes, he's much more intelligent than the other kids here. Aiko agreed and added her thoughts. Tell me something. This adoption, is this just about Hotaru or is there something more? She had a serious expression on her face as asked this question. Kensei looked at Aiko and had a smirk on his face. Maybe I'm just a nice guy and want to give the kid a home. The matron slightly narrowed her eyes. A nice guy? You and I both know that's not true. The only reason I agreed to this adoption is because we've known each other for over 2 decades. Now tell me, why now? Why him? The smile left Kensei's face and he closed his eyes for a moment. The masked face of someone who rescued him during a mission long ago came to his mind. Let's just say that I'm here to honor a promise. Daichi's POV. On my way up, a lot of thoughts crossed my mind. Even though Aiko posed the adoption choice as mine, I knew it really wasn't. If every orphan had that choice, I doubt many would get adopted. But the 3 main reasons why I decided to accept the offer so readily was because, and the third and most important reason, there are definitely cons to this as well. He could find out about my gamer body and its abnormalities and report it to the Hokage. He could be a retired root agent and looking to recruit new talents for Danzo's army. Or something else entirely. All risks I will have to take. But the pros definitely outweigh the cons. So this was a decision that wasn't hard to make. Due to making a logical and smart decision, you have obtained +1 WIS. A new blue dialogue box appeared. Other than my hands and shoulders slightly twitching, I made no outward reaction. I was starting to get used to the notifications popping up in front of me without warning. An unexpected but not unwelcome surprise. So this also means I can increase my stat points by not just leveling up, huh? Alright. I've waited long enough, time to check out my status page. Status, I quietly muttered. A new window appeared containing my information. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, civilian. Age, 5. Title, capable child and little. HP 1195, CP 155, SP. 100 primary stats. Strength 5, Vitality 4, Dexterity 3, Agility 4, Intelligence 10, Chakra 3, Wisdom 8, Special Stats, Locked. To see the special stats, at least one of them must be unlocked. Unlocking these stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points, 25. Ryo 0. Everything looks standard except for 2 stats. My intelligence is highest with wisdom coming in second. It must be due to my previous life. 17 years worth of maturity and intelligence and logical decision-making capabilities. I guess it's only natural that my intelligence and wisdom are higher than the rest. And what the heck are these locked special stats? No, not right now. I'll do a more thorough research on my gamer's ability later in my own room at the old man's home. I thought to myself and closed the status page. I quickly reached my room and started packing the few belongings I had in a bag. It wasn't much. Just a few pairs of dresses and a few books. As I put what little I owned into the bag, my mind went to my previous life. Mom, Dad, what are they feeling right now? What a stupid question. I'm sure they're heartbroken right now. And my brothers Alex and Simon, I won't get to see any of them again. As the faces of my family came to my mind, tears welled up in my eyes, and before I went into a hysteria, the gamer's mind activated and calmed me down. I rubbed my eyes and took a few deep breaths and got my emotions under control. I can't wallow in sadness or self-pity. I have to move on. Mom, Dad, Alex, Simon, I won't forget you. But I'm gonna move on. I have to. I'll make sure to live a good and happy life. Please do the same. I hope you guys will be okay. I sighed and quickly finished packing, and when I stepped outside the room, I saw Jozu standing nearby. I used Observe on him immediately for the second time that day. LV, he is a genin who doesn't have much talent but has a good heart. He failed the Chunin exams 3 times and decided to stay genin and do minimum risk missions. He helps out at the orphanage from time to help out Miss Aiko. He is fond of you. More information than the first time. Must be because my Observe has leveled up. Okay, the first thing I gotta do is level up Observe as much as I can, as fast as I can. I mulled. I heard the good news. Although I'm sad to see you leave, I am truly happy for you, he said with a sad smile. Jozu was the one I had memories of the most. He taught the previous Daichi to read and write and told him all kinds of stories that made him laugh. He was like an older brother. Well, at least to the previous Daichi anyway. Still, I couldn't help but feel a small attachment to him. I went to him and gave him a tight hug. Thank you. For everything. He hugged me back just as tightly. After a few seconds, he let go and quickly wiped the few tears he had at the corner of his eyes. This is way too sappy. Real men don't cry. This is supposed to be a happy occasion. Go on. Better not keep Miss Aiko waiting, he said with a big smile patting my back. I smiled, nodding at him, and then made my way to the matron's office. Both Kensei and Aiko were waiting for me at the door of the office. Aiko had a gentle smile on her face and asked, "Are you ready, Daichi?" I nodded and then bowed. "Thank you for taking care of me all these years, Miss Aiko. I'll never forget you." The gratitude in my voice was clear. This was a woman who spent her life serving this village as a shinobi, and then healing others as a medic. And now she spends her days looking after and genuinely caring for children who have no one. I may not know her personally, but this woman deserves my utmost respect. Aiko placed a hand on my shoulder. "Happy birthday, Daichi. This is a new beginning for you, so make the most of it." I looked at her and nodded, then turned to the old man. We both nodded at each other and slowly made our way out of the orphanage. As I set foot outside, excitement, anxiety, giddiness, and all kinds of other emotions welled up in my heart. Like Miss Aiko said, this is my new beginning, and this is also my second chance. I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to give it my all. Get ready, world. Here I come. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 4, Shifang's Restaurant. Chapter 4 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi's POV. I felt the warm rays of the sun on my body, the cool morning breeze gently blowing around me. I was so excited I had a small skip in my step. As I looked around, I saw trees of different shapes and sizes, and various plants of all colors adorning the sides of the road. This village was mesmerizing. There was no pollution in the air here or the screeching noises of the many vehicles that I was accustomed to back in my old world. With every breath of air, it felt like strength was flowing into my body. As I was walking forward, I realized that the orphanage was situated at the outskirts of the Leaf Village. I took a look back to take in the sight of the building. It was different from the one I remember watching in the story. So this must be another orphanage in the village. I remember reading in the description that this orphanage was built by Aiko with her funds and she was the one running it. Quest created, scout out the village. Explore and find out more about the village. Find the different buildings and places in the village, 07. Time limit, 7 days. Rewards, 1000 XP rep increases with Leaf Village citizens. Complete quest in 3 days. New title, bonus. Failure, rep decreases with Leaf Village citizens. Rep decreases with Kensei Yasaji. Accept, YN. I was slightly surprised by a new quest appearing so soon, but quickly accepted after reading the contents. I won't say no to more XP, and with my knowledge and the time limit of 7 days, it would be easy for me to complete it. I looked towards the old man who was walking beside me with a small smile. So where to? I asked. He had a grin when he answered. Why don't we get some breakfast? I know a place that sells some of the most delicious foods in the village. I gave him a nod and looked ahead. He had a serene expression as his left hand used the cane to help him take each step, and his right hand folded behind his back. The old man walked slowly, but had a measured gait. I walked beside him, looking all around me. What the old man didn't know was that I was using my ability Observe on everything that I set my eyes on. Observe, oak tree. A tall oak tree that was planted 33 years ago and is home to various species of birds and rodents. It is 72 feet in height and 8 feet in width. The branches reach up to 105 feet in length. It is a healthy tree and has strong and durable wood, excellent for furniture and carpentry work. The wood of this tree has a small resistance to water. Observe. A hard earthen substance that came from a large rock, mainly used in walls and foundational works. Observe. Squirrel. H18, CP8. A flying squirrel from the species of squirrels. It is 4 years old. They are not capable of flight like birds, but they can glide from one tree to another using their wing-like membrane that stretches from wrist to ankles. Skill Observe's level has risen by 1. Skill Observe's level has risen by 1. Skill Observe's level has risen by 1. As I was using Observe on everything that crossed my path, the level of the skill increased several times. As I kept walking towards the center of the village, I noticed buildings of all shapes and sizes in various colors. The Leaf Village was a mixture of nature and city. The trees and various plants intermingled with the different buildings gave this village an elegant, natural beauty. I saw more and more people walking down the streets, people opening their shops for business. I even saw a few ninjas jumping on rooftops and disappearing as quickly as I saw them. I saw some teenagers in Chunin vests walking past me. I looked around and at everything in wonder. Like a country bumpkin who just entered the big city. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that a few women were looking at me and giggling at my expression. I felt a blush slowly starting to appear on my face. It's breathtaking, isn't it? The old man asked me. Very, I replied. The old man stopped in front of a small store and motioned me to come inside. I read the small sign hanging on top of the store. Shi Fang's Restaurant. As soon as I stepped in, I could smell the fragrance of different foods lingering in the air. It was a small, simple restaurant. Only a few people were dining inside at the moment. Even though the restaurant was simple, it was neat and tidy. With an area of little over 17 square meters and around a dozen sets of tables and chairs, it was indeed a small restaurant. You have found a restaurant. Quest progression, 1-7. I glanced at the blue notification box and slightly smiled and dismissed it. Happy at the small completion of the quest, I followed Kensei to a seat. The old man went to a table at the corner and took a seat while I took the opposite chair. Suddenly, a young man walked out of the kitchen and headed for us. He had a slim figure and fair skin. His long black hair was tied back into a ponytail with a small wool rope. I quickly used Observe on him. Age, 20 HP, 2738, CP, 2023. Shifang is the owner of Shifang's restaurant. Even though he trained in the Shinobi Academy for a few years, his dream was to become a chef like his father. He dropped out during the 3rd year of the academy to pursue his dream. 2 years ago, he inherited the restaurant from his father after he proved himself as a capable chef and owner. He secretly trains his body and senses to improve his cooking speed and skills. Third-person POV. Good morning, Kensei-san. It's been a while. How have you been, my friend? He asked in a jovial tone. I'm good, little she. How's business? The usual. Things won't get hectic until noon, so I'm free for a while. I'm currently looking for ideas on a new dish. Oh? What kind of a dish? The old man asked curiously. He knew that all the dishes here were made by she, and they were all delicious. That's a surprise. That was the only reply he got. The young owner then turned his head and looked to Daichi and asked politely, And who might you be, kid? I'm Daichi Hekima, the boy said with a smile. I decided to adopt him, so now he's my grandson, Kensei added. Rep increases with this. Shifang was surprised and then smiled. Good for you, old man. Guess you won't be so lonely in that house anymore. Now then, what will you two be having? We'll have 2 plates of rainbow dumplings. Coming right up. She left and disappeared into the kitchen. I could smell the fragrance of several foods when I entered this place, so I'm guessing this rainbow dumplings is going to be delicious, huh? Daichi asked, looking at Shi's retreating figure. It is. This place may look small, but I've eaten some of the most delicious foods in my life at this place. Kensei had a small grin when he said those words. Hearing his reply, Daichi got excited to try the dish and was waiting eagerly for it. We have a few minutes before he comes back, so let's have a chat. Kensei's smile disappeared as he said those words. He was calm and collected with no emotions showing on his face. Daichi was only slightly surprised at the sudden change in atmosphere. Even though he smiled and was putting on a cheerful face all this time, he was cautious and had never let his guard down. He knew this was a shinobi village, and he had to be extremely careful with every move he made. He knew from the start, the person adopting him could potentially be an enemy. Until he had the strength to protect himself from most threats, he would tread cautiously. This was something Daichi decided after his meeting with Kensei in the orphanage. Without even realizing it, Daichi's body instinctively shifted into a defensive posture, and the smile and cheerful expression disappeared. He maintained a neutral face, just like the old man sitting opposite to him. About 30 seconds passed by, with neither of them making a sound or movement, each of them looking at the other with expressionless faces. That's what I wanted to see, Kensei said, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Daichi was confused. What does he mean by that? What did he see? Daichi was only pondering these questions for a few seconds before the answer hit him. He suddenly looked at his clenched hands and the defensive posture his body was in. His eyes widened as he found the answer. He didn't react in the way a normal 5-year-old would. Daichi quickly realized that the old man figured out he was no ordinary child, with the way he schooled his face and his body's fight-or-flight response. He realized I'm more than the average kid based on my reaction just now. But what triggered him to test me? I doubt he knows about my gamer ability or its abnormalities. But if he thinks I'm some kind of a spy or a threat and decides to interrogate me or report me, I'm doomed. I have to find out how much he knows and what he thinks I am. I can't tell him who I really am, but playing dumb won't help me either. And if I lie, it would only get me in trouble. It's best to do this straightforward. Daichi quickly looked back to the old man and asked in a serious voice, How long have you known? Kensei looked at the child in front of him and answered, I see you're choosing the direct approach. Good. That's my style too. So how long have I known that you are much smarter and perceptive than a kid your age has any right to be? Isn't that your question? Kensei asked with a smirk. Daichi looked at him and slowly nodded. Since our first meeting, when Aiko told you about the adoption, you had a certain look on your face and a glint in your eyes. Something I've seen on many shinobi who are deep in enemy territories. It was only for a split second, so I doubt Aiko saw it. But I've been a shinobi for most of my life. So when I saw that calculating glint in your eyes, I instantly recognized it. The eyes of someone finding himself in an unknown situation and deciding to take a risk after weighing the pros and cons and to figure out the variables, which in this case is me. And right now your body's reaction to what you perceive as a possible potential threat, the way you reacted to my words, all of that tells me all I need to know. Daichi was freaking out inside his head. Holy crap. Holy crap. This guy is way too perceptive. I knew I might be caught one day, but not on my first day here before lunch. Oh man, what do I do? As Daichi was panicking, a sudden calmness washed over him, and he was able to quickly regain control of his emotions and thoughts. Thank you, Gamer's Mind. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 5. Ambitions, Chapter 5 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei was watching young Daichi's face intently. He saw the myriads of emotions and expressions flashing across his face. Kensei sighed to himself. This kid is smart and intelligent and perceptive far beyond his age, but he is a total newbie when it comes to controlling his facial expression and emotions. Kensei was a bit surprised at how quickly Daichi went from panicking to suddenly keeping a calm face. But he didn't think much of it. He asked with a smug tone. You wanted to see how I'd react, didn't you? Isn't that why you said I'd make a good pirate? Am I right? Daichi was surprised even more. He didn't think the old man would figure him out so quickly. He nodded his head. Yes. That was the only answer he gave. So what now? Daichi asked cautiously. When I woke up this morning, I didn't think I'd be adopting a genius, Kensei said. Confusion ran across Daichi's face. Genius? What are you talking about? Kid, let's not beat around the bush. We both know you're much smarter than those your age. You're keen and perceptive, and have a maturity that's not seen in a 5-year-old. Well, most 5-year-olds anyway. Kensei said as he recalled the faces of the handful of geniuses he had met over his lifetime, and the smile was back on his face. Daichi was listening to him with the same calm expression, but he was relieved inside. Oh, thank God. He thinks I'm a genius and not a spy. I can work with that, but I need to know why he adopted me, what he wants from me. Let's see if this old man is willing to give me the answers. I have 2 questions. Will you answer me honestly? Daichi asked politely. Go ahead, Kensei nodded. Why did you adopt me? Kensei's face turned slightly solemn and had a sad smile on his face. He sighed and answered. You remind me of my son. His name was Hotaru. He was killed in the 9 Tails attack 5 years ago. He and I had a strained relationship, and over the years we drifted apart. When I saw you a week ago with Aiko buying groceries, it looked like I was looking at a young Hotaru. You have such a resemblance to him. I thought you might be his son. But judging from your expression, I'm not, am I? Daichi asked. No. I had Aiko run a blood test. You're not his son. Listen, Daichi, you may not be his son, but I've decided to adopt you nonetheless. I know we may not be related by blood, but from now on I am your grandpa, and I expect you to call me as such. So your reason for taking me in is because I have a resemblance to your long-dead son. Daichi then smirked innocently and continued. Are you sure it's not because you're getting old and you need someone to take care of you? Ha! I'm still in my 60s, brat. It'll be a couple dozen more years before I would need anyone to take care of me. The tense atmosphere between the two instantly disappeared, Kensei said with a laugh. Then he said, he was smart and cheeky just like you. While not a prodigy, he was definitely above his peers. So you see, it's not just your looks that resembles him. Now you know why I chose you. Daichi nodded and smiled at him. Thank you for giving me a home. Now for my second question. Why did you decide to test me just now? I've seen orphan children lead a difficult life. They are extremely cautious towards new people. They are also a bit smarter and more mature than the children of their age. But I doubt they'd be capable of assessing the advantages and disadvantages of an unknown situation and make hard, smart decisions, especially when they only have a limited amount of information. And to do it all in the span of a few seconds while keeping a cool face? Very few kids can do that. So I wanted to see which one you were. A cautious, slightly more mature child, or a genuine genius? Come on, what makes you think I'm a genius? A gut feeling. Besides, you don't talk like a regular kid, do you? For me, it feels as if I'm talking to an adult, he said with a smirk plastered on his face. Daichi didn't answer the rhetorical question. Just then, a tantalizing aroma filled their nostrils, and they automatically looked towards the kitchen. They saw Shifang holding 2 bowls heading towards them. He reached their table and placed the food in front of them. Daichi quickly used Observe on his food. Observe. Rainbow dumplings. A delicious breakfast dish made by Shifang. The inside of the dumpling has 7 layers of vegetables and meat. The ingredients used to make this dish are all of high quality. Shifang uses a special method to cook this dish to ensure that the ingredients retain some of their chakra and most of their vitality. 1 dumpling restores 15 HP and 9 CP. Daichi was incredulous after reading that description. Holy shit. This thing can restore 15 HP and 9 CP. If that's the case, in my current state, just 14 of these things, and I'll be in full health. I definitely need to check out my inventory and find out if it can preserve food. If it can, I am definitely buying a couple hundred of these for a rainy day. 2 white glass bowls with 3 white dumplings each, and some soup poured and chopped onions sprinkled over it. The white and glossy rainbow dumplings were not radiating rainbow colors despite its name. These dumplings were smooth and translucent, and the fillings inside could almost be seen. From the outside, there seemed to be a faint amount of fragrance enveloping the fillings, and made the dumpling appear extremely tantalizing. "Enjoy," she said, and then walked away. "All right. Why don't we table our discussion until after we've had our stomachs filled? Let's dig in. You're going to love this place after you've had a taste of these dumplings," Kensei said. Daichi didn't need any more encouragement, and he quickly took the chopsticks, picked up a dumpling, and placed it in his mouth. As soon as he bit into the dumpling, he could feel a soft, fragrant smell filling his mouth. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the blissful moment for a few seconds. Delicious. He couldn't help but say those words. Both Daichi and Kensei enjoyed the food and ate at a comfortable, slow pace. They ate the 3 dumplings and finished the soup in about 10 minutes. Both of them were completely satisfied with their breakfast. "Happy?" Kensei asked the boy. "Yes. I definitely have to come back here," Daichi replied. "Now then, shall we continue our chat?" Daichi simply nodded to Kensei's question. "I want you to think long and hard before you answer this question. What do you want to be in the future?" Kensei asked in a serious tone. Daichi paused at the question and was about to immediately reply, "A shinobi." But he stopped himself and thought about it a bit more. "What I want, huh? I want to become the strongest, so I'm definitely going to be a ninja. But is that all I really want? I'm in a world full of possibilities and unknowns, and I bet there are a lot more interesting things out there that the story didn't cover. I have the gamer's ability, the best tool for any situation. So theoretically, nothing should be impossible for me. I could learn about all sorts of things." As Daichi was having these thoughts, he looked toward the empty glass bowl in front of him. After thinking for a few more seconds, he made a decision, and he had his answer. Daichi looked at the old man and had a resolute face and gave him his answer. "I am going to be a shinobi. Not just any shinobi, but the world's strongest. But that's not all I want. I want to visit all sorts of places, travel the world, experience all sorts of things, try new things. But what I want the most is to not have any regrets." Kensei heard Daichi's answer and had an understandable expression. "A free spirit." "Daichi, I've been a shinobi for over 4 decades. The years and experiences have taught me that the world isn't black and white. There will be people who will oppose your goals, both outside the village and within, and become your enemy simply because you might become a threat to them. To make your dreams come true and live the way you want, you have to be strong. Stronger than most. If not all. That journey will be extremely difficult. Do you really want that?" Kensei asked in a serious tone. "Yes, I'm prepared. I won't back down from any challenge that comes my way," Daichi replied without a second's hesitation and with absolute resolve. Rep increases with Kensei Yasagi. Seeing the look on Daichi's face, Kensei understood the boy was serious. and he knew the boy understood the challenges that would face him. A strong heart indeed. He had a large grin broadening on his old face. The boy's ambition reminded him of his own when he was a youth. At that moment, Kensei decided he was going to help the boy achieve his dreams. But before he started training the boy, Kensei decided he was going to see just how strong-willed the boy was. If you want to become the strongest, then you're going to need some intense training. Right now, you're 5. I'll let you join the academy next year. So that means we have a year to train and get you to the same level as the clan kids. Now, just because you said you wanted to be the strongest doesn't mean you'll become one. I want to see your resolve when your body feels like it's on fire. Prove to me within the next month that you can do more than just talk big. If I'm convinced, then I'll start your training. Hearing the old man's challenge lit a fire inside him. He wanted to prove to Kensei that he could do it. A new quest suddenly popped up. Quest created, get ahead of your peers. Prove to Kensei Yasagi that you have what it takes to stand at the top of this world. Convince him to start training you within the month, and then train hard and prepare for the academy. Time limit, 12 months, 3 days. Conditions, increase your level to 13 by the time you join the academy. Learn beginner taijutsu and increase it to LV. 15. Learn basic chakra control technique and increase it to LV. 15. Increase your basic body conditioning to L15. Learn beginner shuriken jutsu and increase it to LV. 15. Learn 1 E-rank ninjutsu or more 01. Find out your chakra nature. Unlock any 2 special stats. Rewards 1500 XP plus 1 level plus 3 to all awakened stat points plus 1 LV to all skills plus 12 stat points. Rep increases with everyone. Rep massively increases with Kensei Yasagi. New title. Special reward failure. Dice 2 levels. Rep decreases with Deathloin, the Leaf Village citizens. Rep decreases with Kensei Yasagi. Rep decreases with Academy teachers. Rep decrease with the Rookie 9. New title accept. After reading through the quest, Daichi became excited. He immediately accepted it and was determined to complete it. Right after he accepted the quest, a new one popped up. But the quest box only had a few lines with no reward or failure. Daichi was surprised and confused at the second new quest. Quest created, Path to the Strongest, locked. This quest can only be opened by successfully completing the quest Get Ahead of Your Peers. Failure to open this quest will significantly increase your chances of meeting death within the next 7 years and certain death within 9 years. Well, that's not ominous at all, Daichi thought sarcastically. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6, New Home Chapter 6 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi and Kensei stepped out of the restaurant after paying the bill and headed in a new direction. Why don't we get you some new clothes? I can tell those hand-me-downs are not really your type. Come on. Both the old man and young boy walked leisurely. Kensei had a serene smile as he watched young Daichi take in the different sights. Daichi was looking around everywhere in wonder and using his observe skill on everything. His observe has leveled up even further, and after checking out the level of several shinobi that passed by him, he came to a conclusion. So I can see the level of someone up to 45 levels above mine. And the higher the level, the less information. I can't read the level or stats of any of the shinobi wearing a Chunin vest. Does that mean most Chunin are above level 48? The highest levels I've read until now are Miss Aiko with level 47 and another teenager that just passed by with level 48. But his description said he was someone who's been a Genin for 6 years. But Aiko's description said she was a Chunin. So that means there might be people with stats way beyond what their level shows. Thinking about it, that makes sense. Rock Lee, with his gates opened, would have his physical stats boosted much further than someone of his same level. Okay, I definitely shouldn't underestimate anyone, even if they are the same level or even a few below me. Due to making a logical and smart decision, you have obtained +1 whiz. So it agrees with me. Wait, is this system alive? Are you alive? Daichi shouted in his mind. After several seconds of silence and no reply, Daichi felt like a fool for thinking the system could talk back and answer his questions like a person could. "We're here." Daichi was taken out of his thoughts when he heard Kensei speak. They were in front of a clothing store that was designed with several colors. One could see the different types of outfits in the store from the road through the glass window at the front. The name of the store was Hinshitsu. Kensei opened the door of the shop and it rang a bell. He stepped inside, followed by Daichi. As soon as he stepped inside, a notification appeared. "You have found a clothing outlet. Quest progression, 2 sevens. Nice. Only 5 more to go for the next level." As they went inside, a girl in her late teens greeted them. She was wearing a dress that made her look elegant and beautiful. She had brunette hair that was tied in a bun and was wearing pink lipstick. She had a slender figure and had a beautiful smile on her face. "Hello. Welcome to Hinshitsu. My name is Ichika. How can I help you today?" Observe. Age 18, HP 812, CP 188. Ichika Kentaro is the daughter of Massimo Kentaro. She is currently an employee of the clothing store Hinshitsu. She is a single woman with aspirations of owning her own designer clothing line in the future. She is an average person with no other noticeable aspects. Daichi used Observe and the system showed no interesting facts about the girl. However, that didn't mean he would be impolite when talking to her. "Hello, young one. We're here to buy some clothes for my grandson," Kensei said with a smile. She looked at Kensei and then at Daichi. She had a cute smile. "Ah, what an adorable grandson. Follow me." She turned around and led them to a section of the store that sold children's clothes. "What color do you like?" she asked. "Green, and maybe something in black and red," Daichi replied. She had a tape and took Daichi's measurements and went to get him a few options. Kensei sat in a nearby chair watching the boy. He still remembered the answer the boy gave him. His ambition resonated with Kensei. He closed his eyes and began to reminisce about his past. He didn't know how much time had passed as the memories came and went, but was brought to the present when someone tapped his shoulder. He opened his eyes. He saw Daichi in a new outfit. The kid was wearing a light green shirt with black trousers. "So how do I look?" Daichi wanted to know Kensei's opinion. "Good. They suit you." He got up from his chair and paid the bill, and both of them left. "Let's go home," Kensei said as he started walking in the direction of his house. Daichi followed him. After about a 15-minute walk, they reached a large gate. There was a 2-story house beyond it, situated inside a modest compound surrounded by tall trees. There was a garden in the front with various flowers of all colors growing, but most of them were withered or dying. There was also weed growing amongst them. Kensei placed his right hand on the gate on a specific design and pushed a tiny amount of chakra. The gate opened on its own, neither too fast nor too slow. After they both walked past the gate, it slowly closed on its own. "Wow, that's cool. How did it do that?" Daichi asked. The old man had a smirk when he heard the question. He replied, "An elegant but simple sealing jutsu. If you plan on becoming the strongest, then it's a branch of jutsu you're going to have to study." When Daichi heard it, he was excited. He could imagine all the possibilities with sealing jutsus once he mastered it. Both of them went inside the house. Daichi noted that it was modeled after a traditional Japanese house. It had wooden verandas circling all around with sliding doors. The floor was covered in tatami mats. When he stepped into the room, he noted that it had minimal furniture, quite different from his apartment in his old life. Both of them stepped into the living room. "Welcome to your new home," Kensei said happily. "Thanks, Gramps," Daichi replied. "That's the first time you've acknowledged me as your grandfather." "It is, isn't it? I'm going to stick with it. Although I do prefer you call me Grandpa." Daichi mulled for a few seconds and gave a reply. "Nah, I like Gramps much more." "Cheeky brat," both of them had a smirk. "Come on, I'll show you to your room." Kensei led Daichi upstairs to another room. He slid open the door. It was a simple room with a bed, a table and chair, a full-length mirror, and an empty shelf. A small closet and a bathroom attached to it, and a window that showed the back of the house. All in all, a comfortable room to live in for someone like Daichi. It's almost noon. Get settled and come down in an hour. I'll have something to eat by then. Oh, and happy birthday, kid." he said with a gentle smile, and went downstairs, leaving the boy alone. Daichi got inside and closed the door behind him as he contemplated his situation. He realized the absurdity of the whole thing. Reborn into a fictional world and getting adopted on the same day. He realized that the gamer's mind was keeping him from freaking out. He once again reminded himself that this was his second chance and a way forward. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and let it out after a few seconds. When he opened his eyes, he had a metaphorical fire lit in them. Let's begin. He quickly unpacked his belongings and arranged them. Everything was quickly done in a few minutes. He was ready to find out more about his gamer ability. First things first, let me check out my stats. Status, he said in his mind. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, civilian age, vital, capable child. Level 3, 1000. HP, 195. CP, 155 SP. Primary stats. Strength, 5. Vitality, 4. Dexterity, 3. Agility, 4. Intelligence, 10. Chakra, 3. Wisdom, 9. Special stats, locked. To see the special stats, at least one of them must be unlocked. Unlocking these stats require certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points, 25 Rio, 0. Alright, I only need to think of the options and it appears. Excellent. Wisdom increased by 2. Need to find a way to unlock the special stats quickly. I expected the health and chakra bars at the top. But what's the third? SP. Does it stand for stamina points? That must be it. I have 25 points. So I must have had 15 stat points at the beginning and 5 points with each level up. I think need to check just how many points I get from each level up. Since I can increase stat points by training, I won't spend them now, since they will be difficult to increase when they reach a high enough number, and even if I do, it won't be for the next few days. But before I spend any stat points, I need to figure out what exactly my stats do to my body, and what exactly they increase. Daichi looked at the 7 different stats. Alright, the strength stat is pretty obvious. It increases the strength of the body. I'm assuming vitality would increase my health points and stamina points. I am pretty sure that agility stat is the one that increases speed, so dexterity must help me with something else. Chakra stat increases the chakra points. So does increasing intelligence stat just gives me more intelligence, or does it do more? Maybe a photographic memory? Questions for later. And finally, wisdom. I already know this is the stat that helps me with making better decisions. I remember that in the original gamer story, logical and smarter decisions gave stat points to intelligence. But mine was allocated to wisdom stat. It seems my gamer ability is a bit different from the one Han had, so more wisdom equals smarter decisions. This might help me in games like shogi or go or chess. Do they even have chess in this world? Again, questions for later. Alright, next up, inventory. Inventory. A box with empty slots appeared before Daichi. He had a lot of things to experiment on with the inventory skill. He wanted to know if he could store living creatures and if time was frozen inside the storage dimension. Right now the box showed nothing but empty slots. Daichi took an outfit and brought them on top of the window and watched it disappear. Knowing that it was going to happen and watching it happen were two different things. He took them out of his inventory to see what it felt like and put them back in again. He decided he needed to buy a few things to do more experiments and see the limitations of the inventory ability. Let's see. What's next? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 7. Training 01. Chapter 7 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Alright, next up, skills. Skills Gamer's Mind Passive Max. Gamer's Mind is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. It allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows a peaceful state of mind. This skill also provides immunity to mental disorders. Gamer's Mind is a skill that's already obtained and maxed. Gamer's Body. Max, Gamer's Body is one of the skills granted to the player by the system. While this skill grants a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game, it has certain limitations. Cuts and bruises will be healed based on the physical stats of the user. User receives minimal physical damage from blunt force attacks, only pain for a few seconds, and a loss of HP. But piercing and stabbing attacks have a limited effect on the gamer's body. Sleeping in a bed restores HP, CP, SP. The gamer's body is a passive skill that is already obtained and maxed. Gaia's Blessing, passive LV, max. The great god Gaia has blessed you and bestowed on you a special ability. Gaia's Blessing will ensure that you will always be strong and healthy in your lifetime. Temporary effect gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect. All diseases, poisons, and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. Observe, active, 953%. A skill to find the target's information. Observe is obtained through continuous observation. Higher level of the skill reveals more information about the target. I expected the first two skills and observe, but what's the third one? Gaia's Blessing? Is that how I got a new body? Seems to be a one-time thing, but that permanent effect on the other hand, that's definitely a great blessing. Guess I won't have to worry about terminal illnesses or poison experts. As Daichi was reading the skills, he did a double take. His eyes stopped at the gamer's body skill and he read every line carefully. Receives minimal damage from blunt force attacks, but stabbing and piercing attacks have limited effects. Does that mean if someone pierced my internal organs, they would be damaged? Could those injuries be permanent? No. No. Based on what I understand, Gaia's permanent blessing would counteract all negative status effects and heal damaged organs. But that's one question I'm not eager to confirm the answer to. Still, this could be a blessing in disguise. If people saw me get stabbed and see no bleeding or any external injuries, they would definitely get suspicious. The last thing I want is to end up as a test subject for dissection on an operating table under the scalpels of several doctors, or worse, Orochimaru. After going through everything one more time, Daichi closed all the notification boxes and went to the window in his room. He could see the back of the home. There was a koi pond along with several wooden training stumps. Some of the stumps had targets painted on them. Guess I'll be able to practice my shuriken and kunai throwing skills here. And in another corner, there were rocks of various shapes and sizes. Maybe I can use those for weight training. Time flew by, and after about an hour, he went down to meet the old man. When he got down, he saw Kensei bringing the food. They ate in a comfortable silence and enjoyed the meal. When they finished, Daichi took the bowl from the old man and went to the kitchen to wash it. After washing the second dish, he got a new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuous dishwashing, a skill to wash and clean dishes, dishwashing has been created. Dishwashing Passive 1, a skill obtained through continuous dishwashing. With more mastery, you can clean any dirty spots with more speed. Effects, plus 5% increase in speed. Just as I thought, I can obtain new skills with certain repetitive actions. When he got done, he went back to find his grandpa. Kensei was waiting for him in the living room. He said, "Come, I'll show you the rest of the house." The house had a room dedicated for training and sparring. It was a wide area with a tall stump in the corner. There was also a library filled with books and scrolls of all sizes. When Daichi saw it, his eyes widened in excitement. All that knowledge. "I see you like my library," Kensei said, understanding Daichi's thirst for knowledge. "All the knowledge I have acquired throughout my career is recorded and stored here. For now, I'll let you take the basics, but after you've proven yourself to me, I'll let you have them all depending on your progress." "Thanks, Gramps. I won't let you down." They left and went outside. "This house has some basic defenses. It tells me if anyone unexpected arrives among other things. I've added your chakra to the seal as well. I definitely gotta learn how to do that." "In time." Kensei then looked over to the garden. He had a melancholic expression on his face. "My wife planted those flowers. She built a beautiful garden in memory of my son. But now watching those flowers wither away and the whole place in such disarray..." Kensei sighed to himself. Just then a new quest appeared. Quest created. Take care of the garden. The garden that was built by Kensei's wife is in rough condition. Pull the weeds, fertilize the soil, water the plants, and make the garden beautiful once again. Conditions: plant fresh seeds, water the plants 4 times a week, fertilize the soil, once every 3 to 4 weeks. Weed the garden, once a week. Rewards, 300 XP, rep increases with Kensei Yasaji. Failure, rep decreases with Kensei Yasaji. Except, after reading quest, there is no way I'm rejecting it. By the end of the year, that's almost 15,000 XP. This quest alone would definitely increase my level several times. Daichi accepted the quest, but didn't tell the old man. He wanted to surprise him. Come on, let's take a look around the back. Putting a small smile on, Kensei started walking. There was a medium-sized koi pond and several shuriken target stumps lined. You can train your shuriken jutsu here, and someday in the future, advanced chakra control techniques. So what do you think? It's perfect. Let's get started. I want to start training right now. Kensei smiled at the reply and sat down on the wooden veranda. Do some light stretches. That way you don't pull your muscles. Then start running around the compound. As I understand, you've never had any training in your life, have you? No. Then it's important we find the current limits of your body, and then increase that limit day by day. Show me that determination and willpower. Oh, don't you worry, Gramps. You're not going to be disappointed. Daichi started doing some light stretches to loosen up and get used to his new body. After about 20 minutes, a new notification appeared. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 dex. So stretching exercises increase the dexterity points, huh? Good to know. Control of body and senses. I'll have to look into that. Daichi was feeling small amounts of pain all over his body, but he endured it. After about a minute, the pain he was feeling disappeared. Now that you're all limbered up, take 10 laps around the compound. Quest created. Complete 10 laps. Run 10 laps around the compound before the time runs out. Time limit 20 minutes. Conditions. Complete the run in 20 minutes. Complete the run in 15 minutes. Bonus. Complete the run in 10 minutes. Bonus. Rewards. +200 x 400 XP. Bonus 800 XP. Bonus. Rep increases with Kensei Yasaji. Failure. Rep decreases with Kensei Yasaji. Accept. Daichi quickly accepted the quest, opened up his status window, and started running. But he kept his speed low. His speed was between jogging and sprinting. He wanted to see how long he could keep this up. He knew that with his current stats, completing the bonus parts of the quest would be very difficult, if not impossible. He didn't want to run faster and exhaust himself quickly, so he kept a steady pace, intent on completing the quest, and ignored its bonus parts. As he kept running, he saw his stamina points slowly decrease. He also saw several notification boxes popping up. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 VAT. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained 1 AGI. Watching the notification boxes appear and inform him of his stat growth only made him more motivated. He kept running at a steady pace. As he completed each lap, he was getting more and more tired and his breathing became heavier. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 VEAT. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 AGI. After about 17 minutes, Daichi completed 20 laps around the house. His heart was pounding in his chest and he was breathing heavily. His legs felt like jelly. He saw that his stamina points were in the single digit. Daichi took a walk around the house one more time to calm himself down. Quest complete 10 laps. Completed. Rewards, +230 XP. Rep increases with Kensei Yasaji. Strange. I thought the reward was +200 XP. As Daichi was pondering on this question, it suddenly hit him. The title, Capable Child, it increases the XP reward by 15%. So, how did I do? Even though he knew the answer he asked, still breathing through his mouth, but not as heavily. You just ran 5 kilometers in 17 minutes and 15 seconds. Not bad for a 5-year-old with no previous training. But we definitely have our work cut out for us. Now go sit under the tree beside the pond. Try and meditate. Meditation helps in focusing the mind and rejuvenating the body. Daichi went to the tree and sat under its shade. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He kept his eyes closed and concentrated on his breathing. After a couple of minutes, his mind became distracted with several thoughts, but he once again concentrated on his breathing. With each breath, he could feel his body relaxing. This time, he was able to concentrate for about 10 minutes before he became distracted again. He took a deep breath and let it out, and once again focused on his breathing. This time, he stayed that way as he felt his body once again in a relaxed state. His heart was beating in a calm manner, and the pains he had all disappeared. He didn't even open his eyes when a new notification appeared. He just focused on his breathing and listened to the sounds of his heartbeat. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 8. Training 02. Unlocking a special stat. Chapter 8 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi, wake up. It's time. Those words from Kensei brought Daichi back from his meditative state. Daichi nodded at the old man and was about to get up, but he saw several notification boxes in front of him. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously focusing on your breathing and entering a calm state, a skill to enter the meditative state, Meditate, has been created. Meditate, active LV1, a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 2% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 2% to base CP regeneration per minute, plus 2% to base SP regeneration per minute. Skill Meditate's level has risen by 1. Meditate, active to 34%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions. Helps the user enter a calm meditative state. Increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, plus 3% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 3% to base CP regeneration per minute, plus 3% to base SP regeneration per minute. As Daichi read the notifications, he couldn't help but feel a little smile appear on his face. I'm definitely going to abuse the hell out of this meditation skill. He looked to his stamina points bar and found that it had regenerated to 73 points and was slowly but steadily increasing. Alright, now let's test the strength of your body. Since we're just starting, how about we take things small? 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 50 squats should do. Quest created. Complete the exercises. Complete 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 50 squats before the time runs out. Time limit, 30 minutes. Conditions. Complete the exercise in 30 minutes. Complete the exercise in 20 minutes. Bonus. Complete the exercise in 10 minutes. Rewards. Skill Basic Body Conditioning, plus 300 XP, plus 600 XP bonus, plus 1000 XP bonus. Rep increases with Kensei Yasagi. Failure new title. Rep decreases with Kensei Yasagi. Except Daichi didn't say a word as he heard his Gramps talk. He accepted his next quest and got down and started doing push-ups first. He had the status page opened in front of him. As he completed the 8th push-up, the blue translucent notification box appeared. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained plus 1 STR. Daichi just looked at it and kept going. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained plus 1 STR CES. It appeared again when he was almost done with his first set of the 3 exercises. His stamina points have been reduced to 51. Taking a deep breath, Daichi got into position for the sit-ups. Laying on his back with his legs bent and feet firmly on the ground for stability and his hands locked behind his head, he started his next set. He curled up his upper body all the way to his knees. 1, 2, 3. Daichi started counting in his head as he completed each round. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained plus 1 STR. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained plus 1 STR. By the time he was done, 2 strength stat increase notification boxes were visible. He felt like every part of his body was torn, especially his torso and arms. But after a minute, the pain went away. Daichi saw that his stamina points decreased to 20, and that only a little over 12 minutes were remaining for him to complete the last exercise. He quickly got into position and started the last set. Standing with his feet wide apart, his chest up, he pushed his hips back into a sitting position. He started counting in his head as he went back up each time. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained plus 1 AGI. Daichi was slightly surprised when he saw that it was his agility and not strength that increased, but he quickly realized that this exercise strengthens the leg muscles and improves lower body mobility. As he kept completing each round of squats, he realized that different exercises increase different stats. It seems running increases vitality and agility, and stretching exercises increase dexterity. And it looks like my upper body training improves my strength. Fascinating. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 AGI. By the time he completed the set, his stat went up one more time. Daichi noticed that his SP only had 2 more points left. Quest: complete the exercises. Completed. Rewards: skill basic body conditioning, +345 XP, rep increases with Kensei Yasagi. Well done, Daichi. Above average, acceptable, but definitely needs work. How are you feeling? Kensei asked, smiling. My legs feel like they're on fire. Other than that, peachy. Daichi gave a cheeky reply as he took deep breaths. Kensei smirked when he heard the answer. He liked the kid's spitfire attitude. Basic body conditioning passive, LV1. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects: +1% increase to damage inflicted, +1% increase to movement speed, +1% increase to physical stat growth. -1% decrease to damage taken. Daichi was happy he was able to complete the exercise within the time limit. Even though he couldn't complete the bonus parts of the quest, he received a new skill and some XP. He knew this new skill would increase his stat growth speed over time, and every XP got him closer to the next level. As he looked at the remaining stamina points, he got curious. He wanted to know what would happen if all his stamina got depleted. So he decided to run a lap around the compound to find out. Daichi started to slowly jog, and then he picked up the pace. It was extremely difficult for him to run. His limbs felt like they were made of lead, but he kept going. A few minutes later, his stamina points reached 0. Suddenly, for the first time, a red notification box appeared. Your SP has reached 0. You have reached a special condition. Special stat stamina is opened. +1 stamina. Since one of the special stats is unlocked, you can view the special stat list. This stat increases the stamina points of the player. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward: +500 XP, +75 XP. You have leveled up. Despite being out of breath and struggling to stand, Daichi couldn't help but have a wide grin on his face. Suddenly, most of the fatigue left his body and he felt rejuvenated. He had an idea as to what happened, but he needed to confirm it. With a broad smile, he opened up his status page. Name: Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class: civilian. Age 5, title: capable child. Level 4 on 5th, 3rd, 25. HP: 315 315 CP, 215 and 15 SP, 80, 85, 170. Primary stats: strength 9, vitality 6, dexterity 4, agility 8, intelligence 10, chakra 3, wisdom 9. Special stats: unlocking these stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Sense: stamina 2, indomitable. Charisma, locked. Persistence. Dignity. Luck. Stat points, 30. Rio. Daichi chuckled. So every time I level up, I get half my stamina points. It looks like my primary stats won't go up with each level up, but special stats do. And every level up rewards me with 5 stat points. I'll need to think this through. To see the physical representation of his efforts and to watch them grow was a great motivator for him. He didn't want to stop. One could say he became slightly addicted to training and watching his stat and points increase. He started running at a much faster pace and completed the lap around the house quickly. He didn't say anything to the old man and simply went under the tree to meditate. Kensei had a strange look on his face as he watched Daichi meditate. Is it just me, or did his chakra increase? Increasing one's chakra is not something that can be done in a few minutes with an hour of training. And yet, it feels like his chakra capacity has increased by a small margin. Or maybe old age is catching up to me. Guess I really am rusty if I can't even assess the chakra capacity of a kid fresh into training. Kensei sighed to himself. He was content with just sitting there watching his new adopted grandson train himself. Daichi meditated for about 2 hours. His SP bar was fully regenerated. His meditate skill went up another level. He stood up and did some stretching exercises. He remembered watching different types of them in his previous life. As he got his body limbered up again, he got a notification informing him of his increased dexterity. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 dex. He ran 10 laps around the house, but this time he went at a faster pace than before. There was no quest this time, but he was able to complete the run in 14 minutes, and he was nowhere near as tired as the first time. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 AGI. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 Vite. During the run, he was able to increase his agility and vitality stat by 1 point each. He quickly got down to complete the next 50 rounds of push-ups, sit-ups, and squats. Around the time of completion, due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 STR. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 AGI. He got another stat point in strength and agility, and his basic body conditioning skill also leveled up. As his SP got below 5, he got a notification showing a growth in stamina. +1 stamina. Daichi got under the tree and sat in the meditative pose for the 3rd time that day. By the time he was done, the sun had begun to set. He felt refreshed and happy at his progress on his first day. He got up and went to sit near Kensei. "You've certainly exceeded my expectations," Kensei said with a smile. Rep increased with Kensei Yasagi. "Thanks, Gramps." Both of them sat in comfortable silence as they watched the last rays of the sun disappear. They got up after a few minutes and went inside. The old man had someone deliver their dinner by evening. They ate, and Kensei shared some stories of his time as a shinobi. Both of them retired to their rooms shortly after. Daichi had a lot on his mind, and there were a lot of things he had to confirm regarding his abilities. As he walked upstairs to his room, he looked at his fists and slowly clenched them. He could feel the strength coursing through them. "In one day, I was able to increase my strength by this much. Even though it's a small margin, this was still achieved within the span of a day. Moving forward, I know increasing my stats will become difficult, but if I keep with it, I can definitely stand at top." Daichi slid open the door and went inside his room. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 9. Exploring the Village. Chapter 9 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi went to his room and freshened up. He changed into his sleepwear and got on the bed. He thought about the events of the day. He was still a bit confused on why Kensei thought he was a genius. As he pondered on this question for some more time, the answer came to him. From my perspective, I'm someone who got placed into an unfamiliar territory and is trying to stay undercover. So when someone accuses me of hiding my intentions, I would think that they would think I was a spy or something equally dangerous. But from their perspective, I'm just an orphan child who grew up in Leaf Village all his life. They would attribute my suspicious behavior to paranoia or trust issues. Probably, I think. Still, this puts me at ease a bit. There are a lot of things I want to do tomorrow, but first, let me check out how much my stats have improved. Status: Name: Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class: Civilian. Age: 5. Title: Capable Child. Level: 4, 150, 125, HP: 355, CP: 230, SP: 200. Primary stats: Strength: 10, Vitality: 7, Dexterity: 5, Agility: 10, Intelligence: 10, Chakra through Wisdom: 9. Special stats. Unlocking these stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Sense: Locked. Stamina: 3, Indomitable. Locked. Charisma: Persistence, Dignity, Luck. Stat points: 30. Ryo's your wow. My HP went up by 160 points. So that means my HP points are definitely linked to Strength, Vitality, and maybe Stamina. Need more data to figure out how much each stat increases my HP, CP, and SP. I got 3 stats that reach 10, and the lowest one is Chakra. Need to unlock Chakra next. But I'll have to read up on chakra theory books and how to safely awaken them. I'll do that tomorrow. After I unlock my chakra, I can increase its points with meditation and leaf concentration exercise. Looks like I can't increase the special stats with points. So that means they most probably can be increased through training or other methods. Need to figure out a way to unlock them as fast as I can. Alright, next skills. Skills. Temporary effect gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons, and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. Effects, plus 5% increase in speed. Effects, plus 4% to base HP regeneration per minute. 4% to base CP regeneration per minute. Plus 4% to base SP regeneration per minute. Effects, plus 2% increase to damage inflicted. Plus 2% increase to movement speed. Plus 2% increase to physical stat growth. Minus 2% decrease to damage taken. Observe is on the verge of reaching level 10. And meditate and basic body conditioning have increased by 1. I still have a lot to do. Need to buy some things to experiment and find out the full potential of inventory. And I need to start on the gardening quest tomorrow. Let's see what else. Of course, basic taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. After that, once I increase my chakra control and capacity with the leaf concentration exercise, I'll look into genjutsu. I'll save the E-rank ninjutsu for after that. Since my gamer's body is a bit different, I'll have to figure out its limitations. I got 1 month to impress the old man and another 11 to get ahead of my classmates. Lots of work ahead of me, but if I work smart, I can definitely push the advantages of having the gamer's ability to the max. For the first time in a long time, Daichi was truly happy and looking forward to a new day. He slowly closed his eyes and went to sleep as he dreamed of what his future would be like. Daichi woke up to the sounds of birds chirping and the rays of the morning sun shining through the window. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, and SP have been fully restored. Those words were the first thing that greeted him. He got up from his bed and went to the window. He took in the beautiful sights in front of him. After standing there for a couple of minutes and enjoying the beauties of nature, Daichi went to the bathroom and freshened up. After putting on a new set of clothes, he went down to greet Kensai. As he got down, he saw the old man eating a few dumplings and reading a book. "Good morning, Gramps." "Morning, kid. I had someone deliver those rainbow dumplings a few minutes ago, so eat them while they're fresh and hot." Daichi nodded and went to eat his breakfast. He finished the dumplings in a couple of minutes and then went near his grandfather. "So what are your plans for today?" Kensei asked, his eyes still on the book. "I want to explore the village more, and maybe buy a few things." Daichi replied. "What about you?" he asked. "I'll be here reading my book. It's a fascinating read, and there's 2,000 ryos inside that box. It's yours. Spend it wisely," Kensei said, pointing to a nearby red box on a table. "I will. Thanks, Gramps. I'm going to head out to the library first and then check out a few other places, so I'll be a little late. Make sure to get home before night falls," Kensei said, looking up from his book. "Quest created. Don't be late. Explore the village, but return home by 6 p.m. Rewards. Plus 100 XP. Rep increases with Kensei Yasagi. Failure. Naiga's 100 XP. Rep decreases with Kensei Yasagi. Accept. YN. Daichi accepted the quest without hesitation. "I'll be back by evening. By the way, do you want me to bring you anything?" "No need. I've already bought everything we need for the week." Daichi nodded to his grandfather and went out. Daichi was excited for 2 reasons. 1, he wanted to explore and see more of the Leaf Village, and 2, he wanted to complete his quest. Alright, what to do first? Gonna need to buy a few things to test out my inventory. And I need to start on my gardening quest, but I don't know much about gardening, so a book on that would be nice. Now that I think about it, a book on cooking would be good too. If I can learn to cook dishes that restores my HP and CP, it would be a great boon. Need to unlock my chakra, so I definitely have to go to the library and read a few books on that. No, wait. The old man must have chakra theory books in his personal library. What I need right now is information. I have to find out if there are any changes to the history and events. I need to confirm whether this is the canon timeline, or if I'm living in some alternate universe. Daichi made up his mind and decided to head towards the library. He walked around taking in the sights. A few minutes later, he saw a small bookstall on the side of the road. It was a small store sandwiched between 2 apartment buildings. He decided to check it out. He saw an old man with gray hair sitting on a stool at the front. Observe. Age, 55, HP, 2947, CP 1320. Khan is a former reserve genin. He spent most of his career completing menial missions. He was injured during a scouting mission in the Third World War, which sent him to retirement. He now spends his time as the owner of Khan's bookstore. He is also a secret informant of Jiraiya. He has 2 sons. As Daichi read the description, he did a double take. I didn't think I would come into contact with anyone related to the Sannin so soon. Can't make any mistakes. Gotta act my age and keep cool. As he reached the store, a new notification appeared. You have found a book stall. Quest progression. 3 sevens. Hello, sir. Good morning, Daichi said in a calm voice. Morning. What can I get you, boy? Khan asked. I'm looking for a good cookbook with lots of recipes, and a book on gardening. Do you have any of those? Daichi asked politely. Of course. Hold on. With those words, Khan stood up and searched through the stacks of books piled up. Shortly after, he returned with 2 books. Here, I think these 2 should help. Khan handed Daichi the 2 books. Observe. Cooking for Beginners, a leaf cookbook for beginners, contains several modern and classic recipes made easy. This cookbook includes a comprehensive guide to kitchen essentials, prep and cooking techniques, 100+ tasty recipes. This cookbook simplifies complex cooking techniques, which makes it perfect for beginners. Observe. A Gardener's Guide. This guide will introduce you to the fundamentals of horticulture, whether you are an amateur or a seasoned gardener. It covers every aspect of creating, managing, and working in an organic garden. This book is excellent for beginners who are looking to build their own garden. After looking over the description of the 2 books, Daichi was satisfied. He flipped open a few pages and glossed over them. After a minute, he closed the book and said, These will do. How much? 350 Ryo. Came the reply. Daichi paid the amount and was about to leave, but he saw a few bags and different types of sunglasses hanging at the back of the store. One particular type of sunglass caught his eye. It was round, with black tinted shades and a green frame. That glass reminded Daichi of the steampunk-type glasses. He also decided to buy a black backpack to keep his books. After having Khan bring him the 2 things, he paid an additional 180 Ryo and left the store. Observe. These sunglasses are uniquely stylish and can enhance the wearer's aesthetic appeal with ease. The craftsman who made these glasses was said to have been inspired by a retro, futuristic science fiction novel that depicts technology never before seen in this world. This is a medium-sized sunglass with stylish green frames and round shades. Observe. An item that is commonly used by travelers and students. A simple frameless backpack with above-average aesthetic design. This is made of cotton fabric and coated with wax. Although this backpack has excellent waterproofing, it cannot withstand all abrasions. He put the books in the bag and put on his new sunglasses. The main reason he bought a sunglass was to make sure no one saw the movements of his eyes. Daichi didn't want people to know that he was reading something that was invisible to them. If someone perceptive saw Daichi reading the notification boxes or the quest contents, which are invisible to them, they would either think he was crazy, attention-seeking, or had some kind of special ability, none of which could be good for him. This way, he could reduce the risk of someone finding out about his powers. This was his thought. He continued his walk to the library. He asked for directions a couple of times, and after 30 minutes, he finally reached his destination. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 10. Library and Ichiraku Ramen Chapter 10 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. After about half an hour of walking and asking for directions, Daichi finally reached his destination. A tall building stood in front of him. Beside its entrance doors stood the words Leaf Village Library. Based on the geography, the library is almost in the middle of this village. A public library accessible to all villagers, just what I need right now. Alright, first thing to do is read up on history. Make sure there are no unexpected surprises. I'm not sure if there is a restricted section in this place. I'll just check out what's public. Making up his mind, Daichi went into the library. The moment he went inside, a notification appeared. You have found Konoha Library. Quest progression. Dismissing the notification, he observed the place. The building had 3 floors with several shelves on each one. He could see several tables and chairs and saw a few people reading or taking notes. And at the front of the library, there was an old lady sitting behind a desk reading a book, giggling to herself. Daichi couldn't get any information after using Observe on the woman, but he could make a few guesses. This woman looks like she's over 50 years old. I don't recognize her from the story, so she must not be that important, but judging from the fact that I can't see her level or information, she must be high chunin or jonin. In hindsight, that should have been obvious. The village wouldn't keep someone weak in charge of their information. Although, since this is public, I doubt I'd find anything dangerous or classified here. As the library had several sections dedicated to many subjects, Daichi decided to ask the librarian the location of the history books. She pointed to a shelf in the corner and resumed her reading. Daichi came upon a small shelf filled with books of various sizes. He looked at the titles of each book. After a minute, he took several books, went to a nearby table, and started reading. He found a book that depicted the founding of the village and the different clans that joined shortly after. Although there was some information that Daichi knew from his past life that was not included in the book, there was some that he didn't know. But they were mostly common knowledge and unimportant. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 anti-TNT fats. While reading the books, he got a stat point in intelligence. He read through several books as the hours passed by, from the First World War to the Third World War and to the Nine Tails attack. He also read about the several clans that reside in the village. After reading all the books he found interesting, he had an understanding of the time period he's in, and a solid knowledge about the Leaf Village. There doesn't seem to be any major changes to the story. The history is the same as the one in the story, so everything is the same until now, but since I'm a wrinkle in the time, the changes should start to take place from this point forward. But I don't plan on doing anything big, so the timeline should stay relatively the same. Right now, my biggest advantage is my future knowledge. According to these books, the Leaf Village was formed around 70 years ago, and the Nine Tails attack was 5 years ago. Then, based on my memories, the Uchiha clan gets annihilated almost 3 years from now. And since I'm joining the academy next year, there's a chance I'm in Sasuke's year group. Unless I'm mistaken, Sasuke joined the academy 2 years before the massacre. The Uchiha massacre, huh? Should I tell someone? No. The events are already in motion. Nothing I do will change that. And if I do anything, it will only bring attention to me. Obito, Danzo, the Hokage, Itachi, all of them are dangerous. But the most dangerous one is Black Zetsu. He keeps an eye on everything. Definitely can't get on his radar. Not till I'm ready anyway. And even in the 1 million possibility that I somehow prevent the clan massacre, that will affect who Orochimaru will target. He most probably will go after Sasuke even if the clan were alive, since he's Itachi's brother, and has a lot of potential, but he will definitely switch targets if he can't get to him. Not to mention the ripple effects of the Uchiha clan being alive. Just thinking about all this gives me a headache. Daichi thought long and hard about the choices he's going to make, and came to a hard decision. My first and most important priority should be my life and my survival. I'm not going to jeopardize that. It may seem selfish, but I already had one life taken away from me before it could truly begin. I won't let that happen again. I'm truly sorry, Sasuke. I'm not going to do anything or say anything that puts me at risk. It seems the destruction of your clan is truly inevitable. Maybe one day I'll make this up to you. Now I understand where the phrase ignorance is bliss comes from. Having knowledge of the future is a blessing, but at the same time it's also a curse. Even though I'm in no way responsible for the horror that's going to happen, I still feel like shit for not doing anything. Daichi sighed to himself and shook his head slightly. I need to clear my head. He took a look at the clock. It's past noon. I've spent almost 5 hours here. Time to go. As he started sorting the books back in their places, he thought about what he should do next. Need to complete the quest Explore the Village as soon as possible. And I need to start on that gardening quest too. I'm starting to feel a little hungry. I'll head to Ichiraku Ramen first. Have some of that delicious ramen. Then I'll head to the Hokage Rock and take in the view. My last stop will be the Yamanaka flower shop, and I'll buy the flower seeds and fertilizers. I can't waste time by blindly going in any direction, and asking people for directions will take a little longer than I want. I need a map. Daichi went to the librarian. She was reading a book and lightly giggling. Looking at the cover, Daichi could make out the name of the book. Icha, of all the people I run into, still, a woman of culture. Respect. Daichi mentally saluted. Hello, miss. The old lady looked up from her book. She had a small blush on her face. What is it? Do you have a map of the village you could sell me? Why do you need a map? She asked more out of boredom and a slight curiosity. I want to visit the Hokage Mountain and the Yamanaka flower shop. I also hear there's a tasty ramen stand somewhere, but I'll be wasting a lot of time trying to find the places if I don't have any idea of where I'm going. Daichi replied. So I need a map. Got one? She looked at Daichi for a few seconds and then nodded her head. She took out a map that showed the several important places of the village. There were several famous landmarks and buildings marked on the map. That will be 100 ryo. Handing out the money, Daichi took the map and left the library. There were several locations marked on the map. Location of clan compounds, famous landmarks, historical and important buildings, and famous shops. His first stop, Ichiraku Ramen. Looking at the map, he had a good idea of where he was, and following the directions marked in the map, it didn't take him too long to reach the place. In front of him stood a small, unassuming store, but it's one of the most iconic places in this world, at least in his perspective. You have found Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Quest progression. 5-7? 5-7s? Ichiraku Ramen. I can't believe it. Daichi couldn't help but chuckle to himself at that. This is so surreal. Well timed to see just how tasty the ramen really is. He stood there on the road for a few seconds, taking in the view, and then slowly went inside. He took a seat and waited. He saw a couple of people eating ramen on the other side. A few seconds later, a man who looked to be in his mid-40s came from the kitchen and looked towards Daichi with a smile. Observe, age 43, HP 1255. CP 2187. Tochi is the owner of Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant and a ramen chef. He is a kind and jovial man who started making ramen in his early teenage years. He devoted his life to making great ramen and years later opened the Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. He has a daughter named Ayame. He has a slightly good impression of you. Hello, young man. Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen. My name is Toichi. What can I get you today? Hello, sir. My name is Daichi. I heard your ramen tastes delicious, so I'm really eager to try it out, Daichi said politely. Rep slightly increases with Tochi. Tochi beamed at the praise. He was happy whenever someone praised his ramen shop. I'll make sure not to disappoint you, young man. So what will you be having? Any preferences? Daichi already had an answer to that question. The first ramen he was going to try would definitely be that one. 1 bowl of miso ramen with pork, please. 1 bowl of miso ramen with pork coming up. Please wait. With that, Tochi went back to the kitchen to prepare the ramen. Daichi sat quietly thinking about his circumstances and got lost in his thoughts. Everything that was happening still felt almost impossible to him. After about 15 minutes, Tochi returned with a bowl of ramen in his hands. He placed it in front of the young boy. Here's your ramen. Enjoy. With that, he left. Observe. Miso ramen with pork. A delicious ramen dish made by Tochi. Miso ramen seasoned with miso paste. It has a nutty, umami-rich flavor that increases the taste of the soup base. The broth is made from pork bones, several vegetables, and seasonings. This ramen has 6 slices of perfectly cooked pork belly, 1 boiled egg, noodles, and additional toppings like green onions, Naruto fish cake, and menma, preserved bamboo shoots. 1 bowl of ramen restores 11 HP and 4 CP. Skill Observe's level has risen by 1. Daichi dismissed the notification and was admiring the food. This looks absolutely delicious. Smells really great, too. Thank you for the meal. Picking up the chopsticks, Daichi slowly started eating the ramen. I can understand why Naruto would come here every chance he gets. This is really tasty. So how does it taste? Tochi asked with a knowing smile. Daichi swallowed and answered, absolutely wonderful. The guy who said your ramen tastes good was underselling. This is really delicious. Daichi praised the old chef. Rep increases with Tochi. Glad you like it. With that, Tochi went back to the kitchen with a happy smile, and Daichi resumed his eating. He slowly ate the noodles and pork and savored the broth. He wanted to enjoy the first ramen he had at this place. After about 20 minutes, he was done. He chatted with Tochi about the various ramen dishes he served, then paid the bill and left the place with a promise to come back and try each one. "I'm so happy right now." Daichi had a silly smile on his face as he slowly walked. "All right, now that I'm full, next stop, Hokage Mountain." Daichi took out the map from his bag and looked at the fastest route to the Hokage Mountain. As he was carefully looking at the map, a blue box appeared in front of him. "You have acquired a map and successfully reached one of the destinations marked on the map. Conditions for activating mini-map reached. Future maps and locations visited will automatically be added to mini-map." As Daichi looked over and dismissed the box, a holographic round map appeared on the right bottom side of his vision. He was marked as a green dot, and based on his movements and change in directions, the map would adjust its position. Every other person on the map was marked white. Daichi had a small rush of information coming to his mind. He had now memorized every route and location on the map. After the information flow subsided, a smile came to his face and a single thought ran through his mind. "I really do love the gamer ability." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 11. Hokage Monument, Chapter 11 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. With the standard map of the Leaf Village memorized and Daichi's location and directions showing in real time as a holographic map, reaching the Hokage Mountain was easy. As he reached the base of the mountain, he could see the Academy building. It was the place where Daichi would be learning about being a shinobi starting next year. As he neared the building, several blue notification boxes appeared. "You have found the Academy. Quest progression 6/7s. You have found the Hokage Monument. Quest progression 7/7. Quest scout out the village. Completed. Rewards: 150 XP rep increases with Leaf Village citizens. New title: Explorer. This title gives the ability to locate hidden dungeons and dungeons keys. Increases chances of finding various hidden locations by 35%. Yes, I thought I would have to go to the Yamanaka flower shop to complete the quest, but I'm not going to complain if my tasks get easier. Since the Academy is a special location, just finding the place must have been enough for the quest to progress. Daichi could see the stairs that lead to the top of the Hokage Monument. Since I'm here, I might as well go to the top and take a look. He slowly climbed the stairs. Since it was somewhat of a long trip, by the time he reached the top, he got a small increase in one of his stats. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 VM. He stood on top of the first Hokage's head, took off his exotic sunglasses, and looked at the village. What he saw took his breath away. A giant, magnificent village, perfectly blended with nature, was staring back at him. Only now did he understand how truly big the village was. Kishi-san created something truly beautiful, and it became a reality. Daichi was mesmerized by the sight. He could see the giant wall surrounding the village, giving it a sense of security. He could see the different ninjas going about their way, the houses and shops of all shapes and sorts. The village that holds the title of the strongest and most prosperous among the Great Five. He suddenly realized he was standing atop where legends once stood. This is where the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha made history. Two children of opposite sides unexpectedly met and became friends. The loss of their loved ones forced them to break the chains of their clan ideology. They dreamed of a place where people could be safe and enjoy peace, and they became strong enough to make that dream a reality. They set their differences aside and together founded the Hidden Leaf Village. For a short time, they found the peace they so desperately searched for. The first trained the third, and the disciple of the third trained the fourth. Some mistakes were made along the way by all the 4 Hokages. But whatever they did in the belief that it would protect their home. Even Madara, for all his faults and arrogance, all he wanted was to protect his clan. Even the current plan he's put in place, no matter how foolish, misguided, or cruel, is in the notion that it would bring peace to the world. Daichi stood there looking over the village in a daze. His mind flashed through all the memories he had of this place as Daichi and as Thomas, of living in this village and interacting with the people in it and reading about an amazing story and the sacrifices the characters in it made. He thought about the 11 clan kids currently living a carefree life, but would one day stand strong to defend the village and the world against the coming threats. And most of all, the blue-eyed protagonist who, despite all the hate and suffering he endured, became the protector of not only the village, but this entire world. Without even realizing it, a few small tears dropped from the corner of his eyes. A small smile came to his face as he closed his eyes. I was arrogant. I've been given a second chance and an ability that would help me become strong. But that made me arrogant. I felt like I was the center of the universe, but I have to remember that I'm not. Not only that, on some small level, I still regarded the people here as characters from a comic book. I didn't take them as seriously as I should. This place, the people living in it, this entire world, they are real. Just as real as I am. This is my story, and I'll do my best to stand at the top, but I should remind myself that I'm not the only one living in this world. This is their story too. Once Daichi opened his eyes, he slowly let out a breath. His mind became clear and refreshed. The arrogance that he didn't even know existed inside him vanished. A new notification box appeared in front of him. Due to having a brief enlightenment, you have obtained +1 WIS. Are you all right, young one? At that moment, Daichi heard someone behind him, and he was slightly startled. When he turned around, his eyes widened as he stared at the man. For in front of him stood one of the most important and influential person in the world. Third Hokage. His voice barely above a whisper, but was heard by the two. A few minutes ago, the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was looking over the reports of several Genin and Chunin teams currently active. In his hands held the file of one of his talented ninjas, Iruka Umino. He read the history of the young teenager, his capabilities, progress, and his skills. It always filled his heart with pride to see the young stand on their own feet and prosper. He imagined the day when he too would hand over the hat to someone capable and strong once more. After reading over everything a second time, he placed the file down and took the next one. The next folder he took was a thick one. When he opened it, his heart became heavy. The photo of a stoic boy who hasn't even become a teenager was on it. It seems Fugaku is serious about pushing his son into becoming a Chunin as soon as possible. He looked at the somewhat thick file of Itachi Uchiha. The request for entering Itachi into the Chunin exams was in front of him. The relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has not been good. Not since the attack. They have been one of the backbones of this village since its founding, and yet things have turned out like this. I have to mend the hate between the clan and the people of the village, before it's too late, or I fear for what's to come. He stood from his chair and walked to the window of his office. Looking out, he couldn't help but sigh sadly. Minato, why did you have to leave so soon? He thought about the missions the young Uchiha has completed since becoming a genin. He is a talented child. He had the abilities to graduate in less than a year. A genius beyond measure. But just because a child is capable and able to graduate early, does that mean they should? All the violence, ugliness, and cruelty of this world. Itachi graduated in a single year and became a ninja from an early age. He had to watch his teammates die on the mission, and he was forced to take lives. What does it do to someone like him? What would he turn into? His thoughts brought to mind the face of another genius, one he personally nurtured and loved, and became one of his greatest regrets. He sighed again. I'm getting too tired for this. I need to get some fresh air. I'll take a walk. Maybe visit Naruto and see how he's doing. He slightly flared his chakra in a particular pattern. A ninja wearing a mask with the pattern of a bull appeared kneeling. I'll be heading out for a while. Reschedule the remaining appointments I have today for tomorrow. Yes, Lord Hokage, came the reply. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked out the office and slowly walked out the building. The people who saw him greeted him with smiles. and the ninjas bowed in respect. He stood near the entrance of the ninja academy and looked ahead, lost in thought. A new batch of students is going to join the academy soon. I need to make a decision regarding the graduation age soon. He mind raced about all the things he had to do. He looked up to the first two faces on the mountain. He looked at the second face. Tobirama-sensei, I have an idea as to what your response would be to the Uchiha situation. But, Hashirama-sensei. He looked at the face of the first. I wonder, how would you solve this problem? Without even realizing it, his feet took him to the top of the mountain. As he stood there, he saw a young boy, no older than 5 or 6 years old, in his estimate, standing on top of the first Hokage's head and looking a little melancholic. The Hokage could feel the agitation of his tiny chakra reserves. A civilian child who has yet to learn to consciously use his chakra. He saw a few tears rolling down the cheek and the child closing his eyes. He was about to go over to console the young child, but in just a few moments, Hiruzen could feel the chakra that was agitated a few seconds ago become calm. He was astonished. A young child with this much control over his emotions. I have only seen a rare few. When he saw the child open his eyes, he was once again shocked. He could see the wisdom of someone beyond their age in those eyes. His curiosity got the best of him. He had to know who this child was. He went near the boy and asked, "Are you all right, young one?" He was slightly amused to see the startled reaction of the child. The boy turned around, and when the child saw him, his eyes widened in surprise, and the Hokage could see recognition in those eyes. "Third Hokage." The boy spoke in a small voice. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fableverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Donors may suggest a novel for narration. If it meets our restrictions policy, we will consider posting the first 100 chapters. Chapter 12. Hiruzen and Daichi, Chapter 12 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi quickly calmed down. Thank you, Gamer's Mind. He immediately bowed and respectfully greeted the Hokage. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Third Hokage. He straightened and looked at the old Kage. Observe. Daichi wasn't surprised his observe didn't reveal anything. The third Hokage holds the title God of Shinobi, the Professor, and more. A powerful Kage even in his old age. Need to be careful with what I say. All of these thoughts flashed by in an instant. Hiruzen chucked. What a polite child. He had a gentle expression on his face. Are you all right, young one? Why were you crying? Daichi was surprised to hear the question. Crying? He brought his hands to his cheeks. He could feel the remnants of tears on his fingers. He didn't even realize it. Hiruzen wanted to know what would make a young child feel such a strong emotion. It's nothing, Lord Hokage. I was just thinking about some things. Daichi replied, not wanting to give away anything. I need to be cautious. That must have been some pretty deep thoughts. Hiruzen walked forward and stood next to him. Both of them looked at the village. What do you see? He asked after a few seconds of silence. Although the question was simple, Daichi knew it was anything but. He was quiet for a few seconds and gathered his thoughts. He could give the normal answer, the one expected of a child his age. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. A crazy, wild idea that if it worked would help him immensely. After a few seconds of contemplation, he made a choice. He was going to take a giant gamble. If it succeeded, it would help him through the years to come. If it didn't, he didn't even want to think about that. With steely resolve in his choice, he replied in 4 words, peace, harmony, and sacrifice. Definitely not an ordinary child. Tell me more. What do those words mean to you? The aging leader was curious about the mentality of the child near him. Hearing the question, Daichi slowly took a breath, and after a moment let it out. He wanted to be absolutely sure and careful of the words he was going to say. I read about some of the history of the time before the founding of the village, the Warring Era. A time when everyone fought each other with no mercy. Anyone who wasn't one of them was considered an enemy and would be killed. Even children. Daichi paused for a moment and continued. But all of that changed when the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan put aside their differences and joined together to form the village. A safe place where their descendants could grow up without fear of death. A place where people could call home and their children could grow up happily. The world followed their example, and peace was achieved. Taking a short pause, Daichi continued. Then when several clans all over the land, who wanted to experience that peace, joined the village, and each clan working together with the singular goal of protecting the village, it brought harmony. The Hokage turned to look at the child. His face gave away nothing as he listened. And finally, sacrifice. The ninjas giving their lives in battle to preserve the peace and safety of the village, like the first, second, and fourth Kages did. Daichi turned to look at the Kage. That is what I see when I look at the village. Hiruzen was expressionless as he listened to Daichi's words. He was scrutinizing the boy's chakra throughout the conversation. He couldn't detect a single chakra fluctuation that indicated the child was lying. Otherwise, he would have thought the boy was just saying these words to gain his favor, or trying to manipulate him using his ideology. But when Daichi looked him in the eyes, he was sure of it. This child, he's not lying. And moreover, he understands and embodies the philosophies of the first. Rep massively increased with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rep increased with Genma Shiranui. Rep increased with Raido Namiashi. Rep increased with Iwashi Tatami. Due to making a clever and calculated decision, you have obtained +1 whiz. Daichi didn't even look at the notifications that appeared. He looked straight at the Hokage with a serene expression. When Hiruzen asked the question earlier, he didn't expect a childish reply, but he also didn't think he would get such a profound answer from the child. He was shocked. It feels like I'm looking at a young Itachi all over again. Ha! For the first time in a long time, Hiruzen let out a hearty laugh. Daichi was a bit flabbergasted as he looked at the laughing old man. Lord Hokage? He didn't get an answer. Hiruzen had a grin on his face as he stopped laughing. What is your name? Daichi Hekima. What do you want to be in the future? At this question, Daichi grew a grin that matched the Kage. I'm going to be a ninja. Are you joining this year? Hiruzen asked. No, next year, was the reply. Both of them had a smile and turned to look towards the village, both of them standing in comfortable silence, thinking about the conversation. The first Hokage was someone who thought the same. It was his philosophy. Peace through cooperation. It was a lesson he passed down to me, to his clan, and to the village. Hiruzen didn't say anything more. At that moment, he made an important decision regarding the future of the village. Itachi had a kind, innocent, and gentle heart, but this world took that from him before he could even reach puberty. I won't let that happen again. As Daichi looked on, he suddenly remembered the things he had to do and buy, and the simple quest he had to complete. Lord Hokage, I promised my grandfather I would get home soon. May I be excused? Hiruzen smiled. Yes, get home safely, Daichi. He watched Daichi leave with a smile on his face. Genma, he called out. A shinobi wearing the standard Jonin uniform appeared behind him. He was one of the Hokage guards tasked with watching and protecting him all day. What do you make of him? The old man asked, wanting to know his shinobi's impression of the boy. He is unusual. Based on his chakra, he's definitely a civilian. But his control over his emotions is better than the average adult who doesn't have any training. But I couldn't detect any deception in his words. And he doesn't speak like a child his age. It's the way he spoke about the topic. To me, it felt as if I was listening to an adult. Genma took a pause and then continued. And it seems he can understand complex concepts that would baffle even some. There is a great possibility he could be a genius, but it would depend on his performance in the academy to determine that. Hiruzen nodded to the assessment. Find out everything you can about the boy. I want that information within 24 hours. Yes, sir. With those words, Genma vanished. If the next generation is anything like him, then when the time comes for me to depart this world, I'll be happy knowing that the village will be in good hands. I'll go see Naruto and take him out for some ramen. With that, the Hokage started making his way to Naruto's home. Daichi got down the steps and reached the base of the mountain. He took a look back at the mountain faces, put on his sunglasses, and then turned around and walked. His next destination was the Yamanaka flower store, his mind running a mile a minute. Going through every word and every instance of the conversation he just had with the most powerful person currently in the village. Daichi only now dismissed the several notifications that were in front of him. I can't believe it worked. I was able to gain his attention in a good way. Now, when I join the academy, I won't have to hold back much. I won't show everything, but I'll definitely take the top spot every year by a good margin. And if any unsavory characters like Danzo comes after me, the Hokage would be more motivated than usual to shield me. After all, in his eyes, I just became a promising talent that holds the values and ideals of him and his teachers. He mistook my mental maturity for genius talent, the same mistake Kensei made. One of the many perks of having a child body, I suppose. People rarely take you as a threat. Daichi was cunning. Every move he made, every word he spoke, since the instant he recognized the Kage, was careful and calculated. The whiz stat increase proved it to him. Daichi knew the old Kage had a kind heart and a soft spot for children, so he used that information to his advantage. After that conversation, he will be more than curious. He'll definitely send someone to investigate me. Probably one of the guards following him. I wasn't expecting the Hokage's platoon to be there, but it's all right. They'll start with the orphanage and Aiko. But I don't think there will be a problem. Based on the memories I have of before my awakening, I was still smart. Maybe not genius level, but I definitely learned things at a much faster rate than the other children. And Aiko has a good opinion of me. And since I only got adopted yesterday, I doubt they'd bother the old man. There is also a chance they'll trace my steps to the library. No, they definitely will do it, and they'll find the books I've read. Daichi thought about the gamble he just took, and the reasons for doing it. If I didn't have the gamer's mind to keep my emotions in check, I don't think I could have pulled it off, and I wouldn't even have tried it. He's a censor shinobi, from what I can remember, and a good one at that. So I needed a calm mind to make this work, and I did tell him the truth. I just didn't tell him the whole truth, but nor did I lie to him. He walked the road looking all around him. The people. Both ninjas and civilians. He saw the smiles on their faces as they chatted with their friends, families, neighbors, teammates. He looked at the team of genin that passed him by. Every word I said was what I truly believed about the village. But the last part, sacrifice. I know the ninjas of this village are willing to give their lives to protect this place. Well, most of them anyway. But that's not the case for me. I'm not going to sacrifice my life for this village. But I couldn't tell him that. He just assumed it would be something I would definitely do based on my words. This is my second chance. I want to be a little selfish. Is that so wrong? I want to live a long life, enjoy everything this world has to offer. There is a good chance that when I'm strong enough and dealt with the coming threats, I'll leave this village and travel the world. But until that day comes, I'll need as much protection as I can get. What I did, it was necessary, but I hope this won't have any negative consequences in the future. There was one more reason he made this move, but he wasn't sure if it would work. No longer thinking about the matter, Daichi kept walking. He wanted to see his progress and see how far he'd come. He opened his status and skill page. Name, Daichi Hegamer. Class, Civilian, age 5. Title, Capable Child Explorer. Level 4, 1325. HP, 355 CP, 230 SP, 210. Primary stats. Strength 10, Vitality 8, Dexterity 5, Agility, Intelligence, and Chakra 3, Wisdom 11. Special stats. Stamina 3, Indomitable, locked. Charisma, Persistence, locked. Dignity, locked. Luck, locked. Note, unlocking special stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Stat points, 30. Ryo, 1300 skills. Temporary effect, gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons, and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. Effects, plus 5% increase in speed. Effects, plus 4% to HP regeneration per minute, plus 4% to CP regeneration per minute, plus 4% to SP regeneration per minute. Effects: 2% to damage inflicted, plus 2% to movement speed, plus 2% to physical stat growth, minus 2% to damage taken. After reading everything, he closed the panels and kept on walking. Daichi didn't know it at the time, but one of the 3 guards took an interest in him. He was looking forward to seeing how Daichi would perform in the academy, and he would one day become one of Daichi's 2 Jonin instructors. But that is a story long into the future. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 13. Yamanaka Flowers. Chapter 13 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Leaf Village Streets. As Daichi was walking down the road, he took out the horticulture guidebook he bought earlier. He started going through the book. It not only had instructions on how to grow and maintain a healthy garden, but also information on several kinds of flowers, how to grow them, their uses, and what they represent. Since this was his first personal project, he wanted to make this memorable. He wanted to start from scratch. Daichi was planning on buying the seeds of a few plants and growing them and then expanding. Daichi remembers seeing the remnants of the flower lilies in the garden. He decided that would be one of the flowers he would buy. As he looked through the different flora that are native to this land, 2 caught his attention. The first plant was daffodil, the flower that symbolizes rebirth and new beginning. Daichi felt that this flower perfectly represented him. Someone who was reborn and was given a new beginning. The second one that caught his attention was agrimony, the flowering plant that belongs in the family of roses. This flower represents gratitude and thankfulness. A flower, the young boy decided, would be dedicated to the old man. By the time he was done skimming through the book, he had reached the shop. He entered and looked around. There were a few women buying flower bouquets from the counter at the time, and a couple others who were admiring the displays and having a debate on which one to buy. Daichi took a moment to look around the store. On his right side, there were potted plants of all shapes and sizes. Flowers of all decorative nature were displayed in an orderly fashion. To his left, he saw a glass shelf, and in it several flowers of various attractive colors were arranged. The glass shelf must be for temperature control, Daichi deduced. He then looked towards the front. He wasn't all that surprised to see that the man in charge of the counter was Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan and father of Ino. After the women at the counter left, Daichi walked forward towards the man. Observe skill revealed nothing. This is starting to get irritating. I need to get to at least level 25 soon. Then I'll be able to see the information on someone up to level 70. Daichi was a little frustrated with the constant lack of information he was recently shown, but he didn't show any of that expression on his face. Hello, little man. Welcome to Yamanaka Flowers. How can I help you? Inoichi was a little surprised to see the kid, as young children often don't come to buy flowers alone. But regardless, he was polite since he would be a customer and greeted the child. Daichi slightly bowed and then straightened. Hello, sir. I would like to buy seeds for 3 flowering plants and some fertilizers. Oh, have you decided on which ones you want? Yes, lilies, daffodils, and agrimony. I think we have some seeds for those. Let me check. With those words, Inoichi went through the several boxes on the shelf, and after a couple of minutes found what he was looking for. He also took a small bag of fertilizers and brought it to the counter. Here they are. That will be 500 ryo. Daichi paid the money and took the seed packets and placed them in his backpack. He took the fertilizer bag and thanked the clan head and left the store. At the same time in Aiko's orphanage. Hello, Miss Aiko. It's been a long time. How have you been? Genma asked the orphanage matron. They were in Aiko's office catching up. Aiko had, on a few occasions, healed Genma when she was working as a medic for the village, so they had some familiarity with each other. I have been well, Genma. It's been a long time. If memory serves me right, the last time I saw you was when you were just starting out as a chunin, wasn't it? Now look at you. All grown up and a jonin. How cute. Aiko smiled lightly, teasing him. Genma had a smile and a slight, almost imperceptible blush on his face. When he was young, he had a small crush on Aiko, so when she mentioned his Chunin days, he couldn't help but become a little embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and lightly laughed. So Genma, not that I mind, but what brings you here? Well, I'm actually looking for some information on a child that was recently here. Oh, and who might that be? Aiko was curious. His name is Daichi Hakima. Records at the archive show he was assigned to this orphanage, so if you could show me the file, I'd really appreciate it. Genma had a polite tone and smile on his face the entire time. Aiko, too, had a smile on her face, but she was cautious inside. Even though he phrased it as a request, she knew it definitely wasn't. She knew that if Genma was personally interested in Daichi, he wouldn't ask for the boy's file like this, as there were some restrictions and procedures to follow before seeing them. But since he asked so directly, this must be for the Hokage. But why would he need Daichi's files? He was only gone 2 days ago. What did he do that caught Lord Hokage's attention? She deduced. Hold on, I'll get them for you. She stood from her chair and walked to the filing cabinet. Opening and after looking through some folders, she found the one that was marked with Daichi's name. She took it out and handed it to Genma. Here it is. Can I ask? Is he all right? Is there any trouble or something? Aiko was concerned. Daichi was one of her favorite children. No, nothing like that. I just wanted to check his background information and learn a bit about him. Nothing more than curiosity. The Jonin said nothing more as he started reading the file. He went through the few pages quickly. After about 5 minutes, he asked, Can I take this with me? Sure, Aiko nodded. Do you need anything else? Yes, what can you tell me about him? He asked. What do you want to know? Genma now had a slightly serious expression. Everything. After exiting the flower shop, Daichi went to a pet store to get a mouse, and then to a general shop to buy various miscellaneous items. He wanted to test the capabilities of his inventory ability. Once he got everything he wanted, he headed straight to home. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but Daichi didn't want to delay any longer. He wanted to reach home and conduct his tests and start on his pending quests as soon as possible. He took out the horticulture guidebook and started reading up on the proper ways to plant and germinate the seeds he bought. Within half an hour, he reached home. He closed his book and put it in his bag. He saw his grandpa standing at the front feeding a few birds in a nearby tree. Welcome home, Daichi. How was your day? He asked, while a little bird was pecking food off his hand. It was interesting. I went to the library, read up on a lot of stuff, ate some delicious ramen, bought a few things. Oh, and I also met the Hokage, Daichi said nonchalantly. When Kensei heard that, he was surprised. He didn't think the boy would meet the Hokage on his first trip alone through the village. He was curious, but he didn't ask what they talked about. What's with the sunglasses and fertilizers? The sunglasses because I thought they looked cool, and fertilizers because I wanted to grow that garden you showed me. Rep increases with Kensei Asagi. Oh. Kensei said nothing else. When he was done feeding the birds, both of them entered their home. Quest Don't Be Late completed. Rewards, plus 115 XP rep increases with Kensei Asagi. You have leveled up. Yes. Finally, level 5. Let's see my status page. Status. Name Daichi Hakima. Class Civilian. Age 5. Title Capable Child. Explorer. Level 5. 9700 HP 75. CP 230 SP. 225 primary stats. Strength 10. Vitality 8. Dexterity 5. Agility 10. Intelligence 11. Chakra 3. Wisdom 11. Special stats sense locked. Stamina 4. Indomitable locked. Charisma locked. Persistence locked. Dignity luck. Note: unlocking special stats requires certain actions or reaching specific conditions. Different stats are unlocked with different methods. Stat points cannot be allocated to these stats. Stat points 35 Rio 400. So my wisdom and intelligence comes first, with strength second, and the weakest is chakra. I gotta get to work on that first thing tomorrow. Since level up increases special stats, I need to unlock those quickly. The sooner the better. But the problem is I don't have any concrete ideas on how to do that. Need to come up with some theories. 35 stat points, huh? Yeah. I'm definitely not spending any of that anytime soon. Unless I'm mistaken, stat points get harder and harder to increase with training the bigger they are. So I'll be saving my points for a rainy day. And considering the monsters that roam this world, I should be prepared for a flood. I'm getting low on cash. Hope quests or dungeon run rewards some cash. I'm going to need some untraceable cash in case of an emergency. Got a lot of things to do. Well, no one said it would be easy. All right, Daichi, just take it one step at a time. You can do this. Daichi went to his room to put away his things. He put the mice he bought in a cage and placed it near the table. Then he took the seed packets and fertilizer bag and went outside. He reached the garden that was overrun with weeds and insects. He started cleaning the place. After about 2 hours, he got rid of everything. And since he spent the 2 hours doing physical tasks, due to the continued physical labor, you have obtained +1 VT. He got a stat increase in vitality. Daichi was quite happy with his progress. He then fertilized the soil and planted the seeds. After watering the ground, he suddenly got a new notification. Quest, Take Care of the Garden, is now ongoing. Rewards would be distributed at the end of the week. This quest will expire after 6 years. Since he got a 1-point increase in his vitality stat, Daichi wanted to see what it would do. Status. He opened his status page. Name, Daichi Hikima, the gamer. Class, civilian. Age 5, title, capable child, explorer, level 5, 90-1700, HP 390, CP 230, SP 235 primary stats. Strength 10, vitality 9, dexterity 5, agility 10, intelligence 11, chakra 3, wisdom 11. Special stats: sense, stamina 4, indomitable, charisma locked, persistence locked, dignity lock, luck. Stat points 35, Ryo 400. The last time I checked this, my HP was 375 and SP was 225. But now, with 1 vitality point, my HP and SP increased to 390 and 235. So each vitality point gives 15 health points and 10 stamina points. Not bad. I need to figure out just how much the rest of the stats give, and exactly how the HP, CP, SP are calculated. By the time he was done with all the work, the sun had set and night began. Daichi went to his room and got cleaned up and went downstairs. His grandfather had set the food on the table. Both of them ate and talked about various topics. When they were done, Daichi took the dishes and cleaned them. Skill dishwashing's level has risen by 1. Happy with another skill increase, Daichi went to his grandpa. "Can I take a look at some of the books from your library tomorrow?" he asked. "What sort of books are you looking for?" "Books on chakra. I want to understand and unlock my chakra," Daichi said. "Come with me." With those words, Kensei went to his library. There were numerous books and scrolls with various titles and markings. Kensei went to a particular shelf and took out a few books. These are books on chakra theory and control, hand seals, and the anatomy of the human body. These 3 will do for now. Study them thoroughly. Once you're done with them, place them back here. I will see your progress at the end of the month. With that, Kensei gave Daichi 3 books. Since it was getting late, they both retired to their rooms. Daichi set the newly bought alarm clock to 6 a.m. He was excited about tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 14. Inventory Skill and Chakra Unlocking. Chapter 14 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Ring. The sound of an alarm clock rang throughout the room. Daichi opened his eyes. It was his 3rd day waking up in this world. He got up, turned off the alarm, and got ready for the day. He went downstairs to meet his grandpa. He had his breakfast and went back to his room. There were 2 main things he had to do today: testing the abilities of his inventory skill and chakra unlocking. He took out all the things he bought yesterday. There were several pens of the same shape and size and a couple others that were different. 2 stopwatch timers of the same build. The book on horticulture and cooking, along with the several pairs of dresses he bought with his grandfather the first day. Finally, he took out the small cage with the white mouse in it. "Okay, time to see just what my inventory can do." "Inventory," he called out lightly. A small window with dozens of empty boxes appeared. The first test. He wanted to see if time moved differently in the inventory space. So he set the 2 stopwatch timers and stored one in his inventory while he set the other in front of him. It will take some time to see the results, so he proceeded with the next test. He put 5 pens of the same color and shape, all from the same maker, into the inventory. He saw that only 1 box was taken and saw a multiplier of 5 marked underneath the box. He then stored the remaining pens, but since they were different colors and built, they took up another 2 boxes. So even though they were the same items, pens, since they were different, they took up different spaces. Probably the same for books and other stuff like scrolls or weapons. I also should have several sets of clothes set and stored, for battle, camouflage, stealth, training, and more. Daichi then stored the books on horticulture and cooking in his inventory. Just as he suspected, they took up 2 boxes. Daichi was thoroughly testing the inventory skill because he only had 35 slots. He needed to know if the slots would increase with each level up. He wanted to make sure he had some slots free in case he needed to store something unexpectedly, while at the same time he had all the necessary items he would need. Now time for his final and most important test, to see if his skill can hold anything living. He took the small mouse from the cage and tried to place it in his inventory slot. A red notification appeared. Warning, action denied. Cannot store living creatures. Only exceptions are during special conditions. He put the mouse back in the cage and read through the message again. So under special circumstances, I can store living beings. Need to look into that later. For his final test, he put 2 sets of clothes in 2 slots. Equip. His current outfit changed to the one he imagined instantly. And then he thought about taking the pen, and it appeared in his right hand. When he thought about his inventory, he could see a subspace with all the stored items. It seems he could directly equip clothes and other items from his inventory. It seems I will be able to equip weapons and armor in an instant. A very useful ability indeed. Daichi went through various tests he deemed necessary and was happy with the outcomes. Around 30 minutes had passed. It was time to find out the results of the first test. He wanted to see if there was a time difference between the real world and inventory. He took the stopwatch out to see the time. He was shocked when he saw the time. It's the same time as when I stored it inside, right down to the second. According to this, no time had passed from when I put it in the slot till I took it out, so time in that subspace is frozen. Daichi was very excited. A very powerful ability. I can store foods, all freshly prepared, and they will stay like that as long as it's inside. Looks like I won't have to worry about going hungry or thirsty if I ever end up in an unknown terrain. Daichi's test with the inventory came to an end. It was finally time for him to unlock his chakra and train in it. Kensei gave him 3 books yesterday. One on chakra control and theory, one that explains about hand seals and their purposes, and the last one showing the details of the human body. The reason Kensei gave the book on human anatomy was so he could figure out just how smart Daichi was, and if he could even comprehend a small portion of such a vast subject. If he succeeded, then Kensei would make sure Daichi would learn some basic medical techniques too. But Daichi didn't know any of this. Daichi closed the door to his room. He had forgone exercise this morning because he wanted to be in the best shape when he unlocked his chakra. Daichi took the book on chakra theory and control. He already had an understanding of what chakra was, but that understanding came from his previous life. So he couldn't be sure what was doable and what wasn't. He was going to read the entire book to make sure he understood everything so he wouldn't mess up when he trained with his chakra. For the next several hours, Daichi read through every sentence in the book, committing them to memory. Only after reading the book did he understand that he only had the bare minimum knowledge about chakra. He had gained a far more understanding of the energy he was going to use when he was done with the first book. The book contains several theories on chakra: how to control them, increase the chakra pool, and efficiently use them. It describes several control exercises for beginners. By the time he was done reading the book, he got several new notifications. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +3 int T. You have understood the basics of chakra and thus gained chakra manipulation. Would you like to learn this skill? Not only did he get 3 INT stat points, but also a new skill. He was very happy and accepted without hesitation. Chakra Manipulation, Active-Passive. LV1, this skill allows the user to manipulate their own chakra depending on their chakra proficiency. Daichi now understood how to unlock and use his chakra. He sat in a meditative pose and concentrated. He meditated for some time and then brought his hands to form the ram seal. He concentrated inwards for some time and suddenly he could feel it. In his belly, he could feel a warm energy just waiting to be unleashed. Although it was a small amount. Daichi mentally commanded the chakra to move, and he suddenly felt a rush of energy filling his entire body. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands as if seeing them for the first time. At that moment, several new notification boxes appeared. You have actively used chakra for the first time. You have gained the skills Lesser Chakra Affinity and Lesser Chakra Regeneration. Note, increasing both of the above skills passively increases the level of chakra manipulation skill. Lesser Chakra Affinity, passive LV1. This skill slightly increases the user's talent and ability to use chakra more efficiently. Effects: 5% growth rate of chakra stat, plus 5% strength increase to all chakra-based skills, plus 5% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, plus 10% increase to maximum CP, 9 to 5% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. Lesser Chakra Regeneration, passive-active LV1. This skill gives the user the ability to regenerate chakra at a slightly faster pace. Effects: Regeneration, increased by 5% of total CP per minute, plus 5% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases CP regeneration to 10%. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 CHK. Daichi started moving his chakra throughout his body. It was an arduous task given that he only just began, but he kept going. When his CP almost reached 0, his CHK increased again. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 CH. He was going to wait for his chakra to regenerate at the normal rate so he could understand how long it took. He was going to read the other 2 books as he waited. He took the one on hand seals and began reading. As he read the book and understood new information, due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 int. His int stat kept soaring. By the time he completely read the book, a new skill appeared. You have understood the basics of hand seals, and thus have gained minor jutsu creation skill. Would you like to learn this skill? Booyah! I'm so happy right now. Of course I want to learn it. Minor Jutsu Creation, active L1. This skill increases the user's understanding, talent, and ability to create new ninjutsu and genjutsu. When creating new jutsu, effects: +3% success rate to create new ninjutsu, +3% success rate to create new genjutsu, -3% less CP requirements for new jutsu created. Oh man, I'm gonna abuse the hell out of this skill. Daichi was excited about his latest skill. He had seen many forms of powers and techniques in many stories in his last life. He wanted to recreate some of them when the time came. My CP is fully restored. Time to exercise my chakra. I want to feel it moving through every limb. Daichi sat down and focused. He started moving his chakra from his belly to his arms and then to his legs and back. His chakra was small in quantity, and since it was his first day of training, it was slow to reach the various parts of his body. But as time passed, his control over his chakra got better and better. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 CHK. Skill Lesser Chakra Affinities level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Manipulations level has risen by 1. As he kept training, his skill and stats increased. Once his CP bar was below 20%, he rested and decided to take and finish the final book. The book on human anatomy. It was complicated, and even with his advantage, he didn't understand most of it at first. Daichi mainly focused on 2 things. 1. The chakra pathways system and ways that chakra interact with the organs. 2. The senses and how they function. He read the chapters again and again, and sometimes even took the first 2 books to clarify some doubts that formed. As he kept reading and understanding the anatomy, his INT stat was rapidly rising. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +3 INT. Skill Lesser Chakra Regenerations level has risen by 1. His INT stat had increased by 3 points by the time he stopped reading the book, and the regeneration skill level also increased. He wasn't even finished with 1/5 of the book, and yet he was able to increase his intelligence by such a wide margin. Learning new and advanced information is definitely the best way to improve INT stat. It will take me at least a couple weeks to truly understand and finish the entire book. I can't believe I'm looking forward to studying. He slightly chuckled to himself. Knock, knock, knock. There were several knocks on the door. Daichi, you in there? It was the sound of his grandfather. Coming. Daichi put the book on the table and opened the door. It's almost supper time, kiddo. Come on, you don't want to miss dinner like you did lunch. Kensei looked at him with a knowing smile. What? I spent the whole day here? Daichi was surprised. He didn't even notice the time passing. It was only then he looked at the window and noticed the sun was setting. Kensei smiled. He knew the kid would be busy reading the books and might get lost in it. He suspected as much when he didn't show up for lunch. Since Daichi was studying, he didn't want to disturb him as well. It was only then, when taking a closer look at Daichi, that Kensei noticed something peculiar. No way. His chakra level has increased. Definitely much greater than before. He had to know what happened. Daichi, did you do any chakra training today? Kensei asked in a neutral tone. Not giving anything away. Daichi nodded. I read the 2 books on chakra theory and hand seals. I was able to unlock my chakra and move it around my body, but not by much. When Kensei heard this, he kept a neutral face and in a calm tone congratulated him. Well done. Now come on, dinner is getting cold. Both of them went down to eat their food, both of them thinking about different things. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 15, Hiruzen's Thoughts and Kensei's Suspicions. Chapter 15 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hokage Office. That evening, Genma gave the Hokage a folder containing all the relevant information on Daichi Hekima, from his time of birth to now. Hiruzen opened the file and flipped through the pages, quickly reading every line. Born on March 28th, the same year as the attack. But it says here that's not his real birth date. It was assigned by Aiko Hikara when he was in the orphanage. Still, his 5th birthday was 2 days ago, same day he got adopted, I see. The one who adopted him is... The Hokage was shocked when he read the name. Kensei Yasaji. Kensei! Why would he adopt a child now? Looking at Daichi's photo again, another face came to his mind. I see. The boy's resemblance to Kensei's late son is amazing. No wonder he adopted him. The Hokage read through the file, then asked for Genma's personal report. Tell me what you found out. As you know, during the attack 5 years ago, there were many children that became orphans. A dark day. Hiruzen sadly sighed. It was also the day he lost his beloved wife, his successor, and many other shinobi and villagers. Daichi was one of them. During the 2nd day of rescue operations after the attack, a Chunin found a child buried beneath a lot of rubble and concrete. The child didn't look like he was breathing, but when the Chunin took him in her arms, he suddenly started crying. They called it a miracle that he survived. Genma said. The Chunin who rescued the boy, it was Aiko, wasn't it? Hiruzen asked even though he knew. Genma nodded. He continued. She retired shortly before the attack, and after the incident, she quickly got to building her orphanage. She's the one who gave him his name. And since some of the record sections were destroyed in the attack and he looked about 6 months old, she gave him his name and marked March 28th as his birthday. Daichi, meaning from the earth and wisdom. A fitting name indeed. Hiruzen mused. He has exceptional learning capabilities. Miss Aiko said he learned at a much faster rate than the other children. Based on what she said, his interests lay in books and knowledge. A polite, smart child who hasn't caused any problems other than the occasional small, harmless pranks on his friends. That's her impression of the boy. And during his stay in the orphanage, the only times he left its premises was with Miss Aiko to buy groceries or other such items, and that too on a handful of occasions. Hiruzen nodded and motioned to continue. 2 days ago, he was adopted by Kensei Yasaji, a retired jonin. Miss Aiko said that Kensei thought Daichi might be his grandson, so she ran a blood test. It turned out to be false, but he still decided to go through with the adoption. That's because Daichi has a strong resemblance to Kensei's late son. During their later years, both him and his son became estranged. Perhaps he wanted to make up for that and felt adopting Daichi would accomplish it. That's probably why. Hiruzen added. Hiruzen then thought about the strained relation he currently had with his son. Oh, Biwako, I wish you were here. You would know how to solve this. Continue. The old Kage motioned with his head. Yesterday morning, Daichi left his new home and went to several places in the village. I retraced his steps and found he went to a bookstore first. He bought books on gardening and cooking. Then he headed to the Leaf Public Library. Now Hiruzen got interested. He wanted to know what books Daichi read there. I was able to find the books he took. He spent almost 5 hours reading through the founding of the village, the various clans, and books on the Warring Era period. Genma stopped. So a child no older than 5 really did comprehend the bloody history, the birth and significance of the village, and the importance of its existence on his own. Unbelievable. The Hokage's mind replayed the meeting with the small boy, and his words still resounded in his ears. Go on, he said. He bought a map and then went straight to Ichiraku Ramen and then to the Hokage Monument. After that, he went to the Yamanaka Flowers to buy some seeds and fertilizers. Most probably for his garden. So that's why he bought the gardening book. And since he bought a cookbook, he would most probably try to learn cooking as well. Then he went to buy some common everyday items from the nearby shops and went home. Genma concluded his report. Hiruzen nodded and dismissed Genma. Why am I thinking so much about one child who hasn't even been to the academy? He sighed. Although Hiruzen asked himself this question, he knew the answer. It was because this boy reminded him of Itachi, Minato, and also Orochimaru. He didn't want to see another child with great potential lead a life with heavy burdens or be taken before his time, or worse, go down the wrong path and become the enemy. The third Hokage made a decision. Hawk, assemble the council along with the clan heads for a meeting. Immediately. The shadow of an Anbu disappeared from Hiruzen's periphery. Hiruzen made some important choices, and chief among them was the change in the age of the academy graduation. Although on the outside, Kensei's house. During dinner. Both Kensei and Daichi were at the opposite ends of the table and slowly eating their food, both thinking about various things. Although on the outside, Kensei was calm, on the inside, he was astonished. Never in his life did he meet a kid that, on his own, without any outside guidance, learned to use his chakra. That too on his first day. He was able to understand the theory and how to apply it. His intelligence and growth rate is unprecedented. And not only that, it's not just the fact that he learned to use chakra, but that it has increased. A small marginal increase, but still a noticeable one nonetheless. Now that I think about it, this isn't the first time something like this happened. During the first day of training, I noticed a small increase in his reserves. But I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. Now I'm sure his body is somehow able to increase his reserves at a much faster rate than the normal person. This kid's body is definitely abnormal, but this could also be a great advantage, and with his intelligence, he could reach heights even beyond my expectations. And when it comes to talents, is it possible? Could this child be in the same league as the fourth Hokage? Kensei closed his eyes and thought about the achievements of the late fourth Hokage. I suppose only time will tell. Then a small smile came to his face. If this is his improvement in the first 3 days, I can't wait to see how much he will improve by the end of the month. I thought I had come up with an adequate training schedule for the next 11 months, but it seems I'll have to revise those plans. Impress me, boy. Show me just how much potential you have. Kensei ate calmly, but mentally cheered Daichi on. At this time, Daichi was thinking about making a training plan for the month. He wanted to improve his skills and learn some chakra control exercises, as well as increasing his chakra volume. Since he just got a skill that would help him with creating justice, increasing his reserves would definitely be a priority. Suddenly, rep increases with Kensei Yasagi. Daichi was a little surprised. He wasn't sure what impressed the old man, but he would take it. I need to learn the leaf concentration technique tomorrow and increase its level. I also have to focus on my body's stats and improve my body conditioning skill. And I need to figure out how to unlock the special stats. The clue to unlocking the stats are in their names. I've already unlocked one and put in motion the events that could unlock another, or at least I hope it will work. If not, I'll have to save it for another time. That particular special stat isn't my priority right now. Chakra is like a muscle. As long as I use up my chakra and exhaust it by the time I go to bed, I'll increase the chakra stat and lesser chakra affinity skill. An increase in this skill is an increase in chakra growth rate. It will also force the passive regeneration skill to increase in level. Daichi quickly finished his meal and thought about how he would spend the next 4 weeks training. He took the dishes as usual and washed them, increasing the dishwashing skill level. He bid his grandfather good night and went upstairs to his room. He put on some sleepwear and got on his bed, planning his training schedule for the coming days. Out of nowhere, a red notification box appeared. You were able to successfully convince someone of much greater strength to make an important choice or a life-changing decision through your words or actions. You have reached the special condition needed to unlock Charisma stat. +1 Charisma. This stat improves the player's charm that can inspire devotion or loyalty in others and helps rally allies much easier. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward, 500 XP, +75 exp. Reading the system message, Daichi was shocked. It worked. I can't believe it worked. I was just trying out my luck. I didn't actually think it would work. Charisma, the ability to influence others through words or actions. At first, I thought I would have to be like Naruto and make some loyal friends or something like that to awaken this stat. But when the Hokage came to talk to me, the idea to impress and maybe even slightly influence him suddenly came. It was a big risk, but looking at this result, worth it. Now, as for the remaining 5 locked stats, I have some ideas on how to unlock them. Need to put those ideas to work soon. Persistence and sense. Those are the next 2 I'm going to unlock. Now let me take a look at my stats. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class civilian, age fidel, capable child, explorer, level 5. Level 5, 665 100, HP 405, CP 319, SP 250. Primary stats. Strength 10, Vitality 9, Dexterity 5, Agility 10, Intelligence 18, Chakra 6, Wisdom 11. Special stats. Sense, locked. Stamina 4, Indomitable, Charisma 1, Persistence, Dignity, Luck, Luck. Stat points, 35 Rio, 400. Not bad for a few days of work, but increasing stats will get more difficult the higher they go. So I'm not going to invest my points in any unless absolutely necessary. Training is the best way to improve them. Time to get some sleep. Gotta really push myself starting tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 16. Chakra Control and Body Conditioning. Chapter 16 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi got up just as the 6 a.m. alarm went off. His body was getting acclimated to the routine. He completed the morning rituals and got ready for an intense training day. He only had a month to impress Kensei, and he had to show some massive improvements from his first day. He put on his black sunglasses and went downstairs and saw his grandfather sitting outside meditating. "Morning, kid," Kensei greeted him. "Morning, Gramps. When did you get up?" "Half an hour before you did. So what's your plan for today?" "I'm going to be training the whole day. Chakra control exercises and some strength training." Daichi said, "Why are you wearing those glasses now?" Kensei was a little curious. "That's because I really like them, and I decided I'm not going anywhere without them. Plus, it makes me look cool." Daichi gave a cheeky reply. Kensei sighed. "Kids today." He went back to meditating. Both of them were at the back of the house. Daichi went to a tree and picked a few leaves, and then sat down. So he's going to try the leaf concentration technique. Let's see how long he can hold it. Kensei discreetly paid close attention to Daichi. Meanwhile, Daichi sat down under the tree and calmed down. He concentrated and stopped thinking about unnecessary thoughts. Letting a few slow breaths in and out, he looked at the leaf in his hand, and then he gently brought the leaf to his forehead. Daichi held the leaf against the center of his forehead, and concentrated his chakra to that spot. He felt his chakra moving. Within moments, the leaf stuck to his forehead, and he let go of it. After a couple of seconds, several notification boxes appeared. Their appearance distracted him, and the leaf fell down, but Daichi was happy. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to stick a leaf to your forehead, the skill Leaf Concentration Technique has been created. Leaf Concentration Technique, Active-Passive, LV1, a skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to stick a leaf to a part of your body. A basic technique to help the user's mind focus and increase chakra control. Effects, plus 5% increase in chakra control. CP costs 10 SEK, minus 2% CP costs to chakra techniques. He managed to learn it quickly. But still, compared to the civilian kids, this might be good, but this is still average compared to the clan kids. Now that he's learned it, the question is how long will he be able to hold it, and how far can he increase it? Kensei was neither disappointed nor impressed. This result was normal when compared to kids born of shinobi parents. The difference in talent comes from how long he can keep this up, and how quickly he can improve. Daichi was quickly calculating how long he could stick the leaf to him before his chakra ran out. Right now I have 319 CP. So with a 10 CP cost, that gives me roughly 32 seconds till the leaf falls. Half a minute, huh? And this isn't taking into account my chakra regeneration. Right now my chakra is regenerating 5 CP per minute, not considering the buff of lesser chakra regeneration skill. But if I take into account my regen skill, then I get roughly 20 CP per minute. And if I meditate, then that increases to roughly 36 per minute. So in my current state, once I'm completely out of chakra, it'll take 9 minutes to refill my chakra. I need to decrease the cost of the technique and improve my chakra volume. Daichi mentally closed the blue holographic boxes and returned to training. He took the leaf again and placed it on his forehead and concentrated. He continued for 30 seconds before his chakra ran out and the leaf fell. Skill Leaf Concentration Technique's level has risen by 1. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +1 CHK. He then entered the meditative state. He calmed his mind and focused on his chakra. Ignoring the system messages that occasionally popped up, he continued to meditate. After about 10 minutes, he opened his eyes. Skill Lesser Chakra Regeneration's level has risen by 1. Skill Meditate's level has risen by 1. Now that his CP bar was full, he took the leaf and repeated the control exercise. This time, he was able to last roughly 43 seconds. Skill Leaf Concentration Technique's level has risen by 1. Daichi decided it was time to switch training. He got up and started stretching. "So you're starting your physical exercises, huh? That's good," Kensei said to him. "Yeah, I want to concentrate on both my chakra and body. I read that physical training after one has exhausted their chakra yields more results." That's true. Physical training increases one's stamina and strength. But if you're training while you have access to your full reserves, it won't help you much. You'll definitely get stronger, but not by a great margin. One has to train every day for a long while to see significant results with training like that. Daichi nodded, listening to his grandpa's words. But if you train after you've used up most of your chakra, then the muscles will force your body to create more chakra. This in turn strengthens and expands your chakra coils. This type of training is more efficient, but it will hurt. If you train using this method, then by the end of the day, your body will feel like it's on fire. Kensei stopped and looked at the boy. "Are you sure about this, Daichi?" He was slightly concerned that the boy might be pushing too hard from the very beginning. "I'll be fine, Gramps. I know the risks." Daichi's confident voice stopped any protests from Kensei. Daichi had almost the same idea for his training, and he had one secret advantage over everyone else. He was going to completely exhaust his chakra and stamina by doing control and physical training, and then maximizing the meditative skill. With my gamer's body, I can heal and recover much faster than everybody else. Once he was done with the stretches, he got down to start his 50-set push-ups. As he reached the last of set, due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 STR. His stat slightly increased. He changed positions and started a set of 50 squats. His agility stat also went up by 1 by the time he completed it. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 AGI. Daichi slowly started to jog around the house. His stamina points were at the low end now. He was going to push his body and increase as many stats and skills as he could. +1 stamina. Skill basic body conditioning's level has risen by 1. Once both his CP and SP had fallen below 5, he went to the tree and sat down and meditated. By the time he was done, almost an hour had passed since he started the morning training. "Come on, Daichi. Let's get something to eat." Kensei invited him to breakfast. He quickly ate the food and went back to training. There were many ideas in his head. How to improve on the leaf concentration technique and take it to the next level. It would be crucial to his growth. If his training ideas worked, it would be a tremendous boost to his strength. He could even slightly increase the speed of his training. But he decided to take it one step at a time. He knew that without a strong foundation, he wouldn't be able to stand tall for long. So he made the choice to try those methods out once his stats got a little bit higher. He kept training non-stop till 1 past noon, alternating between chakra control and physical conditioning. He put himself through several variations of different exercises, and as a result, his different stats and skill have increased. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +2 Vite. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +3 Dex. Due to continued chakra training, you have obtained +2 HK. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 STR. Due to the continued physical training, you have obtained +1 AGI. +3 Stamina. Skill basic body conditioning's level has risen by 2. Skill meditate's level has risen by 2. Skill lesser chakra affinities level has risen by 1. Skill lesser chakra regeneration's level has risen by 3. Skill chakra manipulation's level has risen by 1. Skill leaf concentration techniques level has risen by 2. Daichi looked at all the different notifications he ignored before piled up. Looking through them, he couldn't help but be happy. An incredible stat growth in the span of half a day. But he knew it wouldn't be like this for long. Once his stats crossed a certain threshold, it would be difficult to raise them by training alone. He would need to rely on level ups and stat points. Status. Name Daichi Hakima. Class, Civilian. Age 5, Title, Capable Child, Explorer. Level 5, 665, 700, HP 510, CP 437 SP. 350 primary stats. Strength 12, Vitality 11, Dexterity 8, Agility 12, Intelligence 18, Chakra 9, Wisdom 14, Special Stats Sense. Stamina 8, Indomitable, locked. Charisma 1, Persistence, locked. Dignity, Luck. Stat points 35, Ryo 400, excellent. Only 2 stats in my primary are below 10, but I'll get them to double digits in a day or two. Now let's see how far my skills have leveled. Skill list. Daichi mentally commanded. Meditate, active, LV 590%, a skill obtained through continuously focusing on breathing and avoiding distractions, helps the user enter a calm meditative state, increases the regeneration of the body. Effects, 10% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 10% to base CP regeneration per minute, plus 10% to base SP regeneration per minute. Basic body conditioning passive, LV 542%. This skill gives the user's body an increase in strength, speed, vitality, and stamina through training. Effects, plus 8% to damage inflicted, plus 8% to movement speed, plus 8% to physical stat growth, minus 8% to damage taken. Lesser chakra affinity, passive active, LV3 82%. This skill increases the user's talent and ability to use chakra more thoroughly. Effects, plus 6, 5% growth rate of chakra stat, plus 6.5% strength increase to all chakra-based skills, plus 6.5% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, plus 15% increase to maximum CP, 6.5% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. Lesser chakra regeneration passive, LV6 33%. This skill gives the user the ability to regenerate chakra at a slightly faster pace. Effects, regeneration increased by 12% of total CP per minute, plus 9% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases CP regeneration to 18%. Chakra manipulation, active passive, LV 467%. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own chakra depending on their chakra proficiency. Leaf concentration technique, active passive, LV 520%. A skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to stick a leaf to a part of your body. A basic technique to help the user's mind focus and increase chakra control. Effects: plus 20% increase in chakra control. CP cost, 6 sec. Minus 10% CP cost to chakra techniques. Wow. Gamer's ability is the ultimate cheat, but I have to keep grinding to bring out the max potential. Suddenly he heard the sound of his stomach growling. Oh man, I'm so hungry right now. I didn't even notice it when I was training. Daichi went to his room to get freshened up. After showering and putting on a new pair of clothes, he went downstairs. Kensei had already set the table for the two of them. The old man took a look at him and said, "I see your training has been productive. You've certainly improved." "Yup. Gotta push myself and be ready. I plan on getting the #1 spot at the academy," Daichi said with a confident smile. Kensei smirked. "Oh, you think you can beat all the others? It'll be difficult. From what I know, many children of the current clan heads will be enrolling next year. They will be an entirely different breed than the children of civilians and ordinary shinobis. You sure you're up for the challenge?" "Yes," Daichi nodded. "I'm gonna work my butt off this year. I will definitely stand at the top." Kensei's smirk slightly lessened, and with a gentle smile, he said, "Daichi, you know you don't always have to train, right? There are other important things in life. You're only 5. You can go play with kids your age, enjoy life. You can train, but if you overdo it, you'll burn out." Daichi nodded. "I know, Gramps. But the thing is, I really like training. I like this feeling of getting stronger, bit by bit, day by day. And the truth is, kids my age kinda annoy me. I like this peaceful, quiet routine." Hearing this, Kensei couldn't help but have a small laugh. Both of them sat down to eat. As Daichi was eating, he was making plans to open his special stats. He was going to try and unlock the sense stat next. He already had some ideas in mind. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 17, Special Stat. Since Chapter 17 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi ate thinking about how to awaken his sense stat. Based on how the previous 2 special stats were awakened, he hypothesized that the key to unlocking all of them lies in their names. Right now his focus was on the sense stat. Sense, a faculty by which the body perceives an external stimulus. The 5 main faculties of a living body are sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing. This would be the case if this was a normal world, but I have to take chakra into account. I was able to awaken the stamina stat when my SP got 0, and my charisma stat by impressing the Hokage, so the key to unlocking this is in the name of the stat. Daichi slowly ate his food, thinking about this. Suddenly a thought came to his mind. He stopped eating and looked at his food. Sense of taste. He paused eating for a moment. He recalled the pieces of information he read in the human anatomy book he read yesterday. The tongue is a muscular organ in our mouth, with thousands of taste buds covering the surface, and taste buds contain taste receptor cells. Let's see if I can stimulate these cells and make them more efficient. Daichi placed his chopsticks down and concentrated. While this was happening, Kensei was watching him closely. He had an idea as to what Daichi was trying to accomplish, so he didn't disturb him. Daichi concentrated and moved a very small portion of his chakra to his mouth. Contrary to popular belief, different parts of the tongue are not assigned different tastes. The tongue, upper esophagus, cheeks all have taste receptors. Daichi moved the small portion of his chakra to cover the whole inside of his mouth, slowly infusing them into the tissues and then the cells. Daichi was very careful and only slowly completed the process. He didn't want to make any mistakes. After a few minutes with chakra still coating his mouth, he took a bite of the food. The taste and texture he could feel certainty increased from before, but not by much. Then Daichi slowly increased the chakra a bit more and tried again. This time, when he took the food, he could feel an explosion of taste. Daichi felt his eyes open wide. He had never tasted anything like this. It was as if a whole new world was open to him. It felt like the food he ate before was masking its true flavors. He could feel every component inside the single bite. The various flavors that went into making it. All of it. A new notification came alerting him to the new skill he acquired. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully controlling and concentrating chakra to coat the inside of your mouth and improving your sense of taste, the skill Superior Tasting has been created. Superior Tasting, active LV1, a skill obtained through concentrating chakra through the taste receptor cells of your mouth. At a higher level, this skill can detect hidden tasteless poisons as well as rare, delicate flavors. Effects, plus 10% increase in taste CP cost, 7 sec. Incredible. I was a bit of a foodie in my previous life. Now, with this skill, I'll be able to enjoy the delicious flavors of this world on a much greater scale than I thought. At this moment, his grandfather's voice woke him from his daydreaming. I take it you've learned how to infuse chakra to increase your sense of taste? Even though Kensei asked, he knew the answer. Yeah, it's amazing. I can taste all the ingredients that went into making this. The delicious texture of the meat and the perfectly cooked vegetables. All of it. Daichi exclaimed happily. Yes, it is, but it can also sometimes become a problem, Kensei said. Daichi was confused at that. How? The foods I make here are from the ingredients I bought from Shifang's store, and the ones I had brought here as takeout, they are all from his restaurant as well. They make their own quality products that don't have any added preservatives. If I had bought food from another restaurant that was of a lower quality, and you had used your chakra tasting, then you would have tasted the oil and grease, all the other small waste elements in the food, and you wouldn't have taken another bite. Daichi's face turned a little green after hearing that. Ooh. Yes, that's why we shinobi are more particular about our food. We have much more delicate senses than that of ordinary people. That, and we only eat out at places we trust, and most of the time we don't use chakra to enhance the taste, Kensei explained. But we learn these types of techniques to survive the mission. The old man continued. It's the same for the other senses. Too much, and it becomes a hindrance. Too little, and it won't be much use. So you need the perfect amount and ample control. Daichi, listening to him, nodded in understanding. Since the food here and at Shifang's restaurant is good, he planned on increasing the level of this skill. He finished his food and took the dishes to clean. After he was done, he went outside and took a look around. Several trees of all sizes filled his view. He gazed all around him. He could hear the sounds of leaves rustling in the wind and the birds chirping. That was it. But Daichi wanted more. Just as he did with his tongue. He was going to improve his hearing. Kensei came out and sat on a chair. Daichi, improving the senses requires a delicate use of chakra and needs a good amount of control. So I'll be here monitoring your chakra. You should proceed carefully. A ruptured eardrum is not a pretty feeling. Daichi nodded with a serious face. He sat down in the shade and breathed. Letting out a deep breath, he closed his eyes and concentrated. Hearing, the ability to perceive sounds through the ear by detecting the vibrations through the air or other medium. These vibrations detected by the ear are then transduced to nerve impulses that are then perceived by the brain. The three main parts of the human ear are the outer ear, middle ear, and inner ear. Daichi recalled all the information he found in the book. Since the ear is even more of a delicate organ than the tongue, Daichi used even less chakra to start. His goal was to slowly increase the frequency of sounds he could perceive. He concentrated and delicately moved his chakra throughout the ear, stimulating his auditory canal and auditory receptors. He slightly increased the chakra amount little by little. Kensei paid close attention to the boy as he used his chakra and brought it to his ears. It seems his control over his chakra is better than I thought. In just a short time, his control had increased so much. Is it because he has low reserves to begin with, or does it have to do anything with his abnormal body? Daichi started to pick up the sounds of his clothes moving in the wind. Even though he was still, the wind moved tiny parts of his clothes, and they made small sounds that otherwise wouldn't have been picked up. Daichi concentrated and slightly increased the chakra output again. This time, he picked up new sounds while the ones he could hear became loud. He stilled and slightly decreased the level of chakra and stayed like that for some time to get used to it. He then started increasing the output, and finally he succeeded. He heard the flapping of the wings of a bird several trees away. The sounds of water in the pond, moving with the wind. The biggest sounds were the leaves. It was a bit difficult to control and get the perfect amount of chakra necessary to hear beyond normal, but also not become too loud. But after several tries over a dozen minutes, he accomplished it. And when it happened, he got the usual blue box notifying him of another successful new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully controlling and concentrating chakra to the inside of your ear and improving your sense of hearing, the skill Superior Hearing has been created. Superior Hearing Active LV1, a skill obtained through concentrating chakra through the auditory receptors of your ear. At a much higher level, this skill can hear heartbeats, muscle contractions, and even sounds of blood coursing through the body. Effects: plus 10% increase in hearing CP cost, 12 sec. Wow. Sweet. I'll be able to hear heartbeat, muscle movement, and even blood circulation. That's wicked. Daichi was impressed with the skill, but it would only happen as he increased his level. The CP cost of this skill is higher than tastes, so each sense has a different CP cost when created. Interesting. It seems you've succeeded. That's impressive, but you should remember, using too much chakra can overwhelm or even injure your delicate organs. Kensei was amazed that he got the technique down so quickly. Daichi nodded and got ready for the next sense. Alright, time for the next one. Sense of smell. The human nose contains about 10 million smell receptors. These smell receptors are sensitive to odor molecules that travel through the air. There are hundreds of different receptors, each for identifying different odors. So I have to use chakra to increase the efficiency of these receptors. Daichi took out a piece of chocolate candy from his pocket. He took it from the cabinet before coming outside. So he's going for the sense of smell next, huh? I have no doubt that learning to increase the sense of smell would be of great use to him. It's an underrated technique, but has plenty of use. Kensei thought as he looked at the boy. Daichi set the small candy a couple of meters from him. His goal was to be able to smell it from a small distance as a start, then increase it. Daichi concentrated and started focusing his chakra. Similar to the methods before, he started with a small amount and slowly and carefully brought his energy to his nose. He coated the back of his nasal cavity and used the chakra to enhance his smell. After a few tries, he succeeded. He was able to get a whiff of the chocolate. He proceeded. He carefully increased the amount and let it flow through his nose in a controlled manner. The results spoke for themselves. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully controlling and infusing chakra inside your nostrils and improving your sense of smell, the skill Superior Smell has been created. Superior Smell Active LV1, a skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors of your nose. At a much higher level, this skill can smell metals and even pick up odorless poisons. Effects: plus 10% increase in smell. CP cost, 6 sec. After successfully completing enhancement of the third sense, Daichi started working on the fourth. The eyes. One of the most delicate organs in the body. Daichi! Just as he was about to start, the old man called out. The eyes are one of the most important aspects of a person. They are one of the most delicate and fragile organs in the human body. You need to be absolutely careful when kneading your chakra into them. If anything happens to them, then your goals and dreams would end before they even begin. Do you understand? Kensei was serious. He had seen several shinobi lose their eyes during the war, and it would end their career and greatly affect their personal lives. He didn't want Daichi to be overconfident and become careless. I'll be really careful and start slow. Daichi took his grandfather's words to heart. Even though he had the skill Gaia's blessing, he didn't want to take any chances. He recalled every information he read from the anatomy book. The eye, a sense organ that reacts to light. The cells in the retina are photoreceptor cells, which are able to detect visible light and send information to the brain. The cone cells are the photoreceptor cells in the retina, and they respond differently to different wavelengths of light, thus responsible for color vision. Daichi recalled the images of the eye and information he studied yesterday. I need to be absolutely careful when I do this. One mistake and I could go blind, blow up my eye, or maybe something even worse. If I didn't have the gamer's ability and absolute confidence that I would come out of this completely healed, if anything happens, then I definitely wouldn't attempt this now, especially at such an early stage. Daichi took a deep breath and closed his eyes for a few seconds to concentrate, then opened them and looked around. He concentrated a very minuscule amount of chakra energy into both his eyes. He wanted to strengthen the photoreceptor and the eye as a whole. He could experience the change in vision in real time. As he focused his chakra to the optic nerves, iris, lens, and slowly throughout the eye, his vision dramatically changed. It strengthened, and Daichi could see far beyond what he was able to before. The gamer's ability worked in tandem with his intent, and auto-corrected any small mistakes that would have happened before they did. This took some more time than the others, since Daichi took it slow. About half an hour later, Daichi was standing looking around in wonder. Every detail he looked at was precise, from the smallest granules above the ground to the dust layer floating in the air, to the detailed feathers of the birds dozens of meters away. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and infusing chakra inside your eyes and improving your sense of sight, the skill Superior Sight has been created. Superior Sight, active Level 1, a skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors of your eyes. At a much higher level, this skill can see minute particles and even pick up on the smallest air displacements. Effects: 10% increase in sight, CP cost 10 SEK. Suddenly a new notification appeared. Daichi was surprised and happy. Surprised because he thought he would have to attempt the same with the last main sense, which was touch. And happy because it was a red notification box, indicating he succeeded in unlocking another special stat. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 18, completing the first month training. Chapter 18 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. You have got in tune with 5 of the 6 major senses of the human body. You have reached a special condition. Special stat. Sense is opened. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward, plus 500 XP. 75x1 cents. 5. I've only awakened 4. So what's the 5th? Alright, chakra must be the 5th. Since I'm living in a world where chakra is an essential aspect of the human body, it's considered as another major sense. Whatever. It makes things easier. I'll have to look into the last one as well. Sense of touch. But I don't have nearly enough knowledge on the human body to complete that. Guess I'll wait. Kensei was amazed as he looked at Daichi. To think he would learn those in a day. His talent is incredible. He went back inside as Daichi started his physical training. Daichi looked at the sun. It was about 4 in the afternoon. He trained his body some more for another couple more hours and got an increase of 1 point in strength and vitality stats. He finished his training for the day and took a walk around the house. He was starting to enjoy the peaceful life here. He knew it wouldn't last when he graduated, but he was happy. He watched the fishes and the birds and enjoyed the view of nature. Daichi went to his garden and started watering the plants. The seeds showed signs of starting to sprout. He sat down near a tree and watched the sun set, and its glorious orange rays slowly disappearing. Kensei was sitting at the back of the house as well. He was keenly watching Daichi. His mind had a whirlwind of thoughts. He knew that if Daichi kept training, he would improve, but not at such a rapid rate. The exercises that had him wheezing on his first day are now nothing. In just a few days, his body acclimated to the stress and improved. His strength has definitely improved, and so has his chakra. It's more than double what he had when I met him. And it's not just that, his talent is also unbelievable. He read the books I gave him, and not only did he unlock his chakra, but he learned to control and use it to strengthen his senses. Kensei compared the rate of progress Daichi had to himself at Daichi's age. I'm strong, and I was at the top amongst my peers, but compared to this boy, I might as well be ordinary. He must have some exceptional physical constitution for such a fast improvement. I've heard that the Senjus had strong bodies and powerful chakra. Could this boy have Senju bloodline in his veins? Should I have him tested? Find out if he is from someone who is a descendant of the clan? Kensei immediately dismissed that idea. No. Whatever the case may be, as far as the village is concerned, he is another ordinary orphan without any special lineage who got lucky enough to be adopted. But if I start making inquiries, it would bring unwanted attention, and when they see just how talented he is, it could become problematic, especially if Danzo takes notice. He will definitely try and take Daichi into the root forces. Daichi will be starting the academy next year. Should I tell him to hold back? No, let him decide what he wants to do. And if Danzo or anyone else starts to become a problem, I'll deal with them. After all, I still owe him for what he did to my leg. An unpleasant memory of a mission gone wrong came to his mind. Kensei slightly shook his head as if to get rid of the memory. He sighed. Daichi still has a year, and as long as I'm here, Danzo won't be able to get to him. And in the next 6 years, I'll train him and make him strong enough to escape even a jonin if necessary. As the old retired shinobi thought about his past, a figure suddenly came to his mind. A figure covered in black, unidentifiable clothes and wearing a weird mask. By the time he graduates, I'll have Daichi be ready to face the world and take on whatever it throws at him. With that, you can consider my debt to you paid. Still, I wonder, how did that man know about Daichi? What was his goal when he asked me to adopt the child all those years ago? Maybe one day I'll find out. Kensei looked at Daichi, who sat in the shade and watched the last rays of the sun disappear. He got up. Daichi, come on, let's get inside. He went inside, followed by his grandson. Daichi went to take a bath while Kensei made dinner. After some time, both of them ate their food and went to bed. Daichi looked at his clock as he laid down on the bed. It was only a few minutes past 9. Even though he trained all day, Daichi wasn't feeling tired at all. In fact, he was more energetic than he had ever been. There are a lot of things I have to test. How long do I need to sleep for? I need to find the minimum time needed for full HP, CP, SP, restore. I also have to use chakra to enhance my last sense. But for that, I need to learn more about the human body. So gotta complete that last book. Okay. What else? Daichi then pondered on his training methods. Need to increase training efficiency. Have to see if I can use meditate skill in tandem with leaf concentration exercise. Then try to do the leaf exercise while I'm training my body. That will improve its skill level, and I'll have more time. Time to get some reading done. Daichi took the book on human anatomy and started reading it. As time went by, he got a 2-point increase in intelligence. After about 4 hours, he placed the book down and went to sleep. Daichi spent the month training and improving on the skills he currently had. Since he wasn't sure how to open the other special stats, he decided to forego them for the moment and concentrated on increasing the current unlocked ones. He trained every day and read different books every night before sleep. He found out that he only needed 5 hours of sleep for optimum performance, and the longest he could go without sleep was 36 hours before negative buffs started appearing. His stat improved quite a bit, but after 2 weeks, the growth started slowing down. He had a level up at the end of the second week. Daichi would get simple quests like errand runs and cleaning the house. But he never complained. They were EXP sources and thus the source of his growth. Kensei marveled at Daichi's training ethics. He was impressed with the kid's determination. He understood that Daichi would definitely work hard and keep improving as time passed. Daichi didn't leave the house except for when he had to complete errands or grocery runs. He decided he would visit the village and see the different places after the month's training. He trained most of his skills and leveled them up. He trained every day till he dropped and exhausted his chakra reserves. He wanted to build up his chakra volume. The only skill he hadn't given a try yet was the jutsu creation one. He figured he needed more information on chakra and hand seals, and a greater chakra volume to make successful jutsus. Days went by in a blur. It was the last day of April, and Daichi completed the training for the day. He opened his status page. Name, Daichi Hekima. Class, Civilian. Age, Vital. Capable Child, Explorer, Level 6, 7150. HP, 750. CP, 714. SP, 555. Primary stats. Strength 17, Vitality 16, Dexterity 12, Agility 16, Intelligence 22, Chakra 16, Wisdom 16, Special Stats, Sense 6, Stamina 14, Indomitable, Charisma 2, Persistence, Lock, Dignity, Luck, Lucked, Stat Points, Ford Rio 1500. Wow. In 1 month, I was able to get so strong. None of my primary stats is less than 10, and I didn't use a single stat point till now. I made a very good choice. 500 more XP, and I'll be able to get to level 7. My dexterity is the lowest. Got to find a way to improve that. With each increase in intelligence, I can remember more details clearly. I can even remember some things I've forgotten about my past life. So increasing that does give perfect recall, will come in very handy when I have to learn complicated seals and medical treatments. Time to see my skill page. Temporary effect gives the soul a new healthy body. Permanent effect, all diseases, poisons, and negative status effects are healed. Sleeping increases regeneration. Sleeping in a bed increases regeneration several-fold. Effects, plus 16% increase in speed. Effects, plus 17% to base HP regeneration per minute. Plus 17% to base CP regeneration per minute. Plus 17% to base SP regeneration per minute. Effects, plus 16% to damage inflicted. Plus 16% to movement speed, plus 11% to physical stat growth. Minus 16% to damage taken. Effects, 8. 75% growth rate of chakra stat, plus 12% strength increase to all chakra-based skills, 12% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, plus 20% increase to maximum CP, minus 8% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. Effects, regeneration, increased by 16% of total CP per minute, plus 11% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases CP regeneration to 22%. Effects, plus 3% success rate to create new ninjutsu, plus 3% success rate to create new genjutsu, minus 3% less CP requirements for new jutsu created. Effects, plus 25% increase in chakra control, CP cost 4 sec, minus 16% CP cost to chakra techniques. Effects, plus 15% increase in taste, CP cost 5 sec. Effects, plus 17% increase in hearing, CP cost 9 to 8 sec. Effects, 14% increase in smell, CP cost 4.2 sec. Effects, plus 16% increase in sight, CP cost 8.5 sec. Nice. All of them got a few more levels this month. Well, except minor jutsu creation. Need to start working on that soon. Other than that, great progress. Now time to find the old man and see what he has to say. The 1 month came to an end. He was excited to show Kensei his progress. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 19. Finding My First Dungeon. Chapter 19 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei was feeding the fishes in the koi pond. This last month had truly surprised him. The surprise had more to do with his adopted grandson than anything else. He never complained. He never slacked off, and every day he trained till he dropped. But the fascinating thing was that he would be ready to go again the next day. His recuperating ability was abnormal. Every day he watched his grandson push himself. He trained his chakra, and Kensei could feel it increase by a small margin every day. He felt pride. He wanted to teach Daichi everything he knew. All the skills and techniques he learned throughout his career, he wanted to pass on to the boy. From the first time he met him till now, he studied Daichi. And he understood one fact. Daichi was a free bird. Sooner or later he would leave to see the world. Over the last month, Daichi would ask him about the world beyond the village, the places he went, the people he met. Kensei was an adventurer in his heart, but his duty shackled him to the village. He loved the village, but if he was given a chance to do it all again, he would make several different decisions. When Daichi spoke to him, he could sense his desire to explore and see the world. He was going to let the boy have that shot, the one he never had. He sensed Daichi coming his way. "I see you're done for the day," Kensei said, smiling. "Yeah." After a few moments of silence, Daichi spoke. "This is the last day of the month. So tell me, Gramps, are you impressed?" He asked, even though he knew his progress was being watched by his grandpa every day. Kensei turned around. He looked at Daichi with a calm gaze. After a few moments of silence, he answered, "Yes, I've been watching you every day for the last month, and I'm convinced you've far exceeded my expectations. Your talent is beyond many, and only a few could match your drive to improve." Kensei had a wide grin on his face. If you keep training at the current rate, then by the time you join the academy next year, I have no doubt you'll be at the top amongst your peers. Starting the day after tomorrow, we'll start training for real. And I'll teach you the standard academy taijutsu, and if you can, then a couple of ninjutsu as well. Current quest. Get ahead of your peers. Updated. Daichi ignored the notification box that appeared. Wait, why the day after tomorrow? Daichi was a bit confused, but he figured the old man might have some plans. Because you need to learn to take a break every once in a while. I've told this before, Daichi. You have to stop once in a while and relax. Training yourself every hour of every day won't help you. In fact, if you keep going like this, soon it'll hinder your growth rather than help. Take a moment to enjoy the simple things in life. Tomorrow we're taking the whole day off and going sightseeing. When he heard this, Daichi took a deep breath and exhaled a few seconds later and recalled the last month. The old man's right. I've been so caught up in training I didn't even think about anything else. And if I keep this up for long, I'll burn out. Daichi thought about what to do to recharge and recover, as it were. It seems you got my point. Good. One of the best ways to keep ourselves sane and have a clear, strong focus is to have a hobby. We all need one, especially those in our profession. A hobby will help us relax, clear the mind, and give us a new perspective when we need it. Kensei advised him. All right, I understand. I'll think of something, Daichi replied. It's almost sundown. Let's get inside. Kensei walked into the house. Daichi took one look at the setting sun and went inside. He got cleaned up and was at the table eating some food. He thought about what Kensei said. I already have a garden, but that's mostly because of the quest. What else do I really want to do? Something I could enjoy and not stress over. I've always enjoyed cooking, trying out new recipes, and tasting exotic dishes. It seems my love for that carried over to this life. What else? I've always wanted to paint. The vibrant colors of all the comics I've read in my past life enthralled me. I've always wanted to draw like that, but I couldn't do it. Or, to be more precise, I never gave it a shot after I failed a couple times. Now that I have the gamer ability, I could definitely use it for that as well. Alright, guess that's decided. Putting the chopsticks down and swallowing the last bite of food, Daichi said, I've decided to make cooking and painting as my hobby. I want to try out dishes I've never tasted, and in time, maybe create some great artwork. Kensei nodded. Those are excellent choices. You already have a cookbook, don't you? Then why don't we get some painting equipment tomorrow? He said, smiling. Where are we going? Daichi was curious about the little outing. Wherever the road takes us. You've been cooped up here for a month, rarely leaving for anything else than to buy groceries. It's about time you got some fresh air. The old man said. Yeah, guess you're right. After they finished the food, Daichi did the dishes and returned. We leave at 8 a.m., so get ready before then. Go get some sleep, kid. Good night, Gramps. Night, kid. Both of them retired to their rooms and fell asleep soon after. The next morning, Daichi woke up at 6 a.m. sharp. Nowadays, he doesn't even need an alarm clock. He stretched his muscles and meditated for some time, and then got ready. He went downstairs and saw his grandfather was dressed for the trip as well. Both of them walked outside. Their first destination was Shifang's restaurant. They walked a bit slow, comfortably enjoying the morning air and the warmth of the sun. They reached the restaurant and sat down. Kensei ordered the typical breakfast dishes. Sometime later, Shifang arrived with their food. On a large tray, there were several small dishes. Observe. A traditional breakfast centered around a bowl of rice and accompanied by several small dishes. The rice used in this dish is white rice, steamed and served in a decorative bowl. Surrounded by miso soup, grilled fish, pickled vegetable salads, natto. It acts as a starchy, nutritious counterbalance for the tang, richness, and complexity of the accompanying dishes. Although there are several dishes, they are light, comfortable for the palate, and easy to digest. A delicious morning breakfast created by Shifang. Eating the entire food restores 53 HP and 36 CP. Wow, this is impressive. The HP and CP restoration are over 3 times that of the rainbow dumplings. They look and smell so delicious. Time to dig in. Thank you for the meal. Daichi and Kensei took the chopsticks and ate slowly, enjoying each dish and savoring their taste. After about 20 minutes, they were done. They chatted for a while with owner Shi and then left the restaurant. "So where are we going next, Gramps? Have you seen Kikyo Castle?" Kensei asked. "No." "Then that will be our next stop." Both of them walked through the increasingly crowded streets. They reached Kikyo Castle shortly. Kensei explained the history of the castle during their walk. A castle built during the first Hokage's period. When they reached the place, Daichi was amazed. In front of him stood a giant castle with blue tiles and 2 fishes with light yellow-green color adorning the rooftop. Daichi used the Observe skill. Observe. An old castle built during the first Hokage's reign located in the eastern part of Konoha. It features 2 large ornamental tiles, shibi, set on both ends of the roof. The shibi is shaped like Shachihoko, a mythical animal with the head of a tiger and the body of a carp. This castle once used to host dignitaries that came to the village. This was what Daichi's Observe showed him. Suddenly, a new notification box appeared. "You have found a key dungeon. Retrieving the key to the dungeon. Key to this dungeon has been placed in the inventory." Daichi was surprised. He didn't expect this at all. He opened his inventory page. In there, he saw a black key with exotic patterns all over it. He wanted to take it out and observe it, but he suppressed the urge and decided he would do it in the confines of his room. Kensei was reminiscing about the history of the castle and didn't notice Daichi's reactions. They left and went to different places around Konoha. Kensei even took him to the park so Daichi can interact with other children his age. But Daichi wasn't interested. Daichi was a bit envious at first, watching the kids play without a care in the world. But that emotion soon left him. He didn't bother with the effort to make friends. He figured he would make some during his time in the academy. When it was noon, Kensei took him to the Ichiraku ramen store, where they had their lunch. They spent the rest of the day visiting various places. Kensei showed Daichi where some of the clans were located. Then on their way back, they bought some beginner's painting supplies. By evening, both of them returned home. Daichi was in his room looking at the dungeon. Key he took out from his inventory. The key was black in color. Observe. With this key, the player can enter the dungeon in the Kikyo Castle. This key can transport the player to its corresponding dungeon from anywhere. There was no more information. Daichi knew there had to be something more. He had an idea. He was going to use Observe on the castle one more time. The next day, Daichi woke up and went to the castle. He stood near it and used Observe again. "You have found a key dungeon. Key dungeon, also called the Instant Dungeon. This is a one-time use dungeon. The player can only enter the dungeon if he has the corresponding key. It can be activated from anywhere. Once activated, the player cannot leave the dungeon without defeating the boss. There is no time limit to this dungeon. When the dungeon is complete, it will return the player within 10 seconds of when he entered the dungeon in real-world time. Whatever happens in the dungeon will not affect the real world." Daichi used Observe on the key again. Kikyo Castle Dungeon Key. With this key, the player can enter the dungeon in the Kikyo Castle. This key can transport the player to its corresponding dungeon from anywhere. The color of the key shows the difficulty of the dungeon. Keys are divided into 5 colors based on the difficulty. Black keys. Opponents will be at least 30 levels above the player. Will meet certain death. Red keys. Opponents will be between 15 to 30 levels above the player. Extremely difficult dungeon. Yellow keys. Opponents will be between 5 to 15 levels above the player. Difficult dungeon. White keys. Opponents will have a level gap of +5 or -5 levels. Green keys. Opponents will be 5 levels less than the player. Easy dungeon. Daichi read through every word carefully. He felt like he now had an understanding of this dungeon. This is a black key, so that means my enemies here will certainly be at least level 36 and higher. Since there doesn't seem to be any time limit, I can use this key when I'm good and ready. He decided to use the key when he passed level 30. I need to find other dungeons. I'm sure there are many hidden in various locations. Looks like I'll have to explore the village some more. But that will have to wait. Right now, my priority should be to finish the quest for the academy. Once I'm done with that, I'll look into this. Daichi made the decision and left. Starting today, Kensei was personally going to train him. He was ready. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 20. 1 Year Training. 1 Chapter 20 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei and Daichi stood inside Kensei's library. The old man was going through several books and scrolls. After a few minutes, he took out 2 scrolls and a box of shuriken and kunai and handed them to Daichi. These are scrolls on taijutsu and shuriken jutsu. They're just the basics. And once you've completely understood them, we'll move on with the next one. This is the Leaf Academy taijutsu taught to the students. The clan children have their own styles, and when students become genin, their sensei will teach them their own taijutsu based on their aptitude. For now, I want you to spend the week learning and practicing the stances of the Leaf Academy style. Once your body is somewhat used to it, we'll spar. The next scroll is details on how to properly aim and throw your shuriken and kunai. Read it and practice. Let me see your progress after a week. We'll take it from there. Kensei gave him the tools to improve himself and left. Quest created. Learn and improve. Learn the Leaf Academy taijutsu and the basics of shuriken jutsu and improve their skill. Time limit 7 days. Conditions: learn Leaf Academy taijutsu and increase it to LV. 3. Learn beginner shuriken jutsu and increase it to LV. 3 rewards: 1500 EXP, rep increases with Kensei Yasaji. Failure: minus 1500 EXP rep, decrease with Kensei Yasaji. Daichi went outside and opened the taijutsu scroll. He started reading and as time went by, studied the different postures and body movements noted in the scroll. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 in Based on what I understand so far, this taijutsu style can be used as a base for a variety of other advanced fighting styles. And this style teaches the students to efficiently use the most strength in their body with the minimum effort. Each posture and stance maximizes one's stability and puts the most amount of power possible when attacking. This is definitely an excellent taijutsu style for beginners. You have understood the basics of Leaf Academy taijutsu style, and thus gained Leaf Academy taijutsu. Would you like to learn this skill? Daichi wasted no time and accepted. His mind was filled with knowledge on the taijutsu style as if he had been using it for years. Leaf Academy taijutsu active LV1. A basic taijutsu style taught in the Leaf Academy. Increases the attack power and defense power. Effects: plus 5% increase in attack power, plus 5% increase in defense. Plus 4% increase in speed, 95% decrease in damage taken. He opened the second scroll and started reading. After a while, he gained the skill Shuriken Jutsu. Due to learning and understanding new information, you have obtained +1 in T. This scroll details how to handle weapons, how to safely hold them and use them in combat. It even contains details on how to throw and what kind of wrist motions are involved for a good throw. Daichi spent some time reading the scroll and understanding every facet of it. You have understood the basics of Shuriken Jutsu and thus gained Shuriken Jutsu. Would you like to learn this skill? Shuriken Jutsu, active LV1, the skill to use shuriken or kunai usually as projectile weapons. Effects: 5% increase in accuracy, plus 4% increase in damage dealt. By the time he learned the 2 skills, it was almost noon. He ate some food and went right back to training. He spent the days going through different stances of the taijutsu and improving his shuriken jutsu skill. By the 3rd day, he was able to improve the 2 skills to level 3. Quest: Learn and Improve completed. Rewards: 725 EXP rep increases with Kensei Yasaji. You have leveled up. Daichi continued to train his skills. He spent the remaining 4 days of the week improving his taijutsu skill and shuriken skills. By the end of the 7th day, he was able to increase them by another 2 levels. He also improved some of his stats, and he noticed that his accuracy and shuriken jutsu skill increases with increase in dexterity stat. Leaf Academy taijutsu, active LV5, 22%. Effects: plus 20% increase in attack power, plus 20% increase in defense, 15% increase in speed, nice 13, 5 decrease in damage taken. Shuriken Jutsu, active, LV5, 10, 3%. Effects, plus 20% increase in accuracy, plus 20% increase in damage dealt. Daichi spent the week training, but he didn't neglect his other quest or the simple side quests like shopping and running errands that popped up. And because of those quests, he was able to quickly advance another level. Daichi and Kensei stood facing each other. They were in the training dojo. Daichi read up on the traditional ninja sparring method for the academy students, so he knew the protocol. Since this is your first time fighting someone, we'll start with something simple. We'll only use taijutsu. I'll defend, and you can attack for the first 5 minutes. Then I'll start going on the offensive. But I'll only use one hand. Let's see how long you can survive, Kensei said. Quest created, spar with Kensei Yasagi. Survive your first spar. Conditions. Survive for 10 minutes. Survive for 15 minutes. Bonus. Land a clean strike. Bonus. Force Kensei to use both hands. Bonus. Rewards. 500 XP, 750 XP. Bonus. +2 level to Leaf Academy Taijutsu. Bonus. +5 stat points. Failure. Rep decreases with Kensei Yasagi. Naga's 1 level. Mentally accepting the quest, Daichi nodded at Kensei, and both of them made the seal of confrontation. Daichi got into the basic combat stance of the Academy Taijutsu, but Kensei simply stood watching him. Since this was the first time Daichi was fighting someone, especially a ninja, he was nervous. But in a few moments, the gamer's mind took effect and he calmed down. Kensei was internally surprised watching Daichi. He was nervous just a few seconds ago, but he calmed down in an instant and now looks focused. Well then, let's see how he does. After a few moments, Daichi made the first move. He rushed towards Kensei and threw a basic straightforward punch. Kensei blocked it with ease with his left hand. Daichi took a step back and moved to Kensei's right side and attacked again. He started attacking with punches and kicks. Since this was his first fight, Daichi was slow and unsure. But as the minutes went by, he got used to the feeling and was more confident and sure of his attacks. Daichi fully concentrated on the fight. The old man is blocking every attack with ease, and it looks like he's almost bored doing it. Kensei kept blocking all the attacks with his left hand, while his right was folded behind him. He was expressionless as he blocked or deflected each and every one of Daichi's attacks. Since he was much faster than the boy, he only needed one hand. He did so, to show the kid the gap, and just how far he had to go. As Daichi became more focused, he didn't even think about the time or quest or anything else. There was only him and his opponent. Kensei noticed the gradual change in Daichi. He's becoming more focused and sure of his attacks. It seems he's learning to block out distracting thoughts and slowly gaining confidence when fighting someone. Good. Kensei remained expressionless, but he was happy. It's almost time. As Daichi was attacking Kensei, the old man deflected his punch and threw one of his own. It broke past Daichi's guard and struck his torso, pushing him back. Minus 29 HP. It was only then that Daichi realized that 5 minutes had passed. I'm going to attack. Try and defend, Kensei said, rushing towards him. Adrenaline coursed through Daichi's veins, and he got into a defensive stance and concentrated on the old man's movements. Kensei reached Daichi in mere moments and punched. Daichi blocked the attack, but he felt his arm become slightly numb. 44 HP. That had some serious strength. I can't block many more attacks like that. Need to deflect them, Daichi thought. Kensei started attacking Daichi. The boy stood his ground and blocked or deflected the punches. Once he got used to the old man's attacks, Daichi pushed forward. He threw a kick that Kensei blocked with his leg. At that moment, he aimed a punch to the old man's torso, but as he expected, it was blocked. At that moment, Daichi grabbed hold of Kensei's left arm, trapping it, and threw a strong right punch to his chest. The speed of the fist was much faster than before. Kensei leaned to the left, easily dodging the punch. But at this moment, there was a small smile on Daichi's face. Still keeping the left arm trapped in his hold, Daichi slightly pivoted, jumped, and threw a fast kick, aiming at the old man's chest. Kensei saw the kick coming almost in slow motion. He thought of the several ways he could dodge or get free, but he decided not to. Since this was Daichi's first fight, he wanted to give the boy a chance. So Kensei was forced to use his right hand to block the kick and toss Daichi a few feet away. There was a smile on the old man's face. Not bad. Even though Daichi's arms had bruises and he was covered in sweat and breathing heavily, he had a wide grin on his face. Both of them got ready to attack and rushed at each other. Now that Kensei was using both hands, it was considerably more difficult for Daichi, even though the old man wasn't fighting seriously. Daichi used his forearm to deflect a punch aimed at his forehead and threw one of his own, which Kensei blocked. Daichi stood his ground, refusing to take a step back. There were several attacks that broke through his guard and landed on him, but he didn't care. He endured the pain and advanced, one step forward at a time. Daichi wanted to land at least one hit on Kensei. As the fight continued, Daichi's stamina was diminishing, but he saw an opportunity. As they were trading punches, Daichi suddenly grabbed and held onto both of Kensei's arms. His fingers gripped hard, and he swung himself upward to kick the old man in the upper body. Kensei raised his left leg to block one of the kicks, but he couldn't block the other, which landed squarely on the chest. The moment his attack landed, Daichi let go and jumped backwards and landed on unsteady feet and stumbled slightly. Daichi was panting and was exhausted. After taking a few breaths, he stood on shaky legs and looked at the old man. Kensei was slightly rubbing his chest. The kick didn't hurt in the least, but that attack did surprise him a little. He could have counterattacked or deflected it, but that would mean using a bit more effort than needed. To use even such a small amount of force and effort to deal with a kid not even in the academy, his pride wouldn't allow it. Well done for your first spar. You've certainly learned the academy taijutsu style. Let's end today's spar. Kensei smiled. Both of them made the seal of reconciliation and then went to get themselves cleaned up. It was then that Daichi looked at the notifications that were piled up on the corner. Quest spar with Kensei Yasai completed. You have survived for 17 minutes and 23 seconds. Rewards, 575 XP 862, 5 XP. Bonus, +2 level to Leaf Academy Taijutsu. Bonus, +5 stat points. Bonus, skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously taking damage and resisting, the skill Physical Endurance has been created. Physical Endurance, passive, LV2, 33%. The durability of the body increases and damage taken is reduced. Effects, 6% decrease in damage taken. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously attacking with a strong force, the skill Strong Hit has been created. Strong Hit, active, 158%. An action to strike the target hard with a stronger force than usual. Effects, plus 10% increase in critical rate, plus 10% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy, plus 2% increase in attack speed. SP cost, 25 per hit. Daichi was happy with his improvement. More than that, he was thrilled. He got to experience fighting a ninja, and he himself felt so strong, replaying the fight in his mind. He realized it was the adrenaline coursing through his veins that had him so giddy. He looked at the numerous notification boxes and dismissed them after looking them over. He was happy with the new skills he acquired. He got to his room and got cleaned up. After a while, both Daichi and his grandfather were sitting on the porch going through the spar. Kensei gave Daichi several pieces of advice and told him the different ways he could improve. Daichi understood that Kensei was holding back by a wide margin, and this was only just the start. He didn't let this victory get to his head. He reflected on the spar and found several ways he could have attacked better. Train and think about it. We'll have a spar every 2 weeks. This way you'll have time to come up with new strategies and improve your strength. Daichi nodded to Kensei's advice and looked at the setting sun. He checked his progress. Status, name, Daichi Hakima, class civilian. Age, 5 title, capable child, explorer. Level, 8 to 162, 5 3000 AG10, CP 774, SP 615. Primary stats, Strength 19, Vitality 16, Dexterity 16, Agility 17, Intelligence 24, Chakra 17, Wisdom. Special stats, Sense 8, Stamina 17, Indomitable, Charisma 4, Persistence lock, Dignity locked. Luck. Stat points, 55 Rio, 1500. Looking at the increase in his stats made Daichi happy. He vowed to himself to work twice as hard and grow stronger with each day. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 21, 1 Year Training 02, Chapter 21 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fubbleverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi thought about his fight with his grandfather. He noticed that throughout the fight, Kensei maintained a cool expression, and even when Daichi landed the kick on him at the end, he wasn't all that surprised. Daichi reflected back to that moment, and he went through every action he took during the fight. I still can't read his level, so he's obviously strong. After all that, he wasn't even sweating or even slightly out of breath. Looking back now, he definitely could see my attacks coming. And if he wanted to, he could have easily countered them. The old man was holding back a lot. And his movements, it was as if he knew to use the most energy and stamina-conserving movements and still be able to deal the most damage. I have no doubt in my mind now. That guy was definitely a Jonin. Maybe even Anbu. I'll have to be careful. Daichi pondered on the best way to increase his strength in secret. That's when he remembered the dungeon key in his inventory. That dungeon key was black, so the opponents in the Kikyo Castle dungeon are at least 30 levels above mine. But does it stay like that, or do the mobs in the dungeon get stronger? If they don't, then with time and enough level up, that dungeon key could change from black to red to yellow. At least that's what I think. If that's the case, then I need to find other easier dungeons first. But that's not important right now. I'll save the exploration to find dungeons for later. Right now, I need to get back to training. Daichi spent the days training his body and improving his skills, but he also took his grandfather's advice and took a day off every week to simply rest and relax. He took cooking as a hobby and tried it out. He learned the various ways to prepare the ingredients and learned several simple dishes. That smells delicious. Daichi was currently making a beef dish, and after some time it was done. Daichi turned off the flame and started plating the dish. Skill Cooking's level has risen by 1. After making a couple of dishes a few days ago, he acquired the cooking skill. Cooking, passive, LV, 42%. A skill that improves the taste and quality of your dish. The created dishes will restore your HP CPSP, but it will vary depending on the dish created and the ingredients used. At a higher level, you can create dishes that will greatly restore your HP CPSP and even improve your physical stats. Effects: plus 12% increase in taste and aroma of dish. Plus 7% increase in plating technique. Due to cooking, his sense stat had improved by 2 points. He learned that by creating dishes with more difficulty than the last, and learning to control the flame and time of cooking, his sense stat would increase. Daichi also took the time to paint, creating easy artworks from his previous life. As he created more artwork with various complexities, his dexterity stat improved. In 1 month, his painting alone increased that particular stat by 3. He also got the skill painting after he successfully completed 2 works. Painting passive, LV3, 44%, a skill that improves the aesthetic qualities and visual appeal of the artwork. At a higher level, the user can create artwork painted or drawn in such a way that it creates an optical illusion that tricks the mind into believing that the 2D artwork they are viewing is in fact 3-dimensional. Effects: 13%, increase in visual appeal, plus 10% increase of accuracy in painting. Daichi realized that most tasks, even if it was non-shinobi related, would increase his stat points depending on the tasks he was completing. 3 weeks had passed by since Daichi's first spar with Kensei. He improved his skills, had another level up, and he had a second spar with Kensei a week ago. He was getting used to fighting and using the taijutsu techniques. It was the last day of May. The end of Daichi's second month in this world. Currently, he was in his backyard training. Daichi was running with a leaf stuck to his forehead. His leaf concentration technique has passed level 10. Now he was trying to combine physical training and chakra control exercises to increase efficiency. If I can keep my focus and keep the leaf on my forehead even during the workouts, then I'll be able to improve my chakra skill quicker. I need to strengthen and increase my chakra reserves. That should be my priority. Right now, Daichi could only hold the leaf on his forehead while running for about 6 minutes. Daichi's goal was to increase his concentration while performing several tasks. Once his chakra was completely exhausted, he started working on different exercises. After about 4 hours of alternating between these tasks, his strength, agility, and chakra stat increased by 1. Daichi sat down under the tree and thought about his training. He wanted to improve his chakra capacity some more quickly and start learning and creating jutsus. Once his chakra was restored, he took 5 leaves with his right hand and placed them on the fingertips of his left hand. Daichi wanted to create the chakra threads that the Sand Village's puppeteers use, or something similar to it. This is an underrated skill, but it has its uses. Using chakra strings to use puppets is great and all, but I feel like we could take it to a whole new level. Daichi mused, thinking about the various ways he could use it. It is a simple jutsu, but it could have wide applications if used in the correct manner. He concentrated the chakra to his fingertips and then coated the leaves with it. He turned his left hand upside down and saw that the leaves were stuck to his fingers. Daichi held like that for a few moments to get the feel of it. He could feel the slow but steady decrease in his reserves. He stopped sending chakra to every finger except his index. The 4 leaves floated down as no more chakra was holding them up. All right, I'll take it slow, one at a time. Daichi concentrated and slowly pushed the leaf on his index finger down with his chakra still coated and connected to it. He saw the leaf detach from his fingertip and float a few centimeters below, gently waving in the air. He slowly recalled his chakra back and watched the leaf float back to his finger. He tried the process again, but this time he increased the distance by double. Suddenly, as expected, several notifications popped up. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously focusing chakra to an object on your fingertips and manipulating them with your chakra, the skill Chakra Threads has been created. Chakra Threads active, L1, a support skill that is mainly used by puppet users, allowing them to control several puppets in battle. This technique can also be used to push or pull objects towards the user. They act as strings and can be attached to moving objects, allowing the user control of their motion, but this requires proficiency in the technique. At higher levels, chakra can be transferred or absorbed via the threads, and even the chakra nature of the threads can be changed. Note, chakra-coated weapons can cut the strings. Effects: 5% increase in thread control, plus 5% increase in thread speed. CP cost, 8 sec for single thread. Yes. A great skill with a variety of uses. I can use this to trip enemies or even deflect small projectile weapons coming my way. Or maybe even control the motion and path of my shuriken weapons. And according to this, at a higher level, I can change the nature of the chakra of the string. I can already imagine a fire and lightning string raining hell on my enemies. I need to figure out what kind of a fighter I'm going to be. Am I someone who's going to be like a jack of all trades and master of none? No, thinking like that is limiting myself. Just because I will become proficient in many fields of ninja art one day doesn't mean I can't master several. But still, what should be my strongest field? Daichi pondered on this question for some time. He already decided he would learn and become capable of creating and dispelling genjutsu, but he had no desire to become a master in the art. Genjutsu has wide applications, and with my perfect chakra control, it would be easy to create various illusion techniques, but fighting with genjutsu just isn't appealing to me. Okay, what else? The same went for sealing arts. He would one day learn sealing arts and would learn to create barriers and other such seals, but dedicating his life and becoming a master in such an art was of no interest to him. Daichi didn't want to go with the medic route as well, based on the same excuse. The sealing art and medical field doesn't interest me, at least not enough to dedicate my entire time to it. But there are 2 techniques in those 2 fields that I definitely want to learn. The 4th Hokage's teleportation jutsu, the Flying Thunder God, and I need to know if I can recreate Tsunade's creation rebirth technique. But that jutsu doesn't heal. Only speed up the creation of new cells. At least that's what I remember. I need to create a super healing medical jutsu with the least negative side effects. He would certainly learn these different important fields, but it would still only be till the point he was better than most. As Daichi thought it through, he realized that his interests lay in ninjutsu and then taijutsu. But for him to fully go down this path, he would have to increase his chakra reserves massively. I suppose it's only natural. What kind of a person gets reincarnated into a world with superpowers and wouldn't want to learn to shoot fireballs or create giant waves of water? Since I'm going to go down the ninjutsu way, I might as well go all out. I need to master all 5 elements, and then maybe learn to use yin and yang chakra attacks. But for all that, I need to increase my chakra volume. Daichi sighed, thinking about the training ahead, but he was happy. He was going to use every bit of his chakra every day and stretch and strengthen his chakra coils. Daichi decided that when the time came to use his free stat points, a vast majority of it would go to his chakra and strength. He would save some for agility and dexterity. They would be the secondary stats he would prioritize after chakra and strength. The moment people figure out that my strength lies in ninjutsu, they'll try to counter me by using taijutsu or genjutsu. Since I have the gamer's mind, I'm not all that worried about genjutsu, but I'll have to train taijutsu as well. They'll be my secondary focus. When he trained his body, Daichi would try to keep the gap difference between strength, agility, and dexterity to a minimum. He wanted to maintain a perfect ratio between power, speed, and flexibility of his body. It would help his taijutsu skill tremendously, switching between offense, defense, and evasion. Daichi let go of the chakra thread that was holding the leaf. He meditated and restored his reserves. He stood up and lightly stretched. He started running around the compound, and once he reached his top speed, he kept at it and tried to push more energy to go faster. He sprinted the whole time till his stamina was in the low single digits. He got a new skill by the time he was done. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously running at top speed, the skill Sprint has been created. Sprint, active LV1. A skill that gives the user a boost in speed, increasing the agility of the user. This boost in speed will run out when SP reaches less than 10. Effects, plus 5% increase in running speed. SP cost 120 SP per minute. Daichi cooled down after a few minutes, and under the shade of the tree, he opened his status page. Daichi looked at the stat and level increase. Just as I thought. The first 2 weeks, it was easy to increase my stat points through training, but now it took almost 3 weeks to improve them. And not by much. Training for almost 3 weeks only made a difference of 2 or 3 points in each stat. Right now, the lowest are Vitality and Wisdom. Wisdom would increase with games like Shogi and Go, but I'm not going to focus on that stat for the moment. Right now, my concern is SP. Stamina points haven't even crossed the 750 mark. Need to increase the Vitality stat. Should I use the free stat points? No. Now is not the time. It's getting difficult to increase them with training alone. And if I add any more now, it'll be even more difficult. Need to think in terms of the long run. Time to see my skills. Daichi opened the skill page and looked at the skills. Noting the rise in level and effects of the skills, it made him satisfied. Let's see, what else remains to complete in my current quest? Daichi's status and skills. Status name Daichi Hekima. Class Civilian. Age 5 title, Capable Child, Explorer. Level 9, 543, 500. HP 915, C 896, 7 SP, 720. Primary stats. Strength 21. Vitality 18. Dexterity 19. Agility 19. Intelligence 28. 28. Chakra 20. 17. Special stats. Sense 11, Stamina 21, Domitable, locked. Charisma 5, Persistence, locked. Dignity, Luck, locked. Stat points 60, Ryo 1500. Skill list 1, Gamer's Minds of Hell's Max. Effects, plus 25% increase in speed effects, 23.5% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 23.5% to base CP regeneration per minute, 23.5% to base SP regeneration per minute. Effects, plus 22.8% increase in damage inflicted, 22% increase in movement speed, 13% increase in physical stat growth, minus 25% decrease in damage taken. Effects, plus 11.3% growth rate of chakra stat, plus 15.4% strength increase to all chakra-based skills, plus 15% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, 22% increase to maximum CP, minus 8, 1% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. Effects, regeneration, increased by 18% of total CP per minute. plus 14% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases CP regeneration to 25%. Effects: plus 3% success rate to create new ninjutsu. Plus 3% success rate to create new genjutsu. Minus 3% less CP requirements for new jutsu created. Effects: plus 35% increase in chakra control, CP cost 3 sec. Minus 20% CP cost to chakra techniques. Effects: 25% increase in taste, CP cost 3 sec. Effects: 25% increase in hearing, CP cost 6 sec. Effects: 21% increase in smell, CP cost 3 sec. Effects: plus 23% increase in sight, CP cost 6.5 sec. Effects: 8% increase in attack power, plus 6% increase in defense. 26% increase in speed, minus 19.7% decrease in damage taken. Effects: plus 30% increase in accuracy, 30% increase in damage dealt. Effects: minus 12.5% decrease in damage taken. Effects: plus 15% increase in critical rate, plus 17% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy, 8% increase in attack speed. SP cost 21.5 per hit. Effects: 16% increase in taste and aroma of dish, plus 10% increase in plating technique. Effects: plus 15% increase in visual appeal, 12% increase of accuracy in painting. Effects: plus 5% increase in thread control, plus 5% increase in thread speed. CP cost 8 sec for single thread. Effects: 5% increase in running speed. SP cost 120 SP per minute. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 22. 1 Year Training. Uro 3, Chapter 22 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi opened his current training quest. Current quest: get ahead of your peers. Train hard and prepare for the academy. Become stronger than everyone in your generation. The path to the strongest begins here. Time limit: 10 months. Conditions: increase your level to 13 by the time you join the academy. Learn beginner taijutsu and increase it to LV. 15. Learn basic chakra control technique and increase it to LV. 15. Increase your basic body conditioning to LV. 15. Learn beginner shuriken jutsu and increase it to LV. 15. Learn 1 E-rank ninjutsu or more, 0-1. Find out your chakra nature. Unlock any 2 special stats. Rewards: 1500 XP, plus 1 level, plus 3 to all awakened stat points, plus 1 LV. To all skills, plus 12 stat points. Rep increases with everyone. Rep massively increases with Kensei Yasaji. New title special: reward failure. Nagati 2 levels. Rep decreases with the Leaf Village citizens. Rep decreases with Kensei Yasaji. Rep decreases with academy teachers. Rep decrease with the Leaf 12. New title. Looks like I'm about to complete most of this quest, but based on the amount of exp I need for each level, getting to 13 will take at least 7 or 8 more months. Still, I have 10 months remaining before joining the new semester. I'll be ready by then. What E-rank ninjutsu should I learn? The clone technique, substitution, or transformation? I'll ask the old man later. I'll ask him for the chakra paper as well. Gotta find out my affinity. The sooner I get things done, the easier it'll be. Daichi was able to quickly complete most of his current quest because of his efficient and constant training. He kept a steady pace and only took the weekend off to relax. It also brought him new ideas to implement in his training. He went to find Kensei after closing the notification boxes. It was time to find out his chakra nature. Kensei's library. Kensei was rummaging through some boxes on the shelf, and after a few minutes, he found what he was looking for. He took a special paper from the box and turned around to face his grandson. He held the paper in front of Daichi. I take it you understand what this paper does? He asked. Yeah, it shows my natural chakra affinity. I focus my chakra on it, and if it's wind, it tears. If it's water, it gets wet. Earth, it crumbles to dust. Fire, it burns to ash. And if it's lightning, the paper wrinkles. Daichi replied. Training in chakra nature is advanced stuff. Most shinobi start this after they become chunin. You realize that, don't you? Kensei knew Daichi understood the difficulty of the task, but he said it anyway. Daichi nodded, but had a smirk. I know, but you and I both know I'm not going to be like most shinobi. That remains to be seen. Here. No point in wasting any more time. Kensei gave Daichi the chakra paper. Daichi held the paper between his index and middle finger. He took a breath and let it out. Closing his eyes, he focused and concentrated some of his chakra through his fingers and onto the paper. When he opened his eyes, the result was something he didn't expect. The paper turned to dirt and crumbled to dust in seconds. Earth nature. Interesting. Kensei rubbed his chin, looking at Daichi. You look surprised. Daichi, hearing the old man, looked up at him and replied, Yeah, I thought I'd be lightning or fire-natured. Earth is a surprise. More like I wanted it to be those, but it isn't so bad. Earth element in the right hands could be quite versatile. What do you think about Earth-nature affinity? Kensei asked, wanting to know the boy's opinion on his natural affinity. Daichi thought about it for some time before giving him the answer. It's a powerful nature. We're surrounded by earth elements, and it's perfect for defense and offense. With enough chakra reserves, one can reshape the entire terrain to suit their needs. And in a battlefield, having control over the terrain means increasing the odds of victory. A true master can turn earth into as malleable as water or as hard as a mountain. At least that's what I think. Kensei had a smile on his face after hearing his reasons. Good. But for the moment, train and improve the skills you have, those being your taijutsu and shuriken jutsu, and then focus on increasing your chakra reserves and strength. When you're ready in a couple years, and depending on your progress, we'll start with nature chakra and its applications. A tower with a weak foundation won't last long after all. Daichi agreed with him. Right now, his main priority was increasing the level of all his current skills. As Daichi thought about it, he got curious. Hey, Gramps, what's your chakra nature? Daichi asked him. Kensei just smirked as he listened to the quest. You'll find out one day. As he said those words, Kensei handed him a small scroll. Is that? Daichi wondered. This is an E-rank jutsu taught in the academy, the rope escape jutsu. Huh? Daichi didn't think the first jutsu he would get from the old man was this basic supplementary technique. Kensei chucked, watching the dumb expression on Daichi's face. You have to learn to crawl before you can walk. This is a basic, straightforward, and simple jutsu, but it's quite useful when you least expect it. Learn it, and a couple months later, based on your progress, I'll see if you're ready for any other techniques. The old man was having fun watching Daichi's expression. Hearing the cheery and somewhat smug voice of his grandpa, Daichi sighed to himself. Yeah, I'm gonna learn it, and I'll be ready to learn clone jutsu and more by the time I'm ready for the academy. Daichi replied back with a grin and cheeky voice. I look forward to it. Kensei walked out of the room, having the last word. Daichi took the scroll and went outside. He read the scroll detailing the technique. When the user is bound, they find ways to escape by untying the knot or dislocating the joints to get free. Although it is the most basic of the escape-based jutsu, it is still fairly complicated to perform. Let's get to work. Daichi sat down and went through every inch of the scroll, determined to memorize and learn it by the end of the day. The sound of fist hitting flesh could be heard throughout the room. Both Daichi and Kensei were sparring in the dojo, neither one intending to give the other victory. Daichi rained fast, precise punches aiming at Kensei's head, all of which were deflected or dodged. Because of the height difference, Daichi was at a disadvantage. Kensei stepped forward, throwing a fast, powerful punch towards Daichi's face. The boy raised both hands and blocked the punch aimed at his face, but the force from it pushed him backwards. 66 HP. Damn, the old man hits hard. Daichi slid a few feet before taking a step back and stopping himself. Before he could even put his hands down, Daichi saw movement from the corner of his eyes. Kensei threw a roundhouse kick aimed at the left side of his torso. Daichi planted his feet and gripped the floor. He braced himself and took the oncoming blow. Arr. He couldn't help grunting at the strength of the attack. But as soon as the kick struck, he trapped the leg under his left arm and threw a fast jab aiming at the thighs of the trapped leg. But before it could even reach halfway, Kensei threw several quick punches, forcing Daichi to block and parry them. But they were mostly unsuccessful, since he only had one arm to counter the old man's assaults. Several strikes landed on his body, forcing him to let go of the leg, and compelling him to jump back and gain some distance. Daichi had a haggard breath, his chest expanding and contracting, gasping for some precious air. He'd been fighting with such intensity for over 30 minutes. Barely a couple of seconds passed, and Kensei was already on him. Your enemies won't give you time to rest or catch your breath. Never show weakness. It would definitely be used against you. Those were the words he heard while desperately parrying the oncoming attacks. Daichi sharpened his senses to their absolute maximum to sense the speed and position of the attacks. He didn't even have time for any useless thoughts. Both grandfather and grandson exchanged fists at a speed civilians could barely see, let alone fend off. Daichi was carefully waiting for an opportunity to strike, but his grandfather was careful. He's blocking and parrying every one of my punches and jabs. Don't know how much longer I can keep going like this. Got no choice. Need to use strong hit, even if it will drain almost half my remaining stamina. Deciding to make his own opening, Daichi met one of Kensei's punches with a punch of his own. Both fists colliding knuckle to knuckle. Daichi used the skill strong hit and put enough force in it to make even Kensei wince. Feeling the pain and his hand becoming slightly numb, Kensei lagged for a second. But that single moment presented an opportunity for Daichi to move past the old man's defenses and land a strike on his chest. A powerful strike that made even Kensei slightly grunt. But that was the only attack Daichi was able to land on his opponent. Kensei clenched his fists and resumed his vigorous attacks. Several strikes landed on Daichi's body, but he refused to take any more steps back. He gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Each time Kensei landed a successful attack on his body, Daichi could see his HP falling. Slowly but steadily. Just when it looked like it would stay like this, there was a change in the flow of the battle. Kensei took a single step forward and arched his punch, changing the trajectory of the attack from a straightforward punch to an uppercut. He accomplished this feat without losing any attack speed. Even though Daichi could see the punch coming, he knew he wouldn't be able to block it. And if it landed, it would be over for him. Daichi quickly leaned back, avoiding the uppercut by centimeters. Just when he thought he had passed the danger, he felt a strike on his right leg. A quick, precise attack that took his balance and footing. 41 HP. Kensei knew the boy would dodge his attack. His uppercut was a distraction, and his real goal was to make him lose his footing. Daichi fell backwards, hitting the floor. Ooh, he couldn't help exclaim. Seeing his goal accomplished, the old man moved in for an axe stomp. He launched a downward strike with the heel of his foot straight at Daichi's chest. Daichi quickly rolled to the right, dodging the attack, and was about to get up when he felt a hand on the back of his neck, and it froze him. Daichi was kneeling on all fours, with Kensei standing beside him, with a knife-hand strike placed on the back of his neck. The old man didn't strike him, but simply placed the hand on the boy's neck. But this was enough for Daichi to know that the fight was over. It was only after a few seconds had passed by that Daichi heard his own panting breath. He could hear his heart beating in his chest like a giant drum. He felt the adrenaline and the blood coursing through his body, his aching and twitching muscles. He slowly stood up on shaky legs and turned to face his grandfather. Kensei had a wide smile on his face. Even though he wasn't as exhausted as Daichi, he was still slightly out of breath. Sparring with someone like Daichi for so long at his age took its toll, but he never felt as good as he did at that moment in a long time. It's been almost 6 months since we've started our sparring sessions, and every time you impress me, your speed of improvement is incredible. And your talent, it's unbelievable. I have no doubt you'll be even greater than the 4th Hokage one day. Kensei didn't hold back in his praise. Based on the speed of Daichi's improvement and his inborn talent, he truly believed Daichi could reach great heights. Hearing his grandpa's praise made Daichi blush a little. He scratched the back of his head lightly, laughing. "Aw, you're making me blush, Gramps." Just then his stomach growled like a lion. "Ha ha!" Kensei laughed heartily. "We're both a mess. Let's get ourselves cleaned up. We'll be going out for dinner tonight." "How are you feeling about barbecue?" he asked. "That sounds awesome. Let's go to Yakiniku-Q," Daichi replied in an instant. The best barbecue place in the Leaf Village was the Yakiniku-Q. He had only been there once, but that single visit was enough to make him captivated with the place. Kensei chuckled, looking at Daichi's drooling, hungry face. "Sure. Go get cleaned up and meet me downstairs in an hour. We'll head out." Daichi nodded and went to his room. Kensei went to his own room to get himself ready. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 23. Kensei's Motives and End of Training. Chapter 23 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi felt the cool water cascading down his body. It helped him relax after the intense sparring session he had with his grandfather. He was looking over and closing the piled-up notifications that appeared during and after the fight. Several skills and stat points have increased due to the intensity and length of the fight. The notification of the quest completion for surviving the spar was also dismissed after being looked over. Daichi got out of the shower, put on some new clothes, and meditated. He felt the aches and pains throughout his body disappear. His stamina, chakra, and health points slowly regenerated. When the time came, he met his grandfather downstairs, and both of them headed out. It was past 6 in the evening. Both of them slowly walked through the village. Daichi noted the somber and almost quiet atmosphere when he walked through the village. It took him only a few seconds to realize the truth of the matter. It was October 9th today. Tomorrow was the 5th anniversary of the Nine Tails attack. It didn't take long for Kensei and Daichi to reach the Bakyu restaurant. A large restaurant with wide windows and multiple green-seated booths. The menu was plastered on the wall. Each table had a charcoal brazier built in the center and was equipped with tongs for cooking. A restaurant with a jukaku-style form of dining in which the customers cook their own food after ordering it. Daichi and Kensei found an empty booth in the corner and sat down. They gave their order and waited for the food. After a few seconds of silence, Kensei spoke. "You've gotten a lot stronger during these last few months. In your current strength, I'd say you'll be able to handle a 2nd or 3rd year student of the academy." Daichi wasn't surprised at the evaluation. He visited the academy a couple of times during the last few months, and he observed any kid he could find. Their levels and stats showed that he was stronger than most of the 1st, 2nd, and some 3rd year students. Daichi simply nodded. "I know you're still holding back quite a lot. You didn't use chakra to strengthen your body, did you?" Daichi asked. Kensei shook his head. "No. If I had used that now, our spar wouldn't mean anything to you since you won't even be able to touch me, although I'm surprised you knew about such a technique. I read about it in the chakra theory book you gave me. It's a skill that can only be learned after someone has had extensive chakra control training, like mastering the water walking," Daichi replied. Kensei nodded. "Yes, that's true, but you're nowhere near ready for that." "I know, Gramps. I'll take it slow, one step at a time." Daichi wanted to completely master the leaf concentration exercise before moving on to the next one. "Daichi, I want you to take the next few days off. No training for another 3 or 4 days." Daichi usually only took a single day to rest in a week. He already planned on taking a rest tomorrow, but he didn't understand why the old man extended the recuperating period to more than 1 day. "I was already planning on taking a break tomorrow, but why more?" "All you've been doing is training. Even though you cook and paint sometimes during your break, it's still not enough. I know I've said this before, but now is the time for you to enjoy being a kid. Go out, play, make some friends, or simply enjoy the peaceful atmosphere of the village. Whatever you want to do, except training. It will do you some good." "But I like training," Daichi said in a somewhat whiny tone. Hearing the childish whiny tone of his voice brought a smile to Kensei's face. "Now you're acting like a brat your age." At that moment, their order came. Kensei ordered the premium buffet. He knew Daichi had a pretty big appetite, especially after a fight. He watched the appetizers being placed on the table. Daichi looked at the various dishes and couldn't help gulp his saliva. He was extremely hungry, and the tantalizing smells of the food was only making it more difficult for him to hold back. He used Observe as the waiter placed the various dishes on the table. A panko-coated deep-fried ground beef cutlet with layered cheese filling. It is served with tonkatsu sauce, shredded cabbage, and a small portion of rice. A delicious dish made by Chef Joran. A bite-sized chicken thigh coated with flour and a special blend of spices and deep-fried in hot oil. When done, the chicken is coated in a crispy shell with the tender and juicy meat preserved inside. An exceptionally flavorful, crispy and juicy fried chicken. 4 bite-sized pieces served in a decorative bowl. A popular pan-fried dish that consists of batter and cabbage. Beef is the main ingredient with several vegetable toppings added. This is a dish that is grilled on an iron griddle and prepared by Chef Hanshi. These chili and crispy potato fries topped with homemade beef chili and cheese and then baked to perfection. A tasty snack perfect for an appetizer. Wakame salad. This simple yet tasty dish is made from an edible seaweed widely used around the world. This dish contains corn, tomato, dried seaweed, sesame seeds, and thinly chopped carrots. It's highly nutritious and rich in fiber, calories, calcium, and protein. Daichi didn't waste any more time and started eating. Kensei joined, and after about a dozen minutes, all that was left were empty plates. Oh wow, that was delicious. Indeed. This is one of the few places in the village that can match Shi's restaurant taste quality, his grandfather said. Daichi took a moment and let himself relax. He took a moment and looked at his grandpa. Hey, Gramps, are you thinking about tomorrow? Kensei sighed. Yeah, tomorrow marks the 5th anniversary of the Nine Tails attack. He had a somber expression. The images of his son, his daughter-in-law, and his wife came to mind. All of them taken before their time due to the tragic event. Looking at the old man's face, Daichi stayed quiet. He didn't have any memories of his parents from this life. He didn't have any particular attachments to anyone aside from his grandfather Kensei, matron Aiko, and Jozu at the orphanage. That, too, was a small bond courtesy of the respect he felt towards them for taking care of him. Right now, his mind went towards another orphan. Someone burdened with a heavy duty and shunned for something that wasn't his fault. I wonder how you're doing. Naruto? Should I visit the playground? He would definitely be there. No, he would definitely have guards. It would be suspicious if I went and decided to become friends with him out of nowhere when everyone else stays away. I would get on the radar of all the people I definitely don't want to. Daichi sighed. He didn't think about it anymore. We'll go pay the cemetery a visit early in the morning tomorrow. By noon until evening it will be somewhat crowded, Kensei said to Daichi. He just nodded and quietly sat, both of them thinking about various things. In a short while, the main course came and was served. Several plates of various cuts of beef and chicken were placed. Daichi didn't bother with using observe this time, and just grilled and enjoyed the food. Both of them ate while discussing various topics, and left the place after about an hour and went back home. It was October 10th early in the morning. Daichi and Kensei were standing in the Leaf Village Cemetery. It was located at the outskirts of the village. The cemetery had a sculpture resembling a fire at the front. It represented the will of fire of the village and had the kanji for Hokage inscribed on its base. Both of them were in front of a gravestone. On the stone were the names of Kensei's late family. They were buried together due to Kensei's request. After a few minutes, Kensei spoke. He had a slight angry tone in his voice. Hotaru was talented, and the village took advantage of that. They brainwashed him with propaganda and ideals of the village so much that he and I became estranged, and his death was what caused my beloved Fumio's untimely demise. Hearing the old man's words, curiosity got the best of Daichi, and he used observe on the headstone. Headstone. The grave of Fumio Aya, the late wife of Kensei Yasagi. She was a chunin when she met Kensei. He saved her during a dangerous mission, and they formed a relationship thereafter. She had a son named Hotaru who died during the Nine Tails attack. The loss of her son affected her mentally and physically, slowly weakening her heart with each passing day. She died 2 years ago at the age of 58, in her sleep. The grave of Hotaru Yasagi, the late son of Kensei Yasagi and Fumio Yasagi. Hotaru was a talented shinobi during his time. He graduated from the academy at the age of 9 and had participated in the Third World War. Due to the number of missions he completed and the merits he received during the war, he was quickly promoted to jonin. Later, at the end of the war, he married his childhood sweetheart, Eriko Hatsumi. During the last few years of his life, he had an estranged relationship with his father due to their contrasting philosophies regarding the village. He was 26 when he died in the Nine Tails attack 5 years ago. Headstone Eriko Hatsumi. The grave of Eriko Hatsumi, the late wife of Haru Yasuji. She was an average shinobi who worked in the administrative department after becoming a chunin. During the end of the Third World War, she married her childhood crush, Hotaru Yasuji. She was 26 when she died during the Nine Tails attack 5 years ago. Daichi, reading the details, felt like he had a better understanding of Kensei. No wonder the old man doesn't talk about his son all that much. He might probably still be blaming his son for his wife's death. That's a whole can of worms. I'm not going to open anytime soon. But still, isn't being angry at a dead man still pointless? It was sometime past 7 in the morning when they reached the cemetery grounds. They prayed and stayed there for some time before placing the bouquet of flowers Daichi made from his garden on the stone and left shortly after. They ate some breakfast from Shifang's restaurant and went home. When they neared their house, Daichi asked Kensei what was on his mind. "Hey, Gramps. Are you still angry with your son?" Kensei was slightly startled by the question, but then composed himself and answered. "After his death, all I felt was regret for not communicating with him. But when Fumio died, I wanted to blame someone, and he became a convenient scapegoat. It was his death that caused her to die after all. But after some time, I came to the realization that I was mostly just angry. So to answer your question, no, I'm not angry at my son." "Then who are you angry at?" Daichi asked this question because he wanted to know if the old man's anger was misplaced onto Naruto like most of the villagers. Kensei answered his question with a question of his own. "Daichi, do you know why I'm training you like this even though you're only just 5 years old? To get me strong and make sure I'm at the top of my class?" Daichi replied in a somewhat unsure voice. "I graduated from the academy just a year after the third passed. I've participated in 2 wars. I've traveled all over the world, met all sorts of people, and I learned one important fact." Daichi's eyes slightly narrowed as he listened to Kensei. That's when he heard something that surprised him. The Leaf Village isn't the center of the world. Kensei said with a strong voice. "I was like most people at the beginning. I believed in the will of fire and philosophy of unity of the village. But over the years, I've seen the dark, twisted side of the village. I saw teammates killing teammates to keep the secrets from spreading on the orders of the higher-ups. There was even a time when I was attacked by ninjas of this village because I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. You can say that I've opened my eyes to the truth of the world. There is no right or wrong. Only those with strength can make their own path. My philosophy regarding this place changed, but my son was someone who believed in this place. He would have given his life for this village without hesitation, and that was what created our rift. I wanted him to put his life above all else, even the village. He disagreed. Our ideals clashed and we drifted apart." Kensei sighed and looked at Daichi. He continued. "My father was a traveling merchant. When I was a child, it was my dream to travel the world. But fate had other plans. I became a ninja and dedicated the prime of my life to this place. The reason why I'm training you and pushing you is because you are someone like me. I understood that from the first day we met. You want to become strong so that you can leave this village without fear of death, don't you?" Daichi was stunned when he was asked the question. For a split second, he thought about lying, but then decided against it. "Yeah, I want to travel the world. But if I leave the village without becoming a ninja, I'll probably be killed by someone on my journey because I was too weak to defend myself. And if I become a ninja, I'll be declared a missing nin the moment I leave and be marked for life. The only way to avoid all that is to become stronger than everyone else." "Precisely. That's why I'm training you. I want you to have the chance I never had, Daichi. Whatever path you choose, whether it's to stay in the village or leave, I want you to be strong enough so that it's your choice. And to answer your earlier question, no one. I'm angry at no one. Not anymore anyway. You know, for a moment I thought you hated the village because of what happened to your family. Daichi said to him. Kensei had a small, sad smile when he heard this. Hate is a strong word. I do hate some people within the village. I hate some policies put in place, but I don't hate the Leaf Village itself. Despite everything that's happened, this place is still my home, and I would protect it if the need arises. Daichi nodded when he heard this. After a few seconds of silence, Kensei spoke. Daichi, promise me something. What is it? I know I told you that you can choose whatever path you want, but promise me that when the time comes, it won't be one that will harm the village. Kensei had the face of another genius in mind as he asked this of Daichi, a powerful ninja he once worked with and now a traitor to the village. I won't do anything to hurt the village or its people. You have my word, Daichi said with as much seriousness as he could. He wanted to make sure Kensei knew he wasn't a threat to this place. Kensei was carefully looking over the boy's chakra, and he was satisfied with the answer. Both of them talked for a while, and soon they were nearing their home. Daichi felt like he understood Kensei much better now. He simply nodded to his grandfather's words. They soon reached home. Daichi did as his grandfather told him. He took a few days off from his training to enjoy himself. He created some beautiful artwork and made some dishes to cheer up the somewhat depressed old man. After a few days of rest and recuperation, he resumed his training. The remaining 6 months passed by in a blur. Before long, it was the last night of March. Tomorrow he would start the academy. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 24, First Day of the Academy. Chapter 24 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was the morning of April 1st. Daichi and Kensei were walking down the road. Their destination? The academy. It didn't take them long to reach the place. Daichi was excited. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Both Daichi and his grandfather walked through the entrance gate of the academy building. They saw dozens of parents and their children roaming the grounds. Kensei brought Daichi to the academy a week ago to get him registered. He answered some questions and completed some easy physical tests. After the teacher reviewed the results, Daichi was successfully signed on as an academy student. Right now, the entrance ceremony was about to take place. As the time for the ceremony to begin was nearing, the academy teachers instructed the new students to stand in several lines. The parents stood back watching the children stand in order. Daichi was looking around the place. He spotted some familiar faces among the children and parents. He was using Observe, and most of the kids were around 3 to 7 level, but they were mostly civilian children. Daichi spotted a couple of clan kids, and they were around 7 and 8 level. Looks like those from the clan received training even before joining this place, but that's to be expected. But even most of them only have a level of around 7 to 9. Looks like I'm the strongest in this batch. I guess all that intense training really paid off. Daichi, who was lost in thought, regained his bearings when the Hokage made his presence. He was in his usual attire with the traditional white robes and the Hokage hat on his head. He walked to the front and stood on the makeshift podium. Congratulations to all of you who were accepted into the academy. From this day forth, do your best to reach your goals to become a shinobi. You have a lot of hard work ahead of you on this journey. I expect great things, and I know you'll do the Leaf Village proud. May the will of fire burn brightly in each and every one of you. Daichi was looking at the Hokage as he welcomed the students, and for some reason, he felt as if the Hokage was looking at him specifically during the end of his speech. He didn't put much thought into it, as the instructors brought everyone to their assigned classroom. The Hokage watched as the teachers took the children to their assigned classrooms. He was in deep thought as he looked at 2 particular students. Hiruzen looked at Naruto, who was slowly disappearing among the crowds. Minato, Kushina, your son is slowly growing up. I know you would be proud of him. He then turned his attention towards Daichi. He was looking forward to Daichi's growth throughout the coming years. His chakra has increased by a wide margin, at least when compared to when I first met him. Show me just how talented you are, young Daichi. Hiruzen turned around and was about to leave, but then he saw Kensei standing near the other parents. Should I go talk to him? Kensei noticed the Hokage's gaze. A slight frown formed on Kensei's face, and he left. Hiruzen let out a sigh and left the academy as well. Another time and place, I suppose. The moment Daichi stepped into the classroom, several notifications popped up. He took a seat in the back corner of the class and looked over the blue boxes that popped up. Quest, get ahead of your peers. Completed. Rewards, 1500 XP, plus 1 level, plus 3. To all awakened stat points, plus 1 LV. To all skills, plus 12 stat points. Rep increases with the Leaf Village citizens. Rep massively increases with Kensei Yasagi. New title, Prodigy. This title will increase the level of your skills faster by 20%. Special reward, new skill, mana manipulation. Wow, I can use mana. Is it different from chakra? That's a stupid question. I have no doubt it definitely is. That will come in handy. And the Prodigy title will definitely help my speed of improvement. Closing the quest completion box, Daichi opened his status page. Status. Name, Daichi Hekima. Class, student. Age 6. Title, Capable Child Explorer Prodigy. Level 14, 55476 HP, 1625, CP 1743. 3 SP. 11275 primary stats. Strength, 36, Vitality, 34, Dexterity, 33, Agility, 34, Intelligence, 43. Chakra, 39, Wisdom, 27. Special stats. Sense, 32, Stamina, 36, Indomitable. Charisma, 14, Persistence locked. Dignity. Luck. Stat points, 97. Ryo, 5700. Wow. Except Wisdom and Charisma, all my stats are above 30, and my stat points are nearing 100. A frown formed on Daichi's face as he looked at the special stats. I have no idea how to unlock Dignity. But as for luck, I've tried gambling with the old-timer a couple times, but it didn't work. I even flipped a coin trying to predict the outcome, or anything really, but that was a bust. And as for the other two, I have an idea as to how to awaken Indomitable stat. But it's not a solid theory and doing it would be dangerous, so that's out for now. And I have a few theories on how to awaken it, but not sure which path to take. Daichi let out a small, tired sigh. He decided he would tackle the locked stat problem at a later date. Time to see how far my skills have improved. Skills. Gamer's Mind, passive max. Gamer's Body, passive. Gaia's Blessing, passive. Observe, active, 11%. Dishwashing, passive, 39%. Effects. Plus 73% increase in speed in dishwashing, meditate, active, L36, 88%. Effects, 75, 2% to base HP regeneration per minute. 75.2% to base CP regeneration per minute. 75, 2% to base SP regeneration per minute. Basic body conditioning, passive, LV, 76.1%. Effects, 46% increase in damage inflicted. 44.1% increase in movement speed. It's 19.3% increase in physical stat growth. Negative 40% decrease in damage taken. Daichi looked over his skills and assessed their improvements one by one. My observe skill hasn't made much progress. Makes sense, since I was cooped up in that house most of the time. Need to work on that and raise its level. And meditation skill is around where I expected it to be. As for the basic body conditioning, it's slow but improving steadily. Thanks to the training and stat increase, the damage reduction buff has increased a lot. But my spars with Kensei showed that there are certain limitations. The effects of the damage reduction buff significantly decreases the higher level my opponents are. And attacks and wounds from sharp weapons can bypass the buff by a certain margin. Not sure by how much, so I need to figure that out as well. Let's see, what else? Minimap inventory, lesser chakra affinity, passive active, LV32, 40%. Effects, plus 17% growth rate of chakra stat, plus 36. 3% strength increase to all chakra-based skills. 34.9% defense increase against chakra-based attacks, plus 34% increase to maximum CP. Naiga's 15% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. Lesser chakra regeneration, passive, LV32, 10%. Effects, regeneration, increased by 40% of total CP per minute. Plus 17% growth rate of chakra stat. Note, meditation increases CP regeneration to 70%. Chakra manipulation, active, passive, minor 3%. Minor jutsu creation, active, LV 289%. Effects, plus 6% success rate to create new ninjutsu, plus 6% success rate to create new genjutsu, minus 5% less CP requirements for new jutsu created, Leaf Concentration Technique Active Passive LV 8652 Effects plus 179 2% increase in chakra control. CP cost 1 5 sec. Mameter 43.2% CP cost to chakra techniques. Superior Tasting Active LV 936% Effects 43% increase in taste. CP cost 1 sec. Superior Hearing Active 20 Effects plus 56% increase in hearing. CP cost 2 sec. Superior Smell Active Effects 37.77% increase in smell. CP cost 1 sec. Superior Sight Act 20 was 49.9% increase in sight. CP cost 2 per sec. Leaf Academy Taijutsu Active 32% effects plus 55, 9% increase in attack power, plus 52% increase in defense, 53% increase in speed, my 37% decrease in damage taken. My chakra and taijutsu skills have gone way up, much more than I expected. Shuriken Jutsu Active LV 34, 8% effects, 79.2% increase in accuracy, 64% increase in damage dealt. Physical Endurance Passive LV 26, 16% effects, minus 36% decrease in damage taken. Note, damage decrease depends on enemy level and strength. Strong Hit Active L12, 85% effects plus 40% increase in critical rate, plus 41% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy, 34% increase in attack speed. SP cost 15.3 per hit. Cooking Active LV 15, 24% effects 32.1% increase in taste and aroma of dish, plus 29% increase in plating technique. Painting Passive LV 12, 4% effects 31% increase in visual appeal, 34% increase of accuracy in painting. Chakra Threads Active 15 effects plus 30% increase in thread control, 30% increase in thread speed. CP cost 4 sec for single thread. Sprint Active 13 effects plus 41% increase in running speed. SP cost 85 SP per minute. The sprint skill increases my agility, but it uses stamina. I won't last in a drawn-out battle with this skill. I need to find a skill that uses chakra instead of stamina for speed increase. Rope Escape Jutsu Active 8 effects plus 18% increase in success when escaping bindings. Clone Jutsu Active 18 effects 46% increase when creating identical clones. CP cost 52 CP per clone. Transformation Jutsu Active LV 40% effects plus 39% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. CP cost 40 CP per transformation. Mana Manipulation. Note, cannot use this skill until intelligence reaches 50 and wisdom reaches 30. It's been a while since I checked all my skills. Everything's gone up significantly. The one with the highest level is the Leaf Concentration Technique. As expected, I've been practicing that skill every chance I got during the last year, even during physical training and meditation. Using leaves on my forehead and fingers, and even going as far as spinning them in different directions. Right now, chakra control is my strongest point. Let's see. What else? So to use mana affinity, I need 50 in INT and 30 in WIS, huh? I'm not going to spend points. At least not now. I'll wait until the end of this year. If my stats haven't reached 50 and 30 by that time, then I'll consider adding points to them. As Daichi closed the skill list page, a new quest box appeared. Quest created, Path to the Strongest. The system will help the player on his journey to become the world's strongest. Complete a set of tasks to receive system rewards. Failure to complete any task will result in activation of penalty dungeon. Quest time limit 6 years. Note, failing to complete any 2 tasks for 3 consecutive days will mark this quest as a failure. Conditions. Complete 100 push-ups daily, complete 100 squats daily, complete 100 punches daily, run 10 kilometers daily, complete at least 1 dungeon before the end of this year. Take the top spot in your class every year. Rewards, status recovery daily, random reward weekly, plus 3 stat points weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon, additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. Failure, 95 stat points. Penalty, dungeon death, except YN. So this is the quest Path to the Strongest. The first part of this quest looks like a Saitama-style workout. It's a bit time-consuming to do it every day, but it's doable, and completing at least 1 dungeon a year. So during my time here in the academy, I might need to complete at least 5 or 6 dungeons. And based on this, I need to complete 1 this year. Gotta search the village for more dungeons. Maybe I'll find an easy one, and taking the top spot in the class. I already planned on that. Still, the rewards are generous. 3 stat points weekly for 6 years. That's a whole lot of points. Daichi had a small grin on his face as he thought about how strong he'd become. As he kept reading, his heart skipped a beat as he looked at the failure part of the quest. Taking a deep breath, he calmed down and accepted the quest. Daichi closed the last of the notification boxes and then started looking around. Most of the kids were chatting with one another. As he looked around, he finally saw the kids who would one day be known as the Rookie Nine. He saw Hinata nervously twiddling her fingers and Sakura quietly looking around. Daichi then spotted Kiba, but he didn't have his dog Akamaru with him. Strange. His partner Akamaru isn't with him. That's when he remembered something. Right. Kiba gets Akamaru during his time in the academy. Daichi kept looking around and saw Shikamaru and Choji together at the back, and Shino at the front bench of the room. Ino was hanging around with a bunch of other girls, and they seemed to be having fun. Daichi was excited looking around, but he didn't show it on his face. And when he looked to the side of the room, he finally saw him. Naruto Uzumaki. Wow, it's him. It's really him. But he seems so different. He's quiet, so subdued. I expected him to have that stupid grin on his face shouting about becoming number 1 or trying to prank someone or something, but this kid is sitting obediently, not making any trouble. Strange. Oh God. Please tell me I'm not in some alternate universe where he has Sasuke's emo attitude. Daichi quickly used Observe on him. Age 5 HP, 2780. CP. 3-day Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the late 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. He is the current host of the Nine Tails. His status as a Jinchuriki caused him to be shunned by most of the Leaf citizens. He is an orphan who longs for a family. He joined the academy to be a ninja and to make friends. He has a positive and friendly attitude despite his harsh circumstances. Oh, thank God. He's probably just trying to be on his best behavior to make friends. Too bad it won't help the poor kid. Looking at his stats, his level is below me, but his health and chakra are way above mine. Must be because of the 9 tails and the Uzumaki lineage. Daichi looked around, and his eyes found Sasuke sitting near the window. Observe. Age, 5, HP 1307, CP 1189. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Mikoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. He is a happy child, eager to please, and be worthy of his clan name. He adores his older brother Itachi. He plans on becoming the first in the class to impress his father. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. So right now, I'm stronger than him. Gotta keep it that way. But that's not going to be easy knowing his attitude. At that moment, the classroom door opened and a large man with brown hair and goatee walked in. He walked to the center of the room and looked at everyone. For a moment, I thought it would be Iruka. Daichi immediately used Observe. Daikufuneno? Can't see his level or other information. Seems he's above level 59. Hello, students. My name is Daikoku Funeno. I'm your homeroom teacher. From now on, you are to address me as Daikoku-sensei. Welcome to the academy. Now, I'm sure that at least some of you may have been taught how to use chakra and some ninjutsu at home, but here at the academy, you'll learn how to use chakra and its applications in depth. You'll also learn other basic subjects and train to coordinate and work together as a team. You'll be given individual and group assignments. You'll learn the fundamentals. They're important, so learn them well. The jutsus and techniques you will learn at the academy should not be used on others outside of supervised sparring. If any of you are caught breaking the rule, you will face severe punishments. And with that, we'll begin our first year. Why don't you all introduce yourselves to the class? Each of you will stand when it's your turn and tell us your name and your dreams and hobbies. Let's start from the back. Daichi realized he was first as his sensei was looking at him. Daichi took a deep breath and let it out. He stood up and spoke. Hello, everyone. My name is Daichi Hekima. I like training, painting, and cooking. My goal is to become the strongest. Daichi sounded neither arrogant nor silly when he spoke. He was calm and had a serious face. Some of the students had a mocking expression when they heard his goal, but didn't say anything. The teacher just smiled. All right, next. The introduction went on with each student introducing themselves, and telling their hobbies and dreams. Daichi listened to all of them and noted the names and faces of everyone in his class. He paid special attention to the future Rookie 9. Sasuke, spurred on by his competitive side, declared he would take the top spot of the class and one day become the head of his clan. Naruto exuberantly introduced himself and declared his goal to become Hokage. After everyone was done, Daikoku spoke. Now that the introductions are done, I'll hand out the curriculum for this year. The textbooks for the year will be provided in the next class. Daichi looked over the curriculum that the instructor just handed out. It was composed of reading and writing, mathematics, science, geography, history, chakra theory, and physical training. A total of 7 subjects. Even though he learned quite a bit from Kensei's library, he was looking forward to what the academy could teach him. A Monday to Friday schedule with 5 different subjects taught a day. Physical training is on every day. I see. So they're focusing on chakra theory now and building up physical energy of the body. A stronger body can produce more chakra. And with a better understanding of how to use chakra and jutsu, it'll become easier to teach ninjutsu next year. With that, the class began. The first class was on reading and writing. Since the batch was made of civilian students and orphans along with clan children, it was easier to start with such a simple subject. The teachers could also assess the language and written capabilities of each student and individually help them. Daichi looked around and had a small smile on his face. I might actually enjoy being in school for once. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 25, Academy Dungeon, Race and Bullies. Chapter 25 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Half a day passed, and recess came. Daichi went outside to eat the bento his grandpa made him. He sat under a tree in the corner and quietly ate. After a short while, he finished eating. As he was sitting there, Daichi looked at the academy building. Even after a year, it was still unbelievable to him that he was here. Observe. Academy. Shortly after the founding of the village, the Shinobi Academy was created. During the second Hokage's period, due to a shortage of military manpower, Tobirama Senju founded a ninja training camp at the base of the cliff. Although it was purely educational at first, it quickly merged with military and domestic facilities and the existing Shinobi Academy and began to be called the Academy. During the third Hokage's reign, he revised and perfected the education curriculum and training system, which are now carried out under strict standards. The motto of the Academy teachers is Development to Shinobi with Respect to Individuality. A new notification box appeared after Daichi closed the Observe page. You have found a location dungeon. Do you wish to view the information on the dungeon? Well, isn't that interesting? He became excited to check out the new dungeon. Yes, show me the information. You have found a location dungeon. Location dungeon. Player will have to go to the dungeon's specific locations to access them. These are long-term dungeons with strong and weak opponents. Once the dungeon is activated, it will remain active for 1 year before disappearing. Players can enter and exit the dungeon anytime during the active period. Exiting the dungeon is impossible when in enemy sight. Players can stay inside the dungeon for up to 24 hours, dungeon time, at a time. Once exited, the dungeon will have a cooldown of 3 hours in real-world time. Real-world time and dungeon time is 0:1:06 ratio. Whatever happens in the dungeon will not affect the real world. You have found the Academy dungeon. Would you like to activate this dungeon? After reading through the details, Daichi immediately pressed no. This dungeon would definitely have opponents from students to Chunin teachers. I'd rather activate this after 3 or 4 years. That way I'll be confident enough to clear it. Since they only stay open for a year, if I open it now, I'll only be wasting a precious opportunity. Need to find other locations with value. They most probably have a dungeon hidden in them. Daichi got up and went back to the classroom. Time passed by and the last class was physical training. The instructor brought the students outside and showed them simple stretching exercises. Once everyone was limbered up, the instructor called everyone's attention. Alright, now we're going to see where you stand in terms of physical strength and speed. We're going to have a race. I'll be dividing you all into groups of 6. You'll be running 8 laps on this training course. Each lap is 250 meters, so that's 2 kilometers total. Even though this is just a simple race, try to do your best. Boys and girls will be separate. When I call out the names, come to the front. First group: Kiba Inuzuka, Daichi Hekima, Choji Akimichi, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Hibachi. Quest created: win the race. Complete 8 laps with the shortest time. Win the race. Rewards: plus 100 XP rep increases with everyone but Sasuke and Hibachi. Failure: rep decreases with everyone, except YN. Quickly, Daichi got to the front and accepted the quest. This group is full of kids who are physically fit in the class, so that means the teachers must have used the data from when we were registering to select this group to make things even, so they'll be doing it to the rest as well. Due to logically deducing new information from very little, you have obtained +1 win. Suddenly, Daichi heard a boastful shout from his side. "I'm gonna blow you all away. I'll be first." Kiba was looking at Daichi and Sasuke when he said this. "No way I'll be first." Naruto joined in. "I'm gonna try my best and I'm gonna win," he shouted with a smile. "Keep dreaming. I got this in the bag," Hibachi said in a smug tone. Daichi looked at everyone in the group and smiled. "Good luck. You all are gonna need it." He then stepped up to the starting line, as did everyone else. The instructor blew the whistle, signaling the start of the race. The moment Daichi heard the whistle, he took off like a bolt of lightning. He had been running around his compound almost every day for the last year. As a result, his stats were much higher than that of his peers. Daichi was keeping a steady but fast pace. He completed the first lap before the others were even halfway. Sasuke and Kiba pushed themselves harder to catch up with Daichi, but they couldn't. Sasuke was behind Daichi, followed by Kiba, and then Hibachi and Choji, and finally Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth and pushed harder. Can't lose. Daichi passed them, completing his second lap by the time they completed their first. He wasn't feeling winded at all, but unlike Daichi, everyone else was starting to feel the strain. They started too fast and were beginning to get tired. Daichi didn't stop for anything, and in 1 minute and 59 seconds, he completed the 2 kilometers run and slowed down and jogged back to his teacher. Quest: win the race completed. Rewards: plus 115 XP rep increases with everyone but Sasuke and Hibachi. Sensei, I'm done. Yes, well done. Daikoku was impressed. He rarely met children with such physique, especially at the start of the academy. His speed is pure physical strength. If I couldn't sense chakra, I would have thought he was using chakra flow to increase his speed. Wow, Daichi. That was so cool. Some of the girls exclaimed. Some of the boys surrounded him to know the secret of his win. Daichi just smiled and said nothing. After a short while, everyone else finished the race, with Sasuke coming in second, 5 minutes 13 seconds, and Naruto coming last in 8 minutes. Sasuke had a frown on his face as he looked at Daichi. I can't believe I lost to someone in my class. He lightly fumed, thinking about his loss. Next time, I'll definitely beat you. He quietly kept walking and stood alone in a corner. Hibachi slightly glared at Daichi, but didn't say anything as well and went back to his friends. Naruto, Kiba, Choji, on the other hand, approached him. Oh man, that was awesome. Where did you learn to run like that? Kiba asked with a panting breath. Yeah, you were so fast. Naruto had a giant smile, even though he lost. Did you eat something special during lunch? Choji also chimed. I just trained you guys. Nothing all that special. I've been training last year, just ran around my house and did a couple of exercises. That's all. Daichi said, laughing slightly. The instructor formed several groups and had them complete the exercise. A little over an hour had passed, and by that time everyone was done with the race. Daikoku, after several minutes, announced the first place to Daichi, second for Sasuke, and third to Kiba. Naruto was somewhere in the middle of the class. Soon the classes for the day were completed, and everyone went home. Some kids invited Daichi to play with them, but he politely declined. Daichi quickly reached home and found his grandfather waiting on the front porch, smoking a pipe. So how was your first day? Kensei asked. It was interesting. Contrary to what I thought, I found the whole experience enjoyable. I look forward to it, Daichi replied. Since he had been training for a year and had some access to Kensei's library, he thought he wouldn't find anything useful in the academy and would be bored, but he was wrong. When he was in the classroom, he wanted to make a handful of genuine friends and enjoy his time in the academy, something he couldn't do in his previous life. The days passed by with Daichi excelling at every subject in the academy. Sasuke, refusing to be second, started competing with Daichi in everything. But not once did he speak a single word to Daichi. The first month focused mainly on exercises that increase one's strength and cardio. The academy began teaching taijutsu lessons and how to safely handle weapons like kunai and shuriken, starting the second month. Daikoku-sensei showed the proper ways to maintain, handle, and use the different types of weapons. Each student was taught the various stances of taijutsu style and the purpose behind them. The instructors explained how each stance could utilize the stability and strength, and how to effectively put it into an attack. The children from the clan and a couple of kids like Daichi, who had a shinobi family, were already ahead of the rest. Daichi scored first in all the tests and class assignments and was ranked number 1 in class. He was followed by Sasuke. By the end of the second month, Daichi noticed something peculiar. His classmates started to pick on Naruto. Daichi realized that they were slowly copying the behavior of the adults without even knowing the reason for it. Aside from Daichi, Choji and sometimes Kiba, no one else interacted with him. Even the teachers. Although they taught him, they kept their interactions with Naruto to a minimum. This was starting to have an effect on Naruto. Contrary to what Daichi thought, Naruto didn't start pranking anyone to get some attention. As the days passed, Daichi saw Naruto get more sad and angry. Daichi sometimes caught Naruto looking at the Hokage mountain with a serious expression. Daichi noticed the change in behavior, but he didn't feel like trying to change Naruto. He knew getting involved would create trouble for him, so he justified his inaction with this thought. Sooner or later, he'll be the prankster who will one day paint the Hokage mountain. And a Naruto who's not a prankster is not a Naruto at all. Daichi still helped Naruto when he asked for it, but it wasn't that much. One day during his third month, a couple of upperclassmen cornered Daichi in the back of the academy. They were the local bullies. "Look what we have here, Zakro. A pipsqueak who thinks he's the best," Beacon said. He was in the 4th year of the academy and occasionally bullied his underclassmen. He was accompanied by his friend Zakro. Daichi was thinking about the hand seals and how they interacted and helped with the movement of chakra throughout the body. And when the two bullies cornered him, he lost his train of thought, and this irritated him. Daichi had an annoyed look on his face. "What do you want?" He didn't even bother using the observe skill on them. "Did you hear that, Zakro? This kid has an attitude. You freshmen think you're so tough." Beacon squeezed his fists and popped his knuckles, trying to look intimidating. "Beacon, why don't we properly welcome him to the academy?" Zakro copied his friend and tried to scare Daichi. "If you kneel down and apologize, I'll forgive you," Beacon said, smirking. Quest created: beat the bullies. Defeat the bullies and scare them away. Rewards: 100 XP rep increases with Rookie 9. Rep decrease with Zakro and Beacon. Failure: minus 100 XP. Rep decreases with everyone, except YN. Daichi's patience was wearing thin. "Get lost," he said in a gruff voice, accepting the quest. Beacon, angry that a first-year student was talking to him like that, attacked him. He threw a punch straight at Daichi's face, thinking he wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. Daichi, watching the slow, pitifully telegraphed punch coming his way, sighed. Daichi stepped to the side and evaded the strike and used his right arm to grab and hold Beacon's fist. Even though Daichi was small, his strength far exceeded someone his age. Beacon tried to pull his right arm back, but he couldn't move it an inch. Zakro, wanting to help his friend, attacked Daichi. He kicked at him, trying to get Daichi off balance. Daichi deflected the kick with his leg and sent a front kick straight to Zakro's abdomen. Daichi made sure to control his strength and not injure the kid. The kick didn't do much damage, but it sent him flying backward several feet. He landed roughly on the floor and was coughing. That kick took away his breath. Daichi suddenly twisted his arm and shoulder, flipped Beacon onto the ground. When Beacon tried to get up, Daichi twisted the shoulder till it became too painful for the older boy. He was face down on the ground and was crying in pain as Daichi stood above him and held his arm. Daichi put his left leg above Bikan's shoulder joint and said, "Did you know that if I press here and pull, I could dislocate your shoulder?" Daichi slightly moved his feet into a new spot. "But if I press here and pull with a little twist, it would definitely break your shoulder. That would be quite painful, wouldn't you agree?" "Please, I'm sorry. Please, let me go." "Why should I let you go? You could come back with a few more friends and try to ambush me again. So isn't it best I just put you down now?" The steely tone of Daichi's voice scared the upperclassman, but before he could say anything, Daichi spoke. "Don't try this again. Don't ever come in front of me if you do." Daichi put some pressure on his foot and slightly pulled on the arm, just enough to prove his point. "Ah! Please, I won't, I swear." Squealing in pain, Beacon answered, "And if I find out you went after any of my classmates, I'll pay you a visit you won't like. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, please let me go." Frantically nodding, Beacon pleaded. Daichi released his arm and stepped back. "Get lost, and take your friend with you." Beacon, scared out of his wits, rushed to Zacro, picked him up, and left. Quest Beat the Bullies completed. Rewards, plus 115 XP rep increases with Rookie 9. Rep decrease with Zacro and Beacon. Now Daichi was all alone in the backyard, or so it would appear. Daichi left without realizing that there was someone else who witnessed everything. Someone who stumbled upon the whole thing when he was looking for a quiet place to take a nap. Someone in his class. That Daichi. What a troublesome guy. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 26, Taijutsu Spar with Sasuke. Chapter 26 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It was a Saturday afternoon. Daichi was currently in his backyard meditating and training his chakra control. Several leaves stuck like glue to both his hands, and he even had one spinning in the center of his forehead. His goal was to complete this exercise today and move on to the next one as soon as possible. The leaf concentration was the most basic of the chakra control exercises. On a blank white canvas where there was nothing, an ordinary person would not be able to concentrate on a single spot, and his eyes would wander around the whole area. But if even a single dot is added, his eyes would suddenly be drawn to that point, and it would help focus the mind. This was the theory when creating the leaf concentration technique, a simple yet effective training method. It improved the focus and concentration power of the mind and would even help with the person's chakra control. Daichi pushed this concept beyond the ordinary and was able to improve his control far beyond those his age. He sat there for hours and immersed himself in this exercise. His efforts paid off. Daichi awoke to the sound of new notification boxes popping up. Skill Leaf Concentration Techniques level has risen by 1. Leaf Concentration Technique. LV 100 max. Effects. 200% increase in chakra control. CP cost 1/2 sec. 950% CP cost to chakra techniques. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level, plus 500 EXP, plus 75 EXP. Skill Meditate's level has risen by 1. Meditate active, LV 54%. Effects, 108% to base HP regeneration per minute, plus 108% to base CP regeneration per minute, plus 108% to base SP regeneration per minute. Finally, now that I'm done with that, I can start the tree walking technique. So every time I get a skill maxed out, I get a 500 XP, huh? Not bad. Daichi sat there feeling good with his progress. He thought about the last 6 months he spent in the academy. Although it wasn't boring, it wasn't as exciting as he thought it'd be. It's the last day of September. The first semester of the academy will end by midweek next month. Then a 2-week break, and then the second semester of the year will begin in November. I'll try out the new dungeon during the break. Daichi received random rewards weekly from the system due to the quest Path to the Strongest. Sometimes it would be ordinary items like a pen, a notepad, or even an umbrella. But sometimes he would get weapons like knives, shuriken, daggers, and even a set of bow and arrows. But still these items were of normal quality. But 2 weeks ago he received a dungeon key to Training Ground 43. It completely took him by surprise. It was a yellow key, indicating that the enemies inside the dungeon would be 15 levels above Daichi. A difficult but not an impossible dungeon. Due to memorizing the map of the village, Daichi had an understanding of where the training ground would be. He visited Training Ground 43 and was surprised to find that it was abandoned. He used Observe and found out that it was due to the animals roaming the place and due to the destruction done by the several previous shinobi using the place. Training Ground 43 was located near Ground 44, or the Forest of Death. The animals that could not survive the predators in Training Ground 44 moved to 43 to make it their home. Since this training ground was used to test more destructive jutsus, it was wrecked beyond measure, and when the animals moved in, the ninjas training there decided to abandon it. But since the animals were not special or rare like the ones in Ground Zero, Ground 43 was still open to public training, but people seldom came. It has been like this for over 20 years. Daichi decided to complete the dungeon after the end of his first semester. He was going to make a lot of preparations before entering the dungeon. It would be his first dungeon run, and he wanted to be ready for anything. All right, class, pencils down, time to hand in your answer sheets. The score will be marked on your report cards. Daikoku-sensei said in a stern voice. He collected the papers and gathered the students outside for sparring. Now we will test your taijutsu skills. We've carefully selected your opponents based on your performance these last few months, so your sparring partner will be of roughly the same strength and skill. This way, no one will have an unfair advantage. He started explaining the rules. If you step out of the ring or get knocked out, you lose. If I see that you can't continue the fight, I'll end the match and declare the winner. If your opponent forfeit, then you win. Absolutely no use of weapons and jutsus. This is purely hand-to-hand combat. And if I see anyone breaking the rules, they will fail. Once the explanation was finished, Daikoku-sensei started calling out a pair of names at a time. Each person called would enter the ring and make the seal of confrontation as protocol and would start fighting. And once the sparring was over, they would use the seal of reconciliation as a sign that they were still comrades. The class started the traditional shinobi sparring 3 months ago. Daichi won in all his spars. The only person in the class who came close to his taijutsu prowess was Sasuke. Time went by as Daichi watched the fights. He internally sighed watching the fights that would sometimes become almost childish. Except for those that came from clans, most others didn't have the drive or skill. As he was standing there, the next pair of opponents were called. Daichi Hekima versus Sasuke Uchiha. Daikoku-sensei called his name along with Sasuke's. It was the first time Daichi would fight Sasuke. Daikoku was looking forward to this match. He had been paying more attention to these two since the start of the year. One was from a famous clan and the little brother of a known genius, and the other was a prodigy whose talent couldn't be matched by others. The top two of his class. Daichi and Sasuke. No one has their raw talent in this batch. Daichi's improvement is astonishing. He picks up everything at a much faster pace than others, and he's consistently at the top. And this fueled a rivalry in Sasuke and made him train harder. And Daichi, not wanting to lose the first spot, pushes himself even harder. I've never seen them even talking to each other, but both of them are pushing the other to become better. They are far ahead of the others. I wonder how this fight goes. Both Daichi and Sasuke walked to the center of the ring. Several girls cheered for Sasuke while some cheered for Daichi. Due to his talent and taking the top spot in almost every competition, several students came to admire him. Quest created, defeat your opponent. Defeat Sasuke Uchiha and ensure first place in the taijutsu exam. Rewards, plus 250 XP rep increases with some classmates and Daikoku Funeno. Rep decreases with Sasuke Uchiha. Failure, minus 150 XP. Rep decreases with everyone. Accept, YN, success. Daichi accepted the quest and stepped into the ring. Observe. 12. Age 6 HP to 1506, CP 1300. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Mikoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. He is a happy child eager to please and be worthy of his clan name. He adores his older brother Itachi. He wants to defeat Daichi and prove that he is the best and is worthy of his clan name and heritage. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. Daichi and Sasuke didn't say a word as they stepped into the ring. I'm sure I don't have to explain the rules again, do I? Now make the seal of confrontation, Daikoku-sensei exclaimed. Hearing their sensei's words, both of them raised their right hand into a half-tiger seal. Neither one said a word. Fight. Sasuke wasted no time and rushed towards Daichi, who stood his ground and raised his guard. Within no time, the Uchiha reached his target and started attacking. But every punch and kick he threw were blocked by Daichi. Both of them fought like that for a minute. Sasuke attacking and Daichi defending. Daichi was looking at and trying to understand Sasuke's fighting style. It seems Sasuke is more of a speed-type fighter, and what's more is his fighting style. He's attacking with seemingly powerful punches, but subtly going for grabs and submission locks and trying to knock me off my feet. Sneaky guy. Daichi internally smirked as he understood Sasuke's intentions. Both of them fought at relatively the same speed, but to Daikoku-sensei it was clear that Daichi had the advantage. Looks like Daichi is blocking every attack Sasuke launches with ease. And the way he does it, it's clear he can go much faster. The students looked in awe as they witnessed the fight. They all knew these two were the best in class, even though some of them wouldn't admit it out loud. Some, like Shikamaru and Shino, were paying close attention to the match. Shikamaru had an aloof expression on his face, but he was watching every move that Daichi and Sasuke made. That Daichi, he's definitely stronger. The fact that he took down those senior students easily is proof of that. Looks like even Sasuke can't match his strength. Even Daichi's talent is better than anyone I've seen here. He sighed to himself. I'm sure I'll have to spar with him in the future. It's going to be such a pain to fight him. What a troublesome guy. Shikamaru and the rest watched as Sasuke tried his best to get through Daichi's defenses. Suddenly, Daichi stopped defending and started attacking. Daichi switched gears and suddenly went on the offense. The sudden shift in momentum of the fight caught Sasuke off guard, and he wasn't fast enough to defend against a punch to his gut. He jumped backwards to regain his bearings. It was now Daichi who ran to Sasuke and started their second round. Both of them fought with the intent to win. But Daichi's speed didn't allow Sasuke to land any attacks on him. Suddenly Daichi stepped forward and locked his right leg with Sasuke trapping him in place, and used a submission hold to effectively immobilize him. Sasuke grunted and tried to break free, but it was for naught. Daikoku-sensei watched Sasuke struggle for a few more seconds and decided to call the match. Sasuke Uchiha is unable to continue. Winner of the match, Daichi Hekima. As soon as Daikoku announced the end of the match, Daichi let go. Sasuke had a scowl on his face as he looked at him. Now make the seal of reconciliation, their sensei said in a somewhat serious tone. He knew that every first-year student would be stubborn, especially when they lose a sparring match. Daichi and Sasuke made the seal of reconciliation and left the ring. Quest Defeat Your Opponent completed. Rewards, plus 250 XP, plus 37. 5 XP rep increases with some classmates and Daikoku Funeno. Rep decreases with Sasuke Uchiha. Daichi looked over and dismissed the pop-up box. He stood over with those who completed the test and watched the rest of the matches. Sasuke was expressionless, but he was sad and angry, and the pity looks some of his female classmates gave him were not helping. When Daichi bested him in class tests and shuriken jutsu, he thought he would be able to prove himself in taijutsu. But this defeat made him slightly depressed. Father won't be happy when he hears I lost. Big brother never lost a single fight when he was here. Am I not as good as him? How did I lose? Why am I so much weaker than Daichi? Sasuke clenched his fists as he looked at Daichi. The matches ended shortly after, and within a few days the end of the first semester came. It was October 14th, and every student got their report cards. Daichi looked at his card and had a slight smile. Report card Ninjutsu A130, Taijutsu A130, Genjutsu A130, Theory A130, Strategy A130, Positivity B, Classroom Attitude B, Cooperation Skill B. Teacher's comments. Daichi has maintained top grades throughout the semester. He has incredible talent and skill for taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Has an excellent range of knowledge and control of chakra. Willing to cooperate in team exercises, but only with some students. These were the contents of the card. Daichi went home and showed his report card to his grandfather. Kensei was proud and had a wide smile. They celebrated with a barbecue dinner. As Daichi was resting in his bed, he went through a mental checklist. He made sure he placed all the things he would need to clear his first dungeon in his inventory. He put on a set of clothes he got as a random reward and got ready. When the small clock on his desk struck midnight, Daichi took the dungeon key out from his inventory and activated it. In an instant, he was teleported from his bedroom. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 27. First Dungeon Run, Training Ground 43, Chapter 27 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi felt like he was falling from the sky. Even though it felt like minutes, it was only a couple of seconds. He landed on the ground with a loud thud. Daichi looked around the place. He was in a narrow hallway that was covered with moss and vines. A few feet in front of him stood a tall, arched door decorated in green and brown color. Okay, no turning back now, I guess. Status. Name Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class T6 title Capable Child, Explorer Prodigy. Level 16, 76111 58900. HP 1-820, CP 2008, 5 SP 440. Primary stats: Strength 39, Vitality 39, Dexterity 36, Agility 38, Intelligence 46, Chakra 47, Wisdom 30. Special stats: Sense 36, Stamina 40, Indomitable locked. Charisma 16, Persistence, Dignity, Luck. Stat points 286, Ryo 13,650, 206 stat points, huh? I'll keep 195 and put 4 in Intelligence and 1 point each in Strength and Vitality. Then 3 in Chakra and 2 in Agility. That should be enough. 50 points in Intelligence should let me use mana. I'll see what that's about. I have to complete this dungeon without using any more points, but if I get into trouble, they'll be my backup. Originally, Daichi only wanted to increase the points after taking a look inside the dungeon, but seeing the giant door in front of him made him slightly nervous. Daichi started distributing his points. When he increased his intelligence to 50, new notification boxes popped up. You have reached the conditions required to use the energy mana and thus gained mana manipulation skill. Would you like to learn this skill? Most definitely. Mana manipulation. Active-passive. LV01. Mana is an energy created by the power of an intelligent mind and is a separate energy from chakra. This energy is primarily used for mind-enhancing techniques, but a strong enough mind can create abilities that have physical effects similar to telekinesis or elemental attacks. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own mana depending on its proficiency. Practitioners of mana are even less than natural energy users. In its raw form, mana cannot be seen or felt by any sensors or eye powers. The exception is the visual eye Rinna Sharingan. Note, since this energy is created by the mind, it is limited, and overusing this ability before intelligence passes 200 could cause damage to the psyche. So mana is different from chakra, and if I understand this right, mana is mostly used for mental abilities. I might be able to create and use mind techniques like the ones used by the Yamanaka clan with my mana. So overuse of this skill can cause damage? But since I have Jia's blessing skill, wouldn't I be alright? Yeah, I'm not going to roll the dice and find that out anytime soon. Daichi continued distributing his points. When he was done, he opened his status page once again. He saw his new primary stats and noted the increase in HP, CP, SP, and the new info bar MP. His stat points were now reduced to 195. HP 1770, CP 2112. 4SP 470, MP 920. Primary stats: Strength 40, Vitality 40, Dexterity 36, Agility 40, Intelligence 50, Chakra 50, Wisdom 30. Daichi looked at his status page once over and was satisfied. Multiples of 5 always look nice. He slowly approached the door and he could see a keyhole in its center. Daichi held the dungeon key in his hand, so this thing also acts as a literal key. Daichi placed his dungeon key inside the keyhole. A new notification appeared. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon. Training ground 43. Would you like to enter? The moment Daichi clicked yes, the key inside the door slowly rotated clockwise. The moment it completed one rotation, the door opened. He slowly walked through the door. All around him was wilderness. Trees taller than some huge buildings. Grass that reached his waist. Daichi could vaguely hear running water when he used the superior hearing skill. He looked around but couldn't see any signs of life. Observe. Although this dungeon and its creatures are created based on the Shinobi Training Ground 43, they are vastly different. This dungeon is much larger and comprises different terrains that are home to various species of animals. The creatures inside the dungeon are a stronger and more evolved version of their counterparts. The moment Daichi finished reading the information on the dungeon, a new quest was created. Quest created. Kill all 201 creatures inside the dungeon. Time limit, none. Rewards, new skill. New title. Rio 200,000. Failure, death. Accept AN. There's no time limit, so I don't have to be in a rush. This is my first dungeon. Gotta be absolutely careful. I've stored enough food and water in my inventory to last me a couple of months. And since this will return me to the real world just a few seconds after I activated the key, no one would know I was gone, no matter how long I stay here. But I don't plan on prolonging my visit to more than a week. 2 if I really need to push it. Let's begin. It was nighttime. The silver rays of the moon shone through the small gaps in the leaves. Daichi took out a short sword. It was one of the random rewards he received. Daichi kept his senses on high alert. As he was walking through the forest, he suddenly stopped and within an instant jumped to the right. The next moment, Daichi saw something black with wings around his sides standing where he previously stood. Observe. Bloodthirsty bat. HP 67, CP 1208. One of the dozen vicious giant bats living in a nearby cave. These creatures are bloodthirsty and attack anything that comes near their habitat. They are drawn to humans due to their large chakra reserves and amounts of blood. These bats hunt individually to avoid infighting. Daichi read the information quickly. This was the first time Daichi faced something that wanted to kill him. His hands slightly shook, heart beating wildly, and beads of sweat rolled down his face. But thankfully, the gamer's mind skill took effect, and Daichi quickly calmed down. The bat turned in his direction. It spread its wings and shot off towards Daichi. Daichi dodged a second time as well. He took a breath and calmed himself. The bat took off into the air this time, folded its wings, and dive-bombed towards its prey. Daichi was ready this time. He gripped the short sword with both hands and cut through its chest as he dodged. Mana 328 HP. What Daichi saw amazed him. Instead of blood as he expected, black smoke came out of the wound. Kree! The bat screamed. Daichi didn't give his enemy the chance to recuperate. He threw several shuriken and kunai at high speed towards the bat. Most of them targeted its legs and wings. All of them struck the wounded creature. Now with it immobilized, Daichi attacked. He quickly got behind it and used his tanto to behead the giant bat. The head flew a few feet in the air and hit the ground. The body devoid of its head spasmed for a couple of seconds before it fell down and disappeared into black smoke. Daichi could see the HP bar falling to 0 before it turned to smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 700 XP. Plus 105 XP. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously attacking an enemy with your sword and killing it, the skill Sword Mastery has been created. Sword Mastery active LV1. This skill allows the user to freely handle swords of any type. The effects of this skill are amplified if the user knows a sword style. Note: this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects: 5% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. Plus 5% increase in attack speed. Before he could celebrate, he felt movement behind him. He turned and slashed his tanto with ferocity. The edge of the sword struck the leg of another bat. It swiftly dodged upwards as Daichi attacked, so it only took a minor damage. Observe, Bloodthirsty Bat, HP 22 or CP 1931. The information was about the same as the other bat with 2 key differences. Its level, health points, and chakra points. This one's stats was a lot bigger than the previous creatures. Daichi took several shuriken and threw them. The new bat evaded all and was about to attack Daichi, but it sensed danger from behind. The shurikens it dodged earlier struck its back, piercing through its wings and back. 902 and 98 HP. I had a feeling you would dodge. So I used chakra threads like wires to control and even change the trajectory of the shuriken, and it looks like I made the right move. The wounds in its body only made it more angry. Creech. It screeched and shot at Daichi. Daichi quickly used the substitution jutsu with a nearby log. He took a few shuriken and tied some ninja wire to it. He threw them as fast as he could and used chakra threads to control their paths. The bat was successfully ensnared in the trap. Daichi used the skill sprint to increase his speed and started cutting his enemy. Its health points fell with each strike. Daichi repeatedly targeted its head and torso. After receiving several strikes to the vital areas, it quickly died, vanishing in a black smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 950 XP, plus 142 5 XP. You have leveled up. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Thread's level has risen by 1. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously attacking the vital areas of the body, the skill Vital Strike has been created. Vital Strike, active ELV1, an action to strike the vital areas of a target causing critical damage. Causes additional damage when attacking an enemy during stealth. Note, this skill requires a weapon to activate. Effects, plus 5% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. Plus 5% increase in attack speed. Not a bad start. I've learned quite a bit from these two fights. A fatal blow like beheading instantly kills the enemy. Good to know these things won't regenerate like the reanimation jutsu zombies. Even though the body is made of smoke, its properties are like real living beings. So the Vital Strike skill is going to be very useful, and coupled with sword mastery, it'll be deadly. Daichi collected the scattered shuriken and sat down under a nearby tree after making sure it was safe. He rested and thought about his next move. Because I have the inventory ability, food and water are no problem. But I shouldn't rely on that. This is a great place to not only increase my level, but learn to survive in the wild. I need to find fresh drinking water sources and fresh food. See if that's something available in a dungeon. If not, I'll use the stock in inventory. I also need to find a safe place to sleep. Since he was in hostile territory, Daichi didn't meditate. But because he only used a small amount of chakra and stamina points, they regenerated pretty quickly. 199 opponents remaining, huh? I'll get it done. After resting for a few minutes, Daichi got up and walked. After a couple minutes of walking, where the hell am I even going? Wait a minute. Minimap. But will it show the dungeon layout? One way to find out. Daichi quickly opened his minimap. He was indicated as a green dot on the map. There were several red dots scattered throughout the map. Some nearby, while others far away. Some moved, while others stayed still. The map indicated that the forest was about 5 kilometers long in diameter, about half as big as the Forest of Death. The map was surrounded by a blue wall. Daichi figured that was the boundary of the dungeon and wouldn't be able to pass it, but he would check it out anyway. As Daichi looked at the map, he saw something peculiar. There were 3 red dots moving slowly and surrounding him. Daichi used superior hearing and heard the sounds of leaves rustling and tree branches slowly creaking. He looked up and saw his next opponents. Only one word went through his mind as he looked at those raging red eyes. Fuck! Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 28, Beasts of Dungeon Ground 43, Chapter 28 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. When Daichi looked up, he saw 3 giant angry apes looking down at him. With eyes red and spit drooling between their teeth, the giant apes snarled at him. They were the size of an adult human. Daichi didn't make any sudden moves and used Observe. ELV, HP 681, 2430. A primate with particularly strong and long arms. These apes are savage and usually hunt in the evening or nights. They travel in packs of 3 or 4. They are very territorial creatures and would attack and kill anything that trespasses into their domain. They use their fists to smash their prey. This ape came here due to the sounds of the bat it heard earlier. This ape wants to kill you for entering its hunting area. Long Arm 47 1988. 3020. Oh man, these things have double the health and chakra points I have. And their bodies look pretty strong. I need to go for the necks and joints, cut their limbs and make them useless. As Daichi was thinking about his next move, the apes jumped down and quickly surrounded him. They were much faster than they looked. The ape with the level 24 went at Daichi. Before he could do anything, a fast, powerful fist plowed into Daichi's gut, sending him flying back. Nice 203 HP. Gah! Spit and blood flew out of his mouth. He crashed into a tree and slumped down into the ground. Ah! Damn it, that hurt! If it were me in the old world, I'd be a paste right now. That monkey just took out 200 Hachpao with one punch. The speed and strength of these things are ridiculous. If I take much more like that, I'm a goner for sure. Daichi slowly got up. Watching the prey it just smacked away get up, the level 24 ape got even more aggressive. It charged at Daichi while the other two stood on either side and shrieked. The ape sent a punch just as powerful as the one before, but it missed its mark. Daichi dodged and tried to cut the ape with his tanto, but he missed his target as well. Both ape and human attacked and dodged each other. The ape had the advantage of long arms and had a larger reach. Meanwhile, Daichi had a sharp, short sword as his weapon. Seeing as he was getting nowhere, Daichi decided to go a different route. He subtly took out a smoke bomb and threw it at the ape's face. The moment it made contact and exploded, Daichi, using sprint skill, rushed the ape and slashed. Daichi's attack made contact, but he felt that it didn't do much damage. The ape jumped out of smoke and looked at the wound on its right arm. A shallow diagonal slash running down its elbow. The fact that something it viewed as a prey managed to wound it made it angry. Roar. It roared into the night and pounded its chest. The two accompanying apes roared and pounded their chests as well. An intimidation tactic. Well, it isn't not working. I'll give them that. Fine, you want it your way. You got it. Daichi shouted at the apes as he put his sword back in his inventory and equipped his fists with knuckle dusters. If I can't cut you, then I'm going to pound you into the ground. This time, both Daichi and the ape rushed and met halfway, both fist colliding and sending a small wave of air around them. Daichi had used strong hit and boosted the strength and speed of his punch, and still he came up slightly short. His arm was slightly numb, but he pushed himself and kept attacking. As the fight progressed, Daichi was assessing his situation. Rage and strength are its advantages, but it has no sense of strategy. The wild punches are getting easier to predict and evade, and that's my advantage. A prolonged fight isn't to my benefit. Need to end him and deal with the other two as well. If they decide to attack me together, I'll have no choice but to use some of my points. Let's see what happens. Daichi evaded the punches coming his way and dodged all of them and got in close. He used the skills Sprint and Strong Hit to increase his speed several-fold. Daichi sent a fast, precise blow to its neck. Due to the sudden, unexpected speed increase, the attack hit its mark. It completely crushed the ape's throat and windpipe. 842 HP. Not even wasting a fraction of a second, Daichi took out a kunai and stabbed it deep into its skull through its eye. 221 HP. Skill Vital Strike's level has risen by 1. The giant ape fell backwards and hit the ground with a thud. A few seconds later, its remaining HP was down to 0, and it dispersed into smoke. Enemy killed. 1300 XP, plus 195 XP. Watching their brethren get killed, the two apes were in a frenzy. They rushed at Daichi and punched his head and chest. Both attacks landed, but the next second, the person they attacked turned into a log. Suddenly, one of the apes had a sword pierce through its back. 9,025 HP. Enemy negative status, wounded buff in effect. A blue box appeared showing the damage he dealt. Daichi stabbed the sword all the way to the hilt and let go. He jumped backwards and landed a few feet away. The ape tried to take the weapon out, but failed each time and shrieked in pain. The last one went for Daichi. Daichi created several clones while running towards the ape. The newly made clones distracted the simple-minded animal, and it attacked each one it saw. As it attacked and passed through several clones, suddenly it felt a punch striking the back of its head. Daichi kept randomly appearing around the creature and attacking it. Ducking and weaving through the wild swings of the frenzied ape, Daichi kept on the assault. A slash from a kunai on its joints, a fast, powerful punch to the head and legs. It tried to jump away, but Daichi didn't let go. He reduced its health little by little, and when the ape had less than 700 HP, he saw his chance. He took his kunai, plunged it deep into its neck, and kept slashing it. He activated Vital Strike, and within a few seconds killed it. Enemy killed. Plus 1200 XP. Plus 100 XP. Daichi looked at the last one stumbling around. Its health points, less than 1000. Daichi took the kunai and held it in a reverse grip, rushed to the ape, and slashed it all over. After a few moments, his last enemy here was also dead. Skill Vital Strike's level has risen by 1, enemy killed. 1200 XP, plus 180 XP. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained plus 1 STR. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained plus 1 AGI. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained plus 1 VAT. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained plus 1 Dex. So a battle is considered training, huh? Whatever. My stat growth has been stagnant for the last couple of months with just training. Good to know that high-stakes fighting increases my stats. Once the skill buffs ran out, Daichi was wheezing and gasping for air. His limbs started to slightly tremble. He slowly walked through the trees and settled down in between two rocks. It was like a small cave barely able to hold one person. Daichi sat down and took some much-needed air. The only reason I wasn't seriously harmed and was able to kill those things was because of the skill buffs. That speed increase due to sprint skill and the strong punch skill are the only reasons I haven't lost much health. But it drained my stamina. But even then, I was only able to barely dodge them, and I couldn't match their raw power head-on. And something tells me there are animals much stronger here. If I could use chakra to increase my strength and speed, it would help me, but that technique requires at least water-walking level chakra control. Daichi took a deep breath and looked at the map. For the moment, he didn't see any red dots near the area. He started meditating to recuperate. He rested for almost 3 hours. He was once again at full strength when he resumed his exploration of the jungle. It was dawn. The morning dews dripped from leaves and the first appearance of light in the sky before sunrise. As Daichi was walking through the jungle, he suddenly sensed an ill feeling. A new skill is created due to a particular action. Through continuously sensing the danger intent of your enemies, the skill Danger Sense has been created. Danger Sense, passive, LV1, a skill created from the natural survival instincts, the ability to sense the killing intent of your enemy in a certain range. The higher the skill, the greater the range. Above level 60, this skill can detect even enemies who have masked their intent. Effects. Current range 10 meters. Before he could even look at the map, something small jumped from the midst of the tall grass leaves. It swiped its claw at his face. Daichi leaned to the side and used a kunai and slashed at his new enemy. Observe. HP 1354, CP 1025. The saber-toothed cats inhabit areas with dense vegetation. They are carnivorous animals with long, curved, saber-shaped canine teeth. They hunt during the dawn and in packs. Once they set their sights on a prey, they never let it go until it's dead. It hunts by stalking its prey, followed by a sprint or a leap. They attack soft areas of the body, such as the belly or throat, where biting deep generates a killing blow. Daichi quickly read through the information presented. He cursed in his mind for not paying more attention to the minimap. He was already armed with a dagger and a kunai. Daichi could see several areas of the grass moving against the wind all around him, indicating that he was surrounded. Daichi looked at the map from the corner of his eyes, and he counted 12 red dots. He used Observe, and could see that all of them ranged from level 20 to 23. You have sensed killing intent. You have sensed killing intent. You have sensed killing intent. Skill Danger. Senses level has risen by 1. I get it. I'm in danger. Stop spamming me. Daichi was slightly annoyed as the notifications appeared. As if they were given an invisible signal, all the saber-toothed cats started attacking together. Daichi quickly used substitution and disappeared. He threw several shuriken and controlled them with chakra threads. His speed and accuracy had increased and all hit their marks, killing their targets. Enemy killed. Plus 550 XP, plus 83, 5 XP. Enemy killed. 550 XP, plus 83, 5 XP. The jungle cats scattered and hid. Their hunting method was to take their prey by surprise. Daichi replaced the kunai with his short sword. Armed with a dagger and his tanto, he waited for the enemies to come to him. His goal was to learn and train to face multiple opponents at the same time. He focused, and his senses were heightened. He tried to sense their chakra, and thus their location. As he was in the midst of trying to ascertain the enemy locations, the attack began. The jungle cat in front went for his throat, and the one behind him aimed at Daichi's neck. A couple of others rushed to bite down on his legs. Daichi's senses told him exactly where each one was. He swiftly slashed all around him. He strengthened his legs and stomped on the ones that came from below. Daichi cut them down 2 at a time, as both his hands almost became a blur. Due to there being about a dozen attacking him, several got through his guard and bit and scratched his body. But Daichi made sure they were non-vital areas. Daichi kept up his relentless attack, and the jungle cats were just as ruthless. Enemy killed, 550 XP plus 83. Enemy killed. Plus 700 XP, plus 105 x1 cents. Skill Physical Endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill Danger Senses level has risen by 1. Skill Danger Senses level has risen by 1. Skill Vital Strikes level has risen by 1. Enemy killed. 105 XP. Several notifications popped up, but he ignored them all. Daichi slashed and severed the neck of one while he plunged his dagger deep into the belly of another. He threw the ones trying to tear his legs off him, and when they came back, he stomped on their heads, crushing their skulls. He kept slashing and hacking away, and after several minutes, no enemy was left. Daichi kept looking around, and when he didn't see any, he looked at the map. No red dot appeared near him. He had killed all of them and didn't even realize it. Daichi was cut up, bleeding and in pain, but he had a mad grin on his face. He didn't realize it at the time, but the thrill of this fight, the adrenaline coursing through his veins and the feeling of extreme danger, all of it excited him. This dungeon. It had awakened Daichi's hunger for battle. You have leveled up. As he looked at the latest blue box, his smile only widened. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 29, Dungeon Boss Fight. 01, Chapter 29 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Ow, 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 God, that hurts. Daichi was moaning in pain as he cleaned and bandaged his wounds. Once the adrenaline ran out and he came down from his battle high, Daichi felt the painful effects of the cuts all over his body. Damn, that hurts. If I see those little devil cats again, I'm gonna skin them. Then again, I did make the dumb decision to fight them all at once, and I didn't even try to get away. Yeah, maybe not my best strategy. Daichi was hiding behind a large bush hidden from plain view. He periodically kept checking his minimap to make sure he wasn't taken by surprise again. Several hours went by as he rested. Meditation helped his healing and recuperation. Once he was fully healed and rested, he resumed his journey. The sun was high in the sky. The temperature rose far above that of normal as the sun reached its peak. Even the climate of this dungeon is weird. It was really cold last night, but now it feels like I'm walking in the desert at noon with no clothes. Daichi made his way to a small lake shown on the map. He took a look at the map and saw no enemies near him. Daichi relaxed a bit and reached into the lake. He took a handful of water. Observe. A tasteless, colorless, odorless liquid, composed of chemical elements hydrogen and oxygen. No contamination particles detected, safe for consumption. Okay, looks like I found myself a water source. Excellent. Daichi happily brought his hands to his lips and drank the water. Oh, that feels good. He took another handful of water, and when Daichi went on for the third time, his danger senses warned him. You have sensed killing intent. He jerked back as fast as he could, and the next instant he saw a giant crocodile snapping its jaws close where his head was a second ago. Fuck. This thing almost took my head off. Observe. LV 24, Ironskin 2970, CP 2761. This large crocodile is native to the freshwater habitat in this dungeon. They prey on animals coming to or near the lake. Their skin is dense and as tough as iron, so sharp weapons will not be useful against them. They are a very aggressive species of crocodile and opportunistic apex predators. They have enough bite force to tear through even metal. Daichi quickly backed away as he read the information. He jumped and got up on a tall branch and observed the creature. It had green blackish scales and a long tail slowly wagging from one side to the other. Daichi watched as the crocodile slowly backed away and into the water. In just a few moments, Daichi lost sight of it. If you think I'm going to come to you, then you're going to be waiting for a long time. Daichi turned around and left. He planned on killing it, but only after he gained some more levels. Daichi jumped through the trees. He felt the wind on his face and had a smile. It was his dream ever since he came here to travel around like a real ninja, hopping on trees and walking on water. As Daichi traveled some distance, he encountered several creatures. Daichi spent over 6 days exploring the dungeon. He encountered various creatures living in the different terrains and successfully killed them. The bloodthirsty bats that lived in a giant dark cave attacked him at night, while wild saber-toothed cats that made the grassland their home attacked him at dawn. The strong, savage apes that lived up in the trees assaulted him during the day and night. Daichi also fought with vicious wolves and strong bisons. He also found ways to draw out the crocodiles living in the depths of the lake. He would use some meat with a strong aroma he stored in his inventory and patiently wait near the lake. Once the reptile came to eat, he would fight and kill them. He got injured several times a day, but he always persevered and kept at it. Daichi was extremely cautious. He would always wait for his body to heal completely and his chakra and stamina to become full before engaging in enemy contact. During the few times the animals rushed to him during his rest, Daichi would find ways to escape. His shuriken jutsu, chakra threads, tree climbing skill, and several others increased in level. His stats have also grown along with his level. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, student. Age 6, title, capable child, explorer prodigy. Level 24, 1 fit 25, 29, 8000 HP, 2110, CP 2216, 2 SP, 740 MP, 920 primary stats, strength 44, vitality 45, dexterity 42, agility 44, intelligence 50, chakra 55, wisdom 30. Special stats, sense 47, stamina 52, indomitable, locked. Charisma 25, persistence, dignity, lucked. Stat points, 235, Ryo, 13650. During the last 6 days, Daichi killed over 190 beasts, and it gained him 6 more levels, getting him to level 24. He was just a few thousand exp away from another level up. An explosive growth that was attained through several life or death battles. Along with levels, Daichi gained a couple of new skills to his ever-growing list of abilities. It was nighttime, and Daichi was currently battling against 2 giant bats. His new skill chakra sense aiding him in successfully finding the creatures of the night. Daichi threw several shuriken at 2 bats, and while one of them evaded the other, wasn't so lucky. The force with which Daichi threw the shuriken allowed it to pierce through its body. The other folded its wings and evaded the projectiles, and then disappeared into the night. Daichi closed his eyes and concentrated. Several seconds passed by with silence and no movements. The next instant, Daichi jumped up and twisted his body so that he was upside down to face the bat that was clawing where he stood a second ago. With a single fast slash, Daichi bisected the creature and smoothly landed on the ground. Enemies killed. Plus 195 XP. Skill, Death Blows level has risen by 1. You have successfully eliminated all the bloodthirsty bats in this dungeon. You have sensed killing intent. I know you're there. Come out. Daichi said, looking at the top branches of a tall tree. Out of the shadows came a giant red ape. It was far larger than the ones before. You have encountered one of the 3 bosses of this dungeon. HP 5032, CP 16847. The ruler of all apes and one of the 3 bosses of this dungeon. It has red fur with white streaks running down the middle, giving it a ferocious yet regal look. It is far stronger than all the others of its kind. This ape is capable of using chakra to enhance its limbs and thus makes it more dangerous. A ferocious and savage king. It wants to kill you. Holy hell! This thing is 6 levels above mine, and it can even use chakra. If I make even a single mistake, I'll die in this place. Daichi had sweat rolling down his face. The presence of the enemy boss was on a completely different level than the others. Daichi blinked for only a split second, but when he opened his eyes, he saw a fist headed straight for his head. The great King Ozark blasted Daichi's head into bits. The next second, Daichi's body turned into a log. Daichi had a cold sweat running down his neck as he looked at the scene from a distant tree. If I had been late in using the substitution jutsu for even a fraction of a second, I'd be dead right now. The ape lowered its fist and turned around. It looked at Daichi without showing the slightest bit of surprise at what happened. It found me even though I'm hiding behind these covers and no sound was made. And it looks like this thing is much smarter than the rest. A direct confrontation isn't to my advantage, not like last time, and something tells me this thing won't just let me leave. If and when I make it out of this dungeon, I'm going to need to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. ASAP. Daichi dropped several smoke bombs and moved. Stealth and speed will be my greatest assets in this fight. Instead of a frontal assault, I'll use an encirclement attack strategy. Daichi was suddenly taken out of his thoughts as the Ape King landed right in front of him. Daichi barely evaded the giant fist that came his way. Tightening the grip on his daggers, he used Sprint and started attacking from all directions. The Ape King Ozark had a strong physique. The cuts Daichi inflicted on its body were shallow. It swung its long arms with enough force to blow apart a giant sturdy tree. Daichi evaded all the attacks aimed at him. Tired of not catching the enemy, it tried a different tactic. The Ape King raised both its arms up high in the air and then slammed them into the ground. It added chakra to enhance its already fearsome power. The strength behind the attack cracked and ruptured the ground for several meters in all directions with the ape at its center. Daichi, who was in the middle of attacking it, was caught off guard by the destruction, and the ruptured ground made him lose his balance. The ape, waiting for its chance, jumped and attacked. A swift, powerful fist was thrown at Daichi. It was only due to his increased senses and speed that Daichi was able to evade the attack. But even then, he was not completely successful. The punch clipped his right shoulder and sent him spiraling several feet away. Even though Daichi evaded most of the damage, it was still enough to dislocate his right arm. 240 HP negative status. Right shoulder dislocated. The red notification status popped up, showing the damage. Daichi crashed into the ground and rolled a few times before stopping himself. He didn't even get the time to scream in pain as the ape was already on him. He rolled out of the way as the giant monkey stomped where he was a second ago. He got up and ran up the tree trunks, and the ape followed. Daichi used Sprint and focused solely on escaping for even a few seconds. With one arm useless, he would die if he tried to fight it. After a minute of dashing through the treetops and using some of his smoke bombs, lost his enemy, and he quickly assessed his arm. Damn that fucking monkey. Daichi looked over his arm. There doesn't seem to be any serious damage except for the dislocation. But it's a good thing I know how to... Daichi bit down on the handle of his kunai and then held and adjusted his right arm in a certain way. He then rammed his arm into the trunk of a tree, snapping his shoulder joint back in its socket. He bit down hard and groaned into the kunai. After several seconds, the pain faded, and Daichi took several deep breaths. The negative buff notification disappeared. He gently started moving his arm. After a couple of minutes, he was able to move it as normal. This isn't working. I need to weaken its momentum. I'll go for its legs first. Daichi formed a plan in mind. He could hear the roars of the dungeon boss not far from where the fight began. He made a few preparations for his second round. He started slowly making his way back. He grabbed and held 2 rocks about half as big as him in both hands and rushed the ape from behind. Daichi aimed one of the rocks at its head. Sensing the incoming attack, the ape turned around and blocked the big rock with both hands. The next second, it felt a crushing blow to its left knee. Daichi slammed the second rock into its leg and broke its knee. He used the first attack to block the ape's line of sight for the second attack. Might at 546 HP, enemy negative status, wounded buff in effect. Enraged, the great ape pounded Daichi into a nearby tree. 402 HP. Gah! Daichi spit out a wad of blood from his mouth. He coughed for a couple of seconds and took in large gulps of air as the punch took his breath away. He got up and got out of the way as the ape landed near him. Daichi ran around his enemy, attacking it from all sides, slashing its joints and muscles. Daichi mainly focused on the legs to reduce its movement speed. The ape tried to jump away, but with one leg crippled and Daichi's continuous attacks, it couldn't escape. Minutes went by and his efforts seemed to be gaining fruit. After a couple more swipes from his sharp dagger, the ape Ozark fell to its knees. Enemy negative status. Crippled buff in effect. Daichi put away one of the daggers back into his inventory. He could see the HP points slowly reducing. He clenched his fist and ran straight into his enemy. With the boss immobilized, Daichi was looking forward to exchanging blows to test his strength and limits. Both human and ape started fighting vigorously. Daichi deflected most of the blows because of their strength, but some landed on his body. He returned quite a few of his own as well. The strength buff skill, along with his speed and physique, was nothing to scoff at. Daichi was several times stronger than someone his age had any right to be. Skill-strong hits level has risen by 1. Each punch that landed made the other only fight harder. They both knew that only one would leave this place alive. Both their health and chakra were slowly but steadily declining. Daichi slashed the ape's chest and tried to inflict a deep wound. It slammed its fist into Daichi's back, bringing the boy to his knees. The ninja in training quickly stood back up and sent a swift, powerful uppercut to the Monkey King's jaws. The sounds of powerful blows were heard throughout the jungle. Waves of wind blew everywhere from the collision of their fists. Skill physical endurance's level has risen by 1. Despite the dangerous ordeal, Daichi was enjoying himself. His lips curled into a small smile as he traded blows with his enemy. Not even the punches that landed and made him spit blood took that smile away. With the moonlight shining down at him and his bloody and bruised appearance, that smile gave him a deranged yet glorious beauty. As the fight progressed, Daichi was analyzing his opponent and looking for his chance to strike. The Ape King favored its right arm to attack and left to defend. Daichi used this information to his advantage. As it raised its right arm to attack, Daichi quickly stabbed his dagger into its right shoulder joint, and then trapped its left arm in several ninja wire with shuriken at end. He used a nearby tree as an anchor to hold the shuriken in place. With both its arms disabled, it had no way to defend against Daichi's powerful attacks. Grabbing the dagger from his inventory, he sliced the ape's eyes. The ape roared and tried to break free from its binds, but Daichi made it impossible. Daichi sent a fast, double ear clap strike to the ape, intent on rupturing its eardrums, a somewhat cruel but effective tactic. Skill Vital Strike's level has risen by 1. Successfully blinding and disorienting his enemy, Daichi kept attacking the vital spots of its body, the neck, joints, and other soft areas. Fast, deep cuts and powerful blows rained down on its body. Daichi kept attacking relentlessly for several minutes. The Ape King's body was powerful. It weathered all of its enemies' strikes for some time before succumbing to its wounds, and soon the battle came to an end. Skill Vital Strike's level has risen by 1. Enemy killed, plus 2500 XP, plus 375 XP. You have leveled up. You have successfully eliminated all the long-armed apes in this dungeon. You have defeated the boss, Great Ape King Ozark. Reward, Skill Ozark's Resilience. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 30. Dungeon Boss Fight. 02 Chapter 30 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi sat down and closed his eyes for several seconds. His mind replayed the battle he just went through. Finally, I'm getting stronger and stronger each day. One day I'll be powerful enough to walk the path I want without any fear. He looked at the new skill he got as the reward for defeating the first boss of this dungeon. Ozark's Resilience. Active, LV1, the power to resist and be resilient even during overwhelming odds. When the health points fall below a certain threshold, this skill increases certain stats for a limited period of time. Effects: plus 2% to strength, vitality, and agility stats for 20 seconds when HP falls below 20%. Cooldown time: 8 hours. Happy with a new skill and the level up, Daichi went to sleep. Since he eliminated all the creatures that lived there, he wasn't worried. He slept for over 6 hours, and when he woke up, he felt refreshed. His HP, CP, SP, MP have all been restored. He checked the status of his dungeon quest. Enemies killed. 6 more, huh? Looks like I'll be done with this dungeon soon. Daichi checked his map. He looked all over the place and soon found the location of the remaining 6 opponents. There was an enemy near the lake, and 5 others were grouped together some distance away. Should I go for the one that's all by itself or the ones in packs? Based on the map, the lake is near. I'll get the crocodile boss first, then deal with the rest. Daichi made his way to the lake. Due to his map, he had the exact location of the boss monster that resided there. He didn't go into the water, but instead planned on drawing the crocodile out. The lake was located near a cliff. Daichi got his hands on a handful of paper bombs before the dungeon run. He only used a few during the first few days when he was overwhelmed. He currently has 4 remaining. Daichi took out 2 paper bombs and placed them on 2 giant rocks. Once he set the timer for 30 seconds, he dropped the rocks into the lake. They would drop to the bottom of the lake, right where the next boss of the dungeon was. Daichi jumped back and gained some distance between him and the soon-to-be battlefield. Before long, 2 loud explosions rang out from the lake seconds apart. As Daichi looked on, he could see the water beginning to churn and twist into a whirlpool. You have sensed killing intent. Suddenly, without warning, a strong water blast shot out from the lake. Daichi quickly evaded to the side and looked at the destruction. The water blast tore through rocks and trees, leaving nothing but wrecks. Maybe I should have saved this guy for last. Daichi looked back at the lake. The water bulged for a second before blasting apart. A giant crocodile emerged and made its way to the surface. It was several times larger than Daichi. You have encountered one of the 2 remaining bosses of this dungeon. You have sensed killing intent. Observe. HP 520, CP 711, the apex predator living beneath the lake. This crocodile is the largest and most vicious of its species. It killed several other crocodiles and became the ruler of these waters. It can use chakra attacks and has a powerful water affinity. Despite its large stature, it is quite agile. When disturbed, it is known to be extremely violent, often flying into rage and killing everything in its path. The water beam it shoots from its mouth has the power to shred most targets. A ruthless tyrant and the strongest of the 3 bosses of this dungeon, it wants to kill you for disturbing its slumber. Note, killing this boss rewards +1 level. The reptile boss Krotos set its eyes on Daichi once it set foot on land. It wanted to kill the one that woke it from its sleep. Despite the giant body it had, it was extremely fast. Daichi jumped up and barely avoided getting eaten. When he was in the air, Krotos' tail came with surprising speed and struck Daichi across the torso, 514 HP. The attack not only sent Daichi flying, but also cut him up badly. Red warning boxes popped up. Negative status. Bleeding. Ah! Its scales are like blades. Daichi gritted his teeth as he somehow balanced himself in midair and managed to land on a tree branch. Daichi held his bleeding belly. He quickly took out some bandages and wrapped them around his wounds. Daichi didn't get the chance to do anything else, as a fast jet stream of water shot the branch he was standing on. Daichi fell, but before he hit the ground, he threw a shuriken with a wire attached to another tree and swung himself to safety. The angry crocodile followed Daichi. It was determined to kill the little human. It smashed through trees and followed Daichi into the jungle, leaving a path of wide destruction. Daichi was jumping from one branch to another. From the observation skills information, this thing has a good water affinity, and fighting it near the lake would be a bad call. Daichi's plan was to bring it into the middle of the forest, where he would have more advantage. This thing just tramples on anything in its path. Even the giant trees and rocks are getting smashed. Its scales may have a strong defense, but its belly must be soft like the rest of them. But how exactly do I attack the belly of this thing? Daichi thought of several strategies and discarded the most impractical ones. Whatever the case may be, I'll have to make him use up his chakra. Get him tired, then things will go a lot smoother. Daichi created several clones and used them to distract the water beast. It swiped its tail and tried to kill the afterimage clones. It shot several water blasts trying to kill the real Daichi. Before long, Daichi lured the beast far away from the lake. Grrr! The beast growled. It sucked in a breath of air and bellowed loudly. Grrr! The jungle shook from the angry roar. It ran and swiped at the tree Daichi was standing on. With just one strike from its leg, the tree snapped. Daichi aimed several shuriken and kunai at its eyes, but Krotos evaded them all. They bounced off his hard iron like scales without even leaving a scratch. Sharp weapons won't work, so my dagger is useless. Against an enemy like this, it's best to use blunt brute force. But if I punch that thing, its scales will shred my hands. And I don't know any powerful offensive jutsus. I could use my points. No. If I use points to increase my strength every time I run into trouble, I won't survive the real world for long, and I'll be out of points when I really need them. Damn it. What should I do? Daichi was evading the attacks of the crocodile boss and was in a bind. He couldn't think of a way to attack his enemy. That is until he saw them. Two rocks, a little over half of Daichi's size. They were wrecks from a larger stone Krotos destroyed earlier. Suddenly a new idea formed in his mind. It wasn't a solid plan, but it was the best he could think of at the moment. For his plan to work, he would need a minute. Daichi lured the giant angry boss away from the area, and once they were some distance away, he used smoke bombs and sprint to escape as quickly as he could and return to where he saw the two rocks. I can use these to attack, but I just can't grab and try to smash that monster with them. I won't be able to inflict the maximum amount of damage that way. An idea formed in his mind. Daichi grimaced at what he was about to do, or more specifically about the pain he was about to experience. He took a piece of cloth, rolled it up, and put it between his teeth. He closed his eyes and took several deep breaths. He clenched his fists and focused. He concentrated his chakra on both hands, specifically below the elbow. And after a few seconds, he opened his eyes. They reflected a determination someone his age seldom showed. Without wasting any more time, Daichi punched both rocks. His intent wasn't to break them, but to wear them like gloves. Bam! An! Daichi groaned in pain as he managed to bury his hands, elbow deep in the two rocks. 168 HP, 161 HP. Negative status. Broken fingers, bleeding. A couple of fingers on both hands were broken, and the sharp edges of the rock tore into his skin on both his arms. Tears ran down his face as he gritted his teeth in pain, but he never made a single sound. A few seconds later, all the pain he was feeling turned into anger. Daichi turned around in the direction of the crocodile. He had a vengeful, vicious look on his face. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously projecting your murderous intent, the skill Killing Intent has been created. Killing Intent. Active. LV1. The ability to project your will and intent on your enemies. The user of this skill exudes pure killing intent and has it affect their opponent to the point of paralyzing them with fear. At higher levels, this skill can give the victims visions of their own death. Effects. Enemies with a 3-level gap between the user are paralyzed for 2 seconds. Enemies under 4 levels below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 4 seconds, as well as 3% reduction of their physical stats. He had blood running down his lips, his teeth grinding against each other. Along with bloodshot eyes and veins popping up on his skull, Daichi exuded a truly fearsome image. He didn't even bother reading the description of the new skill. Daichi's sights were set on killing his target. Without wasting time, he ran to his enemy. He reached the boss monster in a few seconds. He jumped high and from behind attacked. He fell down and punched its head with both hands. A powerful double blow that had enough force to slam its skull onto the ground. 9 of 388 HP. Take this, you giant fucking lizard. Daichi subconsciously let his chakra flow into the rocks, coating them with it, so it didn't break apart when he used it as a weapon. Daichi punched its head a few more times before he jumped away. Krotos shook its head and looked around. Once it spotted Daichi, it roared and shot a water blast from its mouth. Daichi evaded using sprint skill. His speed increased and he attacked the giant crocodile from all directions. "Think you're so tough! Think again!" Daichi used as much force as he could when he punched the beast. He kept attacking and evading the large reptile. Dozens of strikes landed on its large body. Several notifications popped up as he fought the boss crocodile. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 STR. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 AGI. Due to the extreme physical training, you have obtained +1 STR. The crocodile used its tail to smash Daichi several times, but he always successfully evaded. Daichi's stamina was slowly depleting due to the use of sprint skill, but he was reducing the health of his enemy as well. The damage from the powerful bashes was taking its toll on the large beast. It tried to kill its tiny enemy with all its might. Daichi, after evading another strike from its tails and legs, jumped and smashed one of its eyes. He used strong hit to boost his power. He destroyed its left eye. Due to the extreme physical training, you've obtained +1 STR. Due to the extreme physical training, you've obtained +1 Vit. Grrrr! Dungeon boss Krotos roared in pain. It thrashed about and destroyed everything around it. Daichi, evading its raging frenzy, kept attacking. Even with chakra coating the rocks, they started to show signs of cracking. After several more strikes, Daichi used a powerful double uppercut on its jaws. That was more than the rocks could take. The force of the punches broke them apart around the boy's hands, his fingers bloody and a mangled mess. Both his hands below the elbow were torn in several places and bleeding. +1 stamina. Daichi ignored his wounds and pain, and with shaky hands took the last 2 paper bombs. He tied them to a shuriken, and when the beast opened its mouth to roar, Daichi activated the bombs and threw them into its mouth. They reached their target and went deep inside the beast. After a couple of seconds, the sounds of 2 powerful explosions rang throughout the jungle. The body of Krotos bulged several times due to the force of the explosion and then shrunk back down. The mighty tyrant Krotos fell down with a loud thud, and in a few seconds it turned into smoke and disappeared. Enemy killed. +3000 XP. +450 XP. You have leveled up. You have successfully eliminated all the iron-skinned crocodiles in this dungeon. You have defeated the boss Water Tyrant Krotos. Reward: Skill Water Style Hydroblast Jutsu. Thanks to the level up, Daichi regained half his lost stamina and health points and healed small wounds. Even though his negative status of bleeding and broken fingers were removed due to the healing, he was still in no shape to face another opponent, especially a boss one. Daichi planned on resting and healing himself completely before starting the next fight. But unfortunately, fate had other plans. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me," Daichi exclaimed, looking ahead. For in front of him stood the remaining enemies of this dungeon. 4 wolves and their leader, a huge alpha wolf, and the last boss of the dungeon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 31, Dungeon Boss Fight 3 Final. Chapter 31 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. It must have come here listening to all the commotion. This thing looks smart. Well, smart for an animal anyway. I bet it knew whoever was left alive would be wounded and in no shape to fight. What better opportunity than now to kill its enemy? LV. The Alpha Wolf 5003. Scene 56. The Alpha of the Pack. Savage and fearless, this wolf hunts anything it perceives as its enemy. It fought numerous other strong wolves and killed them to become the leader, the last boss of this dungeon. It is able to use chakra to shoot wind projectiles. Its claws are sharp enough to tear through steel. It wants to kill you. Daichi took a breath and composed himself. Just one more boss. Then I'm done. He looked at the other 4 wolves. There were 2 level 25s, a level 26 and 27. Even in his current state, Daichi felt like he could deal with the lower-level wolves at once. But fighting the leader would be more difficult than usual. Still, he didn't back down. After spending a week in the dungeon and fighting for his life and killing every enemy he came across, Daichi developed a dangerous aura. The presence of a predator. This intent leaked out. Daichi was looking at the wolves as a predator would a prey. To him, at first, this dungeon was the habitat of several dangerous beasts, but now that perception changed. These beasts were nothing more than XP points to him, just waiting to be collected. You have sensed killing intent. Despite the unfavorable situation he found himself in, he smiled. He looked at the boss wolf and stared into its eyes. 2 kunais ready in each hand. Man and beast stared down, both of their murderous intent filling the air. Skill killing intent's level has risen by 1. That was the signal for Daichi to begin the battle. He headed not for the boss, but for the 2 weakest wolves of the pack. He reached them as they were paralyzed in fear, and without wasting time, slashed through every inch of their bodies. In just a couple of seconds, over 24 strikes landed on their bodies, and Daichi ended them by plunging his kunai deep into their heads. He jumped back as Scourge the Alpha Wolf jumped and tried to take him by surprise. Enemies killed. 1200 XP. 180 XP. After a couple of seconds, the other wolves started moving as well. They circled and surrounded Daichi. The ninja in training was calm and on guard. He didn't wait for long. Before his enemies pounced on him, Daichi moved. He swiftly jumped to a tree and landed on its branch. The remaining 3 animals of the dungeon gave chase with the alpha wolf in the lead. It shot several wind bullet attacks from its mouth. They grazed Daichi as he tried to avoid them. His HP was slowly plummeting. Daichi turned around and threw several shuriken aimed at the leading wolf. The moment it dodged the oncoming projectiles, Daichi launched another wave of shuriken at a much faster pace. But these were aimed at the flight path of previous shuriken Daichi threw. The new shurikens collided with the first wave, and they changed the trajectory of all shuriken to target the 2 wolves trailing behind. All of them hit their marks. Through the battles he fought in this dungeon, Daichi had improved his shuriken jutsu skills beyond the norm. The 2 wolves, unable to escape, were riddled with the sharp weapons and fell down from the trees. Daichi changed path and went for the downed creatures. The wolf Scourge howled and followed at a faster pace, but Daichi used clones to distract it and used sprint and increased his speed. He took out the short sword and severed the heads of the 2 enemies before they could retaliate. Enemy killed, plus 600 XP, 90 XP, plus 700 XP, 105 XP. Finally, now it's just you and me. Daichi turned and smirked, looking at the enraged beast. You have sensed killing intent. The leader of the now-dead pack was furious and howled. But Daichi wasn't affected in the least. Strange. Even though I might get killed fighting this guy, I don't feel nervous or afraid. Why? Well, it doesn't matter. I am going to make it out of this alive. Whatever it takes. The large wolf rushed to Daichi, its maw eager to comp down on Daichi's neck. The boy avoided the large drooling teeth and the sharp claws that tried to cut him to pieces. He tried to slash the large body of his enemy with his sword, only for his opponent to dodge as well. They slowly circled each other and made no rash moves. The alpha wolf was smarter than the others of its kind. Its instincts were sharper and more attuned to the dangers surrounding it. It knew the human would be just as ruthless as it when going for the kill. It jumped and closed the distance in an instant and slashed its claws at Daichi. He defended with his sword and avoided getting his head bitten off. Just then, Daichi sensed the attack of the wolf's tail. Unable to avoid it, Daichi was slammed on the side by the tail that was enhanced with chakra. The force sent him skidding sideways. 201 HP. That definitely cracked a rib or 2. Daichi looked up as the wolf pounced on him. He rolled to the side and created a few clones. The wolf looked at the clones, but it wasn't fooled this time. With its sense of smell and hearing, it could pick out the real Daichi and went for him. Shit, this thing is smarter than I thought. My stamina is running low. I won't be able to keep this up for much longer. I need to end this now. Daichi took to the trees again with the wolf right behind him. He suddenly had an idea in mind. He deliberately slowed down just a bit to let the wolf get to him. As he predicted, the large wolf jumped with the intent to tear through his body. Daichi quickly evaded the fatal strikes, but let the claws land on his body. The sharp, large claws drew several deep gashes along Daichi's chest. -376 HP negative status. Bleeding. Daichi gritted his teeth and endured the pain, but it gave him the chance he was looking for. Health points have fallen below 20%. Skill, Ozark's Resilience, is activated, plus 2% of strength, vitality, and agility stats for 20 seconds. With the speed increase, Daichi quickly got behind the wolf, fought. He locked his arms around the neck of the large beast and squeezed with all his might. Rah! He screamed as he used every ounce of his strength to kill the boss. The flailing of the wolf caused Daichi to lose footing and fall from the tree, but he didn't loosen his grip for even an instant. Even as he hit the ground, he was choking the wild beast. With one final yell, Daichi succeeded in crushing its neck. Without wasting time, Daichi took his dagger and plunged it into the beast's head. The limbs of the beast stilled and fell. In a few seconds, it turned to smoke and disappeared. Enemy killed. Plus 2700 XP. Plus 405 XP. You have successfully eliminated all the voracious wolves in this dungeon. You have defeated the boss, the Alpha Wolf Scourge. Reward, skill Wind Style, Wind Bullet Jutsu. A red notification box appeared among the blues. You have fought the boss of a dungeon with less than twice of your HP and SP and won. You have reached the special condition needed to unlock the persistence stat. Plus 1 persistence. When health reaches below 25%, this special stat will activate. Gives the user's stats 1% boost for 3 minutes. You have unlocked a special stat. Reward, plus 500 XP, plus 75 XP. Enemies killed. Quest, kill all 201 creatures inside the dungeon. Completed. Rewards, new skill, dual wielding mastery. New title, Beast Slayer. This title will increase all your stats by 10% when fighting non-humans. Rio 200,000. You have successfully defeated every enemy in this dungeon. You have been granted access to the return key. A gold key suddenly materialized in front of him. Daichi didn't have the energy to read through every pop-up box that appeared. He focused on the box that told him he could leave the dungeon. He took the key with shaky hands and placed it in his inventory. It's not telling me to leave right now, so I'll take a good rest and then go home. I'm in too much pain to move anyway. Daichi took out a small bed from his inventory for just such an occasion. He laid on the bed and fell asleep just a few seconds after closing his eyes. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi woke up refreshed and feeling better than ever. All his wounds healed and he was back to full strength. He sat up and looked at the system messages. There were a lot piled up. Daichi started going through each one. Due to being ambushed, he didn't even get the chance to check out the rewards he got after he beat the crocodile boss. Oh man, there's a lot of messages to go through. I need to check my status page and skill list page. See how much they've improved. What about the return key? Alright, I'll have a look at that first. Daichi took out the gold key from his inventory and used Observe. Dungeon exit key. With this key, the player can open the exit door and can leave the dungeon. Key valid for only 24 hours in dungeon time. Once the key becomes invalid, the door will be locked, and the player will be trapped inside the dungeon forever. After reading the description, Daichi's eyes almost popped out of his skull. He jumped to his feet and yelled, "What the hell system? You couldn't have said that I only had 24 hours to leave this place in a pop-up box or something," he shouted, looking forward. A few seconds passed by, and as he expected, no answer was given. Daichi let out a long sigh and sat down. "Whatever. Thank you, Brain, for making me use Observe on the key." "You're welcome." Daichi then looked up with a dumb expression on his face. "Oh man, listen to me talking to myself. 1 week in this dungeon, and I'm already going crazy." He shook his head and looked at the rest of the blue boxes. Beast Slayer title, huh? So it increases all stats when fighting non-humans, and it doesn't say it has to be in a dungeon or anything. So that means this title could be applied when I'm fighting wild animals or summons or, God forbid, tailed beasts in the real world. Alright, I'll take it, and 200,000 Ryo. Not much, but also not little. Let's see. What else? Dual wielding mastery? Let's see what that's about. Dual wielding mastery, passive L1. This skill allows proper amounts of power to be displayed when dual wielding weapons. Wielding two weapons at once requires a high level of attention and dexterity as well as ambidextrous coordination. Train this skill to wield two weapons effectively and efficiently. Effects. Passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate, and balance. Plus 2% increase to damage inflicted. Plus 2% increase in attack speed. Nice skill. Would definitely come in handy. I need to buy two sharp weapons, preferably short swords, or some daggers. Alright, what's next? As Daichi looked through the notifications, he saw the red pop-up box. Yes, looks like another special stat awakened. Guess that wolf attack was a blessing in disguise. Daichi read the information on the new stat, Persistence. The benefit of this stat is incredible, and it'll only get better with more points. Excellent. This dungeon run yielded more rewards than I thought. What else is there? Daichi looked through the remaining notifications. Wind Style, Wind Bullet Jutsu, Active LV1. The user takes in a deep breath of air and needs chakra into them, which they expel from their mouth as several miniature wind bullets, rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals bird, horse, dragon, ram. CP cost 305 bullets. Note: strength and number of wind bullets can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Water Style. Hydroblast Jutsu, Active LV1. The user needs chakra in their body and turns it into water, which they expel from their mouth in a fast spiral blast. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, dog, ram, hare, monkey, horse. CP cost 312 per shot. Note: amount of water and speed of the jutsu can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Finally, some jutsus to attack. So roughly 300 chakra points per attack, huh? I'll have to keep training and increasing my chakra reserves if I want to be a ninjutsu specialist. Daichi got down checking out all the notification boxes. Time to see my status page. Status. Name Daichi Hekimamer. Class Student. Age 6 title. Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer. Level 26, 10105 5e HP, 2200 CP, 2379, 8 SP, 1960, 920. Primary stats: Strength 47, Vitality 46, Dexterity 42, Agility 45, Intelligence 50, Chakra 55, Wisdom 30. Special stats: Sense 49, Stamina 55, Indomitable Locked. Charisma 27, Persistence 1, Dignity. Luck. Stat points: 245 Ryo, 213650. As he looked at his improvements, a wide grin formed on his face. A moment later, he closed his eyes and had a hearty laugh. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 32, Testing Jutsus and Leaving Dungeon. Chapter 32 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Wow, my stats and points have gone way up. Time to check out the skill list. Skills. A new page opened showing the list of Daichi's skills. Daichi looked over each and every skill. Even though Observe skill has leveled up, I still haven't been able to see the physical stats of my opponents. Even now, I could only see their HP, CP, and some info. But nothing more. Maybe it'll show me the physical stats once Observe crosses level 50 or something. Effects: 73% increase in speed when dishwashing. Effects: 82, 2% of base HP regeneration per minute. 82, 2% of base CP regeneration per minute. 82, 2% of base SP regeneration per minute. Effects: 59% increase in damage inflicted. 61% increase in movement speed. 21% increase in physical stat growth. 44% decrease in damage taken. Excellent. It seems my physical constitution is getting better at a much faster pace than I thought, but the damage reduction effect, based on my experience, it reduces the damage depending on my enemies and their levels. Opponents of the same level won't be able to deal much damage to me, but it seems the higher the enemy's level, the lower the effect, but still, this is a great skill. Effects: 20% growth rate of chakra stat. 45. 2% strength increase to all chakra-based skills. 45% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. 40% increase to maximum CP. Minus 20% CP cost to all chakra-based skills. I've been able to increase the level of this skill much faster than most, but something tells me that sooner or later, it's going to get difficult to level it up. Effects: Regeneration. Increased by 74% of base CP per minute. 20. 1% growth rate of chakra stat. Note: Meditation increases CP regeneration to 99%. This chakra regeneration skill has helped immensely here. I was able to reduce my rest time and was able to gather chakra at a much faster pace. Daichi calculated the CP regen in his mind. My chakra points regenerate at 10 points per minute. With a 74% increase, that's 17.4 CP per minute. And if I meditate, then I can increase it to almost 20 points per minute. And since I currently have a total of 200 and 380 CP, I'll be able to completely recover my chakra in about 120 minutes, and I haven't taken into account the effects of the meditate skill. Daichi smiled at the implication. Going from no chakra to full capacity in less than 2 hours is incredible. This gamer's body is so damn OP. Alright, what else do we have? Daichi continued looking over the other skills. Effects. 6% success rate to create new ninjutsu. 6% success rate to create new genjutsu. 5% less CP requirements for new jutsu created. Effects, 200% increase in chakra control, CP cost 1 sec, 50%, CP cost to chakra techniques. Daichi smiled looking at the first skill he maxed. Now I'll be able to focus on the tree walking exercise. Effects, 46, 2% increase in taste, CP cost 1 sec. Effects, 58% increase in hearing, CP cost 2 sec. Effects, 47, 6% increase in smell, CP cost 1 sec. Effects, 65% increase in sight, CP cost 2 sec. Looks like my sight, hearing and smell senses have gone up considerably. Not surprising. I had to fight in the night with low visibility and it pushed my senses to their limits. My special stat sense is 49. I wonder if it'll give any special skills or effects when it reaches 50? I suppose I'll find out soon. Effects, 70. 3% increase in attack power. 68, 4% increase in defense. 70% increase in speed. 69% decrease in damage taken. Effects, 95% increase in accuracy. 85% increase in damage dealt. Just a bit more and it'll be 90. It's such an exhilarating feeling. To throw them with pinpoint accuracy and take enemies down from the shadows. That's the dream. Well, one of them anyway. Effects 41. 5% decrease in damage taken. With the damage reduction buff from this skill, the Leaf Taijutsu skill, and the body conditioning skill, I doubt I'd take any damage from someone my age group. Effects 51% increase in critical rate. 69. 3% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. 51% increase in attack speed. SP cost 7 per hit. As useful as this skill is, it drains my stamina fast if I use it too much. I need to find an alternative to this skill that uses chakra points instead of stamina points. Effects, 39% increase in taste and aroma of dish, 36% increase in plating technique. Effects, 31% increase in visual appeal, 34% increase of accuracy in painting. Effects, 120% increase in thread control, 120% increase in thread speed. CP cost 2, 7 secs for single thread. Effects, 60% increase in running speed. SP cost, 50 SP per minute. This skill will also be a problem. Need ones that use CP. Maybe the body flicker technique is an excellent replacement. But for that, my chakra control has to be well above average. I'll look into it later, I suppose. Effects, 18% increase in success when escaping bindings. Effects, 76% accuracy. Increase when creating identical clones. CP cost, 52 CP per clone. Effects, 50% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. CP cost, 16 CP per transformation. Note, this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects, 35.5% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 23% increase in attack speed. Effects, 51% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 17% increase in attack speed. Effects, 106% increase in chakra control. CP cost, 8 sec. Negatives 42% CP cost to chakra techniques. Effects, current range 60 meters. Effects, 140% additional attack damage to the enemy. 24% increase in attack speed. 24% increase in critical rate. So at level 14, this skill deals 140% additional damage? Then unless I'm mistaken, at level 100, it'll be 1000%. That will be powerful enough to take out most guys. But will it really give that much? 1000% additional damage sounds far too good to be true. I'll wait and see. Effects, 26% increase in chakra control. CP cost, 12 sec. 5% decrease CP cost to chakra techniques. Effects, current range, 40 meters. CP cost, 20 meter. Effects plus 2% to strength, vitality, and agility stats for 20 seconds when HP falls below 20%. Cooldown time, 8 hours. Daichi smiled as he looked at this skill. The skill that saved my life. This has great potential once it levels up some more. I have a feeling you're going to be quite active during my future dungeon runs. Effects. Enemies with a plus or minus 3 level gap between the user are paralyzed for 6 seconds. Enemies less than 4 levels and below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 8 seconds, as well as 6% reduction of their physical stats. Effects. Passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate, and balance. 2% increase to damage inflicted. 2% increase in attack speed. Incredible. Just 7 days and my skills had such a growth? It seems battle is the best way to improve my strength after all. Daichi looked over every skill. He paid attention to 2 of his newest skills. Death Blow, active, L14 7%. This skill allows the user to fatally wound an enemy. This usually occurs when the enemy's strength or vitality has been depleted, but this skill can be triggered when you take the enemy by surprise or other such conditions. Effects, 140%, additional attack. Damage to the enemy, 24% increase in attack speed, 24% increase in critical rate. Chakra Sense, active LV10. This sensing skill allows the user to mold chakra and change it to the sensory type, enabling them to detect and track targets through their chakra signatures. This skill also enables the user to hide his chakra signature from those of the user's level. Higher level shinobi can detect your chakra even if you're hidden. Effects. Current range, 40 meters. CP cost, 20 meter. As Daichi was looking over all the skills, he found something unusual. Where's the water and wind style jutsus I got? As he looked at the top of the list, a new option was added. It was labeled ninjutsu. Daichi clicked on it and a new page listing his current jutsus was shown. Ninjutsu Water Style Hydroblast Jutsu, active. 1. The user needs chakra in their body and turns it into water, which they expel from their mouth in a fast spiral blast. Rank C. Type, hand seals, dog, ram, hare, monkey, horse. CP cost, 312 per shot. Amount of water and speed of the jutsu can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Wind Style, Wind Bullet Jutsu. Active L1, the user takes in a deep breath of air and needs chakra into them, which they expel from their mouth as several miniature wind bullets. Rank C. Type, ninjutsu. Hand seals, bird, horse, dragon, ram. CP cost, 305 bullets. Note, strength and number of wind bullets can be increased with more chakra needed into the attack. Since I have about 16 hours left and a training ground no one can spy on, it's best to test these jutsu. Oh man, my first actual attack. Ninjutsu. Daichi was giddy at the prospect of controlling and using the elements to his will. As soon as Daichi clicked on the water jutsu, its knowledge and functions appeared in his brain. With all the information about the jutsu floating in his brain, Daichi felt like he had been studying it for days. After taking a deep breath to calm himself, Daichi went through the hand seals. Water Style, Hydroblast Jutsu. A fast, spiraling torrent of water shot out of his mouth. Daichi aimed it at a nearby tree. He was amazed to see his attack drilling through the trunk of the tree almost halfway. Daichi cut off the chakra and stopped the attack. The tree had a drilled, shaped hole the size of a small human head, and losing its stability, the tree broke in half. At that time, a new blue box appeared. You have used your first Water Nature Jutsu. You have acquired the skill Water Affinity. Water Affinity, active, passive, LV1. Water Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Dog Hand Seal. Once this skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate even the molecular structure of water to create ice or steam. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities, which have also crossed level 90. Effects: plus 2% increase in water attack jutsu, plus 2% increase in water defense jutsu, plus 5% increase in success when creating water-style jutsu. Miters 1%, decrease in chakra cost when using water-style jutsu. Daichi was stunned when he read the information. So I can make ice and steam release jutsus in the future? Wow. Awesome. Wait a minute. If that's the case for water affinity, then wouldn't it be the same for all the other nature elements as well? Yes. Most probably. Daichi's eyes widened in realization. I can create jutsus that replicate certain Kekkei Genkai. Oh man, I can't wait to get started. Alright, let's see. So it seems I'll get the wind affinity when I use the wind jutsu next. I'm eager to see what that skill says. Daichi clicked on the wind bullet jutsu box and its information flooded his brain. Daichi went through the seals for the wind style jutsu quickly. Wind style. Wind bullet jutsu. Daichi shot multiple wind bullets with intense speed. The bullets had enough power to go through the rock Daichi aimed at. The attack created 5 small holes all the way through the rock. You have used your first wind nature jutsu. You have acquired the skill Wind Affinity. Yes. Just like I thought. Wind Affinity, active-passive, LV1. Wind Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Bird Hand Seal. This is the rarest of the 5 nature transformations. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: plus 2% increase in wind attack jutsu, plus 2% increase in wind defense jutsu, 5% increase in success when creating wind style jutsu. Night is 1% decrease in chakra cost when using wind style jutsu. Excellent. I'll have to ask the old man for some simple jutsus for the other 3 natures first thing tomorrow. And also the shadow clone. Can't forget that. I need to see if I can pull the Naruto shortcut training method. What else is there? As Daichi went through his skill list, his eyes landed on another new skill he hadn't used yet. Mana Manipulation, active-passive, 1. Mana is an energy created by the power of an intelligent mind and is a separate energy from chakra. This energy is primarily used for mind-enhancing techniques, but a strong enough mind can create abilities that have physical effects similar to telekinesis or elemental attacks. This skill allows the user to manipulate their own mana depending on its proficiency. Practitioners of mana are even less than natural energy users. In its raw form, mana cannot be seen or felt by any sensors or eye powers. The exception is the visual eye, Rinne. Note: since this energy is created by the mind, it is limited, and overusing this ability before intelligence passes 200 could cause damage to the psyche. Okay, time to see what I'm dealing with. Daichi sat down and calmed his breathing. He easily entered the meditative state. He began to feel for any changes in his body and tried to identify the energy mana. After finding nothing during the first half hour, Daichi got a bit frustrated. He could easily use his chakra abilities, but it looked like his mana abilities were being stubborn. He got up and walked around, thinking about the various ways he could approach this problem. As he walked around, he suddenly had a new idea. He picked up a small leaf and sat down. He concentrated on the leaf in front of him. Daichi felt the leaf for a few minutes in his fingers before placing it on the ground. He looked at it, burning the image of the leaf laying on the ground into his mind to the most minute details. He once again closed his eyes and concentrated. His goal was to feel the leaf with his mind, and if he could, maybe even move it. As he kept concentrating, time went by. No unnecessary thoughts came to him. Hours passed by as he concentrated. As he entered a deep concentration state, a change began to happen. Suddenly, Daichi felt a weight on his head. It felt as if someone placed something heavy on his head, and it's weighing down directly on his brain. And after a couple of seconds, the weight increased. Unable to ignore the slight but increasingly painful sensation, Daichi opened his eyes. He saw the leaf he placed on the ground a few feet in the air, now slowly floating back down. New notification boxes appeared. You have actively used mana for the first time. You have gained the skill Lesser Mana Affinity. Note: increasing the above skill passively increases the level of mana manipulation skill. Lesser Mana Affinity, passive active, LV01. This skill increases the user's talent and ability to use mana more thoroughly. Note: intelligence stat isn't high enough to efficiently and effectively use mana on physical objects and matter manipulation. With the current intelligence and wisdom stats, creating skills to aid or boost mental abilities would be more beneficial. Once mana is depleted, the only way to restore it is with sleep. Effects: plus 2% strength increase to all mana-based skills. Negative 2% MP cost to all mana-based skills. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and controlling the mana energy to move an object, the skill Telekinesis has been created. Telekinesis, active, LV1. This skill gives the user the ability to manipulate or otherwise interact with matter or another aspect of a physical system with one's mind. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can manipulate matter or energy at a subatomic level or universal level. This influence can expand to affect facets of reality other than matter and energy, namely time and space. Note, mana cost to use this skill depends on the distance, mass, precision, etc. of an object. Effects: 1% increase in mana attacks, 1% increase in mana defenses, 1% decrease in mana cost. Daichi was gently massaging his forehead. Oh man, that did not feel good. He opened his eyes and went through the notification boxes slowly. He read about the effects, abilities, and limitations of mana. Well, there goes my dreams of OP mana powers. Well, until my intelligence reaches 200 anyway. But I'm not going to spend many points on it. Not until I become a chunin, at least. It seems for the moment the best thing to do is create support mental skills, and I'll have to make sure I don't overdo it. Daichi let out a long, tired sigh. I have been in this dungeon long enough. Time to go home. He checked the map and found the location of the entrance door. He made his way there within a couple of hours. When Daichi reached the door, he took out the key and placed it inside the keyhole. You have used the return key. Would you like to leave this dungeon? YN. Yes. The door opened, and the instant he set foot inside the familiar hallway, he was teleported back to his room. Daichi felt the same sensation he had when entering the dungeon. In a few moments, he fell down onto his bed. He looked around. Everything was the same. Then he looked at the clock on the table. Just a few seconds after I left. I spent a week in that place, but time hardly moved here. I suppose the name Instant Dungeon fits that place. Even though he slept a few hours ago, Daichi was still somewhat mentally tired. He freshened up and went quickly to sleep. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 33, Interlude 01. Kensei, Hiruzen Sasuke Chapter 33 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Kensei Yasaji. Kensei was eating his morning breakfast when he noticed Daichi coming down. Good morning, Gramps. Daichi greeted him. As he looked at Daichi, Kensei noticed something strange. His chakra reserve has increased, and he seems to be on alert. Even though it wouldn't be obvious to someone normal, Kensei saw the signs. He watched Daichi take a look at the exits and take in every object in the room quickly and subtly. He sat down without saying anything and ate his breakfast. Kensei quickly sensed Daichi's chakra signature to verify it's his grandson. It's Daichi, all right. So then what's up with him? Did something happen last night? The question startled the boy. He put a wide smile on his face and replied, Nothing happened. Why do you ask? You seem to be on guard. More vigilant and wary of your surroundings, Kensei replied in a confused tone. Oh, I'm trying to be more vigilant of my surroundings. I read in a book about taking in every detail when in enemy territory, trying to make this a habit, Daichi said with a straight face. He did read something similar in a book, so he wasn't lying. Hearing Daichi's answer satisfied Kensei. Anyway, something else did happen last night. Daichi had a sheepish smile on his face as he said this. Seeing Daichi's jovial expression, Kensei let go of his worries. What is it? He was curious as to what brought the change. I learned 2 Judas, one for water and one for wind. Have you tried them? Kensei asked. No. Daichi replied with a straight face. I was thinking we could go over them after we had some breakfast. Kensei nodded in approval. They quickly finished their food and went outside. They reached the training area in their backyard. Kensei motioned for Daichi to begin. Daichi quickly went through the hand seals for the water-style jutsu. A fast spiraling blast of water shot from his mouth and destroyed the small stone he aimed at. Kensei was examining Daichi as he used the jutsu. He noticed his grandson's chakra reserves had increased by a wide margin. Noting that he had enough chakra to perform another jutsu, Kensei motioned Daichi to perform the next one. The wind-style wind bullet jutsu was quickly demonstrated as well. Daichi turned around to look at his grandpa. So what do you think? Kensei examined the aftermath of the 2 ninjutsus. He was more than impressed that a first-year academy student had the reserves and control to pull off 2 techniques that looked like they were C-rank level. Your chakra volume has grown far more than most others your age, and your chakra control is exceptional. To successfully use 2 chakra nature jutsus that are not of your natural affinity, that's impressive. Kensei was impressed by Daichi's improvement and dismissed Daichi's strange behavior in the morning. I take it you have something in mind for telling me this. Daichi nodded. Can you give me 3 simple, easy jutsus for the remaining chakra natures? So you want a fire, lightning, and earth nature jutsus. Why do you need them? Kensei's curiosity piqued. I want to feel what it's like to use all 5 elements, understand the way my chakra changes to each element, improve my control, all that stuff. Daichi gave his answer. He was hoping his grandfather would approve. After listening to Daichi's reasons and thinking about it for some time, he agreed. He took his grandson to his library and gave him 3 scrolls detailing C-rank jutsus for fire, earth, and lightning nature. After informing his grandson that he was going out, Kensei left. He was walking down the road thinking about Daichi's progress. It really baffled him. The speed of his growth is truly abnormal. And his chakra reserves had increased quite a bit since the last time I sensed them. And his talent, he makes me look like chopped liver. His talent is far beyond what I initially thought. Maybe, just maybe, he can do it. Stand at the top of this era. Wouldn't that be something? But this will also bring him attention. Sooner or later, the eyes of everyone important is going to fall on him. He'll need to prepare for that. Kensei thought about Daichi and his enormous talents, and his thoughts drifted to his late son. He shook his head and sighed after a few moments, clearing his thoughts. He looked up in front of him. He had reached his destination, the orphanage where he met Daichi. He went inside and met with Aiko. Hello, Aiko. It's been a while. Kensei sat and smiled. Yes, it has. How have you been? Not bored, I imagine. Aiko smiled at her old friend. No, not with Daichi around. How is he, by the way? Aiko asked. Good. Great, actually. He got first place in the academy this year. A natural-born genius. It's interesting to have him around, to say the least. Kensei smiled as he recalled his experiences with Daichi. They talked about the past for a while. While talking about Daichi's training, Aiko suddenly remembered something. The visit from the special Jonin Genma. Kensei, there's something I think you should know. The Hokage inquired about Daichi. Aiko said in a somewhat serious tone. What? When? Kensei exclaimed. A few days after you adopted him. Did he come here personally? No, he sent one of his guards. Aiko was silent for a second before asking, What are you going to do? I know you and Lord Third have a history. Is that going to affect Daichi? Kensei sighed and replied, No, what happened between me and Hiruzen won't affect Daichi. He's not that kind of a man, but someone like Danzo, on the other hand. Has he come here recently? Aiko shook her head. No, he hasn't, not since that day. Probably due to Hiruzen. He always had a soft spot for you, especially after all the things you did for the village. I am curious, though. Have you found out the source of the funds you received? Kensei wanted to know if Aiko found her mysterious benefactor. The orphanage and Aiko received a very large sum of money shortly after the Nine Tails attack. When she received the money, Aiko believed it was someone who wanted to help the orphans at such a terrible time. But with that money came one important instruction. Never let Danzo Shimura take any of the children at the orphanage. Aiko knew the kind of man Danzo was. She made sure to screen every person she hired at the orphanage. 2 years after the attack, Danzo came trying to recruit a couple of children for his organization, but Aiko refused. When he started to make trouble for her, the Hokage intervened. Danzo never bothered her again. She would protect all the children under her care. But she was curious as to why that money came with that particular condition. Kensei and Aiko spent a couple of hours reminiscing about the past and talked about various topics. After some time, Kensei left the place. Hokage's office. The Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was looking over the mission reports of the Anbu Team Rho. He paid attention to the rank and number of missions completed by the team. Team Rho under Anbu Captain Kakashi Hatake was a formidable squad. With Itachi's addition to the team, their mission completion rate has increased twofold. Today is the last day of their 1-week break. The Hokage took another folder and reviewed its contents. After going through it, he came to a decision. I'll assign Kakashi's team to this. They're the most suitable. Once he stamped the last of the top secret and critical documents with his official seal, he took a break from his work. He went near the window and looked out. Things are getting progressively worse with the Uchiha clan. Itachi and Shisui were the only ones who stood on our side from the clan. But now that Shisui is dead, things have gotten much worse. The police force is investigating the matter. Even though it appears as a suicide to the world, the Uchiha won't buy into that. Now Itachi is the only informant I have in the clan. If something happens to him as well... Hiruzen sighed as he thought about the burdens he carried on his shoulders and the burdens he placed on the 11-year-old genius of the Uchiha clan. I'll have to trust Itachi on this matter. I hope he'll be able to convince Fugaku and the other Uchiha clan members. Negotiation is the only way to solve this problem, and the sooner the better. Soon he went back to work. He looked over the important reports first, and after some time, came to the documents regarding the academy tests. He looked over the results of the first-year semester, and what he saw was what he thought, but it still somewhat surprised him. Just as I expected, Daichi took first place in almost all the tests. He was even able to beat Sasuke Uchiha and score higher marks. It seems my intuition was right. During the entrance ceremony, I noticed his chakra volume. It had grown several times from when I first met and sensed him, and it felt like he had precise control over it as well. He had grown a lot stronger in just 1 year. And based on the reports Daikoku made from his observations, it seems Daichi is still holding back. Daikoku notes that Daichi is eligible for skipping a grade. Should I do it? No, it's still too soon. Let him develop a healthy and strong mind first. I'll have him graduate with his class, or if he's really impressive, then maybe a year early. That should be enough. The Hokage went over the results of the whole class and made mental notes of all the students who showed some talent. He paused when his eyes reached a certain name. Naruto Uzumaki. It would seem he has your looks, Minato, but he's inherited his attitude from Kushina. A troublemaker. Recently he started pulling pranks on teachers. Bad in studies, but has a positive attitude. I suppose that's a fair assessment from the teacher. But I know you'll do great things one day, Naruto. You're the one Minato entrusted with the Nine Tails, after all. He looked over the academy files and continued on with his works. Uchiha clan. Sasuke's home. Sasuke was sitting in front of his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Sasuke had a downcast expression as his father went through every line in his report card. Once he was done, he placed the card down and looked at his youngest son. His face showed no emotion. After staring at his son for over a minute, he broke the silence. This was unexpected, Sasuke. You got second place. I thought you'd be like your brother, but it seems I'm wrong. Sasuke clenched his fists around his knees. He didn't even have the strength to look at his father. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He stayed like that, never speaking a word. What do you have to say for yourself? Fugaku asked in a stern voice. I'm sorry, father. I'll do better next time. The young Uchiha replied. Don't forget, your brother took first place in the academy and graduated in less than 6 months. He is a genius like no other. Now that you've joined the academy, you have to hold yourself up to his standards. You need to work harder. Much harder. Do you understand? Fugaku asked. Yes, father. I'll train more. It was the only reply the young Uchiha gave. Fugaku got up and was about to leave, but abruptly stopped. The child who defeated you, what is his name? He inquired. Sasuke was quiet for a few seconds and then answered in a small voice. Daichi. Daichi Hekima. Fugaku nodded and left the room. He always held Sasuke to the same standards he did Itachi, but seeing his son not take the first spot in his class disappointed him. But at the same time, Fugaku became a bit interested in the boy that defeated his child. Sasuke was in a turmoil. Tears started rolling down his face. He stayed seated on the ground even after his father had left and cried, but he never made a single sound. Itachi. Daichi. I hate you both. It was the only thought that went through his head as he silently shed tears in misery. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 34, Meeting Ren Uchiha, Chapter 34 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. His grandfather had left after giving him the 3 scrolls. Daichi stored them in his inventory and left home as well. He had a special goal in mind. Daichi was walking through a forest near the outskirts of the village. He had been visiting various places within the village to find more dungeons. His journey was somewhat successful. He located another instant dungeon. He decided to save it for the next year. Daichi hadn't gotten the reward for clearing the dungeon from the quest Path to the Strongest. He figured he would only get it at the end of the first academic year. He wanted to know what that reward would entail. Now he was looking for a place to train. Somewhere quiet and away from people so he could test out his jutsus. As he kept walking, he saw something unexpected. Several round target boards were hung on trees all around him. As he looked at it, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Where have I seen this place before? As Daichi racked his memory for an answer, it hit him. I remember now. This place. This is where Itachi practiced his shuriken jutsu. It's where he showed Sasuke his shuriken throwing techniques before Sasuke entered the academy. Oh man, that means I'm near the Uchiha clan compound. I better leave before I attract unwanted companies. Daichi turned around and was about to walk away, but something stopped him. He opened his skill list and saw it. Shuriken Jutsu. Active, 89, 95, 7%. Effects, plus 95%, increase in accuracy, plus 85% increase in damage dealt. This is the skill that increased the most during my dungeon fight. Makes sense. I wanted to keep those things at bay, and I've been using shuriken and kunai at every fight against those beasts. I used chakra threads to control the speed and trajectory of the weapons. My increased dexterity helped me a lot in improving this particular skill. Daichi took a moment and looked at all the targets hanging on the trees. He wondered, is it possible? Do I have Itachi's level of shuriken skill? He is a master with this technique. He could even hit targets in his blind spot. Daichi looked around and he saw another hidden target behind a rock. He wanted to know if it was possible for him. Can I do it? One way to find out, I suppose. Since I'm here, I might as well give it a shot. If I want to be the best, then I can't shy away from any challenges that come my way. Daichi took off his glasses and walked forward. He stood in the center of the clearing with the targets all around him. There were 9 targets all around him in plain view and 1 hidden behind a rock. A total of 10 targets for him to hit. Daichi stood still looking at all the targets and memorizing their locations. He spent a few minutes looking and engraving the position of each target into his memory. He took 8 kunais from his back pouch and held each one between his fingers. He closed his eyes, calmed his breathing, and concentrated. A familiar feeling came to him. The sensation of being in the dungeon surrounded by beasts that wanted to tear him apart. Daichi opened his eyes in an instant and jumped. He jumped high and flipped upside down. His eyes landed on all the 9 targets in his view in an instant. His hands moved in a precise yet smooth manner. His fingers loosened and he quickly let go of each kunai he held between his fingers one by one. All 8 weapons left his hands within a couple of seconds. The first 6 of them were aimed at the targets, while the last 2 were not. Without wasting an instant, he took out 2 more from his back pouch and threw them in the direction of the last 2 kunais at a faster speed. Metals collided against metals, and the force changed the trajectory of all 4 weapons. Daichi once again flipped in midair and landed perfectly on the ground. He looked around and wanted to see the results. What he saw surprised him. Even though the kunais all hit their targets, some of them weren't in the dead center. He missed the center of 5 of the 9 targets by a few centimeters. Daichi walked to where the 10th and the hidden target lay. It too had a kunai stuck in it, but just like the ones that missed the center, it wasn't a perfect shot as well. Suddenly, several notifications popped up. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 dex, +1 sense. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Shuriken Jutsu, active, LV, 90, 23, 1%. Effects, 95.8% increase in accuracy, 87% increase in damage dealt. Watching the results of his shuriken jutsu skills, Daichi felt a very strange emotion. He felt sad and happy at the same time. Sad because even with the gamer ability in the battles he went through in the dungeon, he still couldn't make a perfect 10 out of 10 score with all the kunais landing in the center. Even with the gamer abilities, I could only achieve this much. And even then, it took me a few minutes to completely concentrate and make the best shot I possibly could. If I was in the middle of a battle or a test, I doubt I could accomplish the same results. And yet, that Itachi, he was able to make this look so easy. What a monster. Some teachers in the academy call me a genius, but I was only able to become that because of my future knowledge and the gamer powers. Compared to someone like Itachi, Daichi closed his eyes and took a breath. He exhaled and opened his eyes. He was calm again. No, I shouldn't think like that. Itachi's talent doesn't affect me. It shouldn't. There will be several people like him here in this world. Their success and strength isn't my weakness. I have to remember that. While he felt a little sad, he also felt extremely happy. Happy because doing something like this was unimaginable to him in his previous life. And even here, only exceptional ninjas like Itachi or the late 4th Hokage could make better shots than him. He had set his first foot into joining the ranks of shinobis who were hailed as legends. Still, I wonder, if Itachi hadn't gone down the path he had, if he hadn't caught that terminal lung disease, how strong would he have become? There's no doubt in my mind, with his talent and prodigious skills, he would have become strong enough to be on the same level as Madara Uchiha one day. Well, that is if things hadn't ended up the way they did. Daichi sighed. He decided that there was no point dwelling on things out of his control. As he prepared to leave, he heard someone clapping. He swiftly turned around and saw a young man walking towards him, clapping his hands and with a smile on his face. Damn it! I didn't even try to see if there was anyone hidden. He probably saw my shuriken jutsu work. Okay, Daichi. Calm down. Observe. Age 27, 69, 88. CP 55. Ren Uchiha is a member of the Uchiha clan. Although he is a talented shinobi who made Chunin at 14 and joined the Leaf Military Police Force, he doesn't have much ambition. A year ago, he married his childhood friend, Kimiko Uchiha. Along with a strong devotion to his clan, he is also dedicated to protecting the Leaf Village. He is one of the few Uchiha that never fell victim to the clan's curse of hatred. He has powerful chakra and has awakened the 2 Tomoe Sharingan. He is a powerful sensor ninja with a long range. He is a smart and kind person, always willing to help others in need. Wow! An Uchiha, and based on the information, a pretty strong one. But it looks like I don't have to worry much about him. He doesn't look like he's here to cause trouble. That's really impressive shuriken jutsu. I only know of 2 other people who could do what you just did at your age. The new arrival said. He had shoulder-length hair which framed his face and the rest of which he tied into a ponytail. He wore a high-collared blue shirt which had the Uchiha crest in its back and dark pants with sandals. He had a small smile on his face as he looked at Daichi. Daichi put on a slight smile and replied, "Thank you. I'm Ren Uchiha. What's your name?" At this question, Daichi paused for a second before answering. He figured it wouldn't make much difference if this Uchiha knew his name or not. Daichi Hekima. Oh, so you're the one who got the top spot amongst the Academy's first years. Ren had a teasing smile as he said this. Daichi was confused as to how he would know this information. How do you know that? It's not every day you hear that someone beat the clan head's son for first spot. You're in Sasuke's class, aren't you? Red posed the question as a statement. Daichi simply nodded. He asked with some suspicion, "Are you following me? How did you get here?" Ren chucked and raised his hands in mock surrender. "Easy, big guy. I wasn't following you. I sometimes simply walk through these woods to enjoy the peace and quiet." As he said the last sentence, his joyful expression was slightly saddened. A second later, it disappeared, and he once again put on a jolly face. What was that about? Daichi wondered. So like I said earlier, excellent shuriken skills. Who taught you how to throw like that? Ren asked, curious to know the identity of this boy's teacher. No one. I learned it myself. Daichi gave a short reply. Ren's eyes slightly widened. He knew the skills and talent required to perform such a feat. Trained shinobi with years of experience were capable of doing what Daichi did, but not when they were in the academy. That's very impressive, he couldn't help but say. Do you often come here to train? No. Daichi shook his head. I just saw the targets and wanted to test my skills. Ren nodded in understanding. Nobody comes here these days, so it's a good place to train without anyone disturbing you. At that moment, an alarm rang on Ren's watch. He looked at it and realized it was almost time for his patrol shift. It's time for me to leave. It was nice meeting you, Daichi. Get home safely. He turned around and left. Daichi waited for a minute and then used the chakra sense skill to see if he or anyone else was still nearby. He couldn't sense anybody within a 40-meter range. Figuring that he really was alone, he let out a breath. I never thought I'd meet an Uchiha other than Sasuke and maybe Itachi later down the line. I'll probably never see him again. It's best to keep it that way. I better leave before anyone else shows up. Daichi turned around and left for his home. A few minutes ago, Ren was walking through the woods to calm his troubled mind. These secret clan meetings had gotten more intense. There were even talks about a coup d'etat against the Leaf. Even though he loved his clan, he was someone who never agreed with the clan's views on the village. Now, with Shisui's death, things have only gotten worse. Is there anything I can do? As he walked, he sensed a chakra several meters ahead of him. He quietly went behind a tree and looked. He saw a small child intently looking at the kunai targets hanging on the tree. He saw the child closing his eyes and concentrating. Wanting to see what the kid was going to do, Ren didn't make a sound and stayed motionless. He watched in amazement as the kid jumped and launched the sharp weapons between his fingers one by one. He saw the first 6 kunai perfectly hitting the targets. He was a bit confused when he saw the last 2 were aimed nowhere near the last targets. But that confusion soon turned into astonishment when he saw the child deflect them with another 2 kunais, and all of them striking their mark. An amazing feat when considering that the child managed to hit the one even in his blind spot. What incredible talent! Who is this boy? He doesn't wear the clan crest, so he's not an Uchiha. Ren walked forward and struck up a conversation with the child. He was surprised to find out that this is the boy who defeated Sasuke. It came as a surprise to everyone when Sasuke, the son of the clan head, was in second place. Now having seen his skill, he could understand why. It was even more impressive that he learned to do it himself. It was then that his alarm went off and reminded him of his patrol shift. He walked away hoping to meet this talented kid again. Both Ren and Daichi didn't realize it at the time, but this meeting would be the first of their many and would eventually change the destiny of another. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 35, End of the First Academic Year. Chapter 35 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto, or the gamer. Please support the official release. October 17. It was 2 days ago that his grandfather gave him the scrolls and his meeting with Ren Uchiha. After meeting the Uchiha, Daichi decided that it would be safer to test his jutsus in his own home. Daichi was in his backyard training. He completed his daily tasks assigned by the quest, and was now about to test out the 3 jutsus his grandfather had given him. He had spent the last day learning everything written down on the scroll, and memorizing every detail about the techniques. He acquired the ninjutsu skills, Great Fireball Jutsu, Rock Shelter Jutsu, and Lightning Style Overdrive. The first jutsus he was going to try out was the Fireball Jutsu. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu, Active, LV. 1. A jutsu where the chakra needed in the body is converted into fire and expelled from the mouth, either as a massive orb of roaring flame or as a continuous stream of flames. The released flames, if strong enough, will engulf and vaporize the target and leave a crater on the ground's surface. Rank, Type Ninjutsu. Hand seals, Tiger, Ram, Monkey, Boar, Horse, Tiger. CP cost, 308 per shot. Note, the range and power of the attack can be altered by controlling the chakra needed into the attack. He stood near a large pond in the clearing behind his house. His hands rapidly formed the necessary seals. Daichi built up his chakra, and focused it to a point in his chest, and then forced it up through the throat and out the mouth. Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A stream of red-hot flame came from his mouth and instantly formed into a ball. The red flaming sphere was around twice Daichi's size and flew forward for several meters. Daichi kept up the jutsu for about a dozen seconds before cutting off its chakra and letting it die out instantly. The pond had several trails of steam wafting from its surface. As he took several breaths of air, he saw blue system message boxes popping up. You have used your first Fire Nature Jutsu. You have acquired the skill Fire Affinity. Fire Affinity, active Pout 1. Fire Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels, the user can control the shape, size, and intensity of the flames. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: 2% increase in fire attack jutsu, 2% increase in fire defense jutsu, 5% increase in success when creating fire-style jutsu, 1% decrease in chakra cost when using fire-style jutsu. Not bad. This nature is excellent for creating offense techniques, a perfect element for attacks of any range. Okay, 3 chakra natures down, 2 more to go. Daichi thought about the next jutsu he was going to use. He walked towards the small barren terrain a few meters away. The next jutsu he was going to test out was of the Earth Chakra nature, his primary affinity. Earth Style, Rock Shelter Jutsu. With this jutsu, the user surrounds themselves with earth taken from the immediate vicinity without leaving the terrain unaltered. The created rock formation is capable of protecting both the user and others in close proximity if needed. Rank C, Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals Snake, Rabbit, Ram. CP cost 200 per use. Note: after this skill passes above level 40, the user can manipulate the defense formation to his desires. It seems due to Earth being my primary affinity, the chakra cost of this jutsu is much less than the others. Well, time to test it out. He quickly went through the 3 hand seals and then slammed his palms into the ground. Earth Style, Rock Shelter Jutsu. Daichi could feel his chakra quickly spreading through the earth, and he could sense the shift in the rocks beneath and around him. A rock wall burst out of the ground in front of him and took the form of a half-dome. The use of the jutsu left the terrain unchanged even with the new rock formation. It was a sturdy defense wall, strong enough to withstand a couple of attacks from an average-level shinobi. As expected, once he successfully completed the jutsu, new notification boxes appeared. You have used your first Earth Nature Jutsu. You have acquired the skill Earth Affinity. Earth Affinity, active, passive, ELV1. Earth Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels, the user can control the several minerals saturating the earth. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Primary affinity of the player. Effects: 6%. Increase in Earth Attack Jutsu. 6% increase in Earth Defense Jutsu. 30% increase in success when creating Earth-style Jutsu. 6% decrease in chakra cost when using Earth-style Jutsu. Daichi looked at the new affinity skill he received. He went over the effects of the skill and saw that they were much higher than that of the other affinity skill. It must be because Earth is my main element. So of course using it would be easier than the rest. Daichi walked around the earthen structure and looked at it. It was time to test the last jutsu, and this dome was a perfect test dummy for Daichi. He went over the details of the jutsu in his mind. Unlike the other 4 jutsus, this particular jutsu does not shoot an attack or affect the surroundings, but rather help the user. A simple speed and power enhancing lightning style technique. Lightning Style Overdrive. Active, LV Bada 1. This jutsu allows the user to change his chakra to lightning nature and channel it throughout the body to speed up the signals that are sent from the brain to the muscles to increase the user's striking speed. This jutsu also gives the user cutting capabilities from barehanded attacks. Increases the speed of the punches, kicks, and the like by several times. Rank C. Type Ninjutsu. Hand Seals Snake, Bird, Dragon. CP cost 230 per use. Note, overuse of this skill before precise control over lightning nature affinity can cause muscle and nerve damage along with rupture of weak and small blood vessels. Daichi took a breath and went through the hand seals. Snake, bird, dragon. Lightning style, overdrive jutsu. The moment Daichi completed the hands, his body was covered in several small, thin streaks of lightning. When Daichi concentrated, most of the lightning started to concentrate around his arms. Daichi punched and kicked the air a few times to test the reaction speed and capabilities of the jutsu. He decided that it was time to test it out on something solid. He spread his legs to center himself and then prepared for a punch. He pulled his arm back and then shot it several times faster than what he was capable of. He landed a solid punch on the rock dome. The increased strength and speed allowed him to punch several inches into the rock and create spiderweb-shaped cracks on the portion of the dome where his fist landed. The stone dome was about a dozen inches thick, yet Daichi was able to punch halfway through the defense formation in his first try. The result of this test had Daichi scratching his head for a few moments. He didn't know whether his lightning attack was too weak to go completely through the defense wall, or whether his earth dome wasn't strong enough to stop an attack before it reached halfway into the rock shield. Daichi cut off the chakra flow to his jutsu. He was feeling a tingling sensation all over his body, and he felt like he could taste metal in his mouth. You have used your first lightning nature jutsu. You have acquired the skill Lightning Affinity. Lightning Affinity, active-passive, LV1, lightning release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Snake Hand Seal. Once this skill crosses level 85, the user can manipulate some form of electricity dwelling in all matter known as charged particles. This will boost the user's lightning powers several times. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Effects: 2% increase in lightning attack jutsu, 2% increase in lightning defense jutsu, 5% increase in success when creating lightning style jutsu, 1% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning style jutsu. This lightning jutsu will be good as a supplementary technique, but I'll have to see to it that I don't overdo it. Finally, now I have all the affinity skills, but if I try to master all 5 at the same time, I won't get the results I want anytime soon. I need to concentrate on 2 chakra natures, maybe 3. What should they be? Daichi sat down cross-legged and thought about it logically. He weighed the strengths and weaknesses of each nature and came to a conclusion. My first choice would obviously be Earth. It's my primary affinity, and it's the element surrounding me most. The second choice would be lightning. Earth chakra nature is weak against lightning, so when I use Earth jutsu, people will try to counter with lightning. I need absolute mastery over lightning to avoid getting into trouble, and maybe even take them by surprise. What should be my third choice? A powerful attack element. Fire seems like an excellent choice. Fire has the power to keep someone warm at night, and at the same time to burn everything to ash. It creates and destroys. A truly unpredictable element. Daichi decided that the main 3 chakra natures he would focus on would be the earth, lightning, and fire. He decided to do research on these chakra natures. I'll train the remaining 2, but I won't put much focus on it. Not till I completely master these 3 anyway. I need to see if the old man has any books on these natures. If not, I'll have to head to the library. Time went by quickly. Daichi spent his days going to the academy and researching topics related to chakra and jutsus. Daichi had made a balance between academic work, training, and taking a couple days off to rest and relax every 2 weeks. But he wasn't the only one training hard. Days passed in the blink of an eye for Daichi. It was soon February 15. He was currently in the middle of a sparring match in the academy grounds. Daichi avoided the swift kick to the head and tried to sweep his opponent off his feet. His enemy jumped, dodging the attack, and retaliated with several fast punches. Daichi blocked all of them, but he was surprised at the speed and power behind them. It looks like I'm not the only one training to go beyond their limits. His strength and speed have increased a bit from the last time. Not enough to force me to go all out, but definitely enough to keep me on my toes. Not bad, Sasuke. Guess now that he's number 2, he has someone to compare and measure his strength. Daichi was concentrating on the fight even while he had these thoughts. He wouldn't let his guard down against anyone or anything. A lesson he learned in the dungeon, which was why he was able to successfully evade a jab to the throat and sidestep a fist to the face. He's gotten a lot more focused and aggressive than the last time we fought, and the look on his face, yeah, he wants to beat me badly. Time to end this. Daichi evaded Sasuke's several attacks and gotten close. He threw a fast punch that took the wind out of the Uchiha and then landed a powerful open palm strike that had enough force to push Sasuke out of the ring. Sasuke fell to one knee coughing. Match over. Winner Daichi. Now make the seal of reconciliation, you two. Sasuke glared at Daichi. He was furious that he had lost another match. He slowly got up and went to the ring. Both Daichi and Sasuke slowly bought their hands to make the seal, but halfway through Sasuke made a move to grab Daichi's shirt, and Daichi held his hand, stopping him midway. Both of them had a serious expression. Daikoku-sensei stepped forward. That's enough, you two. The fight is over. Let go and make the seal. Both Daichi and Sasuke stared at each other and then relaxed their hands. They made the seal, but everyone could see that neither one was happy to do it. Daikoku-sensei sighed as he looked at his two most competitive students. The next taijutsu match started as Daichi looked on. Is it just me, or did I somehow replace Naruto as his rival or something? That's a problem I don't want anything to do with. Daichi used Observe on Sasuke. Age 6 HP, 1431 CP, 1300. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Makoto. He is the youngest of two children. He is a happy child, eager to please and be worthy of his clan name. He wants to surpass his older brother Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. He loathes you and trains hard every day to become strong enough to defeat you and impress his father. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Reading the information, Daichi felt like he wanted to slam his head into a tree. No, I don't want to deal with his problems. That's what Naruto is here for. God damn it. Soon, it was the middle of March. The final report cards were given, and the students were given a 2-week break. Daichi maintained his top spot amongst his classmates. Classes for the second term ended, and thus Daichi completed his first year in the academy. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 36. Training and Relaxing. Chapter 36 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi was lying in bed staring at the ceiling of his room. Today was the last day of his first year at the Ninja Academy. While his time in the academy was not that useful, his year training was. He successfully managed to complete all tasks assigned by the quest Path to the Strongest. The year has ended, but he still hasn't gotten the special reward for completing the dungeon. Time went by as Daichi laid there thinking about various things. As the clock on the table struck midnight, new notification boxes came. Ongoing quest Path to the Strongest. First year task successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Finally. About time. Looks like the reward is given when the last day is over, huh? Okay, time to see what I got. Special reward. Title, Apprentice Dungeon Warrior. This title will increase all your stats by 10% when fighting inside a dungeon. I thought it would be some kind of a skill, or maybe even an item. This is kind of underwhelming. But still, Apprentice Dungeon Warrior. This title may not look like much, but this will definitely come in handy. Daichi opened his status page. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer, class student, age 6. Title, Capable Child, Explorer, Prodigy, Beast Slayer, Apprentice, Dungeon Warrior. Level 27, 100-2185, HP 2300, CP 2523. 2 SP, 2180, Men 1045. Primary stats, Strength 49, Vitality 48, Dexterity 46, Agility 47, Intelligence 57, Chakra 59, Wisdom 34. Special stats, Sense 53, Stamina 57, Indomitable locked. Charisma 28, Persistence 2, Dignity, Luck. Stat points 313, Ryo 228. All my stats have increased in these last 4 months. And I've gone up a level. But I'm beginning to stagnate again. Guess the only way to really improve in the next 5 years is completing dungeons. but fighting and training every day is starting to get a bit dull. Daichi closed his eyes and thought about what to do to alleviate his boredom. I'm sure I'll figure something out. That's a future me problem. Time for the present me to get some sleep. Daichi finished the human anatomy book Kensei gave him a long time ago, so he had a great understanding of the human body. Now it was time to enhance his sense of touch. Daichi concentrated his chakra throughout his body. The four most basic senses of touch are hot, cold, pressure, and pain. The sensory nervous system that is associated with the sense of touch includes parallel receptors and nerve pathways for temperature, body position, movements, and pain. This complex system of sensory neurons responds to changes both on the outside and inside of the body. Daichi concentrated his chakra on the nerve receptors of the skin throughout his body. After about 15 minutes, he got the results he desired. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and infusing chakra throughout the skin nerve cells and connected pathways of your body and improving your sense of touch, the skill Superior Touch has been created. Superior Touch, Active, LV1, a skill obtained through infusing chakra through the receptors and pathways of your skin. At a much higher level, this skill can sense even the minute flow of the air and feel the vibrations of the ground. Effects: plus 5% increase in skin sensitivity. CP cost 25 SEK. Daichi could feel the weight of his clothes, the temperature of his body, and the atmosphere at a much higher degree. He let go of the new jutsu. This technique was a bit overwhelming to him at the moment. Not because of the chakra cost, but because of what he could feel. His brain was being overloaded with information. He decided that he would practice it when he was a little bit stronger and more in tune with his body. Suddenly, new blue boxes popped up. You have successfully connected with your body's 6 senses. Your special stat sense can now be utilized more efficiently. Improve the skills associated with your body senses to level 50 to evolve them. Wow, that's new. If I'd known this would happen, I would have done this a long time ago. Daichi looked at the description. He was curious to see what the effects of a skill evolution would be. Daichi meditated to bring himself to a calm and optimal state. There were 2 more skills he wanted to create. This technique has a variety of applications, but there is a prerequisite before attempting to learn this. When shinobi learn to use chakra, they subconsciously channel a very small portion of their chakra to their bodies to make themselves faster and stronger. A chakra enhancement on the subconscious stage. Then the next level of it is consciously controlling their chakra and channeling it to their hands or feet or any other parts of their body. This will have a much more prominent effect, and the person can control just how much chakra is needed for each action. This technique deals with the internal chakra flow of the body. A shinobi should have precise control of their chakra before attempting this skill. If not, there would be serious consequences. That's why this is mainly taught to chunin or the few jinin after they master the water walking technique. My chakra control is far better than a genin by now. Still, I need to be careful. Daichi's goal was to create the chakra enhancement skill. He stood and concentrated his chakra throughout his muscles in his 4 limbs. He already learned the water walking and tree walking skills in the dungeon, and he improved them during the last 4 months. He was confident in creating this new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through successfully controlling and supplying your chakra to the muscles, tissues, and bones of your body, the skill Chakra Enhancement has been created. Chakra Enhancement, Active LV1. By controlling and supplying chakra throughout the body, a shinobi can surpass their limits. This technique helps the user enhance his body to go beyond ordinary limitations. Note: the chakra cost of the skill and increase in abilities depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: increase the attack and defense power, increase strength, stamina, agility, and vitality, decrease the damage taken. Yes. And it looks like the chakra cost of this depends on how much I use. That's definitely a bonus. Now, instead of using stamina to increase speed, I can use chakra. This will help me last a fight much longer. Okay, 1 more jutsu, then I'll be done for the day. Daichi took out a kunai and concentrated. He let his chakra move to his arms, then to his palms, and then he tried to let his chakra flow into the weapon. Daichi had done this once when he was fighting the crocodile boss, but he had done it subconsciously and hadn't realized it at the time. After several seconds of concentration, he was successful in his endeavor. Chakra flow. Active L1? This skill allows the user to manipulate their chakra and let it flow through an object. The user can also use this technique to increase the potency of their weapons. Some users can use several chakra natures to coat their weapons, although this depends on their chakra proficiency. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 3% strength increase to the object, 3% increase in chakra flow, 1% decrease in chakra cost. It's done. Now I have the skill and techniques needed to survive the next dungeon. Daichi took a look around. It was past evening. He had been training for several days without break and was starting to feel the mental strain. I'm going to take a break for the next few days. I think I have an idea. The next morning, it was sunrise. Daichi was at the top of the Hokage monument. He was sitting near the edge of the monument's cliff. Directly below him was the head of the first Hokage Hashirama Senju. In front of him was a white canvas and several bottles of paints and a few brushes. Ah, what a great morning! I've always wanted to do this. Daichi looked out at the village. Oh, wow! It looks so beautiful. He was amazed by the sight in front of him. He didn't waste any more time and got to work. Daichi began drawing the leaf village. He took his time and looked at the village. He saw the buildings, trees, and people and wanted to draw them into the canvas. A detailed artwork perfectly capturing the place. It was a peaceful atmosphere. Daichi didn't think about his training or the troubles the future would bring him. He let go of all his worries and enjoyed himself. As the time passed, his concentration was fully on the painting. He drew a rough sketch of the village first, and then slowly started to detail it. Daichi focused on a small portion of the image at a time. He took it slow so as to not make any mistakes. Daichi used his skill's superior sight to catch even the farthest details. Once Daichi was done with the sketch, he started to paint. It took him several hours to complete his painting. But once the artwork was completed, it looked magnanimous. Daichi's painting completely captured the beauty of the village. From the golden rays shining down to the smallest shop, from the Hokage Tower, all the way to the giant walls surrounding the village. He captured everything in his view to perfection. To Daichi, it looked as if he took the perfect photo of the village with the best lighting. Due to successfully completing a beautiful artwork, you have obtained +1 dex. Nice. I got a dexterity increase. It looks fantastic. Perfect to hang on my wall. He had a wide grin on his face. This was one of his best artworks yet. Wow, it looks gorgeous. Daichi suddenly heard the sound of a female behind him. He turned around and looked. He saw a girl around his age looking at the painting. She had long brown hair and slightly pale skin. She wore a pink kimono and red baggy pants. Thanks, Daichi replied. And then he thought of something. Were you watching me paint? Yeah, the girl shyly nodded. You looked like you didn't want to be disturbed, so I kinda just watched. Oh, okay. My name's Daichi Hekima. What's yours? I'm Yakumo Kurama. It's nice to meet a fellow painter, the girl replied. You paint? Daichi didn't know why, but he became intrigued with this girl. Yeah, although it's mostly for my genjutsu, she replied. You're training in the academy? Daichi asked. Yeah, it was nice meeting you, Daichi, but I have to get home soon. I hope we see each other again. You too. Yakumo left, and Daichi started collecting his things. His mind was still on the girl. Why does she feel so familiar to me? I've definitely seen her before. But from where? As he was racking his brain for answers, it suddenly came. And it surprised him. Holy crap, now I remember. In the show, she had a filler episode or two, I think. Yakumo Kurama, the genjutsu users who once studied under Jonin Kurenai. Wow, so that's her. Daichi was trying to recall the details of that episode. Damn it, it's been so long. I only saw fillers like twice or something, and it's been almost 2 years. As Daichi was thinking about this, another thought suddenly popped in his head. Wait a minute. Does that mean filler episodes are real? Oh man, that's going to be a headache. Whatever. No point in thinking about it now. Daichi stored the supplies in a storage scroll and waited till the paint on the canvas dried. He then sealed it in a separate storage scroll and slowly started to walk home. 3 days ago was his 7th birthday. His grandfather took him to Shi's restaurant and they celebrated, and it has also been 2 years since he awakened at the village. Tomorrow, his 2nd year in the academy will begin. He was looking forward to it. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 37. Beginning the 2nd year, Chapter 37 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. You have slept in a bed. HP, CP, SP, and MP have been fully restored. Daichi woke up to the usual greeting of the system. Today is the 1st day of April and his 2nd year in the academy. Daichi completed his morning rituals and was getting ready to start his daily quest. Suddenly, new blue system boxes showed up. Ongoing quest. Path to the Strongest updated. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. New item is delivered to your inventory. Wear the new training clothes when completing the daily quests. Conditions: complete 100 push-ups daily, complete 100 squats daily, complete 100 punches daily, run 10 kilometers daily. Complete at least 1 dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn 5 jutsus of any rank of all the basic natures. Rewards: status recovery daily, random reward weekly, plus 3 stat points weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. New skill for successfully learning new jutsus. Failure: -5 stat points. Penalty dungeon. Death. Accept. Daichi clicked yes and without wasting time opened his inventory. He saw a new set of clothes added in the boxes. He took them out and used Observe. Weighted training clothes. A training gear created by the system to help the player. Consists of clothing garments that can be worn under the dress, made from some of the most durable materials for withstanding intense training and designed to provide comfort and aesthetic appeal to the wearer. The clothes are black in color with several red intricate patterns on them. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow, each weighing exactly 1 kg. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes, each weighing exactly 3 kgs. Daichi calculated the weights in his mind. So a total of 10 kilos spread all across my body. Looks like the system wants me to start weight training. This is a lot sooner than I planned. Daichi sighed at the new requirements for completing the daily quests. He stripped and started putting them on. He had a bit of trouble wearing the inner garments, but after a little bit of struggle, he successfully wore them. He then wore the arm sleeves and the leg warmers, and finally put clothes on top. Daichi was having a little trouble walking and even standing. He slowly moved around the room and got used to the weights. Daichi then looked at the new task added to the quest. Learning 5 jutsus of any rank, doable. I'll focus on simple ninjutsu, and maybe learn 1 or 2 easy genjutsu as well. But that's for later. Time to start my daily tasks. A few minutes later, he left the house and went for a walk. Daichi was slowly but steadily getting used to the new weights. Once he felt confident that he wouldn't trip and fall down, he started to jog. As time went by, he slowly increased his speed, and when he completed his morning run, he started to work on the rest. Academy class. Daichi stepped into the classroom. He saw the students that arrived before him, all chatting in groups. It briefly reminded him of his time in school in his previous life. Slightly shaking his head as if to get rid of the thoughts, he walked and took his place near the back. Very few people, other than those from the clan, were willing to engage in simple conversations with him. One of the cons of being at the top. As time passed, all the students arrived and took their seats. A few moments later, the bell rang, and Daikoku-sensei came into the room. Hello, class. Welcome to your 2nd year. This year, you'll learn much more about being a shinobi and using chakra. Along with the courses of the previous year, you'll be taught various ninjutsu and how to use them in a fight. You'll also be taught the shinobi rules, and I expect all of you to memorize them. We'll get into more details as the class goes on. Let's start. Daichi was curious about the strength of his teacher. He couldn't see the information before, so he decided to use Observe. Since he was level 27, he could see the information of someone up to level 72. Observe, Funeno. Age 30 HP, 7568 CP, 77 and 25. Daikoku Funeno is a chunin of the Leaf Village. He spent several years in the field before he decided to join the academy where he serves as a teacher. He married his former teammate Raimi several years ago. He is a jovial individual who is fond of teaching. He has high expectations from talented students. He is adept at using water and earth nature jutsus. Level 63, huh? Not bad. And he's capable of using 2 chakra natures. If he hadn't become a teacher, he probably would have made Jonin. Daikoku-sensei handed out the curriculum for the year, and classes began. As the days passed, Daichi noticed that Naruto was starting to act out more and more. He was pranking the teachers and the students he didn't like. But the teachers ignored him, and that just made him act more juvenile. As long as I don't annoy him, I'll be fine. I'm looking forward to the day he'll paint the mountain. Daichi chuckled at the thought. Daichi spent his time going over various books available for students in the library. He was mainly searching for books related to earth and minerals. Daichi wanted to understand every facet of his primary affinity before he got started. He has a long year ahead of him. It was May 12th. Daichi was currently in the woods where he met Ren Uchiha. He was training his shuriken jutsu and steadily improving his skills. Near him stood Ren watching and instructing Daichi on how to perfect his skills. After their first meeting, Daichi and Ren met on several occasions, and since several days ago, Ren decided to teach Daichi some simple tricks and skills. Daichi was in the air as the kunai flew from his hands. 7 out of the 10 hit dead center and was a perfect shot. The others only missed by a couple of inches. Perfect shot, Daichi. You're getting better, Ren encouraged him. Due to successful control of your body and senses, you have obtained +1 dex. Daichi looked at the results. Not perfect, but I'm getting there. That's the spirit. But these are just training dummies. The ultimate pinnacle of shuriken jutsu is to be able to throw on instincts and successfully strike your enemy. Hitting a moving target while under pressure is different from training. I know. Ren didn't know that Daichi was speaking from experience. Daichi learned that fact from his dungeon run. Can I ask you something? Why are you helping me with my training? Daichi wanted to know what Ren's motivation was for helping him. At this question, Ren went silent. He was quiet for a few seconds before looking at Daichi. It's practice. Practice for what? Daichi was confused with the reply. For when I have to train my child when they become a student. Ren had a smile on his face as he said this. Kimiko is pregnant. Daichi's eyes widened. Wow, congratulations. How long? 3 weeks. I just found out a few days ago. We're so happy, Ren said excitedly. So that's why you've had that dopey smile on your face since you got here, Daichi said with a teasing smirk. Ren just smiled. I've always wanted a daughter, smart like me and beautiful like her mother. He was anxious but also happy to be starting a family. Daichi went on to collect his weapons. Well, it's getting late. I gotta get home. Good luck with the parenting thing. I'm so happy but also nervous, Ren said, also getting ready to leave. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Daichi turned around and only walked just a couple of feet. Yeah, who knows, maybe you'll be her sensei by the time she graduates from the academy. Ren walked away from Daichi, not knowing the impact those words had on the boy. Daichi stopped in his tracks. Those last words brought back knowledge of events Daichi tried not to think about. His face went pale as he thought about what was going to happen a year from now. Fuck! The Uchiha massacre. I repressed it so much I almost forgot about it. The only Uchihas to survive are Itachi, Sasuke, and that bastard Obito. Damn it, when does the massacre take place? It's been over 2 years, and I'm slowly forgetting the details. The gamer's mind skill took effect as Daichi was starting to freak out. He calmed down and quickly left the place. He thought about telling Ren to leave, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. If I tell him anything, he'll either report me to his clan head or the Hokage. Neither is a good option for me. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? Over these last 5-6 months, I've grown to like him. I'd even go so far as to say he's a friend. Daichi clenched his fists and slowly gritted his teeth as he walked home. When his emotions spiked, the gamer's mind once again activated, calming him down. Should I just turn a blind eye, or should I do something? Even then, what can I do? I'm just an academy student. I was so arrogant to think I could just change an event as big and dangerous as the massacre by myself. Damn it. Damn it. Okay, Daichi, calm down. Take a few breaths. He took a few deep breaths of air and got his emotions under control. I have at least 1 year before the tragedy happens. I'll decide what to do by then. Daichi went home and trained a lot longer than usual. He wanted to distract himself from thinking about the situation with Ren and his family. He trained late till night, and only when he was completely exhausted did he go to bed. Months passed with making progress in his chakra affinity training. Kensei had taught him the various ways earth and fire affinity could be used in battle. Once your chakra control is up to par, we'll go into the more in-depth training, Kensei said to him. September has begun. Daichi decided that he was going to start the next dungeon during the 2-week break in October. It was noon at the academy. Daichi was sitting outside eating his lunch. There were dozens of other students eating their food and talking about various things. As Daichi ate his food, he noticed something strange. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were sneaking around the place. As Daichi looked closer, he saw them sneakily steal food from the unsuspecting and distracted kids. Daichi looked around to see if anyone else had noticed them stealing the food. As he looked, his eyes fell on Sakura, who was watching the three from behind a tree. Ino and the rest swiped a small portion of food from various students and then decided to leave. Daichi saw Sakura following them. Now, isn't this an interesting development? What are they up to? Daichi muttered to himself. His curiosity got the better of him. He packed up his things and followed. Daichi was following Sakura, who was following Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru. Ino and her friends went to the back of the academy and left the grounds. They traveled for quite a while, unaware that Sakura and Daichi were on their trail. Sakura isn't so bad at this. It looks like she can be stealthy when she wants to be. Daichi thought to himself. As he was following them, he also made sure no one was following him. They soon reached a forest and were going deeper inside. Sakura followed, and behind was Daichi. Where the heck are they going? Daichi made sure to memorize the place and route he took. Soon, the future Team 10 reached their destination. They were in front of a shabby-looking treehouse with a torn-up weather for sale sign hanging near it. Sakura was near them, hiding behind a bush, and Daichi hid himself behind a tree a few meters behind her. Daichi sneaked a peek at the treehouse. Time to find out what's going on. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 38, The Mysterious Child in Chakra Training. Chapter 38 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja, narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji reached the treehouse. Yoda, where are you? It's us. Come out to play. The three called out to their mysterious friend. Yoda, are you asleep? Wake up. It's us. Ino called out to the person. Suddenly, a small skinny boy popped out of the tree leaves. Ino? Shikamaru. Choji. You're here. The boy was smiling, looking at his new friends. He then jumped onto a smaller tree branch and laughed. Now who is that kid? I don't remember him from the original series. Daichi thought and tried to recall any information on the boy. At that moment, the young boy named Yoda saw Sakura hiding behind a tree looking at them. He looked at her for a few seconds and then called out loudly, "Forehead!" Sakura, startled by the shout, slipped and fell. Daichi chuckled, looking at the comic scene taking place. Shikamaru and the other two turned around and saw Sakura. "Oh, you're..." Choji exclaimed. "Sakura, what are you doing here?" Ino asked. "How troublesome." Shikamaru sighed, rubbing his head. "Ow, ow, ow." Sakura slowly stood up and looked at her classmates. Just then, the little kid ran to Sakura and called out, "Forehead!" He laughed and ran around her having fun. Daichi was watching the scene from several trees behind. As he looked on, he felt something land on his head. He looked up and his eyes widened. It was snowing. Snowing? At this season, something is strange with the weather. Daichi looked ahead to the laughing child. I'm guessing he has something to do with this. Daichi stepped out of his hiding spot and went to his classmates. He saw them noticing his presence. Shikamaru heard footsteps and tilted his head. It was then he saw Daichi walking towards them. Choji and Ino also saw him coming. Daichi, how did you get here? Shikamaru asked defensively. He was aware of how serious Daichi could be. He was also aware of his strength. Shikamaru had an understanding as to what makes most of his classmates tick. But he didn't know what to make of this particular one. Daichi came near them and stopped. I saw you guys stealing food from the students at the academy. I got curious and followed you guys here. Shikamaru almost facepalmed upon hearing this. Of course he'd notice. We should have been more careful. Grumpy face, the little kid named Yoda said, pointing at him. Daichi took a good look at the kid. He was a small, skinny boy with tan skin. He had spiky brown hair that reached his waist and short bangs hanging over his eyes. He had a wide smile on his face, and Daichi could see a sharp tooth sticking out of the right side of his mouth. He was wearing a full green robe with a brown cloak. It was at that moment Daichi noticed something strange with the kid's eyes. Those eyes? He has black sclera? It only took a few seconds for Daichi to know where he remembered that from. Reanimation jutsu. Don't tell me he's a reanimated zombie. Daichi had a serious look on his face. He instantly used Observe on the boy. Age, HPCP. A reanimation created by Orochimaru. Yoda was born into a traveling clan who could manipulate the weather and made their living. He is a naive, carefree, and fun-loving boy. He possesses an unusually powerful ability to manipulate the weather. Even his emotions are capable of changing the weather. Due to being born with a frail body, he died of natural causes not too long ago. Orochimaru left him as a test subject and is not actively controlling him. What's with the look, Daichi? Just as Daichi finished reading the information, Shikamaru questioned him. Daichi let out a small sigh. Thank God this kid isn't going to wreak havoc or anything. I hope. It's nothing. He's not from the village, is he? No. If they find out an outsider is within the village, it'll cause trouble for Yoda, Shikamaru said. Daichi nodded in agreement. Yeah, especially with the current tensions between the villages. How did he even get here? Choji had a sheepish look on his face at that question. Shikamaru sighed and answered. Choji was practicing his kunai throwing skills, and he accidentally pinned Yoda to a tree. That's how we found him. Since he was just a kid looking for someone to play with, we figured it would be best if we kept this a secret. At this point, Yoda jumped and stood in front of Daichi. He pointed his finger and laughed. Grumpy! 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 He ran around Daichi as if he was playing around. Daichi chuckled, looking at the antics of the little kid. For a second I thought this kid would have some malicious intent, being a reanimation and all. But it looks like I'm wrong. I guess there's nothing to worry about. Forehead. 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 Young Yoda then ran around Sakura, laughing at her. Sakura puffed her cheeks as she looked at the kid. Hey, don't make fun of me. What's your name, kid? Daichi asked, even though he knew. I'm Yoda. Where are you from? Nowhere. Yoda kept laughing and answered. Con, it's snowing. Con! Looks like he took a liking to you guys. Shikamaru smiled. Daichi looked around and saw the falling snow. Is it snowing because you're happy? He asked the boy. Yoda nodded. That's a pretty cool ability, Sakura chimed in. Yeah! Ino agreed as well. Daichi looked at Shikamaru and said, I take it you three stole the food for him? The young Nara sighed and simply nodded. Here. You can have mine too. Daichi handed his food to Yoda. The boy jumped with excitement. Yay! Food for my tum-tum! So you'll keep this a secret? You won't tell the adults about him? Shikamaru asked Daichi. No, he doesn't look like he's here to cause trouble. I'll keep this between us. The young Nara simply nodded and smiled. Reputation increases with Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. All of them gathered near the treehouse and watched Yoda eat the food he had. It was snowing, and soon there was enough snow to play around with. Once he ate his food, they started playing. Daichi built a snowman and then laid on the ground and made snow angels. They had snowball fights and rode sledges. For the first time since becoming a part of this world, Daichi had fun playing with kids his age. He enjoyed spending time just goofing off. That day, he made some true friends. Shikamaru and the others would go play with Yoda every day after the academy. Unfortunately, Daichi couldn't spend all his time playing around, but he'd give Shikamaru some food to bring to Yoda. It was a Saturday morning. Daichi was currently at home trying to control his chakra and changing it to earth nature. He then took a stone and started his shape transformation training. He remembered what his grandfather had said when he inquired about the affinity training. The change in chakra nature is an advanced form of chakra control that entails molding and defining the nature of one's chakra, altering its characteristics and properties to use in jutsus. Then there's the change in chakra form. He could remember what Kensei said all those months ago, like it was yesterday. Flashback. Hey Gramps, how do I go about creating a jutsu? Daichi asked Kensei one morning after breakfast. The old man thought for a few seconds before giving his answer. Creating a jutsu is a very complicated process. As you know, to use jutsu, a person weaves several hand seals, which allows them to mold their chakra a certain way, allowing them to use techniques of any nature. To create a new jutsu, one must have sufficient knowledge about all the hand seals and how they mold the chakra inside the body, and that's just the very basics. Daichi listened attentively to every word Kensei said. The two most important aspects of creating or modifying a technique are nature transformations and shape transformation. Now, nature transformation helps us change the properties of chakra. We can turn our raw chakra to fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind depending on our proficiency with the skill. Do you understand so far? Daichi nodded. Kensei continued. Now, shape transformation, or change in chakra form, as some say, deals with the changes in actual form, movement, and range of the technique. It helps us alter the abilities of a jutsu. I understand, but what about yin and yang chakra? I read that they help in genjutsu and medical ninjutsu, Daichi asked. It's true. There are several techniques that fall under the category of yin and yang release. The Nara clan's shadow jutsus are based on yin nature chakra, while the Akimichi clan's body jutsus fall under yang release. Kensei said, Yin is based on the spiritual composition of the chakra, and yang is based on the physical part, isn't it? Yes, Daichi, but using the jutsus that require yin and yang nature transformations are extremely difficult even for adults. The reason that ordinary people can't use a clan's secret techniques is because members of a clan are predisposed to their affinity when they are born. It's why you don't see an Akimichi using a shadow possession jutsu, and vice versa. Kensei wanted to make sure Daichi knew the difficulty of attempting such a task. What about elements that fall outside of the basic five? Like ice or lav technique? Or wood-style jutsu? Daichi asked. Reading up on the first Hokage and other villages, have we? Kensei lightly chuckled. Daichi, do you think you're the first one who had these thoughts? There were countless people who mastered two affinity and tried to combine them to create a third new element, but they weren't successful. It's why we call the shinobi who can use elements like that Kekkei Genkai users. One must have a genetic advantage when trying to use techniques like that. But hypothetically, can it be done? If a person has absolute control over multiple affinities, can they create it? Daichi was going to max out his skills and try to combine different affinities to create new elemental jutsus. Or at least, that's his plan. He wanted to know his grandfather's opinion in the matter. Kensei thought long and hard about this question, and after some time gave him an answer. For a person who doesn't have a Kekkei Genkai, I'm going to have to say no. When you master multiple natures, using those individually is an easy task. But using them simultaneously is a different matter altogether. So that's why even if you master all 5 chakra natures, unless you have a Kekkei Genkai, you won't be able to combine them. But anything is possible in this world, so who knows? Kensei then looked at Daichi. I don't want you to try and do too many things at once. You'll only hinder yourself that way. Right now, we know your natural affinity is Earth. Start with Earth Nature Chakra. Train in it. Then when you have reached advanced mastery, we'll try the others. This is advanced stuff. I'm only starting you on it because your talent is far greater than others. But that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Do you understand? I understand, Gramps. Daichi replied in a serious tone, indicating he understood the importance of the task. Kensei took Daichi outside, and both of them sat down on the ground. I want you to feel the earth, the ground, the small pebbles, the soil beneath you. Kensei then gave Daichi a small stone made of clay. It was half the size of Daichi's fist. We're going to start on the shape-changing aspect of your chakra. This is a very simple and basic training method for Earth Affinity users. It's just to get you to feel the way your chakra responds to you. Now concentrate and pour some chakra into the stone. Kensei began his lesson on earth manipulation. Your chakra is an aspect of you, and since earth is your natural affinity, you have a much greater connection to it than those who do not. Remember how your chakra would feel when you use an earth jutsu? Close your eyes and concentrate on that. Daichi closed his eyes as he held the stone. He would always try to feel what his chakra would be like when he performed the 5 basic jutsus he knew. Daichi focused and started flowing his chakra into the stone. Once the outer layer of the stone was coated in his chakra, he slowly pushed his chakra to penetrate into its core, coating it completely after a few minutes. Excellent. You're progressing faster than I thought, Kensei complimented. Skill chakra flow's level has risen by 1. Now imagine a thick sheet of paper. Use the chakra and slowly reshape that round stone into a square plane. Daichi slowly moved his chakra. He could feel every part of the small stone with his energy. It took time, but he moved his chakra in and around the stone, trying to break it down and reshaping it. After about 20 minutes, he was successful. In his hand was a thin, square sheet made from clay. Wonderful to think you actually got it on your first day. That's impressive. Kensei was amazed at Daichi's talent. Skill Earth Affinity's level has risen by 1. A new skill is created with a specific action. By successfully concentrating and infusing chakra throughout an object and changing its shape, the skill creation has been created. Huh? Wasn't expecting that. Daichi thought as he read the notification. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 39, Gamer's Mind and Brewing Trouble. Chapter 39 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi thought back to the skill he got that day. If he could level up that skill, he could create items that were truly legendary. Creation active LV1. This skill is used for creating an item. As the skill increases, items with greater quality can be created. This skill can be used to even create legendary items, but blueprints are required for such creations. The items are divided into 5 grades: common, rare, unique, legendary, and mythical. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: plus 10% chance when creating common grade items, plus 5% chance when creating rare grade items, 0% chance when creating unique grade items, 0% chance when creating legendary grade items, 0% chance when creating mythical grade items. I'll look into this creation skill after I've improved Earth Affinity skill. Daichi trained his shape manipulation for a few hours and improved his skills. I've been at this since morning. Time to take a break. Daichi stretched his arms and legs and got up. He walked around his house thinking about his 2nd year so far. His mind was also on the massacre that's going to happen less than a year from then. He thought about his Uchiha training partner, Sensei. I've been meeting Ren less and less these days. But when he's around, he's been training me in Shuriken Jutsu and stealth. I'm learning how to get around without anyone noticing and leaving very few trails behind. His proficiency with fire-style jutsu is amazing, and his sensory skills are top-notch. If I didn't have the gamer's mind, he'd have definitely noticed my freakout that day. As Daichi thought about that, a new train of thought entered his mind. Gamer's mind is definitely a powerful and useful ability, but it has its drawbacks as well. I haven't experienced any intense emotions since I got here. The only thing close to that was during my time fighting that crocodile boss Krotos. But I feel that even that anger was controlled. Daichi thought about it for a while. He wanted to know if it was possible to turn the gamer's mind off or something like that. He opened his skill page and clicked on Gamer's Mind, but it just showed the details of that skill in a new box. Daichi suddenly had an idea. Is it possible? Options. He said with the intent to open an options page. Just as he suspected, a new page appeared titled Options. The new page contained only a few things. Options: Gamer's Mind, On-Off Gamer's Body, On-Off Gaia's Blessing, On-Off Minimap, On-Off Status Skills. The on and off for the skills Gamer's Body and Gia's Blessing are grayed out, so that probably means I won't be able to change that, but it seems that's not the case with Gamer's Mind and Minimap. Okay, time to see what it's like with the Gamer's Mind turned off. Daichi tapped the on-off button near the skill Gamer's Mind. A red warning box appeared. This skill is currently active. Deactivating this skill will make the user vulnerable to mental attacks and disorders. Emotions felt by the user will be amplified by various margins. Are you sure you want to turn this skill off? Yen Daichi thought about it for a few seconds. He came to a decision. He pressed Y without wasting any more time. A new blue box popped up. Skill Gamer's Mind is now turned off. Suddenly, Daichi felt something in his mind snap. He felt like seeing and experiencing the world for the first time. Wow, this is a weird feeling. He started to slowly chuckle, and then after a few seconds, it turned into full-blown laughter. Ah! Wow, this is amazing! This is so amazing! I should have done this long ago. Daichi started to jump around and tested his body to see how fast he could run and how high he could jump. He felt delighted at the prospect of having a superhuman body. The wind he felt on his face and the power he felt coursing through his muscles made him exhilarated. Since this was the first time he had turned off his Gamer's Mind, Daichi was experiencing his emotions to a much greater degree than he normally would be. For the last 2 years, the Gamer's Mind skill has been keeping his emotions muted. So after turning the skill off, Daichi was feeling waves of several positive emotions all at once. After several minutes of running around and having fun, he finally calmed down. Wow, what a rush. Felt like I was high on drugs. Okay, Daichi, settle down, he told himself. Daichi took several deep breaths and calmed his rapidly beating heart. He sat down and started to meditate. After some time, he finally felt his emotions reach a calm, normal state. So this is what it's like to have the Gamer's Mind off, huh? I think I'll leave it this way for a couple days and see what happens. Then I'll turn it on again. Daichi suddenly realized something. The day I woke up in this world, thinking about it now, I should have had a much bigger freakout than the one I had. I was calm and just accepted this insane and almost impossible situation like it was normal. It must have been the Gamer's Mind that made me accept the situation so easily. As Daichi realized this, his heart started beating faster again. Daichi's hands shook as he thought about the enemies he would have to face. Sweat poured down his face and his hands trembled. This feeling. I haven't felt it in a long time. I had almost forgotten what it felt like. The emotion Daichi was feeling was fear. Fear of the future that's to come. Okay, Daichi, calm down. They don't know about you. As far as the world is concerned, you're just a student in the Leaf Village. A genius, but just a kid who doesn't know anything. You're safe. Daichi tried to reassure himself that he was safe, and the frightening monsters roaming the world won't come after him. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down. I need to be absolutely careful of this skill. Should I turn it back on? No, I'll leave it like this for now. Daichi sat down and meditated for some time again. After a while, he was able to calm down and regain his composure. He then decided to leave the house. Daichi stood up and left the house. He walked around the village, taking in the sights. He had a jubilant smile on his face as he looked around. He went to Shifang's restaurant. Daichi was in the mood for some tasty dumplings. Hey, owner Shi. Daichi, come have you been? Shifang asked. Good, really good. Daichi replied with a smile. I can see that. So what will you be having? I'm in the mood for some rainbow dumplings. Oh, and can you pack a few to go? I made a new friend who I think would love these. Daichi was thinking about the wandering child Yoda. He knew the kid would definitely like these. Coming right up. Shi went to prepare the dishes. Daichi spent some time eating and chatting with Shi at the restaurant. After he had a few dumplings and got a couple more as takeout, and then he left the place. With the food safely stored in his inventory, Daichi made his way to the forest. It has been several days since he last saw Yoda. Daichi was looking forward to relaxing and playing around and just acting his age. As he reached the treehouse, he noticed something strange. There was no sign of Yota. Yota, where are you? Daichi called out as loudly as he could. It's me, Daichi. I brought some delicious food. After waiting for over a minute and getting no reply, Daichi started to get worried. Where the heck is he? I should find Shikamaru or Ino. They might know. Daichi walked out of the forest and started looking for his classmates. Half an hour went by before he found them. There was another addition to the group besides the future Team 10 and Sakura. Daichi also saw Kiba and his partner Akamaru tagging along with them. Hey guys! Daichi yelled, getting their attention. Daichi? Daichi ran to them and stopped. I've been looking for you guys. What's up? Shikamaru asked. Where's Yota? I can't find him anywhere. Did he leave or something? As Shikamaru and the others heard Daichi's question, they lowered their heads in sadness. What's wrong? Daichi had a bad feeling in his heart when he saw the downtrodden expression on his friends' faces. They took him. Ino suddenly said. What? Who? The Anbu? They came and took him away an hour ago, Sakura replied. Daichi was shocked. He didn't think the Anbu would be interested in the small kid. Then again, with tensions running high among the nations, I suppose this was inevitable. Daichi, we're headed to Naruto's house. Are you coming? Shikamaru asked him. Since when are you guys friends with Naruto? Daichi was curious about this development. It's kind of a long story, but I'll make it short. Come on, I'll fill you in on the way, Shikamaru said, leading the group. Daichi nodded. Yeah. Okay. Tell me everything that's happened. The group headed towards the residence of the current Nine-Tails host. Shikamaru started narrating everything that's happened. A couple days after you stopped showing up, Yota started to go near the village, or near the academy to be more specific. Shikamaru recalled. That was dangerous. The Hokage building and Jonin stations are there. If anyone saw him, then they would have reported him to the higher-ups. Daichi gave his thoughts. Yeah. But luckily the only person to see him was Naruto, and he didn't say anything to anyone. A little while later, Yota disappeared, and we kinda accused Naruto of getting him into trouble. The young Nara had a sheepish look on his face as he said this. That's harsh, Daichi said, looking at the young boy. Yeah, we could have handled that better, but we apologized after we found him and we became friends. Anyway, he found Yota and became friends with him, and that's when Kiba joined. Man, that was something. Did you know he can make lightning when he's mad? Kiba said with a laugh. I know he can control the weather, and his emotions trigger changes in the atmosphere, but not the specifics. Daichi thought back to the times he interacted with the boy. Yeah, we almost got toasted, right, Akamaru? Arf. But everything worked out and we were having fun. We were playing hide and seek, and that's when it happened. Daichi narrowed his eyes. Those Anbu came and just took him away. They said no outsiders were allowed in the village. Sakura said gloomily. I see. So that's what happened. Daichi now had a clearer picture of what happened. As they walked a little further, they saw Naruto's apartment. Come on. I bet he's in his room sulking over the whole thing. Shikamaru and Choji jumped and headed for Naruto's window. Daichi followed them. Naruto was at home laying on his bed. He thought about his time with his first real friend. He taught Yota how to whistle and had fun playing around with him. But now, he couldn't do anything with the Anbu shinobi of the village involved. He remembered the words Yota spoke to him. Hey Naruto, you're my friend. Those words brought such joy to him. I have to save him. But how? Naruto got up and looked around his room, all depressed. Guess I'm alone again. No, you're not. Just then, the voice of Shikamaru came from his window. There's 7 people and a dog. Yeah, the whole gang's here. Shikamaru and Choji climbed Naruto's window and got into his apartment. Yo, Naruto. Daichi saluted and followed behind them. Hey, you can't just barge into someone's home like that. Naruto pretended to be angry. What are you talking about? You were looking all lonely just now. Choji smiled as he replied. Daichi looked at Naruto as if he was seeing him for the first time. With his gamer's mind turned off, Daichi was feeling his emotions at an elevated level. Daichi was excited and elated as he looked at Naruto. He walked closer and took a good look at the blue-eyed boy and then pinched his cheeks. Ah, you're so cute with those whiskers and big blue eyes. Daichi said, laughing and pinching Naruto's cheeks. Ah, cut that out, Daichi. I'm not cute, the boy said with a blush. Shikamaru and Choji laughed while watching the scene. Ha ha ha! He looks like a cute, angry kitten, the young Nara added, trying to tease Naruto. Reputation increases with Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji. Choji and Daichi laughed while Naruto tried to hide his blush and pulled Daichi's hands off his face. Shikamaru walked to the front door of the apartment. The weather's perfect today, and you're here, just hiding indoors. At this rate, no one's gonna hang out with. He went quiet and stopped in his tracks as he opened the door and looked outside. It's raining, he said in a low voice. That brought everyone's attention back to Shikamaru. He walked forward, followed by Daichi and Naruto. They looked ahead and saw that it was raining on just the Hokage Tower. That rain. It's definitely Yoda. He's in trouble. Daichi said in a serious tone. We have to save him. Naruto had a determined expression as he said those words. Yeah, we're getting him back. Shikamaru agreed. Choji, Daichi, and Naruto nodded in agreement. At that moment, a new quest box popped up in front of Daichi. Quest created, Rescue Yoda. Successfully rescue Yoda from Anbu custody and get him out of the village borders before time runs out. Mission is considered a success if Yoda reaches the opposite side of the border river and is freed. Time limit, 4 hours. Rewards, 4,000 XP. Special item reward. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reputation increases with Kensei Yasaji. Reputation increases with 6 of the Rookie 9. Failure, conscripted into the root Anbu. Possible death of Kensei Yasaji. Reputation decreases with everyone. Warning, successfully completing this quest will create a ripple effect and will have unknown consequences in the future. Except, YN. Unbeknownst to the 3 classmates beside him, Daichi stood still as if he was petrified after reading the quest and its failure consequences. What the freaking hell? Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 40. Rescue Mission with Rookie. 6. Chapter 40 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Come on. Let's go join the others. Shikamaru's words brought Daichi out of his thoughts. Choji, Naruto, and Shikamaru quickly jumped and headed to the others, with Daichi slowly following them. His mind was still on the failure part of the quest. Why is the failure part of the quest so severe? And why the hell is there a warning for this quest? What kind of a ripple effect will this quest completion have? Isn't that the case for all other quests? What's so special about this one? Daichi couldn't understand why this quest was different, and had a warning unlike the ones he had so far. I thought Yoda wasn't important, but then why does rescuing him trigger such a warning? Can I really complete this quest? Should I even accept this? Doubt filled Daichi's mind as he landed near the group. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's begin. If we're going to save Yoda, we need a plan, Shikamaru announced. Yeah, the other agreed. Okay, first wait. As Shikamaru was about to begin, Daichi interrupted him. What is it, Daichi? Kiba asked. Daichi looked at everyone gathered. He took a breath before saying what was on his mind. Look, I want to save Yoda too, but before we begin, are you sure about this? Have you guys thought this through? Daichi asked them. What do you mean? Choji asked. I mean, we're about to go up against Anbu ninjas from our own village to save someone not from the Leaf. Once we do this, we'll be in big trouble. Daichi explained to them. He could see the faces of some get slightly angry after hearing him. Are you saying we should just let Yoda be imprisoned? I thought you cared about him. Naruto exploded in anger. Reputation slightly decreases with Naruto. I do care about him. I'm not saying we should just leave him to his fate and let the Anbu do whatever they want, but right now we need to consider things from their perspective too. Naruto got angrier as he listened, and he was about to walk over and punch Daichi, but Shikamaru held up his hand, stopping him. What exactly are you saying, Daichi? The young Nara asked. The tensions between the Leaf and the Stone Village are high, and this in turn has increased tensions between the 5 great nations. I'm sure you've heard that a spy was captured some time ago during an incident. Yeah. Shikamaru slowly nodded. My grandpa told me that small border skirmishes have been happening around the Fire Country for a while, and things have gotten somewhat intense. The Jonin and Anbu are on high alert for any spies or intruders trying to infiltrate the village. If we cause a commotion during a time like this, we would be in serious trouble. Daichi explained his thoughts. But Yoda isn't a spy or a threat to the village. He's just a poor lost kid looking for some friends to play with. Ino said to Daichi. I know that, and you do too. But the other people in the village don't. If we do this, and we fail, Yoda will still be captured and we could even lose our place in the academy. We might never be ninjas, or maybe even worse. Daichi paused for a moment and looked at everyone. Look, I'm just saying this so you guys know the risks of what we're about to do. Daichi said his piece. For the first time, he wasn't sure about taking a quest or not. They listened to Daichi and understood where he was coming from. But they still couldn't accept it. Daichi! Shikamaru stepped forward. Do you believe Yoda is a spy or a threat to the village? He asked. Daichi looked at Shikamaru. After a couple seconds of silence, he answered. No, I don't. I'm going to save him. Those of you who don't want to come with me can stay here, Shikamaru said in a resolute voice. I'm coming too. I don't care what happens to me. I'm going to save him. Naruto joined him. Same, Yoda is no spy. And he was fun to hang around with. Arf. Choji and the Kiba Akamaru duo made their decision as well. We're coming too. Ino and Sakura chimed in. Well, looks like the 6 of us are ready. What about you, Daichi? Coming or staying? Shikamaru asked. He didn't know why, but as Daichi looked at everyone's faces and saw their determination, a grin slowly widened on his face. Reckless fools, guess nothing I say will change your mind. We're going to get in so much trouble for this. Daichi answered them with a wide grin. Reputation slightly increases with everyone here. Yeah, we probably are. Shikamaru smirked as well. All right, here's the plan. As Shikamaru was laying out his strategy, Daichi looked at the quest box. He accepted the quest, hoping and praying that nothing would go wrong. Hokage Tower. Anbu Interrogation Room. Yoda was tied to a chair in the middle of the room surrounded by 3 Anbu ninjas. 2 of them were watching a monitor for variations in the chakra and effects Yoda is having. The 3rd one was interrogating the young boy. Where did you come from? How did you get past the barrier? An Anbu, wearing a mask with red stripes, asked. Which village sent you? I dunno. I don't get it. Yoda answered in a small voice. Ask me something easier. Where did you come from? Which village sent you? The ninja just repeated the question in a cold tone. Scared, young Yoda started crying. We're not getting anywhere. The Anbu watching the monitor said, Should we ask Lord Third to come down before we have to use force on him? Questioned the other one. As they were discussing what to do with the boy, the Anbu interrogating Yoda felt a malicious intent. He felt as if a dangerous predator was stalking him. Genjutsu? No, that was something different. The masked shinobi concluded. Elsewhere in the village, Naruto was atop the Hokage monument. He was yellingly and throwing paint all over the carving of the 3rd Hokage's face and making a mess. He had to make sure Shikamaru's plan worked. Flashback. Alright, here's the plan. I've visited the Hokage Tower over a dozen times with my dad, so I think I have an idea as to where they might be keeping Yoda. But there will be a lot of people guarding the tower. So first we need someone to create a distraction. Something big that will draw their attention so the rest of us can sneak in. Oh, I have an idea. I'll do it, Naruto said excitedly. Okay, the moment the guards are distracted, we'll sneak into the tower and get to the lower floors. That's where the interrogation rooms are. I know a few vents that we can crawl through to get inside the room. Once inside, I'll use my shadow jutsu to trap them, and then we can save Yota. Shikamaru laid out his plan. He told Naruto where to go when he was done. Flashback, end. Haha, come and get me, you fools. Naruto yelled loudly and laughed. Oi, stop it, you brat, get down here. A ninja standing atop the tower screamed. You're a moron. There's no way I'm getting down. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the ninja. Naruto mocked them. At this moment, the Hokage was in his room listening to his Anbu's report. What? We found the child in question with several academy students. Interesting. Hiruzen slightly smiled. At that moment, they heard the commotion outside and went to check it out. Catch me if you can, dumbass. Bring every ninja you got. Naruto threw another bucket of paint on the third's head carving. Get back here, you troublesome brat. The old Hokage heard the people shouting at Naruto. He then noticed the rain falling down on the tower. Strange. Sun shower? It seems the report is accurate. The boy is somehow able to affect the weather. At this moment, Daichi and the others were sneaking through the hallways and were heading towards their destination. There were a few close calls where they almost got spotted, but luckily they managed to make it to the lower floors without any incident. They were in front of the vents, and Daichi was opening them. Okay, let's go get Yoda, Kiba said excitedly. Wait, someone needs to stay here in case anything happens, Daichi told them. Choji, Sakura, stay here and keep a lookout. And wait for Naruto. He should be here soon. The rest of us will go get him. Everyone nodded their heads and agreed to Daichi's plan. Shikamaru took the lead in crawling through the small vents, and behind him was Daichi, followed by Kiba and Akamaru, and finally Ino. After several minutes, they found the room in which Yoda was restrained. Please let me go. They could hear Yoda pleading. All right, get ready. I'm going to trap them with my shadow imitation jutsu, Shikamaru said in a low voice. Just as he was about to weave the signs, Daichi stopped him. Shikamaru gave Daichi a questioning look. Always be aware of your surroundings, Daichi muttered to him. This was one of the many lessons Kensei taught Daichi, and something he learned inside the dungeon the hard way. He took a look around the room. It was a circular chamber with high ceilings. It was then that Daichi noticed something. There were several bulbs hanging, situated above the room. His shadow possession jutsu will weaken if there is intense light. If Shikamaru captures them and the lights trigger, his jutsu could fail. Shikamaru, Daichi spoke in a very low voice. Take a look at the ceiling. The boy looked and saw what Daichi had and came to the same conclusion. The moment you use your jutsu, I'll destroy those lights. That won't be a problem, will it? Daichi asked him. No. The young Nara shook his head. Then get ready. All of them got ready to make their move. Shikamaru weaved the hand seals and his shadow extended, swiftly connecting with the shadows of the three Anbu. Shadow imitation jutsu successful. He smirked as he got out of the vents and stood looking at the ninjas. Daichi quickly stepped up behind him and several shuriken appeared in his hands. He aimed them at the light high above them and let them fly without wasting any time. All of them hit their marks, and within seconds, small glass debris was raining down on the ground. Nicely done, you guys. Ino cheered for them. Yoda, hey, we're here. They called out to their friend. Yoda saw them coming and became happy. You guys, you're here. He smiled seeing his friends. The academy students ran towards Yoda and quickly reached him. You're amazing, Shikamaru. Arf. Yeah, you caught real ninjas with your technique. Kiba and Ino praised him for his success. Oi, don't go celebrating. We just got lucky. We caught these guys off guard. Daichi was the one who said it. Unlike his friends who were looking at Yoda, Daichi had his eyes firmly fixed on the three Anbu in the room in case they made any moves. He used observe. Of course I can't read them. Their levels must be too high. Why did I even bother? He's right. You greenhorns just got lucky. The cold tone in which the Anbu ninja said it sent shivers down the student's spine. Even though he was a little scared, Shikamaru didn't let go of his jutsu. You're interfering with village security matters. We won't show mercy to anyone who acts against the interests of the village, even if they happen to be kids. This boy could well be a spy sent here to infiltrate and learn about the village. The three elite ninjas started releasing their killing intent. It was the first time Ino, Shikamaru, and Kiba experienced killing intent. To them, the presence of the three ninjas changed, and they were terrified. You have sensed killing intent. You have sensed killing intent. You have sensed killing intent. Skill danger senses level has risen by 1. Due to the gamer's mind being turned off, Daichi was experiencing emotions at a much higher level. So the killing intent he was feeling now was much greater than what he had experienced before. The words the masked ninjas said also frightened him. Is this what it means to be a ninja? To do whatever it takes for our own, no matter how cruel or vicious we have to be to others? At that moment, a conversation he had with Kensei during their visit to his son's grave came to Daichi's mind. He remembered the words his grandfather had said. The Leaf Village isn't the center of the world. I saw teammates killing teammates to keep the secrets from spreading on the orders of the higher-ups. There is no right or wrong. Only those with strength can make their own path. It was at that moment Daichi noticed his classmates' expression. They were terrified. Due to experiencing such killing intent, Shikamaru couldn't keep up his technique and released it. Even though Daichi knew he was living in a dangerous world where the people could be cruel and merciless, this was when he truly understood that fact. A new emotion bloomed in Daichi's heart, and seeing the scared, helpless faces of his friends, that emotion only intensified. Overwhelming rage. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 41. The Friends We Make. Chapter 41 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Before Daichi even realized it, his body moved. He swiftly stepped forward and stood in front of his classmates. Killing intent burst forth from his body. Just as he felt heightened fear earlier, now he was feeling extreme rage. And this amplified his intent by several magnitudes. Daichi focused his intent on the three Anbu in front of him. He was furious after hearing them. Skill killing intent's level has risen by 1. Several other notifications popped up as well, but Daichi ignored them all. His eyes never left their masked faces. The Anbu were shocked. They couldn't understand how an academy student and a child around 7 years old no less could produce such murderous intent. How pathetic! Since when did the ninja of the Leaf Village become so pathetic and weak? They have to resort to threatening and interrogating little children. Those words came out of Daichi's mouth before he even realized it. But he didn't regret them once he said it. You! The masked ninjas were losing their temper. First, they allowed themselves to be captured by a simple juvenile jutsu by academy students, which dealt a blow to their pride, and now one of the children was trying to intimidate them. If you stand in our way, we won't show mercy. Hearing that, a smirk came on Daichi's face. He couldn't help but repeat the words Madara Uchiha said to Onoki during his fight with the 5 Kage. What kind of adult goes full force when fighting children? The mocking and insulting tone in his voice wasn't missed by anyone. Daichi continued. Yoda's not some spy or a danger to the village. He's our friend, and we're taking him with us. But since you're looking for a fight, why don't you try me on? +1 charisma. Hearing Daichi's fierce voice brought strength back to his friends. They shrugged off the fear and got ready to leave. One of the Anbu couldn't take it anymore and made a move to incapacitate Daichi. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Daichi and tried to knock him out with a knife-handed chop. To Shikamaru and others, the Anbu just disappeared and reappeared behind Daichi in an instant. But Daichi saw the movements. His senses, honed from fighting several types of beasts that attacked him when he least expected it, helped him. Daichi instinctively reacted. Chakra flowed through him and his hand moved as fast as it could. He barely caught and stopped the attack aimed at his neck. The Anbu was shocked. Even a genin would have had trouble following my speed, let alone stopping my attack. But somehow, this kid was able to do it. Unbelievable. You're gonna need to be more serious if you want to take me down. Daichi turned around and challenged the ninja. It seems you have some bite with that bark after all. Hey guys, what's going on? It was Naruto. He crawled out of the vent and behind him came Sakura and Choji. Naruto? The unexpected entrance distracted Daichi for just a moment, but it was all the Anbu ninja needed. He sent a punch to Daichi's gut, knocking him down. 88 HP. Gah! The hit knocked Daichi to his knees. Daichi! Shikamaru, Ino, and Kiba shouted. Yoda was shocked at what happened. He couldn't believe someone attacked his friend. Seeing Daichi wheezing on the ground made him mad. Don't hurt my friend! Lightning burst forth from his body and targeted the 3 ninjas. In seconds, they were electrocuted unconscious. The attack put a strain on the boy and he was breathing hard. Shikamaru and Ino ran to Daichi and helped him up while the others went to Yoda. Naruto took a kunai and cut the ropes. Yoda, it's gonna be okay. We're getting you out of here. Are you right, Daichi? Ino questioned. I'm okay. What about... Daichi turned around and saw the tired boy. We need to leave. Now. Yeah, everyone, get a move on. We'll have unwanted company soon. Hearing Shikamaru and Daichi's words, Naruto took Yoda on his back, and they made their escape. Hokage Office. Sometime later, Hiruzen Sarutobi was looking over various documents and scrolls. As he was signing the documents, one of his Anbu appeared. Lord Hokage, urgent news. He was the one who interrogated Yoda. What is it? The unknown child has escaped. I've sent my squad after them. How? He was intrigued as to how a child could escape his trained elite ninjas. Shikamaru Nara and several other academy students broke in and aided in his escape. Academy students? Hiruzen thought about it for a moment. Tell me everything that happened. The Anbu gave a detailed report of everything that transpired. After listening to the details, Hiruzen had an idea. Recall your squad. Let the children go. Lord Hokage? The masked nin was confused as to why their leader was ordering him to end the pursuit. You weren't able to get any information from the boy, but I believe there are those who can. Sir? I have a feeling the children will have more luck in trying to get the information out of him. It seems that the child trusts the academy students, so he might reveal his origins to them. Call off your squad. And summon Shikaku Nara here. Hiruzen sent his Anbu away. He then took out his crystal ball and sent a chakra pulse to it. The crystal ball was connected to the village barrier and sensors. By peering into the ball, the Hokage could see current activities of anyone whose chakra signature he knew. A perfect jutsu for monitoring the villagers and maintaining public order. But it had its limitations as well. Telescope jutsu. Hiruzen activated the crystal ball and tried to locate Shikamaru. He had met the boy on several occasions, so knew his chakra signature. After several seconds, images appeared on the crystal ball. He saw not only Shikamaru, but Naruto and Daichi in the group as well. The two students he keeps a close eye on among the younger generation. Interesting. It seems they've formed quite the team. How far will they go, I wonder? At that moment, the Jonin commander of his forces appeared. You called for me, Lord Hokage. Ah, yes. Excellent timing, Shikaku. Come. He called his Jonin over and showed him the images on the crystal ball. Your son has been busy, Hiruzen said in a jovial tone. Seeing what was happening, the brilliant Nara had an idea as to why he was called. He sighed and closed his eyes. How troublesome. The aging Hokage merely chuckled at that. Both of them turned their attention to the kids running through the woods. Daichi and the others were running as fast as they could with Naruto at the front. They crossed the village walls and were nearing the border. After several minutes of running, they reached the border river. They were unsure as to how they could cross it. Kiba looked at the raging water in front of them. We need to cross the river. Yeah, but this river's too deep, Shikamaru replied. But we have to get across. Ino looked around trying to find anything that could help them get to the other side. They've probably got people chasing us right now. We need to go, Sakura said. If only we knew the water-walking technique. Yeah. Choji and Kiba sighed sadly. I know it, Daichi said casually, looking ahead. It took a few seconds for that answer to sink into the others. You do? Everyone looked at Daichi in surprise. Yeah, I learned it a while ago. He went to Naruto. Here, give him to me. I'll carry him across the border. You guys stay here. We'll come too, Naruto said. Naruto, the river is too deep and the current is too strong. You'll be swept away if you try to cross it. I'm the only one who can do this safely. Daichi was serious. The current would definitely wash them away if they tried to walk through. But, Naruto wanted to argue. Do you trust me? Daichi asked him. Naruto looked at Daichi for a few moments before answering. Yeah, I do. Then trust me when I say I'll get Yoda to safety. I promise. +1 Risma. Hearing Daichi's words, Naruto backed down. He gave Yoda to Daichi, who picked him up on his back. Yota, we're leaving. Do you have anything you want to tell them? Daichi gently asked the boy. The little boy looked at everyone. I'm so happy. I'm happy that I met you guys. I had so much fun. I won't forget you all. We're sorry you couldn't stay with us. Shikamaru apologized to his friend. There's nothing to worry about, Yoda said with a smile. We're gonna miss you, Yota. Naruto had a small tear as he said those words. I'll miss you too, Naruto. I won't forget what you taught me. He whistled just like Naruto taught him. Before I came here, my life was really hard. I was always lonely. I had no one friends or anyone to play with. But then I found you guys. I wasn't so lonely anymore. I had lots of fun after I met all of you. As he spoke those words, everyone could see the snow slowly falling. Naruto, Shikamaru, everyone, thank you. I'm going to go while it's still fun. Don't forget the great times we've had. He lightly tapped Daichi's shoulder, indicating to leave. We won't ever forget you, Yota. Naruto and the others were in tears as they said their goodbyes. Daichi slowly turned around and took his first step atop the river. He carefully walked on the river holding Yota on his back. Once he crossed the river, he turned to look at his friends on the other side. Shikamaru gave a small nod to him, and Daichi took off into the trees. Soon, Shikamaru and the others lost sight of them. Back at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen and Shikaku were watching everything. They saw Shikamaru and the others bid farewell to the boy and Daichi carrying him on his back. The moment Daichi stepped on water, they were surprised. It seems Daichi is capable of water walking. I knew he had ample control over his chakra, but I didn't think it would be to such a degree. Hiruzen muttered. And the current of the river is pretty strong at this time of the year. So to successfully cross it while holding someone else is no small feat, especially for a second-year academy student. Shikaku added his thoughts. It looks like Shikamaru and the others are heading back. Why don't you go meet them and bring them here? After everything that's happened, if I send one of my Anbu to retrieve them, they'll get defensive. Bring those children here first. I'll talk to them before I speak with Daichi. The Hokage told him, Yes, sir. Shikaku left using the body flicker technique. The Hokage went back to watching the children. He focused his attention on Daichi and the young boy. He saw them traveling through the trees, and Daichi taking out a few dumplings and giving them to the kid. He listened to their conversation and was shocked at what he learned. He heard a name he never expected to hear at that moment. As he kept listening to the conversation, he learned several pieces of information that he otherwise would never have known. This was one of the many ripple effects that occurred when Daichi successfully helped Yota cross the river. The group near the river was anxious. Ino was worried. What do we do now? We better head back. They'll be looking for us. If we stay here and they find us, they'll know Yoda's gone across the border, and they might follow him. Shikamaru said to them. They took one last look at the forest on the other side, and then slowly left. Do you think Yota will be okay? Sakura asked them. He'll be fine. Daichi's with him. He'll be safe. Hearing the sure tone in which Shikamaru said it brought some happiness to the group. They walked for a few minutes before they saw someone leaning on a tree, seemingly waiting for them. Naruto, Sakura, and Kiba were cautious, but Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji had a small smile. They came near the person and stopped. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 42. Indomitable Stat and Atamagai. Cloak Chapter 42 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Hey, Dad, Shikamaru said sheepishly. I never would have expected you to be the one to cause me a headache. How troublesome. Even though Shiku said those words, he had a small smile. So how much trouble are we in? Shikamaru asked. You'll find out once you meet the Hokage. Shikaku answered. He then looked at the children of his former teammates, and then to the other three accompanying them. Ino, Choji. Hi, Uncle Shikaku. Ino and Choji greeted him with a small smile. It looks like all of you had an exciting day. Come on, let's head to the office, he said. The group looked at each other and silently nodded. They decided to keep their mouths shut about Daichi and Yota. They started following the Jonin to the Hokage Tower. By the way, don't worry about Daichi. I'll wait for him here till he gets back. Shikaku said, wanting to see their reactions. And they didn't disappoint him. He internally chuckled, watching their surprised faces. I should have known you'd know. Shikamaru sighed, knowing his father probably figured out everything that's happened. Wait, you know about that? Naruto was the first to speak. I do, as does the Hokage. Now come along, we don't want to keep him waiting. he said, leading the group back to the village. A few minutes ago, Daichi left after giving Shikamaru a nod. Since he was traveling without the group, he was able to quickly put a great distance between him and the border. We crossed the river, so why hasn't the quest been marked completed? Maybe we haven't gotten far enough yet. Daichi picked up the pace and kept going. As Daichi was jumping across the trees, he heard Yoda's belly growl. He put his hand in his pocket and took out a couple rainbow dumplings from his inventory. He didn't want anyone to know his inventory ability, so this was how he took small things from his dimensional space whenever he was in public. A habit he made since his very beginning here. A habit which coincidentally saved him from the prying eyes of the Hokage. Daichi jumped and landed on the ground. He let the boy down from his back. Here. Eat these. They're delicious. You'll need your strength. Yoda ate the dumplings and had a smile on his face. Daichi could see that the snow around them had thickened. Looking at the small boy, Daichi couldn't help but ask, "Where will you go?" "I'll be free when I leave here." "What do you mean?" "You see, the truth is, I was already dead when I met you all. I was brought back to life by Orochimaru before I came here." Yoda began telling him his origin. "What?" Daichi was shocked for a few seconds and then he calmed down. "Oh, right. This kid's a reanimation. I completely forgot about that detail in all this mess. He behaved like a normal kid so much that I didn't even think about it. I can't let him go back to Orochimaru." "Yota, listen to me. Orochimaru is a very bad person. You can't go back to him." Daichi was completely serious. Yoda was smiling at Daichi as he heard him. "Don't worry. I won't." "Good." Daichi sighed in relief. Yoda looked at Daichi and began telling him his story. "You see, I was born into a clan with the ability to control the weather. We made a living traveling from village to village selling weather. That explains the weather for sale sign." Daichi thought back to the sign he saw when he first met the boy. Yoda nodded. "Even among my clan, I was very good at controlling the weather. But I was born with a weak body. During my travels, I caught a disease, and I died." Daichi lowered his head as he listened to his story. "But then someone brought me back. Snakey and Four Eyes said they were testing the reanimation jutsu and left me outside your village." Yoda said. Daichi was startled as he heard it. "Four Eyes? Does that mean Kabuto was with Orochimaru?" "Yota, are you telling me there was someone else with Orochimaru?" Yoda nodded. "So Kabuto already betrayed the village, huh? That means he killed that orphanage matron. Damn it, I don't remember the details clearly. Wait, I have to make sure it's Kabuto." All of these thoughts went through Daichi's head in mere moments. "Can you describe the person who was with Orochimaru?" He gently asked. He had gray hair and wore round glasses. He was also wearing a purple shirt. I don't remember anything else." "No, it's all right, Yoda. You did good. It's definitely Kabuto, I'm sure of it." These dumplings are delicious," Yoda said happily. "I'm glad you like them. Come on, it's time to go. We need to get a bit further." Daichi wanted to move further and get Yoda to safety and thus complete the quest, but young Yoda had other plans. "I'm glad I met you, Daichi. You and the others, I'm really happy. It's time for me to leave." The snow started falling harder and started to cover the young boy from head to toe. "What are you talking about, Yoda? What's happening?" Daichi was unsure of what was going on. He tried to get closer to the boy, but the strong winds kept pushing him away. "Daichi, thank you. I'm going to be free now. I have no regrets now." "Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing, Yota?" Daichi screamed as he tried to get closer. "Daichi, when I first met you, I could tell that you were like me. You were feeling lonely too, weren't you?" At this question, Daichi stopped struggling and looked at him. It was true. Even though he told himself and Kensei that he didn't want to waste time on making friends, he did want to make a few, to play around and laugh with. But his loner personality, coupled with the title of genius at the academy, didn't get him any. "Daichi, remember the bonds you made that day. And the friends you've made? Look after them. Tomorrow, let it be another sunny day." Snow completely covered Yoda. The next instant, a lightning struck it, completely destroying the snow and the boy inside. Daichi stood there shocked at what happened. "Yota!" At that moment, the successful quest completion notifications popped up, adding to the already piled-up system messages. but Daichi ignored them all. Tears fell down his face as he looked to where Yoda stood seconds ago. He waited for the reanimation debris to come back and make the boy whole again, but it didn't happen. After waiting for several minutes, he understood that Yoda was gone forever. So with a heavy heart, he turned around and started making his way back to the village. Daichi, not wanting to feel the pain of losing his friend anymore, opened the Options tab and turned on the gamer's mind skill. The emotions running wild inside him calmed down. With an impassive face, he jumped to a tree branch and took off back to his home. Hiruzen, watching Daichi's expressionless face through his jutsu, was saddened. I wonder how this experience will affect him. I suppose I'll find out after I speak with him. He stopped using the telescope jutsu and waited for their arrival. Now that his gamer's mind has been reactivated, his emotions clearly felt muted. Daichi could feel the difference as if it was a tangible thing. He felt like he could think clearly and more rationally. Yoda, I hope you're happy and having fun wherever you are. Goodbye, my friend. As Daichi was hopping through the trees, he finally saw the piled-up notifications on the side. He sighed and decided to look at them. Quest Rescue Yoda completed. Rewards 4000 XP, 600 XP, special item reward, Atamagai Cloak. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Reputation increases with Kensei Yasagi. Reputation increases with 6 of the Rookie 9. You have leveled up. Skill Water Walking Technique's level has risen by 1. You have faced the killing intent of an enemy far stronger than you with your gamer's mind switched off and stood tall without fear and challenged him. You have reached a special condition. Special stat, Indomitable is opened. +1 Indomitable, you have unlocked a special stat. Reward, 500 XP, +75 XP. Indomitable is a unique stat even amongst the special stats, as it is the only one that gives the player a skill when it reaches 50 points. This stat awakened due to the player displaying an iron will and tenacity against superior enemies. This stat provides the passive skill, Unyielding Spirit. Unyielding Spirit, passive, ELV Max, provides the player resistance to mind manipulation, emotional manipulation, fear manipulation, and other foreign mental attacks at all times. Another special stat is opened. I never could have predicted that the gamer's mind being turned off at such a moment would be a boon. A level up, the special reward, and a special stat awakening. Looks like this venture was unexpectedly fruitful. Unyielding Spirit skill looks a lot like gamer's mind, but it seems there are differences. Based on this, it only shields me from external attacks and doesn't say about ones caused by me. I'll stick with gamer's mind for now, but this is still a good alternative. Now it's time to see just what kind of a special item I got. The special item rewarded for the quest was placed in his inventory. Daichi was a bit impatient and wanted to see what he got. He stopped on a branch and used chakra sense to see if there was anyone around. Finding no one, Daichi took out the reward from his inventory. It was a dull silver cloak with the insignia of the Uzumaki clan on its back and 2 chameleons in red and blue colors on its right and left sleeves. It was bigger than Daichi and looked like it was made for adults. He used Observe on it, and he was shocked as he read the description. Special item, Rank A. An invisibility cloak created by the legendary seal master and tailor, Atamagai Uzumaki. This is a special item that shields the wearer and everything he/she directly touches from all prying jutsus and senses. This cloak was created from some of the most durable clothing materials available at the time, and imbued with over 5 dozen intricate seals. The moment the cloak is worn, the seals will activate and render the wearer and everything in contact with the wearer invisible to the world. No one will be able to sense the user unless he/she wants them to. This cloak has a limited ability to respond accordingly to the wearer's thoughts. Although this cloak is a perfect tool for stealth, it does have its limitations. Only those who can use mana energy can activate this cloak. It absorbs and stores nature chakra, and when activated, uses nature energy in conjunction with a small amount of mana energy from the wearer. Note: sages who are proficient in utilizing nature chakra can detect the cloak even when it is active. Once activated, the cloak will be able to shield the wearer for 3 hours continuously, or at most 10 hours from the time it was activated, if used sparingly. Once the cloak is used, it will take 29 days for it to be reactivated. Daichi's jaw dropped as he read the description. As Daichi kept reading the long description, his mind boggled and his eyes almost popped out of his skull as he reached the end. He was dumbstruck as he read the details. Holy smokes, this is like the ultimate tier stealth tool, and it's perfect for me. Daichi quickly came to his senses and put the cloak back into his inventory and resumed his journey. But his mind was on the item he just received. I can travel anywhere in the village with this, and the only person who could find me is Jiraiya. And that too if he used Sage Mode. And the Elder Toads too, but I doubt they pay the village a visit regularly. I can definitely get into all sorts of places, and if I want to, escape from dangerous situations. This is just what I've wanted. In a better mood than before, he resumed his journey back to the village. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 43. The First Ripple. Chapter 43 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Daichi became somewhat cheered up after the depressing event that happened several minutes ago. But he kept his emotions in check and made his way back to the village. Before long, he reached the river, and within no time he crossed it. Daichi looked around and didn't see anyone. They must have left, or the Anbu got to them, and they're in the Hokage Tower right now. Either way, no point in staying here. Daichi slowly walked forward, trying to decide his next destination. Home, his friends, or report to the Hokage what he had learned. Now I have an excuse to tell him about that bastard Kabuto. If the Hokage does a thorough investigation on him, he'll be in trouble, and Orochimaru would lose his spy. Daichi stopped that train of thought immediately. Wait, if I rat him out now, Orochimaru will just have another one take his place here, and my future knowledge will become useless and I'll lose my edge. Daichi was screaming in his mind. Damn it! Looks like I'll have to let him go for now. And it's not like the Hokage could know what Yoda said before he was gone. Just then, an image of Hiruzen watching Naruto through the crystal ball came to his mind. Daichi stopped in his tracks, and his eyes widened in realization. Oh no! Daichi thought back to everything that's happened today. Anbu would have woken up soon after we had left and informed the Hokage of our situation, and he definitely would have used the telescope jutsu to find us. And since I made an impression on him, I'm pretty sure he would have been watching me, so he definitely would have heard my conversation with Yoda. Fuck! I can't lie or omit this information now. Wait, is he still watching me? Did he see me take out my cloak? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Just as Daichi was having a mental freakout, the gamer's mind activated and calmed him down. Maybe he's seen my inventory skills, maybe not. Can't take any risks. I'll tell him the info on Orochimaru and Kabuto, but I'll keep quiet about the cloak and inventory skill. But if he asks about my ability, I'll show him and give limited info on that. And if he demands a look at the cloak, I'll hand it to him. Since he's not a mana user, he won't be able to activate it anyway, so he'll think it's an ordinary item. I hope. Due to making a logical and smart decision, you have obtained +1 Wes. Looking at the notification, Daichi calmed down a bit, glad the system agrees. As he walked for a few more minutes, he saw the shadow of someone behind a tree. Daichi slowed down and was on alert. He walked a few more steps and finally saw who it was. You sure took your time. The Jonin commander Shikakunara said to the boy. I had a lot on my mind. Daichi cautiously replied. Shikaku just grunted and turned to walk. Keep up. Saying those words, he took off. Daichi knew it would be unwise to disobey, so he quietly followed the older man. Hokage Office. Hokage Office. Hiruzen sat in his chair contemplating the events that just took place. Orochimaru, to think you would use such a forbidden and perverse jutsu, it seems you might be more dangerous to the village than I thought. His mind went to the day his late sensei showed him the reanimation jutsu. Hiruzen let out a sigh. Tobirama-sensei, you never should have created that jutsu. Orochimaru is a perfectionist and a scientist. He would definitely study and try to perfect the jutsu. No. When Orochimaru comes for me, there's a possibility that he'll use the reanimation jutsu, and it'll be more powerful. It seems I'll have to take countermeasures against it, and anything else he might have up his sleeve. Hiruzen looked towards the location of the forbidden scroll in the room. Looks like I'll have to conduct some research of my own. As he thought about what he should do, he heard a few knocks on the door. Come in. Shikaku entered with the students following him. That will be all. I'll have a word with the kids, Hiruzen said to Shikaku. The Jonin commander heard the polite dismissal and quickly disappeared. Everyone was nervous. Even Naruto, who never hesitated to speak his mind to the person he considered his family, was silent. Hiruzen's face showed no emotion as he stared at them. He looked at each one of them, and after a few seconds of silence, he spoke. You realize that you interfered with a serious village matter and have caused some commotion, don't you? The Hokage asked them in a neutral tone. Hearing his words, the kids lowered their heads. Naruto gathered his courage, took a step forward, and spoke up. We're sorry that we caused problems, but we're not sorry we saved Yota. Hearing Naruto's words to the Hokage surprised his classmates. They gathered their strength and looked at the Hokage. Naruto is right. We regret the troubles we created for the Anbu, but we don't regret saving our friend. Shikamaru spoke in agreement with his friend and took a step forward, standing by Naruto's side. Hiruzen was internally surprised at the determination Shikamaru showed. He remembered the observations made by Daikoku on the files of each student. The heir of the Nara clan with good potential and high intelligence. But he has no ambition and energy. He only completes enough questions on the tests to get passing score. This, along with his behavior in class, corroborates my observation. He won't even go out of his way to verify his results. He would rather be considered wrong than go to the trouble of proving himself right. Lazy, unless properly motivated. This was the observation made by Daikoku-sensei in Shikamaru's file. Instead of being lazy and letting the situation play out, he took action. It seems his friendship with the boy Yota and this experience has somewhat changed him. And it seems for the better. Time to see how the rest of them fare. Hiruzen wanted to see just what the kids in front of him were made of. He was going to test them. Is that how the rest of you feel? There will be consequences for your actions, but if anyone wants to step forward and disagree with Naruto and Shikamaru, now is the time, he said in a somewhat stern tone. Sakura, Choji, Ino, and Kiba looked at each other and then took a step forward. We agree with Naruto and Shikamaru. Yeah, we're sorry we caused trouble, but Yota isn't a bad person. We couldn't just let anything happen to him. Arf, Sakura and Kiba said. Ino and Choji nodded, agreeing with them. Watching the students standing up for themselves and not turning on their friends brought a small smile to the Hokage's face. It's not a sin to fight for the right cause. Sometimes one would be stuck between their loyalty to their family or village and doing the right thing. It can be a very difficult decision to make. The friendly tone in which Hiruzen said it brought some relief to the students. But the Hokage wasn't done. Regaining his serious attitude, he spoke. Still, this village is going through a troubled time. The security of everyone in it is the utmost concern of myself and the ninjas of this village. You kids have caused some difficulties with your stunt, but nothing too major, so you'll receive a black mark on your files and nothing more. But someone has to be punished for this. And since Daichi was the one who antagonized the Anbu and helped the young boy escape across the border, he will face severe punishment. He will be expelled from the academy, the Hokage said in a stern tone, making them believe his words. What? You can't do that, Naruto shouted in dismay. Oh, can't I? I'm the Hokage of this village. Daichi committed a crime by interfering with the people who do their jobs and letting the boy escape. He will face the punishment. Hiruzen spoke with a serious tone to Naruto for the first time, and it surprised the boy. Hearing the Hokage's reasoning, Shikamaru spoke immediately. Please reconsider this, Lord Hokage. Daichi is the last person amongst us who should be punished for this. He tried to convince us to not go through with this. Naruto, Choji, Sakura, Kiba, and Ino agreed and nodded their heads. Yeah, Daichi told us that there's tension between the villages, and if we do something like this, it would cause trouble for the people here. He warned us not to do it, so please don't punish him. Ino said pleadingly to the Hokage. Is that so? Hiruzen appeared to mull over the information. It seems Daichi knew the risks of doing something like this and still went ahead anyway. He's got guts. Regardless, he still went through with it. He helped an unknown person escape the village with valuable information. He will be expelled, but considering the circumstances, that's as far as I will go. The Hokage really wasn't going to expel Daichi. He just wanted to see how they would react. Would they accept this result, or would they challenge it? Naruto had his head down, hearing the Hokage's words. He thought about his recent dream to become Hokage of the village and then to his interactions with Daichi. He remembered what Daichi said on his first day at the academy. My goal is to become the strongest. It was Daichi's ambition and dream. Daichi was one of the few friends he made. Naruto thought back to the conversation they had at the lake. Do you trust me? Yeah, I do. Then trust me when I say I'll get Yoda to safety. I promise. Naruto made his decision. He looked up at the Hokage and spoke in a resolute tone. If you're going to expel Daichi, then you might as well expel me too. Hiruzen looked surprised hearing that response. Are you sure about this, Naruto? You'll never be Hokage if you don't become a ninja. Yes. Naruto lightly glared at the old man as he responded. If Daichi's expelled, then I'm quitting too. Besides, the academy is way too much work anyway. Shikamaru said in a nonchalant tone. Ino and Sakura also agreed with the two. Well, if you guys aren't going, then I'm not going too, Ino said in a somewhat childish tone. My mom's soon not going to be happy when she hears I quit the academy. Arf. Arf. Yeah, same here. Both Kiba and Choji shivered when they thought about their mother's reaction to the news. Looking at his classmates, Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle. Guess Daichi was right, we really are a bunch of reckless fools. Hiruzen was surprised at their resolve. Even most Genins wouldn't have their stones. This ordeal has definitely brought them closer. And it seems Naruto has gained some truly wonderful friends. I'm glad. Time to end this charade. A wide, genuine smile appeared on the Hokage's face, and it surprised the students. You never turned on your friends or let one take the fall by himself. I'm impressed. Hearing the Hokage's words, cogs started turning in Shikamaru's head. Wait, that was a test? You really weren't going to expel him? Looking at their shocked faces, Hiruzen chuckled. No, I lied. It's something I said to see if you would truly stand by him. Relief flooded their faces as they heard the old leader's words. Ooh, you really had us going there for a minute, old man, Naruto said with a smile. Looking at the smiling faces of Naruto and his friends, Hiruzen spoke. True loyal teammates would never turn their back on their friends. It's one of the many lessons my sensei taught me. Usually you would learn this only by the time you become a genin, but it seems you've all grasped that lesson a few years sooner. But what about the situation with Yoda and everything that's happened? Shikamaru couldn't help but ask. I'm aware of the boy, and after reading the reports, I have come to the conclusion that he is not a threat to the Leaf. But unfortunately, at a time like this, he cannot be allowed back in the village. I'm sorry. Hiruzen didn't want to tell them that their friend had departed from this world, so he phrased it in such a manner. Hearing his words made the kids happy and sad at the same time. But they understood the situation. They knew this was the best outcome that could have happened, considering everything. Now, just because this isn't a serious matter, doesn't mean you'll be scot-free. First, you're going to clean up the mess you've made on the Hokage monument, and then you'll clean every classroom in the academy. I'll inform the teachers to give the cleaning staff the day off. Hiruzen chuckled, looking at the dumbfounded faces of the students. But Naruto was about to protest, but Sakura gave a sharp elbow to his ribs, shutting him up. We understand, Lord Hokage, Sakura said, bowing her head. Good. Now go on. I believe you have a lot of work ahead of you. Oh, and tell Daichi to come in. I need to speak with him. Hiruzen dismissed the students. Daichi's here? Naruto was excited. He ran outside the room and the others followed. Naruto found his friend leaning on a wall waiting for his summons. Daichi, you're back. At Naruto's shout, Daichi looked up. Hey, Naruto. Daichi walked to him. He saw Shikamaru and the others coming as well. Yota, is he gone? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Yeah, he's free. Daichi nodded. Hearing the answer brought sad smiles to everyone. Hey, you better go in. The Hokage wants to talk to you, Shikamaru said to him. And we have a giant face and an academy to clean up. The young Nara gave a long sigh. Could have been worse, I suppose. Daichi nodded and went inside to meet the leader of the village. He walked in and stood in front of the Hokage. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 44. Kensei and Hiruzen, Chapter 44 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't know Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. You've certainly had an interesting day. Hiruzen started the conversation. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Daichi gave a subdued answer. Noticing his lack of energy or emotions, Hiruzen recalled what Daichi just went through. To see your friend die and be helpless to do anything about it. These emotions. It would drive someone down the wrong path if not properly dealt with. Just as the Hokage was about to ask how he was feeling, Daichi spoke up. I've learned some things about Yota that I think you should know. Oh, and what is it? Hiruzen asked, playing dumb. Is he really going to tell me? Yota is someone who died not too long ago. He was brought back by a reanimation jutsu by the missing nin Orochimaru. Daichi said to the Hokage. I see. Go on. What else did you learn? Yota said Orochimaru was conducting an experiment with the jutsu that brought him back, and there was someone else with him. Even before entering the room, Daichi decided to give all the information he learned from Yota to the Hokage. He wasn't going to keep quiet when there was a chance the Hokage knew about everything. Did the boy tell you who it was? Hiruzen asked as if he wanted to know. He didn't know who it was, but he gave me a description. Male, with gray hair and has round glasses, and he wears a purple shirt. He said the same thing Yota said. He couldn't make any mistakes and give more information, even though a small part of him wanted to. Hiruzen nodded to Daichi's words. Thank you for telling me, Daichi. The boy nodded. The Hokage noticed his hesitation and clenched fists. Time to see how these events have affected him. How are you feeling, Daichi? Hiruzen asked him. Daichi stayed silent for a couple seconds before he answered with a question. Can I have permission to speak freely? Go ahead. The Hokage nodded. I'm angry. Daichi then stayed silent for a couple seconds. Hiruzen motioned for him to continue. I'm angry at Orochimaru for using Yota like that. I'm angry at the Anbu ninjas for interrogating him like a criminal. I'm angry at the village for not letting him stay. And I'm angry at myself because I couldn't save him. Daichi stopped. Anger is a powerful emotion. If used correctly, it can become the key to achieving your goal, but if it consumes you, it will destroy you and everything around you. The Hokage said to the boy. He continued after a few seconds of silence. Do you think, under the current circumstances, the village was wrong in not letting the boy stay? He asked Daichi. Daichi was silent for a minute before he answered. Yes. Why? Because he was just an innocent kid who didn't mean anyone any harm. Yes, but as you've said, he was Orochimaru's experiment. The jutsu that brought him back is known as the reanimation jutsu. It's a forbidden jutsu capable of controlling those it binds. If Yota had attacked the village under Orochimaru's orders, what do you think would have happened? Hiruzen asked him in a neutral tone. Daichi didn't have an answer to that. Truthfully, he didn't want to answer it. With Yoda's capabilities, he would have caused a lot of damage before being stopped, and since he was a reanimation, it would have been difficult to take him down. I see you understand. It might seem unkind and extreme, but the methods and measures the ninjas take are to ensure the safety of the village and all of its citizens. The Hokage wanted Daichi to understand and let go of his anger towards the village. He was examining the boy's chakra throughout his conversation. He could feel the slight agitation and fluctuations of his energy. Is this all we are? Does being a shinobi mean I'll have to take actions like these in the future? As Daichi was having these thoughts, the scene of Sasuke talking with the first Hokage in the Naka Shrine came to his mind. Daichi remembered the words Hashirama Senju said to Sasuke. Shinobi are those who endure for a purpose, but depending on their purpose, a shinobi can change. It seems Kensei was right after all. Daichi calmed down and looked at the Hokage. I understand, Lord Hokage. Sensing no lies, the Hokage nodded and dismissed Daichi. Daichi left the Hokage office and slowly walked down the hall. He had several thoughts running through his mind. The ripple effects of saving Yota, What could those be? One of them is definitely the Hokage learning about the reanimation jutsu in Kabuto, but what else? Nothing else comes to mind. I'm sure I'll figure it out someday. As he recalled everything that's happened, his mind stopped at the failure part of the quest. Why was the failure part of the quest being forced to join the route in Kensei's death? How does Danzo fit into all this? Daichi pondered on this question for a while before he reached a conclusion. If I had failed and they had recaptured Yoda, then they would have definitely found out he was a reanimated person. And they would have used more intense interrogation methods, and Orochimaru's name would have come out. And then, since I tried to rescue him, I would have definitely become a suspect. They would think that L was a spy. But then, wouldn't Shikamaru and the others be in trouble too? Daichi thought about it for a while and came to a conclusion. Everyone present in the group has strong backing except me and Sakura. Naruto has the Hokage's backing, and Shikamaru and the others are heirs of the clan heads. And between Sakura and me, Danzo would pick me because of my talent, and he probably wouldn't see any value in Sakura. So he would leave her alone. If this quest had gone sideways, then all of them would have been safe except for me. Danzo keeps an eye on Anbu forces, and this incident would have been brought to his attention. And knowing him and his hard-on for talented children, he definitely would have forced me into route. Kensei would have been opposed to this, and since the failure showed possible death of Kensei, then that means Danzo would have had him killed. It all fits. Daichi shuddered at the implications. He was glad everything turned out all right in the end, but he vowed himself to be more careful in the future. Until I graduate, I have to keep a low profile. Once the boy left, Hiruzen leaned back in his chair, took his pipe, and smoked. He looked like he came to terms with what happened, but I'll have to keep an eye on him. Maybe it's time I go see Kensei. The Hokage sat in his chair pondering on what to do next. Before I do anything, I need to figure out who it was that was with Orochimaru. If he was showing this man how to use the reanimation jutsu, then he must be someone close to Orochimaru. This man most probably could be a spy inside the village, but figuring out his identity would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Hiruzen taught Orochimaru almost everything about being a ninja. So, the old Hokage had an idea as to how his student would think. He tried to put himself in his former student's shoes. Orochimaru would never keep someone incompetent close, and definitely not a civilian. This person must have skills to defend himself, so he's probably a shinobi. But a ninja posing as a civilian would be a waste of resources, so he's definitely integrated himself within my forces. But he could be of any rank, and there are so many ninjas in different departments. Still, I have his description, so that's something. This will have to be done discreetly. When I find him and his identity is exposed, Orochimaru would use another one in his place, and I'll lose my leverage. A much better strategy is to use him to feed false intel and see if he has connections to any other spies here. Alright, one problem at a time. First things first, identifying the spy. Bear, the Hokage called out. An Anbu wearing a mask with brown stripes resembling a bear appeared out of the shadows, kneeling. As you've just heard, we have a mole in our midst. We need to identify him as quickly as we can. Start with the Jinin and Chunin forces. There's a probability that he could be one of them. Yes, Lord Hokage. Should I capture and detain him once I find him, or? The Anbu asked. No. For the moment, let him be. This is an opportunity to find out more about Orochimaru's operations, and if possible, we can use the spy to plant false intelligence. Right now, your priority is uncovering his identity. Hiruzen made his decision. Understood, sir. And Bear, keep this between us. Not even the council elders must know, and make sure this investigation is carried out discreetly. No mistakes. Yes, sir. The kneeling Anbu vanished into the shadows as quietly as he came. Hiruzen stood from his chair and walked to the window. As he looked down, he saw Daichi leaving the building and walking home. He sighed, thinking about the young boy. It seems I can't delay it any longer. I'll have to speak with Kensei. I'm going out for a while. You three stay here. Hiruzen said to his guards hidden in the room. He left the tower and walked to a certain training ground. His mind was on the former Anbu captain, and once close friend. He had an idea as to where Kensei would be today, and that was where he was headed. After some time, he reached a specific training ground in the village. It was a large area with several stumps and targets lined up. There were craters on the ground indicating the use of destructive jutsus. A wide river ran at the far end of the training ground. Hiruzen stood there for a few moments, taking in the view. As he stood there, he suddenly heard a voice he hadn't heard in several years. If you're looking for nostalgic memories, then you're in the wrong place. This is Training Ground 6, not 3. Hiruzen turned around and found Kensei staring at him. "How did you know I'd come here?" Kensei asked. "This was your training ground when you were a Jinin and the place where you taught your students and your son. I know you come here every weekend to reminisce." The Hokage replied. "Hello, old friend. It's been a long time." Hiruzen greeted him with a smile. "Not long enough," Kensei said with an emotionless face. The smile on the Hokage's face dropped. Hiruzen sighed, thinking about the events that lead to their current relationship. "Are you still angry with me?" he asked him. Kensei looked at the Hokage for a while and then let out a tired sigh. "No, I guess somewhere along the way I lost that anger." Hiruzen slightly smiled hearing that answer. "What are you doing here?" Kensei knew the Hokage was here for something. "Can't I see an old friend and subordinate and mend our friendship?" Hiruzen asked in a jovial tone as he walked to a tree stump. He sat on it looking at Kensei. The smile on Hiruzen's face dimmed as he saw Kensei's peg leg. Hearing his words, Kensei couldn't help but grunt. He walked forward and sat on a nearby tree stump as well. Kensei saw Hiruzen looking at his leg. He started speaking. "I was angry with you." Hiruzen looked up, hearing Kensei's words. "Even though you're the Hokage, you couldn't do anything to Danzo after what he did to me. Even after what he tried to do to my son, I was furious for a long time." Kensei stopped looking at his once close friend and commander. His eyes wandered the training ground. "You know why I couldn't." Hiruzen didn't say anything more. He felt that saying anything more would only damage the already torn friendship between them. "Yes, I understood why you didn't do it. And after years, I came to accept it. After the Nine Tails attack and the whole Hyuga Cloud mess, I know he has had some hand in keeping the village stable. A necessary evil, as you've said that day." Kensei paused, looking at his companion. "Danzo is ruthless and would use any method available to him to achieve his goal. But everything he does it for the village." Hiruzen sighed and stopped. Both of them were quiet for a while. "How have you been?" The Hokage started the conversation again. "Good. I feel happy. More than I did in a long time," Kensei said with a small smile. "Does it have anything to do with the young boy you adopted?" "Of course you'd ask about Daichi. You've seen his talents, haven't you? He is a remarkable young man. His progress is quite exceptional. I can only compare his rate of improvement to a handful of people." Kensei smiled as he listened. He knew about Daichi's progress better than anyone save the boy himself. "That he is." "Can I ask you something?" Kensei nodded to the Hokage. "Why did you adopt him? Does it have anything to do with Hotaru?" Kensei thought about a certain memory as he heard the question. The memory of a promise made to his savior. After a few moments of silence, he answered. "Why I adopted him? I consider it my second chance to make the right choices. And yes, he reminded me so much of Hotaru. His looks, his talent, the way he acts." Hiruzen nodded as he listened. He could understand the comparison. He had met Hotaru Yasagi at a young age and watched his growth throughout the years. "You've been training him, haven't you?" "Yes," the old man Kensei nodded. "But why push him so hard so early?" Hiruzen wanted to know Kensei's motives. "I don't want him to have regrets. I know that's impossible, but—" Kensei didn't finish his sentence. He looked towards Hiruzen. "Why are you so interested in him, Hiruzen?" "Daichi's talents remind me of Minato and Orochimaru. One of them died for the village, and the other has become its enemy. I don't want Daichi to leave this world before his time or go down the wrong path." "Daichi is no Orochimaru. I can promise you that. And I have a feeling he'll be like a cat with 9 lives when it comes to surviving." Kensei's words made it clear to Hiruzen that he knew Daichi's path. But the Hokage doubted Kensei would share it with him. "There was an incident a few hours ago. Nothing major. When you get home, you should talk to Daichi about it?" the Hokage told him. Kensei nodded in agreement. Both of them stayed there till the sun went down, discussing various topics and traveling down memory lane. Once the sun had disappeared, each left for home with their own thoughts. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 45. Ryo Uchiha and Training for Second Dungeon. Chapter 45 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. The next day. It was Sunday morning. Daichi woke up and just stayed in bed thinking about everything that's happened. Looks like I need to change my plans a bit. I'll save the dungeon fight for March. I need to train more, and I've built up enough chakra for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. I need to increase the speed of my training. Daichi got up and went downstairs. He greeted his grandfather, who was reading a book, and went to the kitchen to get a bite to eat. Once he had his breakfast, he went near Kensei and sat down. "So how was yesterday's adventure?" Kensei asked nonchalantly. "You heard that, huh?" Daichi wasn't surprised his grandfather had heard about it. "Yeah, not many academy students can stand up to an Anbu's intent." Hiruzen spoke about the entire incident with Kensei, and the old man was impressed with Daichi's strong will. "How are you feeling, with everything that's happened?" he asked in a slightly gentle tone. "I'm not happy with the way things ended, but I understand. Every experience, no matter good or bad, is a teacher to us. It shapes how we think and how we act. The smart ones are those who learn and try not to repeat their past mistakes." Kensei shared his thoughts with Daichi. "Yeah, I learned quite a bit, and the whole thing was fruitful. Helped me a lot in many ways." Daichi thought back to the special stat and item he got as a reward. His desire to become stronger had also increased. "As long as you don't lose yourself along the way, you're fine." Daichi nodded to Kensei's wise words. "Hey, Gramps. What is it? Can you teach me the Shadow Clone Jutsu?" When Daichi asked this, Kensei looked at him. Kensei assessed his chakra and deemed him capable of creating a few clones. Kensei took Daichi to his library and took out a couple of scrolls. He handed them to Daichi. "These are the scrolls for the Shadow Clone Jutsu and the body flicker technique. Figured it might come in handy for you." Hearing Kensei's words made Daichi excited. He wanted to start training right away. Daichi wanted to see if he could take the body flicker technique to the same level or even beyond Shisui Uchiha's perfection. Days passed with Daichi maintaining the top spot, the academy. The incident also changed Naruto's life as well. Daichi noticed that he was more happy with Shikamaru and the gang playing around with him. They would also stand up for Naruto when others picked on him. His pranks, although lessened, haven't stopped. And sometimes Kiba, Choji, and Shikamaru would join him in skipping class. Daichi would play and hang around with them, but it was only on a few occasions. His focus was on training. One of the major changes Daichi noticed was about Ino. Whenever he looked at her, she would blush and look away. Daichi wasn't sure why at first, but knowing the cliches of an anime world, he had an idea. And he decided he wasn't going to touch that topic with a 10-foot pole. Daichi's home. It was a weekend, and Daichi was currently in the middle of training with Kensei supervising it. Daichi had two of his shadow clones throw shuriken and kunai at him while he tried to dodge the incoming projectiles. His goal was to improve his sense stat and thus his senses. The next dungeon Daichi was going to open was a key dungeon as well. But it would have enemy ninjas instead of wild beasts. He wanted to be at his absolute best and prepare for the battles that's going to come his way. As Daichi dodged or deflected the metals aimed at him, his instincts improved. +1 sense. Over 3 hours had passed since he started this training. Come on, just a bit more. I need to improve my stamina as well. I doubt I'd be able to rest and recover in enemy territory. Just as he dodged a hail of shuriken and deflected a kunai with one of his own, the special stat stamina had an increase as well. +1 stamina. Finally! Time to put an end to this. Daichi increased his speed with the body flicker technique and got behind a shadow clone. A hard punch to its spine and it vanished into smoke. Wow. That feels so weird. It seems I'm still getting used to that sensation. Daichi's senses immediately alerted him to the weapons coming from the second clone. He deflected all of them with his kunai and rushed the clone. Both Daichi and his clone started attacking each other at a fast pace. His clone used body flicker to dodge some of the punches aimed at him and block the rest. Daichi swiftly switched tactics and restrained the clone with chakra threads, and before his clone could retaliate, Daichi dispatched it with several shuriken. Looks like my reaction time has improved. Not bad. Just as he was relishing in his victory, Daichi heard the whistle of shurikens flying. He immediately jumped high, barely dodging the metal stars, and watched them bury deep into the trunk of the tree behind him. Daichi looked towards the culprit. "What the hell, old man? That could have seriously hurt if it had hit me." "But it didn't. And you're not hurt," Kensei said in a nonchalant manner. Daichi looked at his grandpa incredulously. Kensei chuckled, but then, in a somewhat serious tone, spoke. "On a battlefield, you should never let your guard down, even when you think you're victorious. That's the moment a cunning enemy strikes his foe." As Daichi heard these words, he calmed down. At that moment, the scene of Tobirama Senju striking down Izuna Uchiha came to his mind. He's right. I need to be absolutely careful when I'm fighting someone. I can't let my strength get to my head. "I understand, Gramps." Kensei nodded. Both of them ended the training and simply enjoyed the rest of the day. Months passed, and soon it was February 12th. Daichi just finished his training with Ren and was about to leave, but the Uchiha stopped him. "Hey, Daichi, come on, there's someone I want you to meet at home," Ren said with a smile. "Oh, so I finally get to meet your daughter, huh?" "Yeah, come on. One day you'll be Uncle Daichi to her." "Haha," Ren laughed, walking ahead. Daichi was glad he had the gamer's mind turned on. Otherwise, he would have grimaced and freaked out as he thought about their fates, and Ren would have picked up on that. If I recall, the Uchiha are currently under surveillance. If I go to their clan, will the Anbu become a headache for me? But I can't decline his invitation without it sounding strange. Daichi lightly sighed and decided to go through with this. They reached the gates of the Uchiha compound. Ren's home was near the border of the walls surrounding the compound. It didn't take them long to reach his home. On the way, Daichi noticed several Uchiha looking at both of them with contempt. Daichi expected such a look for him, but he was surprised that they were also aimed at Ren. His friend walked home as if he didn't see anything wrong, so Daichi decided he wouldn't ask about the situation. "I'm home, and I've brought a friend," Ren called out. He guided Daichi inside his home. Daichi went into the living room behind Ren and found a woman feeding a bottle of milk to a baby. "Daichi, meet my wife Kimiko Uchiha. Kimiko, this is the young prodigy I told you about." Ren introduced them. "Hello," Daichi waved. "Hi, Ren told me he was teaching a talented academy student. I'm happy to finally meet you." Daichi politely nodded and used observe on them. Age 27, HP 320, CP 2900. Kimiko Uchiha is a member of the Uchiha clan. She is a Chunin ninja of average talent who awakened a one-tomoe Sharingan, but retired a few years ago due to injuries she received during the Third World War. A year ago, she married her childhood friend, Ren Uchiha. She is a kind person who loves her family above all else. She gave birth to a baby girl named Reo Uchiha 2 weeks ago. But the pregnancy had put a strain on her body, and she is now in a weakened state. Age 50-20. Ryo Uchiha is a member of the Uchiha clan, born on January 29th to Ren Uchiha and Kimika. It seems the pregnancy has weakened her body. Her breathing pattern is a bit weaker than the normal person, but not by much. If she rests for some time, there's a possibility she could recover. But in a few months, it won't matter. It was only thanks to the gamer's mind that Daichi kept a calm face. "So I hear you're the kid who beat Sasuke?" Kimiko asked in a teasing manner. "Does everyone know about that?" Daichi was surprised that many people in the Uchiha clan would pay attention to him. Of course. Everyone was expecting Sasuke to be just as good as Itachi and follow in his footsteps, so him taking second place came as a big surprise, Kimiko said, smiling. Once the bottle was empty, the baby quickly fell asleep in Kimiko's arms. "She's cute," Daichi said, looking at the sleeping baby. "Yeah, she takes after her mother." Thank God for that. Her name is Reo Uchiha. Ren was smiling as he looked at his family. He took his daughter into his arms and after a few seconds turned to Daichi. Do you want to hold her? What? Daichi was startled at the question. Are you sure? Yeah, come on. Ren held out his arms. Daichi slowly and cautiously took the baby into his arms. As he held her, baby Reo opened her eyes. She looked at Daichi and giggled, and then slightly wiggled in his arms and soon fell asleep again. Daichi was surprised at that reaction. He looked at the cute baby sleeping in his arms that smiled at him, and he couldn't help but feel happy and protective of her. In that moment, even though he didn't realize it, Daichi formed a powerful bond with little girl Reo Uchiha. Ah, that's so cute. Kimiko laughed looking at the two children. Daichi slightly blushed at that. I think that's the first time I've seen you smile like that, Daichi. Ren added his voice as well. Daichi and the two Uchiha spoke for a while before they noticed it was getting dark. Daichi left Ren's home soon after, with the latter accompanying him till the clan gates. Daichi left the Uchiha compound and was walking home. His mind was on the tragedy about to take place not too long from now. Damn it. What should I do? I can't just leave them to their fates. But I don't even know the details of the massacre, and it's been so long I'm slowly forgetting some things from my past life. I remember the key events, but the smaller details are becoming foggy. My future knowledge is my advantage. I can't lose that. Daichi reached home. He had a plan in mind to rectify his memory problem. Daichi went to his room after having dinner. He locked the door and sat on the floor. He opened his status page. Status. Name Daichi Hekima. Class student age 7. Title capable child. Explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, apprentice dungeon warrior. Level 28, 1275, 2350. HP 3435. CP 4103. 5 SP 3055. MP 1300. Primary stats. Strength 74, Vitality 72, Dexterity 62, Agility 74, Intelligence 69, Chakra 85, Wisdom 49. Special stat sense 65 Stamina, 86 Indomitable, 1 Charisma, 31 Persistence, 3 Dignity. Locked. Luck, locked. Stat points 465 Rio, 22,000. Looks like my level progression has slowed down considerably, but my stats are steadily improving. It seems I was slightly wrong. I have a ton of points right now, and if I don't use them, it wouldn't do me any good. Daichi looked at his stats. After thinking about it for a while, he came to a decision as to his next move. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 46, 100 Intelligence in 2nd Dungeon. Chapter 46 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. I can't stay like this. I need to up my stats fast. Daichi looked at the accumulated stat points and made his choice. He started adding some points to his stats. Primary stats, Strength, 74 equals 75, Vitality, 72. 75 Dexterity, 62, 70 Agility, 74, 75 Intelligence, 69, 100 Chakra. 85, 100 Wisdom, 49, 50. He used a total of 60 points to increase his primary stats. Several notifications popped up. Intelligence stat has reached 100. You have gained the passive skill Absolute Recall. Absolute Recall, passive, LV. Max, a passive skill given to the player when intelligence stat has reached 100. This skill gives the player the ability to recall all past memories with great details and accuracy. Absolute Recall is a skill that's obtained and maxed. Note, this skill has positive and negative side effects. While this skill helps the player in memorizing all details and recalling even the vaguest memories, it will also not allow the player to forget any unhappy or traumatic experiences. The skill Lesser Mana Affinity has evolved to Mana Affinity. This increases the mana points and power of the mana skills of the player. Chakra stat has reached 100. The skill Lesser Chakra Affinity has evolved to Chakra Affinity. The skill Lesser Chakra Regeneration has evolved to Chakra Regeneration. This increases the chakra points and chakra regeneration speed of the player. Daichi smiled as he read the blue system boxes. Looks like stats increase to 100 gives passive skills, or evolves already obtained skills. Should I just increase the other stats to 100 right now? Daichi pondered on this question for a while before deciding against it. I'm about to enter a dungeon. I'll definitely be able to increase my stats during the fighting. I'll save the rest of the stat points for later. Daichi looked at his health, chakra, stamina, and intelligence points. All of them have increased considerably, especially his chakra points. HP 3075, CP 6010. 2 SP 3365, MP 2270. As Daichi read the details of the absolute recall skill, a frown formed on his face. It's indeed a great skill to have, but the negative side effect to not forget anything bad that's happened, that's going to be rough. Just then the image of young Yoda came to his mind, along with memories that he couldn't remember before. Daichi's eyes widened as the memories came flooding in. Oh my god. I've seen Yoda, even before I met him in that forest. He was a filler character during the war episodes. Daichi started recalling the past memories. He only saw the filler episodes a couple times before moving on. But now, with this skill, he could remember every single detail. Now I know why Yoda was so important, and why that quest triggered a warning. In the story, Naruto and the others rescue Yoda, and once they reach the river and try to cross it, they get swept away. Yoda saves them and erases their memories of him and their time together. But now, because of my interference with the plot, they remember everything. Naruto has friends, and the third Hokage knows about Orochimaru and his experimentation with the reanimation jutsu, and possibly about Kabuto too. So that's why the system warned me, huh? Daichi sighed, thinking about the incident. No point in thinking about it now. Daichi became sad as he remembered Yoda and what had happened to him. But within a couple of seconds, the gamer's mind activated, and the sadness he felt vanished. Daichi slightly shook his head as if to forget the memories and move on. He thought about the next dungeon he was going to enter. He found this particular dungeon on the day he met Ren. It was a red key when he found it, but now, since he leveled up to 28, it has turned to yellow. Daichi remembered the different types of keys and what they represent. Black keys lead to dungeons having opponents 30 levels above mine and will definitely end in my certain death. The red keys signify 15 to 30 level opponents stronger than me and are marked as extremely difficult. Yellow keys open a difficult level dungeon with opponents from 5 to 15 levels above mine, and then white keys classified as normal and green as easy. Since this key turned from red to yellow when I reached 28, that means the highest opponent in this dungeon would be of level 43. I'll have to improve my stats as much as I can and level up too. The experience points needed for my next level up is over 10,000, and I'm pretty sure to reach level 30 I need at least 30,000 XP. Soon. The first week of March arrived quickly. The students were given a week leave to prepare for the exams in the second week, and then they would be given a 2 weeks holiday before the start of the next academic year in April. Daichi was planning on using the first week of March to complete the second dungeon. Coincidentally, it was the same week Kensei had to leave for Tanzaku town. I'll be gone for about 10 days. Be careful and don't burn the house down. Oh, come on. Don't you have faith in me, Gramps? I'll be good, Daichi said, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Kensei had a blank expression on his face as he looked at Daichi. The boy's smile reminded him of a mischievous cat about to get up to no good the moment the owner leaves. You're up to something, aren't you? The old man has known Daichi long enough to know the boy was planning something. Maybe, Daichi gave a cheeky reply with the same grin. Kensei sighed. I don't want to know. He bid his grandson farewell and soon left. Daichi waved him goodbye and went to his room. During the last 3 years, Kensei had taught Daichi the hand seals that would allow him to connect to the barrier surrounding the house. It was a simple but efficient one capable of alerting the people connected to it of intruders or other problems. Daichi connected to the barrier, and sensing that he was alone, he sat on his bed and took out the yellow dungeon key. Time to go to work. The moment he activated the key, he was teleported, and Daichi experienced the sensation of falling from a great height. He was prepared for it this time. A couple seconds later, his feet touched the ground. Daichi landed safely and looked around. He was in a hallway similar to the first one, but this had several differences. Unlike the first dungeon hallway, which was covered in moss and vines, this one was clean. The hallway seems to be made from red bricks and black stones arranged in some sort of a pattern, and at the end of the narrow hallway stood a white arched door. I'm guessing this is going to be a theme. Daichi walked to the white door and inserted the dungeon key. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon, Akagahara Battlegrounds. Would you like to enter? Yes. The key started rotating clockwise, and within seconds the door opened. Daichi slowly took his steps and entered the dungeon grounds. As Daichi looked around, all he could see were forest and rocks, a vast area just waiting to be explored and filled with danger. Observe. Dungeon, Akagahara Battlegrounds. This dungeon is created based on the former Chunin exam ground Akagahara, but there are several differences. This dungeon is much more vast, and the traps are more lethal. The strength of the enemy ninjas created for this dungeon are based on some of the genins who survived Akagahara, and these enemies are a bit stronger. There are other dangers in the dungeon as well. So I was right. Based on my memories, Akagahara was only shown in a special episode. But it seems fillers are real in this world. In the episode Naruto fought against enemy puppets and had to avoid traps, I'll have to be careful when moving around. And it seems this dungeon has ninjas as well. Just then a new quest was created. Quest created. Destroy all enemies. Avoid the traps, kill the enemy ninjas, and defeat the dungeon boss and his army. Time limit, none. Rewards, new skill, new title, Rio 355,000, 1000 XP. Failure, death. Accept? So the boss of this dungeon has his own army, huh? Wonder what they would be like? Daichi accepted the quest. Just then the title Apprentice Dungeon Warrior activated. Title Apprentice Dungeon Warrior is now active. All your stats are increased by 10% while inside the dungeon. Daichi immediately felt the effects of the title. He smiled as he felt his strength increase. Despite the fact that it was a difficult dungeon, Daichi was confident in himself. Just as he was about to take his first step forward, he paused. He suddenly thought of something. Wait a minute. My persistent stat opened when I fought a boss with my health below 3/4 of its total, and my indomitable stat opened when I switched off the gamer's mind and stood up to a higher level enemy's killing intent. And special stats can only be increased through training or level up and not with stat points. If I want to make the most of this dungeon, then I need to turn off the gamer's mind to increase indomitable stat and keep fighting till my health points are at their lowest. Turning off the gamer's mind won't be much of a problem because now I have unyielding spirit to protect my mind. Still, it's a dangerous and risky move. But it looks like I have no choice. Daichi opened the Options tab and looked at the gamer's mind on-off button. Gathering his resolve, he turned off the gamer's mind. Daichi was much calmer this time when he shut it off. He felt his emotions at a higher degree, but was calm and in control. Daichi slowly walked forward into the jungle. He tried to be as careful as possible, but unfortunately for him, he accidentally tripped a wire. Whoosh! Several kunais came flying at a fast rate towards the boy. Oh shit! Daichi jumped to a nearby tree to avoid the weapons, but the moment he landed on the branch, a paper bomb activated. Daichi, hearing the familiar sound of the paper explosive, instantly flooded his body with chakra and used body flicker to escape the blast. He landed on the ground nearby, but the next instant, the area he landed on crumbled, and a wide, deep, dark hole appeared beneath Daichi. He fell, and as he looked down, he saw numerous metal spikes at the bottom of the pit waiting to impale him. There were small metal prongs and sharp razor wires covering the inside wall of the pit as well. I can't swing to the wall and use chakra to stick my feet unless I want to get shredded. He suddenly had an idea. He took 2 kunais with long wires attached to them from the inventory and quickly threw them with force in opposite directions. They struck the wall and were buried all the way to the hilt, and the wires stretched taut as Daichi held their ends. It stopped Daichi in his fall just several inches above the sharp spikes. The metal wires dug into Daichi's palm and he slightly bled, but he didn't care or even notice it. Daichi hung in the air and then looked down. He saw the spikes a couple inches away from skewering him. Daichi was breathing hard and sweat rolled down his face. Not even 5 minutes into this fucking dungeon, and I almost just died. Something tells me I'm really not gonna like this place. As if fate was playing a cruel joke, it was at that exact moment that everything around Daichi started to shake and crumble. The rocks surrounding him started to break and fall. The ground shook harder by the second, and the pit was starting to collapse in on itself. It was as if the dungeon intended to bury Daichi inside it. Daichi's eyes widened as he looked at the crumbling walls. Oh, come on. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 47. Shadow, Illusion, and Tank. Chapter 47 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Without wasting a single moment, Daichi went into action. He leaned backwards and stretched the ninja wire as much as he could. He could feel the metal spikes poking his back. The next instant, he used as much force as possible and swung himself upwards. As he flew, he quickly weaved signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Immediately, 2 shadow clones were created near the flying Daichi. One clone immediately went through several hand seals and shot a blast of water at the raining debris, clearing Daichi's path. The other grabbed hold of Daichi and tossed him up with enough force to exit the pit. In a few seconds, Daichi was out and above the ground. He used his chakra strings and attached them to a tree and swung himself to safety. That was close. Far too close. Even though he didn't exert much energy, he was breathing hard. Due to the gamer's mind being turned off, Daichi was feeling the shock of almost dying to a much greater degree. He felt his heart pounding away in his chest and the adrenaline pumping in his veins. His entire body was slightly quaking. After a few minutes, he steadied himself and began to resume his exploration of the dungeon. Daichi was much more careful this time. Time went by as he slowly went deeper into the jungle. It's now been over 3 hours, and I haven't seen any enemy ninjas or puppets, but my progress has been slow due to the traps. Daichi, although successful in avoiding most traps, still triggered a few, hidden carefully within the jungle. Luckily, he escaped without much problems. Daichi had his eye on the mini-map, as well as using chakra sense at certain intervals. He had no intention of being taken by surprise. As he traveled a bit further, red dots started appearing on his holographic map. Looks like it's finally beginning. According to the map, there were 2 red dots coming from the front. Daichi took out his Tanto from the inventory and got ready. As he slowly and cautiously walked forward, the red dots reached him and were on top of him. They're hidden up in the trees and wants to ambush me. If I didn't have the mini-map, they might have succeeded. Daichi, not allowing them to make the first move, swiftly threw several shuriken and kunai at his enemies. The enemy ninjas escaped before they got hit and landed in front of Daichi. Both the ninjas looked to be around 13 or 14 years of age. They wore ordinary genin clothes and had weapon pouches strapped to their legs. Their bodies were gray, and Daichi could see purple veins pulsing underneath their skin. They had dark purple sclerae and white eyes. Daichi slightly grimaced as he looked at them. These guys remind me of reanimation zombies. Let's see how strong they are. Observe. HP 40160, CP 3230. A ninja created based on a genin of the Nara clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is proficient in using shadow jutsus to bind and trap his enemies. Although his plan was to catch his enemy unaware, he has no trouble adjusting to a change in tactics. Prefer to attack in a team. This enemy intends to kill you. Just as Daichi finished reading the description of the first enemy nin, he attacked. Shadows from his feet quickly extended and tried to connect to Daichi's, but he evaded. Just then, several fireballs a little bigger than his head were flying at him. It struck Daichi and burned him, but the next instant, the burning Daichi turned into a burning log. He substituted before the attack struck and was high above, hidden behind some thick tree leaves. He looked at the second ninja. Observe. HB 372, CP 3050. A ninja created based on a genin of the Kurama clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is proficient in using genjutsu to attack and kill enemies. This ninja prefers to fight in a group or with another, as his physical strength is weak. This enemy intends to kill you. Even though my observe skill has reached level 40, I still can't see their physical stats. Looks like I'll have to somehow increase it in the next few months. So they're based on ninjas from the Nara and Kurama clan, huh? Then that means the fireballs might have been genjutsu. Or genjutsu powerful enough to become a physical attack and injure the enemy. Their plan most probably is for the shadow user to trap me, and for the genjutsu user to finish me off. But something seems strange. Based on their fighting style and appearance, they don't look like they could handle extreme hand-to-hand combat. There should be a third member. Someone with a strong physique to fight while these two hang back. Daichi's eyes widened and looked at the map. The mini-map showed that the dungeon was roughly 3.5 kilometers long in diameter, a smaller dungeon than Training Ground 43. It was then that Daichi noticed a dot slowly moving and coming closer. Roughly 50 meters away from him. He couldn't see any other enemies near him. That must be their third member. So these things are intelligent enough to form a plan and attack, huh? This dungeon is entirely different from the one before. I need to be extremely careful. Just then, Daichi felt a small headache, and it was followed by several notifications popping up. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Right as he finished reading the message, several fireballs struck near him. Daichi used body flicker and evaded. He landed on the ground and faced the two ninjas. He ran towards the illusion nun and created several normal illusion clones and made them look like they were going to attack him. The illusion nin created fireballs and attacked Daichi and his clones. Daichi evaded, but clones were destroyed. Daichi threw several shuriken towards the Kurama clan copycat and jumped before a shadow tendril could connect to him. The illusion ninja dodged the shurikens with ease, but that was also what Daichi was waiting for. He used chakra strings to guide the shuriken to pierce the nin from the back. The shuriken had ninja wire attached to it, and Daichi quickly used the shuriken to surround and immobilize him. It was at that moment Daichi's chakra sense alerted him to the third enemy ninja's attack. It seems if one of them is about to be taken out, then the backup attacks. Ha! Daichi evaded the punch aimed at the back of his head. He turned around and retaliated with a punch of his own. It struck and sent the enemy a few meters away. At that moment, Daichi noticed the Shadow Nin cutting the wires and freeing the illusion ninja. Now surrounded by three ninjas, Daichi felt a small fear, but also excitement. This was going to be his first real ninja battle. His body realized the precarious situation he was in and sharpened his senses and instincts. Observe. HP 487. CP 4721. A ninja created based on a genin of the Akimichi clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja possesses great physical strength and is capable of executing clan techniques at a much greater speed than those his age. This enemy was looking to finish you quickly from your blind spot, but now has made the decision to fight you head-on. This enemy intends to kill you. I need to take out the Nara first. He's the brains of this team, and if let him be, he'll find some convoluted way to trap me. I haven't yet grown strong enough to the point where I can just ignore whatever trap someone with brains comes up with. You have sensed killing intent. Skill danger senses level has risen by 1. Daichi felt their killing intent. While his eyes were mainly on the illusion and tank ninja, his main focus was on the shadow user. Daichi wanted to take the shadow nin by surprise. That's why he didn't target or even look at him yet. But that changed in an instant. Daichi weaved signs for the shadow clones and created 2. Each one sprinted to the illusion and tank nins. The goal was to keep them busy and not let them interfere. The real Daichi's target was the shadow user. In mere moments, chakra flowed through Daichi's limbs, and he used sprint skill, which uses stamina in conjunction with chakra enhancement to increase his speed and strength multiple folds. In an instant, Daichi was behind the shadow user and he started cutting him up from head to toe. In just a little over 10 seconds, Daichi landed dozens of strikes on his enemy. Skill Vital Strikes level has risen by 1. Skill Sword Mastery's level has risen by 1. By the time the other 2 ninjas looked to their wounded teammate, Daichi had already attacked all major vital spots and cut off a limb. The enemy health points were falling rapidly, and Daichi finished it with a fast slash to the neck. Skill Deathblow's level has risen by 1. The skill Death Blow, now level 15, adds an additional 150% attack damage to the enemy, while increasing the attack speed and criticals by 26%. The Vital Strike and Sword Mastery skills also increases attack speed and deals additional damage to the enemy. So with the help of these buffs, Daichi finished his opponent in just over 10 seconds. The Shadow 9 exploded into smoke and disappeared. Enemy killed. Plus 1200x. 180p. Enemies killed. A new skill is created with a specific action. You have linked several attacks in quick succession and killed an enemy in a single chain combo. Through continuously attacking and not allowing the enemy to escape or retaliate, the skill Linked Kill Strikes has been created. Daichi didn't have time to read the information on the skill, as the two other ninjas dispatched his clones and were now after him. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding Spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. It seems he's trying to use genjutsu on me. Too bad for you. Watching the bigger ninja heading towards him, Daichi switched his tanto with a knuckle duster. The tank nin rushed at Daichi while the other stayed back. Daichi and the tank ninja began their battle. Daichi deflected and struck the enemy's joints. Daichi coated his hands with chakra and boosted his strength. The tank nin suddenly increased the size of his right hand and punched Daichi, sending him skidding a few feet away. At that moment, several lightning bolts came at him in an instant. Daichi quickly substituted with a nearby rock and escaped the attacks. Alright, I can't hold back if I want to beat these two. Daichi created 2 shadow clones and had them attack the Kurama clan ninja. Daichi's focus was now on the ninja with the Akimichi clan abilities. Daichi quickly went through 3 hand seals. Lightning style, overdrive. Lightning coated his arms and legs and sparked over his whole body. Still not proficient with this, so I have to end this fight fast. A shadow clone created an earth wall behind the tank nin to prevent him from escaping. Daichi appeared in front of the tank in the blink of an eye. He started raining heavy blows in quick succession all over his enemy. The tank nin expanded his body and tried to attack Daichi, but he backed away and took out his dagger. You might be big, but your speed has been considerably reduced. Daichi evaded the incoming punches with ease and got behind him. He stabbed the big ninja through his neck, and then buried his dagger deep into his head and left it there. The overdrive jutsu is almost at its limit. Without wasting time, Daichi rained punches on his back and watched the HP of his enemy fall. And in half a minute, the battle was over. Due to the extreme physical training, you've obtained +1 AGI. Enemy killed. 1400 XP, 210 exp. Enemies killed. That moment, he got the memories of his dispelled clones and new notifications popped up. Daichi smiled as he revised the memories. Minutes earlier, Daichi's clones. Both clones evaded the fireballs and lightning strikes coming at them. They threw shuriken and kunai at their opponent to gauge his reaction time. They noticed something about their enemy's fighting style. There's a 2-second interval before each attack, and he can only use one type of attack at a time. Furthermore, he needs to use 3 hand seals for fire and 4 for lightning. So there's a 1-second delay there. This is going to be easier than I thought. A smirk came on the clone's face. It looked at its counterpart and nodded. It seems both of them came up with the same strategy. The moment they dodged another attack, the first clone used chakra threads to immobilize the illusion ninja's hands and feet. At that moment, several kunai came from the second clone and pierced the joints, making it more difficult for the illusion nin to move its limbs. But it didn't matter, as 2 giant fireballs were blasted in his face the next second. Enemy killed, +1050 XP, 157, 5 XP. Enemies killed. Seeing as their target is destroyed, both clones dispelled themselves. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 48. Battles in the Second Dungeon. Or 1 Chapter 48 of The Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. With the 3 enemies killed, Daichi resumed his journey into the jungle. Since there are ninjas made from the Nara clan and Kurama clan, then it stands to reason that I'll encounter ninjas from other clans as well. This might be a good opportunity for me to learn how they fight firsthand. Watching something from a story and experiencing it are two different things after all. He then looked at the new skill he acquired. Linked Kill Strikes, active LV1. This skill activates once 10 fast consecutive strikes are landed on the enemy. After the 10th strike, each attack deals additional damage to the enemy. This skill also increases the speed of the user. Note, delay in between each strike cannot be more than 1 second. Effects: plus 1% increase to agility. Plus 2% increase in damage when using swords, daggers, or other sharp weapons. Plus N plus 1% increase to damage dealt for each additional strike. N represents the last consecutive attack landed on the enemy. Wow, this is one awesome sweet skill. It slightly increases my agility. But the last effect of this skill, N plus 1% increase in damage. So, unless I'm not mistaken, then once the skill activates, the first strike lands 2% additional damage, and the second strike lands 3%, and third deals 4% damage, and so on. So theoretically, if I land about 20 strikes, then this skill would deal an additional damage of 21%. And this is only the first level. If I increase the level of the skill, it would be even more powerful. Excellent. Daichi became happy with the results of his first fight. He set his sights on the trees ahead and slowly moved. Daichi carefully walked through the woods. Hours slowly passed and it was starting to get dark. It was then that Daichi noticed 2 red dots moving slowly towards him on his map. Daichi slowed down and prepared himself. Suddenly, Daichi heard the sound of trees getting crushed and looked ahead. Out of the darkness, a black, spiraling body came directly at him at high speeds. Before the attacker could drill through him, Daichi sidestepped and got out of the way. But he didn't escape unscathed. Ah! Maidon 132 HP Hughes. His shirt got torn and there were several bleeding lines on his chest. Luckily, they were nothing serious. Before Daichi could take a look at his enemy, he disappeared. He quickly looked at the map and saw that his attacker had slowed down and was now moving from behind him to a new location. He's trying to ambush me again. Daichi got ready, and just as he predicted, the enemy attacked once more. The enemy ninja shot at Daichi, intending to drill through him. Daichi successfully escaped without injuries this time, and he noticed something. The enemy drilled through trees and rocks behind Daichi and disappeared into the darkness once more. This guy is moving in a straight line. His speed is impressive, but he can't maneuver or change his direction. I think I have an idea who my next opponent is and what technique he's using. Daichi kept an eye on his minimap. He noticed that the enemy ninja was getting ready for a third strike. Sweat trickled down Daichi's face as he got ready to make his move. He suddenly heard the winds howling as he saw the enemy coming at him fast. Daichi stepped out of the line of attack while going through several hand seals. Just as the enemy was about to reach where he stood a second ago, Daichi launched his attack. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The giant burning ball of flame hit his enemy and exploded, sending the attacker flying. Daichi used Body Flicker and moved some distance away. He got near his opponent who was on the ground burning and smoking. Observe 36041 CP3408, a ninja created based on a genin of the Inuzuka clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja possesses exceptional senses and instincts, but is weak against genjutsu attacks. He is proficient in using his clan techniques and fights alongside his partner Shibori. He is faster than ordinary genin. This enemy intends to kill you. His partner? Daichi's eyes widened in realization, but he was a second too late to dodge an attack from behind from the second enemy. A powerful force slammed into Daichi's back, sending him flying. 9 is 108 HP. Ga. Daichi flew in the air a few feet before roughly landing on the ground. He tumbled for a few meters before stopping himself. He got up and looked towards his enemy. So that's his dog partner Shibori. A black dog half the size of an adult human was standing in front of his Inuzuka partner, growling at Daichi. It had scars over its body and sharp red claws. The Inuzuka genin was getting up, and both were now looking to battle. I took out 310 HP points with that point-blank fireball, but it's nowhere near enough. The Inuzuka clan ninjas prefer speed and combo attacks over everything else. and they have extraordinary senses. I need to separate these two and take them out individually. Forming the plan in mind, Daichi made his move. He created a shadow clone and rushed towards the genin, while his clone targeted the ninja dog. The genin also rushed towards Daichi, and both of them started fighting. Daichi dodged the swipe of a clawed hand to the face and retaliated with a strong punch to the chest. It reduced a few HP and sent the ninja a few feet back, but did nothing else. He's strong. The dungeon ninja rushed to Daichi, and they began their second round of fighting. Daichi evaded the sharp claws and swipes and blocked the elbow shots aimed at his chest and head. During the fight, the ninja suddenly dropped a few smoke bombs and jumped out. Daichi, not wanting to fight the enemy blind, jumped out of the smoke as well. The moment he got out of the smoke, a powerful kick struck his back, sending him back into the purple smoke. Even before Daichi landed and could get his bearings, he felt several blows and cuts all over his body. The attacks came from all directions, and within seconds of each other. Noticing his HP slowly dwindling, Daichi became agitated. He took his dagger from the inventory and tried to slice his opponent, but he failed in striking his enemy. This isn't working. Why can't I hit him? Daichi was extremely agitated. He was breathing hard as he endured the attacks. Calm down, Daichi. You can do this. Think this through. Just then, several notifications popped up indicating the enemy ninja dog was defeated. He suddenly received the memories of his dispelled clone and smiled. It seems the Beast Slayer title was activated for my shadow clone when it forced the dog away from here. I'll have to look into how far the beasts have to be separated another time. That info might come in handy. Daichi looked at the ninja, and his anxiety lessened. I can do this. Daichi calmed down and used his chakra sense and superior hearing. He started hearing the low sounds of winds moving and a strong chakra coming at him from behind. The boy evaded the strike aimed at his neck and slashed at the 9. Negative 504 HP. Enemy negative status. Wounded buff in effect. Daichi didn't waste time and took out his tanto. He stabbed the wounded ninja through the chest and started slashing at him with his dagger. The enemy's health began rapidly falling. Daichi made sure to connect each attack so that his new skill, Link Kill Strikes, activated, and before long, he was victorious. Enemy killed. Plus 400 exp, 200 exp. Enemies killed. You have leveled up. Daichi looked at his stats. Level 29. Nice. My special stats went up by 1, but other than a 1 point in agility, none of my other primary stats has gone up. There is still time. I'll increase as much as I can in this dungeon, and then once I'm done, I'll add points and raise them to a 100 when I leave. That way I can save some points, I think. Without wasting time, Daichi moved through the dungeon. It has now been several hours since he entered the dungeon. Daichi decided to get some rest and restore some of his stamina and health points. He looked at the map, and noting that there weren't any enemies near him, he went to a nearby rock and sat down. The mental exhaustion was getting to him as the events of the day went through his mind. Daichi slowly closed his eyes. After several minutes, Daichi jerked awake to the sound of a notification ring. You have sensed killing intent. The moment Daichi opened his eyes, he saw a blade coming straight for his head. Daichi tilted his head and avoided a fatal blow, but the blade still managed to leave a cut on his cheek. The moment the blade lodged into the rock behind Daichi, he let his chakra flow into his arms. With the chakra enhancement technique increasing his strength and speed, Daichi quickly grabbed hold of the sword-wielding arm and locked it in place, while he sent a powerful punch at his attacker's face. The ninja reeled back from the force of the blow, but Daichi didn't let up. Instantly taking out his dagger from his inventory, he sliced off the arm that had the sword. 669 HP, enemy negative status, crippled buff in effect. The ninja jumped back several feet and tried to get away, but Daichi threw several shuriken, forcing him to abandon his retreat plan. I made sure there weren't any enemies near me with the map. So how did this guy get so close to me? Daichi was angry that he let his guard down, and almost got killed for it. He looked at his would-be killer, and took in every detail. The ninja was covered in a black and green camouflage clothes from head to toe. Even the face was mostly covered in a black mask, and all Daichi could see were the eyes staring back at him. He wanted to know how this nin evaded his map and got to him undetected. Observe. H 3300, CP 3165. A ninja created based on a genin who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is weak in taijutsu but has exceptional stealth abilities and shuriken jutsu. He is able to mask his chakra and hide his presence, thus making him an ideal assassin. This ninja is capable of detecting traps and ambushing ninjas even stronger than him. This enemy prefers to move alone, making it easier to ambush his targets. He intends to kill you. Mask his chakra and hide his presence? So that means... Daichi quickly looked at his map from the corner of his eyes. The map didn't show any red dots near him, so there are ninjas who can hide from the mini-map, huh? I should have known. Daichi quickly threw several shuriken at his target. The stealth nin deflected them with his own shurikens. He threw a kunai at Daichi with a paper bomb attached to it. He's trying to escape. Can't let that happen. Daichi went through the hand seals and used body flicker. The stealth nin was already on a tree branch and was planning on escaping when Daichi appeared before him. Wind style, wind bullet jutsu. Daichi expelled several fast wind bullets targeting the ninja's torso and legs. His goal was to take his opponent's balance. Several bullets struck the enemy nin and the tree branch he was standing on, and it broke, sending him falling to the ground. The stealth nin flipped in midair and landed on his feet. He took a kunai and stopped the dagger Daichi aimed at his head, both of them trying to inflict a fatal injury to the other. Due to being weak in taijutsu and only one arm, the stealth ninja was at a disadvantage. It wasn't long before the outcome of the fight was decided. Daichi blocked a thrust from his enemy and used chakra strings to tie his limbs up. Successfully incapacitating his foe, Daichi launched a barrage of strikes with his dagger, and in a few seconds, the stealth nin dispersed into smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 1 unfentered, plus 157, 5 XP. Enemies killed. Once Daichi came down from his battle high, he realized that he only survived through pure luck. If the system hadn't warned me, I'd be dead right now. It seems I've become too reliant on the map. And it isn't perfect either. I suppose it's a good thing I found this out so early. I can't believe I didn't notice something like this in the other dungeon. Then again, Dungeon 43 was full of mindless beasts. They didn't have the ability or know-how to mask chakra. It was then that a certain memory rushed to the forefront of his mind. Wait a minute. There was one incident. When I went to the lake for the first time, I checked my map and didn't find any enemies, but almost got ambushed by a crocodile. I didn't think about it much then. Daichi made the decision to not rely on the map and use his chakra sense and superior sense skills to find his enemies throughout the dungeon. This is perfect training for tracking my opponents through unknown terrains. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 49, Battles in the Second Dungeon, 02, Chapter 49 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Days passed with Daichi fighting enemies from several clans. His strength, speed, and skills have all improved. Both his primary and special stats gained several points through the many fights he encountered. He gained another 2 levels, and after fighting members of different clans, he had an understanding of how they would attack and gained knowledge on their fighting style. Currently, Daichi was engaged in hand-to-hand combat against an ordinary ninja, one not made based on any clan's genins. Ordinary nin, HP 3905, CP 3000. A ninja created based on a genin who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. Although this enemy only knows the 3 basic ninjutsu, clone, substitution, and transformation, he is proficient in shuriken jutsu and taijutsu. He prefers to attack his enemies head-on instead of ambushing them. This enemy intends to kill you. Daichi blocked an incoming kick with his leg and sent a fast jab to the enemy ninja's throat. The ninja leaned back and grabbed Daichi's outstretched hand. Daichi realized that the genin was intending to break his arm. He quickly reinforced his hands and legs with chakra and swiftly sent a knee to the genin's chest. The strength of the attack forced the dungeon ninja to loosen his grip on Daichi's arm. The moment the hold on his hand loosened, Daichi pulled his arm out of his enemy's grasp. With his hand now free, Daichi jumped back and threw several shuriken towards his opponent. His enemy deflected all of them and aimed several of his own at Daichi. Daichi jumped right and evaded the projectiles. He failed to notice that one of the kunai cut a string on the tree behind him. Daichi heard the sound of several weapons being launched and immediately used substitution jutsu. He was trying to lure me into a trap. His taijutsu skills and shuriken jutsu are incredible. I haven't been able to seriously damage him even after fighting for 10 minutes. One of the reasons is my height. Since I'm only about 8 years old, he has an advantage over me physically. He has longer limbs and thus a greater reach, something I can only rectify with time. I need a way to take him down. This guy is like another version of Lee. The only reason I could withstand the blows was because of the damage reduction skills, but even that has its limitations. As Daichi was thinking of a plan to take his opponent down, the ninja made his move. Creating 4 ordinary clones, the ninja rushed at Daichi, trying to confuse him. Daichi slightly smirked at the weak tactic. That's not going to work on me. He enhanced his nose and ears with chakra and found the real one amongst the afterimage clones. They resumed their fight. Daichi concentrated on the real ninja and wasn't distracted by the illusions. He ducked under a punch and tried to sweep his enemy's legs. The ninja jumped back, escaping the leg sweep. Daichi quickly went through hand seals. Lightning style, overdrive. Daichi was getting used to this jutsu as he kept using it often during this dungeon raid. He bolted towards the genin and threw a strong fist which got through the enemy's guard. 998 HP. Enemy hit. The genin skidded back while Daichi ran after him. The genin took several shuriken and threw them at the small boy. Daichi veered through the ninja stars and reached his target. Both of them resumed their battle, with neither giving the other an edge. Even though my enemies had higher levels, I managed to win against all of them. But now I see that it was due to my speed. I was able to use speed and get through their defenses and take them down. But in a pure taijutsu battle, against a fighter with the same speed as me, I'm only able to defend myself and barely keep him from landing any fatal injuries. Skill Physical Endurance's level has risen by 1. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Well, at least for now anyway. Daichi weaved through the strikes aimed at his head and landed several blows on the enemy's body. Due to Daichi's speed, he was able to land most of his attacks. The genin sent a fast kick which Daichi blocked. He then grabbed hold of the outstretched leg and used all his strength to pull the ninja off the ground. The dungeon ninja tried to attack Daichi with the other leg while he was in the air, but he was unable to land a hit. Daichi used both hands and smashed the ninja into the ground, hard. And before the enemy could get his bearings, Daichi pulled him up using his leg and smashed him into the ground again. He repeated it a couple more times before he was forced to let go. I've always wanted to go all Hulk like that. Daichi chuckled to himself. Both Daichi and the nin had a little over half their HP. It would come down to the last one standing. I could use the daggers and it would activate the dual-wielding mastery skill. That would be the smart choice as it will increase my attack speed and damage dealt, but this guy is perfect for improving my taijutsu skill level. Deciding to fight without using his weapon, Daichi sprinted towards the ninja. Both of them dodged and landed powerful strikes on their foe. Daichi tilted his head and escaped a hit to the face and retaliated with a blow to the torso. The ninja struck Daichi's leg, locking him in place, and landed several jabs on his small body. Daichi blocked and parried the attacks. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Both of them continued to fight with their health slowly falling. It wasn't long before the winner was decided. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. With the increase in his taijutsu skill several times over the fight, Daichi slowly gained the upper hand. His movements became refined and his speed increased. It wasn't long before he finished the ninja. Enemy killed. Plus 1300 XP. Plus 195. XP. You have leveled up. Enemies killed. To think this guy was strong enough to reduce my health points to less than 500. Daichi sighed. It was getting late. Daichi went to a nearby cave he found during his exploration of the dungeon. He started using it as his base. He laid several booby traps and alarms to make sure he would know if anyone came close. Once Daichi made sure to cover the entrance, he took the small bed from his inventory and sat on it. He ate some food and quickly went to sleep. Daichi was currently unleashing several small fireball jutsus to reduce a Kikaichu swarm that had surrounded him. Before the insects could entrap him, Daichi used body flicker and gained some distance. I can't believe I got ambushed again. Let's see what these guys are made of. Observe, HP 3603 CP 3222, a ninja created based on a genin of the Yamanaka clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This enemy can utilize secret clan jutsus, and is exceptional in genjutsu and medical ninjutsu. Designated as the healer of the team, and is a skilled sensor capable of finding enemies from a great distance. This ninja's physical strength is weak, prefers to work in a team. This enemy intends to kill you. It seems she's the one who found me, and the genjutsu trying to trap me must be her work. Too bad I'm immune to that. It's a good thing my body dispels foreign chakras before it can affect anything. H4008, CC 650. A ninja created based on a genin of the Aburame clan who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja houses the Kikaichu beetles in his body. These beetles are capable of consuming chakra at a fast rate. This ninja is immune to genjutsu due to the Kikaichu living inside him. Fire attacks with intense heat can damage or kill the beetles. This enemy prefers to work in a small team for maximum efficiency. He intends to kill you. Looks like an ordinary Aburame genin, but I should be careful. I need to keep track of any bugs on me as well. They can track me like that. Daichi used Observe on the last ninja. 840 30 CP 3701. A ninja created based on a genin who survived the Akagahara exam grounds. This ninja is talented in detecting traps and setting them up to capture enemies. He is capable in hand-to-hand combat and skilled in using a sword. Prefers to work in a team. This enemy intends to kill you. That Hunter Nin is the one with the highest level and the one who engages me in taijutsu fighting. All the while, the other two provide support or try to distract me. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. If I try to go after the Yamanaka ninja, then the other two intervene. And I can't hide and ambush them because her sensory skills would tell them where I am at all times. Daichi stared down his enemies as he thought of a viable plan. The Yamanaka isn't a problem, but if I want to defeat the Hunter Nin, then I can't get caught in any surprise attacks from the Aburame. His chakra-draining insects would be a huge pain if I leave him be, so he's the one I need to deal with first. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Daichi created 3 solid clones and had them keep the Hunter Nin busy. Daichi quickly engaged the insect ninja in hand-to-hand combat. The Aburame released a large amount of bugs to swarm and drain Daichi's chakra, but a large fireball killed most of them. Daichi released chakra strings from his left hand and tried to immobilize his opponent. But the Kikaichu bugs quickly came out of the insect ninja's body and began to feed on the chakra strings. Shit, these things can feed on raw chakra. Daichi quickly canceled his chakra threads. He took out 2 daggers from his inventory and blitzed his enemy. Daichi has been focused on his speed and the body flicker jutsu ever since he learned it. It gave him a great advantage over his foes and also allowed him to deal maximum damages quickly. As Daichi cut apart the insect ninja, it quickly burst into a swarm of Kikaichu beetles. He substituted himself with a bug clone. Daichi quickly spotted the Aburame ripoff behind a tree being healed by the spirit nin. Daichi watched as the health points of the insect ninja slowly increase. Damn it! Can't let him heal. Daichi swiftly reached them and slashed down. The insect ninja dodged, but the spirit ninja was slow to evade. Daichi pierced her body with both daggers and pinned her to a nearby tree. At that moment, one of the shadow clones engaging the Hunter Nin was dispelled. Shit! They won't be able to hold him for much longer. Mental intrusion detected. Unyielding spirit has neutralized the foreign attack. Genjutsu won't work on me. As Daichi was about to attack the spirit nin, he sensed slight movement from beneath the earth. Trusting his instincts, he jumped back and just in the nick of time. Several large black spears appeared out of the ground as if to impale Daichi. Taking a closer look at the spears, Daichi noticed something. It's Kikaichu insects. This guy can use his insects to burrow underground and attack from below. Daichi dodged the several shuriken coming his way and threw a few of his own with ninja wire attached. He used his chakra threads to control the path of the flying shuriken and used it to tangle the insect ninja with the wires, and he was partially successful. He immediately took several paper bombs. Activating them with a 3-second countdown, Daichi threw the bombs at the insect ninja. The Kikaichu bugs quickly turned around and rushed to protect its host, but that was what Daichi wanted. I'm going to reduce those insects faster than you can make them. But first, I'm going to finish the healer of your group. Boom! 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 Explosions surrounded the Aburame Nin as Daichi resumed his assaults on the Spirit Nin. His hands were like a blur as they slashed and hacked the pinned dungeon ninja. Within several seconds, the Spirit Nin was defeated and Daichi gained enough experience points to reach the next level. Enemy killed. Plus 1100 XP. Plus 165 XP. Enemies killed. You have leveled up. He didn't get the chance to even check his stats as he received memories of his 2 dispelled clones. Daichi's eyes widened as he felt a fast-moving chakra approaching him from behind. Oh, crap baskets. Before he could escape, a powerful blow struck his back, sending him flying into the air. And 154 HP. Gah! Daichi spit out a wad of blood as he flew up. His concentration slipped and he couldn't keep up his chakra sense. Daichi lost track of the enemy. The next instant, a punch landed on his face, rocketing him back into the ground. 200 HP, boom! 77 HP. The ground cracked as Daichi slammed into the dirt and stone, hard. He bounced up a few feet in the air due to the force of the impact, and the next second, the Hunter Nin was right beside Daichi. He landed a hard kick to Daichi's side. 94 HP. Daichi skidded and tumbled across the ground for several meters, and came to a stop as his back slammed into a tree. 60 Hz. Tears came out of Daichi's eyes due to the pain and force of the impacts. He coughed a few times, and his vision felt blurry for a couple seconds. Daichi slightly shook his head and tried to get up, but unfortunately stumbled and fell to his knees. What Daichi saw when he looked ahead frightened him. The Hunter Nin looked at Daichi with the same cold, emotionless dead eyes as before. None of the ninjas Daichi faced in the dungeon expressed emotions. But the look this ninja gave him scared Daichi. Monster. His hands trembled and his heart beat loudly as he looked at the dead-eyed nin. Daichi watched in horror as the enemy ninja swiftly take a few paper bombs and hurl them at him. Daichi quickly molded his chakra and went through 3 hand seals. Earth-style rock shelter jutsu. The paper bombs reached the defense dome just as it formed around the small boy. It hit the earth structure and violently exploded. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 50. Battles in the Second Dungeon 03 Chapter 50 of the Adventurous Gamer Ninja. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Disclaimer, I don't own Naruto or the gamer. Please support the official release. Boom! The explosion rocked the forest, sending nearby trees and rocks flying. Dust filled the air, and it took a minute for everything to become visible. The Hunter Nin kicked Daichi away from the restrained insect ninja before he threw the paper bombs. And he leapt back and created some distance as soon as he launched the attack on Daichi. So neither of the dungeon ninjas were affected by the blast, other than the dust and winds blowing in their faces. Once the dust cleared, they got to work. While the insect nin was trying to free himself from the ninja wire, the Hunter Nin got close to where Daichi was. The earth dome Daichi created was completely destroyed, and there was a large crater where the explosion took place. The Hunter Nin looked around and didn't see a shred of his opponent's body. As he looked around the rubble for any signs of his enemy, he suddenly heard the sound of blades piercing a body. He turned around and saw 2 daggers coming out of the insect ninja's chest, stabbed all the way from behind by a panting Daichi. The Hunter Nin looked at Daichi with indifference. At that moment, his instincts warned him, and he jumped backwards. 2 hands burst out of the ground just as he jumped, trying to trap him, or at least that's what it looked like. Just as he landed on the ground, several fireballs erupted out of the earth and struck him. 9 of 268 HP enemy hit. A second shadow clone of Daichi's came out of the ground, and together with the first one, started fighting the hunter ninja. Meanwhile, the real Daichi kicked the Aburame ninja into the ground and went through several hand seals quickly. He was going to use the new fire jutsu he recently learned from Kensei's library. His mind recalled the information on the jutsu as he weaved the 5 seals. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu, active LV3. The user needs chakra and converts it to fire and expels it as a continuous stream of flames. The user can also breathe fire along a cord or ninja wire and use it to attack the enemy. The released flames, if strong enough, will engulf and vaporize the target and leave a smoldering crater on the ground's surface. Rank C. Type, hand seals. Snake, dragon, rabbit, boar, tiger. CP cost, 285 per shot. Note, the range, power, and duration of the attack can be altered by controlling the chakra needed into the attack. Overusing this jutsu without experience can cause burns inside the throat and mouth. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Despite its name, when Daichi breathed fire, it didn't have a dragon head. But it was fast and reached the insect ninja in a second. The flames covered his entire body, and the Kikaichu bugs tried to shield its host. Daichi increased the chakra and thus the power of the flames, but he was careful not to overdo it. The HP of the burning ninja was falling fast. Daichi kept up the attack without showing any mercy. As he breathed fire onto his enemy, he thought back to a few minutes ago. Flashback. A few minutes ago, Daichi looked on as the hunter nin took the paper bombs from his holster and tied them to the kunais. At that moment, his brain worked faster than ever before, his neurons firing at lightning speed. To Daichi, it was as if the world had slowed down. His shuriken jutsu is perfect. It'll definitely hit me. And even if I somehow jump and escape the blast radius, he would just capitalize on my weakened state and attack me. And the moment that Aburame ninja gets free, it's game over for me. Daichi saw the nin tying the last paper bomb and finished attaching them to the kunais. He was getting ready to throw them. I have to escape, and then take them by surprise. That's the only way I'll survive. Daichi had a plan in mind and made his choice. He molded his chakra as fast as he could and used the defense jutsu, not just to try and shield him from the blast, but also to block him from their view. Earth style, rock shelter jutsu. Daichi saw the ninja launch the kunais at him. Everything was happening at slow motion for him. Daichi calculated the time it would take for the weapons to reach him in an instant. Oh no, they are going to reach here before I can escape. Have to slow them down. Daichi used telekinesis on the 3 kunais and slowed them down by 3 seconds. His telekinetic powers weren't strong enough to shift their path completely or stop them, but was only strong enough to slow them down by a small margin. As the rock dome formed around him, Daichi quickly went through another series of hand seals. He remembered the words his grandfather said to him. Kensei handed Daichi a scroll and told him about the technique. This jutsu will come in handy when you want to make a quick escape without most people noticing. Now, it has its weaknesses. People from the Hyuga clan, a good earth specialist nin, or a sensor nin will be able to find you. But if you train this enough, you'll be able to use it to your advantage, even against people like them. Earth style, earth burrow jutsu. Daichi slammed his hands down and softened the terrain below him. Earth style, earth burrow jutsu, active, LV. This jutsu allows the user to travel through the earth, undetected by most ninja. The chakra needed in the body is spread into the ground and softens the earth around the jutsu caster. The user sinks and disappears underground while the earth hardens on the surface. This jutsu allows the user to create a small tunnel by compressing and softening the earth around the person and helps the user move underground in any direction. Once the chakra dissipates, the tunnel collapses on itself. Rank C. Type ninjutsu hand seals. Snake, boar, bird, ram. CP cost 1 in 75 per use. Note, the movement speed of the user and creation speed of the tunnel will depend on the chakra supplied and the proficiency in earth nature of the user. Daichi sank deep into the ground and disappeared just as the explosion took place. Don't have much time. I have to take a decisive course of action now. Daichi quickly thought of his next move, and an idea formed in his mind. I'll use shadow clones and distract the hunter nin while I take down the Aburame. Then I'll deal with that troublesome fucker one-on-one. Daichi used his chakra sense and approximated their location and created 2 shadow clones. He swiftly went to where the insect ninja was and quietly rose out of the ground. He kept an eye on the hunter nin as well. Seeing that the 2 were distracted, Daichi struck. Taking 2 daggers from his inventory, he rushed and stabbed the insect nin through the back. He buried his weapons all the way to the hilt. Due to the mounting exhaustion, Daichi was breathing hard. But he still kept going. Taking the blades out and putting them back into his inventory, he quickly kicked and slammed the insect nin into the ground. He waved signs and started his vicious fire attack. Flashback. And Daichi watched with a satisfactory smirk as the last health point of the insect ninja disappeared. Enemy killed. Plus 1350 exp tune 2, 5 XP. Enemies killed. 68. His shadow clones were keeping the hunter nun busy and were trying hard not to get themselves dispelled. They had to buy some time for Daichi to kill the insect nin and recover some strength. Daichi sat down a small distance away from the fight and tried to rest. He had to recover at least some stamina and strength if he was going to engage the strongest nin he found so far in the dungeon. I need a passive skill that recovers my stamina and chakra quicker. Hope I get something like that soon, or else I'll have to start putting points into the stats. Daichi didn't close his eyes, but he tried to calm himself and enter a meditative state. But it was unsuccessful. It seems the stress of the battle, not too far from here, is taking up my focus. It was a long shot anyways. A minute was all Daichi received as the first clone was dispersed. As he recalled the memories of the dispelled clone, he smiled. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Threads level has risen by 1. Skill Chakra Enhancements level has risen by 1. Skill Lightning Affinities level has risen by 1. Looks like the skill level rises even if it's my clones who experience it, but I'm guessing it's mostly for taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu techniques. To level up physical body skill, I need to personally fight, huh? Daichi took several foods and bottles of water and quickly finished them. They restored his HP and CP to more than a third of his total. Then I suppose it's my turn. Just then, his second clone was also dispelled and he received the memories. Skill Fire Affinities level has risen by 1. Skill Earth Affinities level has risen by 1. Daichi slowly walked forward. He could sense the ninja coming for him. Fighting stronger and stronger opponents is the only way to quickly gain strength and field experience. Despite the near-death experience and fear he felt a few minutes ago, Daichi was fired up. The ninja roused the fighting spirit within Daichi. The hunter ninja quickly appeared in front of him. Daichi was not scared this time. A wide, crazed smile appeared on his face. Bloodlust, chakra, and killing intent burst forth from him. The hunter nin also responded in kind. Both of them, looking to tear into each other. The ground slightly cracked and they disappeared. The next instant, they met in the middle of the field and clashed. Forearms met fists and palms blocking knees. Their speed was much greater than what an ordinary genin would be capable of. Daichi attacked with all his might. Every punch contained his full force and his intent to kill. The hunter was fighting the same. He met Daichi punches head-on or directly blocked them. Both the ninjas had had no intention of saving their stamina or holding back. Daichi's senses sharpened several-fold. The mad grin on his face never left as he battled the ninja. Daichi tilted his head and avoided what would have been a devastating blow to the face. He locked the outstretched arm of his enemy and quickly head-butted the nun and immediately followed it up with a strong hit to the gut. The enemy ninja quickly recovered and tried to snap Daichi's knee with his leg. Daichi avoided the blow but had to let go of the trapped hand. The nin swiftly roundhouse kicked Daichi, but the boy quickly raised his hands and blocked the kick with his arms. The force of the kick sent him skidding backwards several feet. As Daichi slid back, he saw several shurikens speeding his way with his enemy taking more from a storage paper on his wrist. Daichi smirked at the tactic. You want to compare shuriken jutsu with me? Fine. Have it your way. He stopped himself and took his weapons from the inventory and started his counterattack. Daichi aimed his shurikens to deflect and even counterattack back at the ninja. Sparks flew in the air as black steel clashed. The force with which each of them threw their shuriken was so great that it destroyed both fighters' weapons when it came into contact. Destroyed shuriken flew everywhere as they threw dozens and dozens. This clash only lasted for about 40 seconds, but they both used over 100 shurikens, and not one landed on each other's bodies. Skill Shuriken Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Whoever this guy is based off of, it has to be someone powerful. His Shuriken Jutsu is on the same level as mine. Notifications were popping up as Daichi fought the nin, but he ignored it all. I can't afford to get distracted even for an instant. The hunter nin decided to switch tactics again and took out a sword. A standard katana used by swordsmen. Seeing this, Daichi smirked and took out his tanto as well. It was not as long as the katana, but Daichi didn't mind it. Both of them held their swords and waited for the right movement. They both knew that if they were careless, it would be the end for them. The ground around them was littered with broken shuriken. And on top of that, if they weren't careful, they would fall victim to the traps in and around the jungle. This was a test of not only their sword skill and power, but also of situational awareness. Daichi had his eyes firmly fixed on his enemy, but he was aware of his predicament. We would have to battle at high speeds, while maintaining absolute awareness of our surroundings. The first one to make even the slightest mistake would die. A situation like this would definitely push someone's mental fortitude to their absolute limits. Daichi gripped his tanto as he looked at the ninja. Sweat rolled down his face as both ninjas sized each other up. Just then, a tree branch snapped and fell. The sound was like an unspoken signal for them. In an instant, they rushed towards each other and began their final bout. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fableverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.